It is said that those possessing a pure yang sacred body can achieve rapid progress by remaining single. For this purpose, you have been brought into the realm of ruthless paths by your master to engage in profound cultivation. However, the devoted saintess, who tirelessly strives to uphold the sect, has awakened a system that enhances her strength through romance. By successfully confessing her feelings to a compatible partner, she can elevate her cultivation. Just now, you rebuffed Luo Qinghuang's overture. The system rewarded a card of martial prowess, and your eyes sparkled with a sudden glint. Was this a deliberate act by the system? Just last night, you felt vexed due to your inability to comprehend the shadow step technique, and today you unexpectedly received a card signifying mastery in martial arts. After finishing breakfast, Luo Qinghuang planned to return to her sect, as her purpose for this visit was solely to execute a mission. The Demon King's decree was merely a serendipitous acquisition. Now that the task was accomplished, it was time to report back. You nod in acknowledgement. Very well, allow me to accompany you. This indeed took Luo Qinghuang by surprise. She had expected that you would merely wish her a safe journey. To her astonishment, you actually offered to accompany her. However, she quickly grasped the essence of your intention. As you accompany her along the road leading out of the city, you ostentatiously display the Demon King's emblem hanging from your waist, as if to ensure that all are aware of the existence of this arcane treasure upon your person. She is not foolish. The Black Wind Mountain could not possibly have sent only those few individuals from yesterday. The action of the saint of the past is a clear message to those lurking in the shadows, indicating that the Demon King is currently under his protection, urging them to refrain from causing her any further trouble. With this in mind, Luo Qinghuang felt a surge of emotion within her heart. The city of Fengxia is a veritable melting pot of diverse characters, and it is likely that apart from the Black Wind Mountain, there are many others who harbor ulterior motives. By doing this, you are placing yourself in a perilous situation. Your expression remains impassive. Since I have taken the life of this demon lord, I have never considered remaining uninvolved. Having acquired your possession, I shall naturally eradicate your troubles entirely. If they desire this demon lord's life, let them come forth. Luo Qinghuang found herself at a loss for words. At this moment, she perceived your figure as towering and imposing, imbued with a unique charm that struck deeply at the heart. Soon, you both exited the city. She clasped her hands and said, "Saint Mu, may we meet again by fate." With that, her figure flickered and she soared away on her sword. Yet, several miles away, the three ancestors who secretly safeguard you reveal a hint of satisfaction in their eyes. What a fine young man you are. You possess both courage and responsibility, reminiscent of my own youthful self. On the street, you toy with the Demon King's emblem. Awareness dawns as you feel a multitude of gazes sweeping over you. Suddenly, an elderly man holding a fortune-telling banner approached. Upon seeing your astonished expression, he exclaimed, "Young master, I perceive a darkness upon your brow. It seems that great misfortune is imminent. In my humble opinion, the root of this calamity lies within the talisman you hold. If you relinquish it to me, I shall perform a rite to dispel the malevolent energies." With that, he could not restrain himself and reached out to seize the cursed object, only to be halted by your firm grasp on his wrist. "Esteemed elder, this item is not one you can simply take." The elder no longer concealed his intentions, as a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. With a sudden shake of the flag in his hand, billowing clouds of black smoke emerged, from which emerged a multitude of ghastly claws reaching out towards you. This flag, known as the Wandering Soul's Banner, is a formidable weapon of the demonic path. The sect most adept at crafting such enchanted armaments is none other than the Soul Refining Mountain, one of the four factions of the three mountains of demonology, toying with the souls of the departed. No sin can be absolved. Oh, venerable elder, may you descend into the depths of hell. Upon uttering these words, an intense and searing heat suddenly emanated from your being, restraining the pure yang fire that conquers demonic spirits. The chilling claws of the specter had yet to make contact with you, yet the banner of a myriad of souls was reduced to mere ashes. Enveloped in the flames alongside, it was the elderly man who, in the blink of an eye, was consumed and transformed into a cloud of gray powder. You did not even cast a glance at the pile of dark, ashen smoke on the ground as you departed with the Demon King. Those practitioners of the demonic path, concealed in the shadows, could not help but swallow hard. Alas, it is the nemesis of the demonic art-spewed Yang fire. He possesses the pure Yang physique. Who would have anticipated that such an individual would emerge in this era? The charred elder was a senior steward of the soul-refining mountain, his cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the golden core stage. To be able to vanquish him in an instant, one must at least be at the apex of the Chai family's realm. At this moment, you have returned to the Lei Fukin. The innkeeper, upon seeing you, respectfully approaches and presents an invitation. Young master, this is the invitation from the Hngzhou studio. You harbor some confusion. After listening to the innkeeper's explanation, you come to understand that it is the most renowned establishment of its kind in Fengxia City. This evening, they are preparing to select the reigning courtesan and have extended invitations to the illustrious figures from all corners of Fengxia City. The shopkeeper cast a deep glance at you. They extended an invitation to the young master. I am not the least bit surprised. With such appearance and demeanor, it would be astonishing if the seductresses of Hngzhou Studio were not captivated. You suddenly realize that it is a brothel. You, a paragon of virtue. How could you possibly enter such a place? You took the invitation and casually tossed it into the nearby trash bin. Many individuals, upon witnessing this scene, experienced a slight constriction of their pupils. Goodness gracious, do not offer that to me. Someone is surreptitiously attempting to rummage through the trash bin. But he was abruptly kicked aside, and a burly, red-haired elder approached, directly stuffing the contents of the trash bin into his embrace. This belongs to my master. The one who was cast aside still yearned to retaliate. However, upon turning to behold the muscular physique of the red-haired elder, all bravado evaporated instantly. The old gentleman, despite his years, remained remarkably robust. At such an advanced age, he still harbored aspirations of visiting the Red Sleeve Studio. Is it not possible? This elder is indeed the Red Dragon Horse. Having grown weary in the stable, and with the master absent, he ventured forth to behold the beauty of the courtesans in this mortal realm. On the other side, you return to your chamber. Ding! The host declines the invitation from Hngzhou Zhai, eschewing the allure of the opposite sex, steadfastly adhering to the principles of emotional detachment, and steering clear of any romantic entanglements. Such commendable resolve is praiseworthy, rewarding the host with a body of 10,000 poisons. Note, the body of 10,000 poisons renders the host immune to all toxins. And furthermore, it empowers the host to autonomously absorb various poisons, transforming them into essence to elevate their cultivation. At once, your eyes glimmer with realization. The absorption of diverse toxins to enhance one's cultivation. With this constitution, any attempts to poison you could, in turn, become the very resources for augmenting your strength. Indeed, quite splendid. System. Utilizing the martial arts mastery card to comprehend the phantom movement technique. In an instant, you perceive a plethora of information related to the phantom movement technique flooding your mind. The aspects that eluded your understanding last night are now all unveiled, clear as day. On the other side, the Red Sleeve Pavilion is ablaze with light. As the songs of warblers and swallows resonate endlessly, each youthful scion, brimming with charm, engages in revelry with enchanting courtesans, drinking and delighting in merriment. At that moment, a red-haired elder strode in with an air of confidence. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd could not help but display expressions of astonishment and suspicion. This elderly gentleman possesses remarkable vitality. Despite his advanced age, he still frequents brothels. Nonetheless, his impressive physique is truly extraordinary. The Crimson Dragon steed cast a glance at those fluttering beauties. Is this truly the epitome of earthly beauty? It is nothing extraordinary. He observed the revelers around him, indulging in their merriment. There was also a woman passing by the adjacent building. The woman gasped, "Oh dear, how formidable you are!" Previously, she referred to others as dear out of courtesy. But today, this gentleman was indeed a true dear. However, given his age, one could only wonder about his capabilities. She feigned to caress the chest muscles of the Red Dragon Horse, her hand beginning to shift downward. Yet in the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. Having been in the industry for several years, this was her first encounter with such a specimen as the Red Dragon Horse. She raised her hand, extending her fingers in a gesture of disbelief. her face a canvas of shock and fear. "Sir, I have other guests to attend to. Please seek out someone else." With that, she fled in panic, unable to withstand such a level of intensity. The other women, observing her hasty retreat, were filled with curiosity. However, once they ventured to investigate for themselves, each one was so terrified that they fled in a panic. Good heavens, it was truly more outrageous than the antics of cattle and horses. The peculiar behavior of the young ladies piqued the interest of the venerable Luo Tu from Hangzhou. Upon being informed of the truth by the young ladies, Luo Tu's eyes widened in astonishment, and he could not help but lick his lips while gazing at the crimson dragon horse. The crimson dragon horse observed yet another woman arriving, unable to suppress a disdainful curl of its lip. "What is the matter with you people, one after another, toying with me? Do not be upset, dear sir. The young ladies simply lack understanding. Allow me to keep you company with a couple of drinks." Old Tongue approached with a wine glass in hand. Yet, he feigned to stumble along the way, spilling the beverage upon the steed, Red Dragon. "I apologize, dear sir. I have clean and fresh garments in my room. Why not change into a set there?" Red Dragon furrowed his brow. Still, he did not lead the way. Soon after, the room was filled with a resounding tremor, startling all who passed by. Soon, the selection of the courtesans at Hmph will commence. The woman in white is currently preparing within her chamber. The girl in green beside her smiled gently and said, "Sister, I believe this time the courtesan will be you." The woman in white slightly raised the corners of her mouth and inquired, "Has the target appeared yet?" The girl shook her head. The woman in white pondered for a moment. "That young man is of great significance. Can Guan Ping elevate my realm further? It is imperative that we capture him. You must personally visit that inn and ensure he is brought here tonight, even if it requires force." "It is my sister." Upon hearing this, the young girl transformed into a radiant white rainbow and soared through the window. On the other side, you are practicing within the inn. The innkeeper comes to knock on your door. Miss Xiao Dai from Hangzhou is seeking you. Upon stepping outside, you behold a young girl clad in green, standing at your doorstep. Upon catching sight of you, a spark of brilliance flickers in her eyes. "Young master," she states, "my mistress cordially invites you to gather at the Hmph chamber." As you gaze upon the delicate butterfly before you, your discerning eye immediately perceives its true form, revealing it to be a butterfly spirit of considerable prowess, having already attained the realm of the Purple Mansion. "Pray tell, who is your esteemed lady?" "My esteemed lady is the star of the Red Sleeve Pavilion. One cannot fathom how many individuals yearn to become her honored guest." "Young master, I kindly implore you not to decline." You let out a cold laugh. "What if I were to decline?" "You cannot refuse, my lord." Xiao Dai stepped forward and waved her hand. A cloud of pollen scattered forth. Once this pollen adheres, even a warrior of the Purple Mansion realm would succumb to its allure. She discerned that you were a practitioner. Thus she unleashed the most potent pollen at once. "Yet I see you standing still, indifferent and unmoved." Her expression shifts slightly. "How could this be? Seek demise. You remain indifferent." Lifting your hand, you strike with the palm. Xiao Dai swiftly retreated, her form suddenly transforming into a flurry of delicate pink butterflies. These ethereal creatures, laden with a deadly toxin, surged forth towards the inn. An ordinary person is utterly defenseless against this toxic gas, facing only a path to demise. Clearly, she is using the lives of those in the inn to impede your pursuit. Upon witnessing this, you let out a soft snort, opening your mouth to draw in a deep breath, absorbing the noxious gas carried by the multitude of powdery butterflies into your very being. Dozens of delicate pink butterflies converge once more, taking on the semblance of tiny beings. She gazes at your movements, her eyes widening in astonishment. The toxic essence harbored within those butterflies is something she understands all too well. Even a warrior of the Purple Mansion realm would perish if exposed to such a quantity. The amount you have inhaled could indeed be sufficient to slay several of those at the Purple Mansion level. Yet you remain composed, exhibiting no signs of having been poisoned whatsoever. Xiao Dai's expression shifted slightly as she turned to flee. Yet in the next moment, you executed the shadow technique, instantly blocking her retreat, using poison to take a life before me. Do you consider me merely a decoration? Though the individuals within that in may bear no relation to you, There are nonetheless lives dozens of them. This woman strikes with such ferocity. I fear she is no stranger to bloodshed. Chapter 58. The Captured Crimson Dragon Horse. Upon witnessing Chen Yi inhaling the toxic gas, Xiao Dai was taken aback. She was acutely aware of the lethal nature of the poison contained within those powdery butterflies. Even an ordinary person would succumb to death after a single breath. Even martial artists, particularly those at the Purple Mansion realm, would face dire consequences if exposed to a significant amount. The quantity Chen Yi had inhaled was sufficient to kill several of them. Yet, to her astonishment, Chen Yi remained composed, exhibiting no signs of poisoning. Xiao Dai's expression shifted. This individual's power exceeded her expectations. It was time to retreat. She turned to flee, but in the next instant, a figure appeared before her, almost like a specter. It was Chen Yi, having employed the Shadow Phantom technique to arrive instantaneously at her side. Do you think I am merely a decoration, using poison to kill in my presence? Chen Yi spoke coldly. Although the lives lost in the inn were of no direct concern to him, they still accounted for numerous souls. Xiao Dai's merciless action suggested she was no stranger to bloodshed, and her sister lurking behind her was likely no benevolent being either. Realizing this, Chen Yi raised his hand and summoned the Nine Suns' true essence. His powerful strike descended from above. Xiao Dai attempted to defend herself. But faced with such overwhelming energy, she had no chance to resist. Her body exploded with a resounding crash. She then transformed into a butterfly the size of a human head, landing on the ground. A butterfly spirit. This young lady Xiao Dai was, in fact, a demon. So, was Bai Jing, the head courtesan of the Red Sleeve Pavilion, also a demon? It was no wonder that every man who had entered Bai Jing's veil had been utterly captivated, willing to squander their fortunes for her. She was indeed a demon. The innkeeper and some guests could not help but murmur among themselves. Upon returning to the inn, Chen Yi remarked nonchalantly, "Please tell me more about this Bai Jing." "Yes," the innkeeper replied, not daring to slacken his pace, and he began recounting every detail with great care. Meanwhile, within the Red Sleeve Pavilion, Bai Jing had just concluded the courtesan selection, securing her position as the reigning courtesan without contest. However, she soon sensed something amiss, her expression darkening as she hurried to her chamber to retrieve a butterfly-shaped pendant. At that moment, the pendant lay shattered. Her countenance turned grim. Xiao Dai was dead. How infuriating. Was it that Chen Yi who did this? His strength surpassed all expectations. Xiao Dai was a demon she had subdued. Although they referred to each other as sisters, Bai Jing had merely seen her as a useful subordinate. Nevertheless, Xiao Dai had been her own. With her demise, how could Bai Jing remain indifferent? Especially considering her determination to possess Chen Yi. Although Xiao Dai's power was inferior to hers, she was still a formidable demon at the Purple Mansion realm. To have slain her, Chen Yi must possess at least equal strength. If not greater, perhaps even at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. Such prowess at his age could only be achieved by disciples of distinguished sections. Where did he come from? Bai Jing pondered. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, she needed to capture him for the sake of her own cultivation. But how should she proceed? Bai Jing contemplated her next move. At that moment, a voice emerged from outside the door. "Good heavens, you dare to come to my Red Sleeve Pavilion to freeload." It was the voice of the madam. Stepping outside, she observed a dispute between the red-haired elder and another individual. Eyeing the elder with a cold smile, she remarked, "Although you possess some capital and have treated me quite comfortably, business is business. If you do not surrender the spirit stones today, do not expect to leave this door." The red dragon horse cursed. "What a scoundrel. You're abandoning our previous cordiality. Just a moment ago, you were calling me dear and now you come at me with this? I merely forgot to bring the spirit stones when I left. Once I return, do you really think I'll miss your few spirit stones? Enough nonsense. If you refuse to pay, you shall stay and work for me." "That is impossible," retorted the red-haired elder. Meanwhile, Bai Jing, observing from a short distance, recognized the elder and whispered, "Such a familiar aura. Isn't this the beast companion that Chen Yi rode that day? How did he end up here?" A smile crept upon her face as a plan began to form. She approached slowly and said, "Sir, freeloading at the Red Sleeve Pavilion is simply unacceptable. You may have to stay here for a few days." "Huh? Do you think you can keep me here?" The red dragon horse laughed, preparing to leave. However, he was suddenly gripped by a chilling presence from behind. Bai Jing was gazing at him with an icy demeanor. With a swift motion, a white silk ribbon flew forth, ensnaring him tightly. The red dragon horse struggled with all his might, but found himself unable to break free, sensing a potent demonic energy emanating from the ribbon. "Good heavens! You at the Red Sleeve Pavilion harbor such a formidable demon. Are you using the pavilion's esteemed reputation to siphon the essence of others? The red dragon horse. Connecting the dots, fixed his gaze on Bai Jing. Bai Jing smiled. Sir, what are you saying? I merely possess a rudimentary understanding of martial arts. How could I be a demon? Indeed, I believe you are the demon, the madam declared, stepping on the chest of the red dragon horse. With a resounding clang, a young man drew his sword, aiming it at the red dragon horse, and coldly proclaimed, How dare you defame Miss Bai Jing? You must be punished. Yes, indeed, he must be punished. Kill him. To slander Miss Bai Jing is to insult us all. Seek death. Kill him. Apart from the young man with the sword, many others stared at the red dragon horse with frigid expressions, their eyes subtly glowing with a hint of red. It was as though Bai Jing was a goddess in their hearts, whose defamation equated to an affront to their very parents. Witnessing this scene, the red dragon horse clicked his tongue in amazement. What a group of bewitched fools. Eudaimonis, your methods are indeed formidable. You dare to bewitch the masses. The young man, unable to contain his fury, prepared to strike. Yet Bai Jing intervened. Young master, do not lower yourself to anger with a madman. Let him stay at the Red Sleeve Pavilion to work off his debt. Since Miss Bai Jing had spoken thus, the young man acquiesced, nodding in agreement with her words. Bai Jing procured a pair of scissors and deftly snipped a lock of hair from the red dragon horse. Handing it to a nearby maid with the instruction, take this strand of hair and seek out a man named Chen Yi at the Lifu Inn. Inform him that I have extended an invitation for him to visit the Hmph studio. Yes, replied the maid, not daring to defy Bai Jing. Upon hearing the name Chen Yi, those present exchanged glances, as it sounded distinctly masculine. Why was Miss Bai Jing so invested in this individual? How vexing. I have never received an invitation from her myself. Observing the mildly irritated expressions on the faces around her, Bai Jing smiled gently and remarked, Dear friends, the night is long, and you are here in the company of your sisters. I shall retire to my chamber. As she walked away, the onlookers could not conceal their admiration, their eyes filled with longing. Upon returning to her room, Bai Jing encountered a man clad in a black robe, appearing to be in his 40s and of slender build. Her brow furrowed slightly, revealing her displeasure as she admonished, Xie, the grand elder of the Thousand Poisons sect. How dare you intrude upon a woman's private quarters without shame? How amusing it is to hear the word shame from the lips of the saintess of the Yin Supplement sect. Xie replied coolly. Chapter 59, Journey to the Red Sleeve Pavilion. The saintess of the Being sect, Bai Jing. The grand elder of the Thousand Poisons sect, Xie. These are illustrious figures within the demonic realm. Now, these two eminent personalities find themselves gathered in a chamber of a brothel. Xie gazes at Bai Jing and inquires, Are you aware of the character of Chen Yi, whom you are about to confront? Oh, what is his background? Hmph. It appears you have become so engrossed in your dalliance with men that you are oblivious to the rising star of the Yuhua Sect, the Saint Son Chen Yi. When did the Yuhua Sect acquire a Saint Son? Xie Yun is left speechless. With a saintess like you in the Being sect, your demise seems inevitable. Yet, it is true that you are merely a temporary replacement for the original, as your true identity is that of a demon. Reflecting on this, it seems the Being sect would fare no differently with or without you. Bai Jing regards him with indifference. Xie Yun, do not attempt to provoke me. What is the significance of Chen Yi, and why have you sought me out? Xie Yun refrains from further trivialities and responds. Chen Yi is the recently emerged Saint Son of the Yuhua Sect. He possesses a pure yang body and his cultivation is astonishing. He has defeated the disciple Gu Changhe of the Qingyan Sacred Land, who has manifested his primordial spirit. Now, do you understand the caliber of the opponent you are to face? Upon hearing this, a hint of seriousness indeed flickers in Bai Jing's eyes. A pure yang body. Primordial combat strength. In addition to her gravity, there is a glimmer of fervor in her gaze. No wonder he radiates such yang energy. If I could absorb him, my cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the primordial realm, perhaps even transcend to the realm of the celestial. Your Being sect excels in the art of absorbing yang to replenish yin. If you truly can harness his pure yang essence, there lies a genuine opportunity for a breakthrough. However, the dilemma is that you may not be his match, Xie Yun remarks casually. I suspect this is the purpose of your visit. Bai Jing states coolly. You seek the Demon King's order, do you not? Oh, you are not lacking in intelligence. I heard that the Demon King's order recently manifested in Fengxia City, where its holder incinerated a demonic warrior to ashes in the streets. I was curious about the identity of this individual. It seems the Demon King's order is indeed in the possession of Chen Yi. You have come to me to join forces against him and procure the Demon King's order. Precisely, you absorb the pure yang essence. I acquire the Demon King's order. We each fulfill our desires. Is it not a splendid arrangement? Xie Yin smiles. What assistance will you provide? Xie Yin produces a red pill and states, this is known as the 7-flower poison pill. It is concocted from 7 lethal flowers, each capable of counteracting and complementing the others, creating 49 variations of toxicity within the poisoned individual. Even a primordial warrior would lose their mobility upon ingestion. Simply mix it into a drink and find a way for him to consume it, and then he shall be at your mercy. How intriguing. Bai Jing takes the poison, examining it closely, a slight smile gracing her lips. The poisons created by the 1,000 poison sect possess distinct qualities. In that case, I shall not hold back. Ah, may you achieve success with great ease. Xie Yin smiled faintly, then transformed into a streak of light that flew out of the window. Vanishing from sight, Bai Jing toyed with the poison pill, and upon thinking of Chen Yi, a trace of fervor involuntarily appeared on her face. Chen Yi, you are destined to be mine. There is no escaping. Within the Lai Fu Inn, Chen Yi listened to the innkeeper recount details about Bai Jing. At that moment, he noticed something amiss and walked to the stable, only to find that the red dragon horse was missing, causing his brow to furrow. Where has this fellow gone? Just then, the innkeeper hurriedly entered. Young Master Chen, Bai Jing has sent someone again, and that person insisted I deliver this to you. The innkeeper produced a strand of red hair. Chen Yi immediately recognized it as belonging to the red dragon horse. Good heavens! The other party has been captured. It seems I must pay a visit to the Hong Xiuzhai after all. Initially, he had intended to visit Hong Xiuzhai, as he had killed Xiao Dai. Bai Jing would surely not let him off easily. Rather than waiting for the other party to come knocking, it would be better to take the initiative, to eradicate the roots. Now it seems he has yet another reason to head to Hong Xiuzhai. Thus, he departed from Lai Fu Inn and made his way to Hong Xiuzhai. The place was alive with song and dance, brilliantly illuminated. Yet, as Chen Yi stepped inside, the dancers on stage halted their movements. The musicians ceased to play, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Everyone stared at Chen Yi, captivated by his presence. Goodness! Where did such a breathtakingly handsome man come from? Ah, the only flaw is that this beauty has a somewhat cold expression. If only he could smile. They would be utterly enchanted, though perhaps they wouldn't willingly perish for it. However, if silver were to be offered for a smile, they certainly would be inclined. Now, they finally understood why nobles would spend lavishly just to see a beautiful maiden smile. Oh my, where did this young man come from? Is this your first visit to our Hong Xiuzhai? Which lady do you seek? Young sir, choose me. I am skilled in all arts, especially in this particular one. I guarantee you will never forget it. Young sir, do not listen to her. Come to me. Chen Yi regarded the group of women who had suddenly surrounded him, and with a wave of his sleeve, unleashed a surge of spiritual energy that pushed them several steps back. The ladies were momentarily taken aback. What does this mean? He came to Hong Xiuzhai without seeking a lady? Master, help. At that moment, from the back courtyard of Hong Xiuzhai, the voice of the red dragon horse echoed. It seemed the beast sensed Chen Yi's arrival. The madam of Hong Xiuzhai regained her composure and remarked, So you have come to redeem someone. Do you realize the audacity of your servant, who dared to come to me without offering spirit stones? What shall we do about this? What? The red dragon horse actually came here to freeload? Chen Yi's gaze turned cold. Whatever. Let us just slay him and feast on his flesh. The crowd gasped in unison. Goodness, that is rather ruthless. The brothel keeper was taken aback, exclaiming, Young master, you jest. That is a living being. How could one slaughter it for sustenance? Meanwhile, the red dragon horse in the backyard was bellowing, Master, no, I was wrong. Please save your beloved red dragon horse. Without me, how will you travel in the future? Who will keep you company and dispel your boredom? The brothel keeper, overwhelmed by the commotion, shouted back to the backyard, Silence that old fool and gag him. Before long, the red dragon horse's voice was stifled. Chen Yi surmised that the creature must be bound by some means, for otherwise, these women would be powerless against it. However, given the horse's robust demeanor, it seemed unlikely that it would come to harm any time soon. He calmly inquired, Where is Bai Jing? Young master, please ascend to the upper floor for a conversation. Came a bright and enchanting voice from above. Upon hearing this, the brothel keeper suddenly realized, So you are the esteemed guest invited by Miss Bai Jing. No wonder. Young master, please, do go upstairs. Amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the male patrons, Chen Yi ascended the stairs with measured grace, pushed open the door to Bai Jing's chamber, and strode in with an air of confidence. Chapter 60. The Temptation of Bai Jing. The Encounter. As Chen Yi entered the boudoir of the enchanting courtesan Bai Jing, he was immediately enveloped by a delicate fragrance. Raising his gaze, he beheld a graceful silhouette emerging from behind a pink gauze curtain, gradually revealing herself. Bai Jing was adorned in a sheer red silk gown, so translucent that the skin beneath was tantalizingly visible, stirring the imagination. Coupled with her alluring figure and ethereal beauty, she could easily render any man captivated. Yet, standing before her was Chen Yi, who had been diligently cultivating the Ice Heart technique, achieving a state of serene clarity, unperturbed by any external disturbance. Moreover, he possessed the eye of truth. To others, Bai Jing appeared as a breathtaking beauty, but in Chen Yi's eyes, she was merely a fox spirit clad in a red gown, albeit one of considerable prowess, having reached the realm of the primordial spirit. It remained uncertain whether she had condensed her primordial spirit manifestation. Nevertheless, even if she had, Chen Yi was indifferent. At last, you have graced me with your presence. Young master, I invited you twice before, and only now do you arrive. You should know that other men aren't even deemed worthy of my invitations, let alone receiving them twice, Bai Jing remarked with a smile. She approached Chen Yi, exhaling a fragrant breath, her delicate fingers caressing his chest. Every movement was enchanting. However, Chen Yi's expression remained impassive. Please keep your distance. My senses are quite acute, and I cannot abide by such frivolity, he replied coolly. Bai Jing was taken aback. Frivolity? How could there be any frivolity? She exuded an irresistible aroma. How could he label her as such? This man, it seemed, was utterly lacking in romantic sensibility. Determined, she thought, I refuse to believe there exists a man I cannot entice. She pressed closer, her ample bosom brushing against Chen Yi, yet within mere seconds, he firmly pushed her away. She fell back onto the bed, pulling down the gauze curtain, gazing at him with a smile. So, it appears you prefer a more wild approach? I have no objections. Cease your alluring antics. Speak plainly. You have sought me out with intent, and even captured the red dragon horse. What do you desire? If I were to say I wish to spend a delightful evening with you, would you believe me? I would, but I must decline. Why? You are far too provocative, not my preferred type. Besides, I have no interest in playing with someone whose past is so dubious. Chen Yi stated coolly, without uttering a single vulgarity, yet his words were laced with disdain. Even Bai Jing felt her temper flare, but she managed to maintain her composure, continuing to smile. So, you look down upon those of my profession? It seems you are no different from the common folk. Do not misunderstand. It is not your profession I disdain, but solely you, Chen Yi replied with indifference. With that, he slowly approached Bai Jing, who still wore a smile. Yet, that smile quickly faded as she noticed him drawing forth a large black sword. The sword was thicker than her waist. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her forehead. Goodness! Was the opponent truly about to strike? She hastily exclaimed, Young master, do you not desire the red dragon horse any longer? Oh, what do you propose? Chen Yi planted the sword into the ground, creating a deep pit in the floor. Bai Jing approached the table, seized a wine jug, and poured a cup for Chen Yi, saying, All I ask is for you to share a few cups of fine wine with me. Chen Yi cast a glance at the jug. With a smile, Bai Jing added, Are you concerned that the wine may be tainted? I can drink a cup first to assure you of its purity. This jug was specially designed, an enigmatic vessel containing 2 different wines. With a slight twist of a switch, she could easily manipulate the flow to unleash either toxic or harmless liquor. However, Chen Yi unceremoniously snatched the jug, uncapped it, and gulped down its entire contents in one go. At this moment, whether it was toxic or not, he had consumed it all. Bai Jing was momentarily taken aback. Why are you so unconventional? She exclaimed. I find sharing a drink with you repulsive. I finished the wine. Can I now release the guests? Chen Yi discarded the jug. Bai Jing, with a hint of melancholy, remarked, Is it truly that you hold me in such disdain? Very well, if that is your wish, I shall not insist. With that, she clapped her hands, summoning a maid. Bring forth the old gentleman. Yes. Soon, the red dragon horse, bound tightly with white silk and gagged, was brought in. Bai Jing raised her hand to retract the silk. Once freed from his restraints, the red dragon horse discarded the gag and exclaimed, Master, this fellow is not to be trifled with. His abilities are at least. Before he could finish, Chen Yi stepped beside him and, with a swift kick, sent him flying out the window like a soccer ball. The anguished cries echoed as he soared several streets away. Chen Yi scoffed, deeming him useless and a hindrance. Bai Jing was momentarily stunned. What was this fellow up to now? Yet, after kicking the red dragon horse away, Chen Yi drew his heavy sword without hesitation and struck towards Bai Jing with a fierce blow, imbued with scorching energy. Boom! Bai Jing narrowly evaded. But the room behind her was obliterated by the fierce sword aura. The terrifying force shattered everything in its wake. The entire Hmph trembled. And everyone couldn't help but gaze in shock at Bai Jing's chamber, bewildered by what had transpired. In the next moment, flames erupted skyward. A cold voice resonated. Those who wish to live, leave at once. The madam and other courtesans had never witnessed such a spectacle. They understood that Chen Yi's prowess was extraordinary. Remaining here would only lead to their demise. Is my Hmph to meet such a fate? Yet, some chose not to flee. These were the so-called young talents ensnared by Bai Jing's allure, including several skilled fighters among them. One young man, wielding a longsword, let out a fierce exclamation, daring to strike at Miss Bai Jing. It seemed he had grown weary of life itself. With a swift motion, he lunged towards Chen Yi. The blade in his hand shimmered with a piercing azure light. However, in the next instant, Chen Yi unleashed his sword, a heavy blade devoid of embellishment, yet imbued with tremendous force. It cleaved through the young man's sword with a resounding clang, severing it effortlessly. The weighty blade descended upon the opponent's chest, sending him hurtling through the air like a tattered rag, crashing to the ground with a dented chest, blood oozing from his 7 orifices, lifeless. Yet, this scene failed to awaken the others. Instead, their eyes glimmered with a crimson hue. As if possessed, they continued their assault on Chen Yi. Protect Miss Bai Jing. To oppose her is to oppose us, they cried out. Observing their fervor, Chen Yi felt no inclination to discern whether they were entranced or willingly engaged. Since they had already made their move, he would show them no mercy. By aiding the tyrant, you have sealed your own fate. Boom! With a sweeping motion of his heavy sword, an inferno erupted, sending the advancing warriors soaring through the air, none even brushing against the hem of Chen Yi's garment. Chapter 61. The Decapitation of Bai Jing. A single stroke of the sword sent numerous guardians of Bai Jing flying. Several were immediately reduced to charred remains by the pure yang flame. Yet, Chen Yi's gaze remained as tranquil as a still pond as he advanced towards Bai Jing, who appeared utterly bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't this fellow consumed the 7-flower poison pill? Why was he unscathed? Could it be that Xie Yun had given her a counterfeit pill? Was the intention to use Chen Yi to eliminate her? Although they were both practitioners of the demonic path, there existed a fierce rivalry among the various sects. It was entirely plausible that he sought to employ Chen Yi to vanquish her, thereby weakening the Yuhua sect's power, and then, in the ensuing chaos of mutual destruction, strike down Chen Yi to seize the Demon King order. Furthermore, they could easily attribute Chen Yi's demise to her, inciting the Yuhua sect to launch a full-scale assault on the Yuhua sect. This would allow them to absorb the Yuhua sect's territory and bolster their own strength. The more Bai Jing pondered, the more convinced she became of this theory. Rage surged within her. Cursed! Damn Xie Yun of the 1,000 Poisons sect. This matter is far from over. Bai Jing ground her teeth and hissed. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes flickered momentarily. The 1,000 Poisons sect? It seemed there were other malevolent factions plotting against him. The poisonous wine he had just consumed must have been their handiwork. Indeed, when Bai Jing poured him the drink, he had suspected it was likely poisoned. Yet he willingly partook, for he possessed the 10,000 Poisons body. The poison had no effect on him. Rather, the lethal toxins were transformed into true essence. Enhancing his power, he felt a slight increase in strength compared to before. Nevertheless, even though the poison was ineffective against him, it did not mean he would spare Bai Jing or that Xie Yun. Once he dealt with her, he would hunt down Xie Yun. If he dared to hide, he would not hesitate to wipe out the entire 1,000 Poisons sect. He had heard Luo Qinghuang say that the path of indifference rarely stirred emotions, but once it did, it would unleash a tempestuous force akin to a raging storm. In the past, Luo Qinghuang, in a fit of rage, had annihilated hundreds of thousands from a demonic sect. He was untroubled by the prospect of emulating that feat. Of course, he first needed to eliminate Bai Jing. Gripping his heavy sword, he charged at her, the searing and domineering sword energy completely locking onto her. Even with her primordial spirit cultivation, Bai Jing felt the overwhelming pressure of his sword aura, forcing her to muster all her demonic power and defense. She thrust her palms forward, exerting her utmost strength to block. Bang! With a resounding crash, she was thrust back several steps. Her once fair and delicate hands were scorched black by the sword energy. Cold sweat streamed down her forehead, filled with both fear and fury. My hands, damn it! She immediately retrieved a pitch-black longsword from her storage ring. The sword emanated a chilling aura, faintly echoing the cries of infants. Bai Jing infused her entire demonic energy into it, forming intricate sword seals with her hands, and shouted, "Heavenly sword art, infant's wail." The long sword shot forth towards Chen Yi, and the souls of countless infants materialized. They appeared to be merely 7 or 8 years old, the very age of innocence and vivacity. Yet, at this moment, they had all become souls trapped within the sword, exuding an aura of sorrowful resentment. This sword, infused with an astonishing malevolence, bore a sinister and eerie intent. Chen Yi's gaze was icy, and as the sun blazed in the sky, 3 extraordinary phenomena erupted simultaneously: the great sun ascending, the fire phoenix incinerating the heavens, and the golden lotus sprouting from the sea of flames. The might of these 3 manifestations reverberated throughout the universe. The masters in Hmph City beheld this spectacle, rendered speechless in awe. Even Xieyun, lurking in the shadows, could not help but flinch. The power of this manifestation was terrifying. No wonder Gu Changfa had succumbed to this individual. Yet, what was this fellow's true nature? How could he remain unscathed after being afflicted by the 7-flower poison pill? Was there an antidote concealed within him? Ultimately, Xieyun could only arrive at this conclusion. After all, there were numerous disciples from the Thousand Poisons sect traversing the world, and it was entirely plausible that a few had crossed paths with Chen Yi and met their demise, allowing him to procure the antidote for the 7-flower poison pill. Or perhaps, Chen Yi possessed a superior antidote from the outset. Returning to the battlefield, as Chen Yi unleashed his 3 extraordinary manifestations, he swung his sword. The dark sword energy shattered upon impact. The darkening sword was sent flying back, embedding itself in the ground. To wield a sword forged from the souls of infants, you deserve to perish 1,000 deaths. Chen Yi's eyes radiated an almost tangible aura of murderous intent. Infuriatingly, he was not a match for this opponent. Flee. Observing the simultaneous emergence of the 3 manifestations from Chen Yi, Bai Jing, who had yet to solidify her primordial spirit's manifestation, dared not linger any longer. She promptly turned to escape. Her practiced movement technique granted her remarkable speed. However, in an instant, a ghostly figure appeared before her, none other than Chen Yi. In the presence of his phantasmal movement technique, Bai Jing's swiftness paled in comparison. Cursed be this fate. The eye of the ghostly fox. Bai Jing ceased to conceal her true form, revealing a large gray fox. Her eyes glimmered with a peculiar red light, and a strange power surged toward Chen Yi, aiming to invade his mind. This was her trump card. Even a warrior at the primordial spirit level would be significantly affected, losing their mental fortitude upon encountering this attack. Yet, regrettably, before her stood Chen Yi, who practiced the unfeeling path, mastering the pinnacle technique, the ice heart formula, with a heart as clear as ice. He remained unfazed by the collapsing heavens. At the moment the effect of the eye of the ghostly fox took hold, a wave of refreshing energy spontaneously surged within Chen Yi, safeguarding his mental clarity. Hardly affected, he delivered a decisive strike. The searing sword energy surged forth, landing directly upon Bai Jing. Her form was cleaved apart, disintegrating into bloody fragments, which were subsequently engulfed by pure yang fire, leaving no trace behind. Chen Yi then noticed a golden-red pill on the ground. That was Bai Jing's demon core. She possessed formidable cultivation, even after her body was shattered. She managed to leave behind a demon core, unlike the previous butterfly spirit, whose core was obliterated upon defeat. The demon elixir, a substance imbued with malevolent energy, poses significant challenges for human practitioners, necessitating a series of intricate purification methods for its effective utilization. However, for certain demon clans, it proves to be quite advantageous. It has even been observed that some demons engage in fierce rivalries over the possession of this elixir. In addition to the demon elixir, Chen Yi stumbled upon a storage ring belonging to Bai Jing. Upon inspection, it contained a substantial number of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and several tomes on techniques for invigorating yang and replenishing yin. Alas, my beloved Red Sleeve Pavilion, a culmination of years of effort. At that moment, the matron slowly approached. Gazing mournfully at the ruins of the Red Sleeve Pavilion, rendered a desolate wasteland, her heart heavy with unshed tears. Yet, she dared not demand compensation from Chen Yi. After all, it was revealed that Bai Jing was a fox demon, rendering their establishment a den of demons, thus providing Chen Yi with justifiable grounds should he seek retribution. Chen Yi turned his gaze toward her. The matron hastily exclaimed, "My lord, we truly had no knowledge of Bai Jing's true nature. Had we known, we would never have dared to keep her within the Red Sleeve Pavilion. We would have fled." Observing her sincerity, Chen Yi chose not to engage further. instead extracting a considerable sum of spirit stones from Bai Jing's storage ring. This should suffice for compensation, yes? Indeed, indeed. The matron nodded vigorously. Surviving and receiving recompense filled her with a sense of contentment. There are times when individuals, in their pursuit to vanquish demons or during martial confrontations, have laid waste to entire streets or even obliterated cities without anyone paying heed. Chen Yi pondered, next, shall it be the Thousand Poisons sect? Stroking his chin in contemplation. Chapter 62. Is there anyone else seeking vengeance? The Lord of Fengxia City, Xiaofeng. The Thousand Poisons sect? Chen Yi pondered, stroking his chin. Since this Thousand Poisons sect dared to make a move against him, he certainly would not let them go unpunished. However, the demonic sects were known for their secrecy, and he currently had no knowledge of the Thousand Poisons sect's whereabouts. It seemed prudent to keep a closer eye on information regarding demonic warriors in the future. Furthermore, the Demon King's order could also be collected, as it contained records of the most profound martial arts of the demonic path, an object that every practitioner of the dark arts yearned for. The more he collected, the greater the likelihood that the Thousand Poisons sect would come seeking him, perhaps even alleviating his own efforts in the pursuit. Swish, swish. At that moment, several figures rushed over. Upon seeing the pile of corpses before them, they could not help but swallow hard. Who could have committed such a massacre? That is the third young master of the Li family. Good heavens. He has also perished here. The Li family is bound to go mad. Not only him, but the second young master of the Zhang family has also met his demise. These were all young talents of Fengxia City. Did this youth commit such an act? What could have driven him to do so? Faced with the doubtful gazes of the crowd, Chen Yi remained utterly calm and replied coolly, these individuals were entranced by a demon fox, assisting in malevolent deeds. I had no choice but to slay them. If anyone seeks revenge, let them come. The crowd exchanged glances. Good heavens, no choice. Yet you appear to harbor no remorse whatsoever. Moreover, considering Chen Yi's ability to kill so many, his strength must be formidable. Would they dare provoke him? It was a jest to even entertain such thoughts. At that moment, the brothel keeper spoke up. I can attest to this. Bai Jing was disguised as a demon fox, and it was this young master who struck her down. These individuals were misled and attacked him, only to be met with retribution. My son. A sorrowful voice pierced through the air. A middle-aged man rushed forth, his eyes fixated on a corpse on the ground, howling in despair. Then turned his furious gaze towards Chen Yi. How dare you slay my son? Do you have any idea of the Li family's standing in Fengxia City? I do not. I only know that your son aided in wicked deeds and deserved his fate. Chen Yi replied coldly. And what if my son did assist in vile acts? You shall pay for his life. With that, the middle-aged man unleashed his cultivation, bursting forth with the power of the Purple Mansion realm. He charged at Chen Yi, fingers raised, aiming a ferocious strike at his head. As Chen Yi raised his heavy sword to block, he repelled the attack with a swift motion and immediately unleashed the Golden Sun sword technique. A brilliant sword aura erupted forth, akin to the blazing sun at noon. The opponent attempted to retaliate, but upon witnessing the descending sword energy, his pupils constricted in shock. What? Block it for me. He exerted all his strength, channeling his Purple Mansion true essence to its peak. Yet, before the might of that sword, his power was feeble. In an instant, he was cleaved in two by the sword energy. The head of the Li family in Fengxia City, dead. A figure who could summon winds and rains within the city was reduced to nothing more than a mere plaything in the presence of Chen Yi. Chen Yi gazed upon the lifeless body, shaking his head in lamentation. What a pity, for one who fails to comprehend the intricacies of right and wrong. One who has chosen the path to death cannot blame others for their fate. He then turned his attention to the crowd. Who else seeks vengeance? Step forward. If you dare. Under his scrutinizing gaze, the onlookers recoiled in trepidation. Astonishingly, the head of the Li family from the Purple Mansion was slain by a single strike. How many among them possessed the audacity to pursue retribution against Chen Yi? Noticing their reluctance to act, Chen Yi nodded approvingly, stating, It seems you all possess a modicum of reason, which is commendable. Reason? No, they were merely intimidated, paralyzed by the fear of death. Yet, they would not voice such sentiments, instead echoing, Young Master has vanquished a formidable demon in Fengxia City, a commendable deed indeed. Our gratitude is beyond measure. They continued. In the course of events, some losses are inevitable, especially given that these individuals were misled, unable to discern their own folly. Chen Yi inclined his head slightly, acknowledging their words. At that moment, Qi Long, brimming with enthusiasm, scampered over. Master, You are magnificent. You are awe-inspiring. Chen Yi glanced at him and replied nonchalantly. I have yet to settle the score with you. Pray tell, what compelled you to venture into the Red Sleeve Pavilion? Master, I came to experience the splendor of the mortal realm. We are here for training, are we not? It is only natural to refine oneself amidst the worldly chaos. Chen Lang declared with conviction. Oh, your method of training involves frequenting brothels? Chen Yi coughed. Ahem, that is indeed one way of honing one's skills. Tonight, however, I find myself craving horse meat. Please spare me, master. I recognize my error and shall never repeat it. Chen Lang pleaded, kneeling and clutching Chen Yi's leg, only to be disdainfully cast aside. Should you dare to repeat this, I shall ensure your sterilization. I shall not, I vow, Chen Lang exclaimed, feeling a chill run down his spine as he shook his head vigorously. At that moment, a resplendent carriage approached, from which descended a middle-aged man clad in white, adorned with a jade crown and a white jade belt. Accompanied by the opulent carriage, it was evident he belonged to the highest echelons of society. He cast a glance at Chen Yi, marveling, what a remarkable figure you are, akin to a jade among men. I am the city lord of Fengxia, Xiaofeng. Chen Yi appraised him, noting his formidable cultivation, a complete primordial spirit. He stood but a step away from the realm of transcendence. Although a confrontation might not spell his defeat, victory would surely be fraught with challenges, unless he could advance to the primordial spirit realm. Yet, he was currently at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, a mere step away from the primordial spirit realm, and that step was not one to be taken lightly. Ah, so you are the esteemed city lord. I am Chen Yi. It is a pleasure to meet you, he responded with a slight nod and a courteous gesture. After all, in another's territory, one must extend a degree of respect. He practiced the path of indifference, not the rude way of chaos. Chen Yi, Chen Yi. Xiaofeng repeated the name twice before exclaiming, you are the holy son of the Yuhua Sect, the one who recently triumphed over Guchangha. Indeed, having long heard of your esteemed reputation, I must say, witnessing it firsthand today is truly extraordinary. Xiaofeng exclaimed. Tomorrow, there shall be a treasure appreciation gathering at the city lord's residence. Might I suggest that young Master Chen accompany me for a brief sojourn at the city lord's estate and partake in the event? With this, he extended an invitation. Chen Yi did not hesitate to accept. Very well, I shall intrude a little. Young Master Chen is indeed exceedingly gracious. He escorted Chen Yi back to the city lord's residence, allowing him to share the same carriage, while others, upon learning of Chen Yi's identity, could not help but engage in lively discussion. The holy son of the Yuhua sect? Truly a figure of unparalleled grace. This individual is destined to become a powerful entity in our Qi-Luo prefecture. Perhaps he could emerge as our next supreme. Indeed, the city lord is remarkably astute, recognizing the importance of forging early alliances with such distinguished individuals, directly inviting him to the city lord's estate. TSK. How else could one attain the status of city lord? Quite so. Arriving at the city lord's residence, Chen Yi followed Xiaofeng into a mansion that, while not ostentatiously gilded, was nonetheless adorned with intricate carvings and exuded an air of grandeur. Even the guards at the city lord's gate were martial artists at the Spirit Sea realm. Although such warriors may seem trivial in Chen Yi's presence, within ordinary factions, they are considered top-tier experts, yet they are relegated to guarding the city lord's estate, which left Chen Yi somewhat astonished. Chapter 63, The Hidden Talents of the City Lord's Mansion. A new conspiracy. Upon entering the city lord's mansion, Chen Yi was greeted by a plethora of servants and maids bustling about. Among them stood an elderly steward, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s. Remarkably, the steward possessed a cultivation level at the Purple Mansion stage. Quite impressive, indeed. This seemingly modest city lord's mansion truly harbored hidden talents. Chen Yi's curiosity was piqued. What other secrets lay within these walls? Father. At that moment, a melodious voice akin to the song of a nightingale reached his ears, and he beheld a young maiden in a delicate, pale yellow gown, hurrying towards him. Upon seeing Xiaofeng, she gracefully curtsied, and upon noticing Chen Yi, her beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Father, who is this young master? It was her first encounter with such a handsome man, and her curiosity was insatiable. This is Chen Yi, the holy son from the Yuhua sect. Today he has just vanquished a fox demon at the nascent soul stage. His prowess is indeed formidable. Yener, you should learn from him, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Chen Yi's gaze flickered momentarily. He recalled that he had not mentioned the cultivation level of Bai Jing. Moreover, Bai Jing had not yet solidified her nascent soul manifestation. How could anyone know of her strength unless they were familiar with her or had witnessed their battle? Chen Yi glanced at Xiaofeng but maintained his composure, pretending not to notice. Xiaofeng continued, "Young Master Chen, this is my daughter, Xia Yin-er. She is currently at the Golden Core stage. Though her talent may not rival yours, it is still commendable. If you have time, perhaps you could spar together." "Very well," Chen Yi replied with a slight nod. "As long as you can endure a little pain." "Haha, young master is jesting. If a cultivator fears a modicum of pain, what then is the purpose of cultivation?" Xiaofeng chuckled. Xia Yin-er interjected, "Do not underestimate me, young master. I believe there is no time like the present. Let us spar today, shall we?" "Agreed." Chen Yi did not decline. The two proceeded to the courtyard to commence their duel. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng smiled and said, "I must attend to some official matters. Steward, please ensure that young Master Chen's needs are met." "Understood." In the garden, Xia Yin-er brandished a long whip and struck towards Chen Yi. The whip crackled with formidable power, akin to a flash of lightning. However, with his mastery of the shadow step technique, Chen Yi easily evaded the attack, swiftly closing the distance to deliver a powerful punch. She raised her hand to block, but still, the blow landed, leaving her eye bruised and pained. Gritting her teeth, she winced slightly. Chen Yi, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, remarked, "Your whip technique is commendable, yet it lacks agility. Once an enemy closes the distance, your technique becomes ineffective. In my opinion, in addition to your whip skills, you should also learn a close combat martial art, such as boxing or palm techniques." Xia Yin-er, feeling somewhat defiant, insisted, "Let us continue." She pressed on with her attacks, yet still could not overcome Chen Yi. Gradually, her frustration mounted, and her strikes grew more ferocious, some bordering on lethal. Chen Yi furrowed his brow slightly. Such a temper from the young lady? He certainly would not indulge her. After evading the attack, he swiftly closed in and delivered several punches to his opponent, who cried out in pain, even shedding tears. Xiaofeng arrived at a study, closed the door, and affixed a talisman to it, creating a barrier that shielded against both sound and prying eyes. Inside the study sat a middle-aged man, none other than Xie Yun, the Grand Elder of the Qiandu sect, who had recently conspired with Bai Jing to harm Chen Yi, but had ultimately failed. "Xie Yun, your plan not only failed but also led to Bai Jing's demise. What brings you to me now?" Xiaofeng inquired, regarding Xie Yun with a dismissive scoff. "I seek your collaboration," Xie Yun replied. "What do you mean? Are you not hosting a treasure appreciation event tomorrow? I will provide you with a poison to mix into the drinks, ensuring that others ingest it. Then, I will lead a team to capture the heads of the prominent families within Hmph City, allowing you to claim their wealth and territories. In return, I desire the Demon King's order from Chen Yi, as well as the man himself." Xie Yun articulated calmly. "Your desire for the Demon King's order is understandable. But what purpose do you have for him? He is a pure young body, a rare treasure for the replenishing sect. I could trade him for something of value. Moreover, with Bai Jing's death after our collaboration, I must make amends." Xiaofeng mused, contemplating deeply. However, he soon remarked, "You failed in your endeavor with Bai Jing. What makes you think this time will yield success? It is precisely because Bai Jing failed that we can learn from that experience, ensuring this time will be foolproof." Xie Yun asserted confidently. He then produced a red pill, known as the 7 Flowers and 7 Insects pill. "This is a concoction I developed by enhancing the unique poison from the Qiandu sect's 7 Flowers pill, integrating 7 poisonous flowers and 7 venomous insects. Chen Yi previously survived the 7 Flowers pill, possibly due to encountering my sect's warriors and acquiring an antidote, or perhaps he possesses a high-grade detoxification pill. However, this 7 Flowers and 7 Insects pill is different. Even I lack an antidote for it. Anyone, including those at the celestial realm, who succumbs to it, will surely perish. I cannot fathom Chen Yi surviving this poison," Xie Yun declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. Xiaofeng contemplated for a moment, "But what if we fail? As long as you ensure that Chen Yi ingests this poison, failure is not an option. If we do fail, I will never again dabble in the path of poison," Xie Yun proclaimed with unwavering confidence. As the Grand Elder of the Qiandu sect, he could not fathom failing to poison the same individual twice. Such a scenario would be beneath him. "I will only handle the poisoning. Everything else is yours to manage," Xiaofeng stated coldly. Upon hearing this, Xie Yun chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, just focus on administering the poison. I will take care of the rest. In the end, you shall still be the esteemed and revered Lord of Hmph City." Oh, who would have imagined that beneath the noble facade of Hmph City's Lord lay the identity of an elder of the malevolent blood origin sect? Hmph. The righteous call us demons, and whenever we cross their path, they resort to violence. Yet, I refuse to submit. I shall live boldly beneath their very noses." Xiao Feng remarked with a disdainful snort. "You speak true. Once we gather the Demon King's decree, the resurgence of our Dark Order will be imminent. At that time, we shall unify Qingluo Prefecture, and every practitioner of our path will walk openly in the sunlight." A flicker of longing appeared in Xie Yun's eyes. At that moment, a knock echoed from outside the door. Xie Yun quickly concealed himself, while Xiao Feng removed the talisman affixed to the door and opened it. Who could it be? What met his gaze was a bruised and battered visage. It was none other than his daughter, Xia Yinner. "Yinner, what on earth happened to you?" "Father, it was all that Chen Yi. He went too far, claiming he wanted to spar, yet he left me in this state. Father, you must help me capture him. I wish to punish him with the blood soul whip 100 times. I want to torment him slowly. Is that possible?" A glimmer of vengeful malice shone in Xia Yin's eyes. Chapter 64, New Visions and the Flame Blade. The dinner table is filled with schemes. Observing the bruised cheeks of Xia Yinner, Xiao Feng felt a twinge of sympathy, yet a surge of anger welled up within him. How despicable of Chen Yi. I graciously invited him here as a guest, and he dares to treat my daughter in such a manner. How infuriating. Such blatant disrespect is unworthy of a son of a holy lineage. Fear not, Yinner, I shall ensure he meets a most unfortunate fate, with no one else present. Xiao Feng decided to drop his facade, his voice turning icy as he spoke. Meanwhile, Xia Yinner, filled with rage, interjected upon hearing her father's intent to kill Chen Yi. "No, father, I do not wish to kill him. A handsome man like him, if he were merely to perish, how regrettable that would be. I want to torment him thoroughly. I desire to see him kneel before me, licking my toes." As a thought crossed her mind, a flush of excitement spread across Xia Yinner's face, causing her to tremble with exhilaration. On the other side, Chen Yi was led to a guest room by the butler. Reflecting on his earlier spar with Xia Yinner, he recalled how she initially feigned restraint, only to unleash increasingly ruthless strikes. From her techniques, it was evident that Xia Yinner harbored malicious intent. Such behavior could not merely be attributed to arrogance. For instance, Yulinger, despite her spoiled nature within the Yuhua sect, had never genuinely harmed anyone. Yet Xia Yinner's every move was laced with venomous intent. Had it not been for his considerable strength, he might have suffered severe injury, or even death. Thus, he administered a lesson to her. And it was only due to his status as a guest of the city lord that he refrained from delivering a more severe punishment. Ding. The host has taught a lesson to the arrogant and malicious daughter of the Fengxia city lord, eliminating any potential affection from her. The possibility of romance has been thwarted. The host is rewarded with a martial arts vision. The 9 leaves of the azure lotus can support the heavens. Oh, another martial arts vision? Chen Yi was somewhat taken aback. He already possessed 3 such visions, and now another had emerged. Moreover, it sounded rather grand and impressive. The 9 leaves of the azure lotus? Supporting the heavens. How audaciously proclaimed. Chen Yi felt a sense of anticipation regarding the power of this new vision. As evening fell, Xiao Feng extended an invitation to Chen Yi for dinner. At the table, Xia Yinner was conspicuously absent, presumably tending to her injuries from their earlier encounter. Chen Yi paid her absence little mind. Xiao Feng, gazing at Chen Yi, wore an expression of contrition. "Young Master Chen, I have indulged my daughter since childhood," resulting in her somewhat willful and arrogant demeanor. "She must have offended you during your spar today. Otherwise, you would not have bested her so thoroughly. But perhaps this is for the best, teaching her that there are always greater powers beyond her own, sparing her from future offenses against those she cannot contend with. Indeed, she should be grateful to you." Chen Yi scoffed quietly, recognizing that Xia Feng's gratitude was likely insincere. Nevertheless, the words were indeed charming. Raising his glass, Xiao Feng proclaimed, "Young Master Chen, I toast to you." Chen Yi raised his wine cup, clinking it with his counterpart before downing its contents in one swift motion. He harbored no concerns about the possibility of being poisoned. In fact, should such treachery exist, he would welcome it. With his body immune to myriad toxins, poison served as his sustenance. Observing Chen Yi's effortless consumption of the wine, Xia Feng's eyes flickered with intrigue. Was this man truly unafraid of potential poisoning? Did he possess such unwavering trust? Xiao Feng himself refrained from administering any poison. After all, if he were in Chen Yi's position, having left the other party's daughter in such a state, he would certainly harbor doubts about being poisoned if the father invited him to dine. It would be unwise to readily partake of food and drink presented at the table. In his estimation, Chen Yi would surely maintain a degree of vigilance. Thus, this meal was merely a preliminary test. To his surprise, Chen Yi exhibited no wariness whatsoever. How naive. Was this his first descent into the world for experience? Xiao Feng mused quietly. As they continued drinking and dining, Xiaofeng remarked. Speaking of which, my daughter has grown quite a bit. I wish to find her a suitable match. Regrettably, I have yet to encounter the right candidate. Though her temperament leaves much to be desired, she is, after all, my daughter, possessing both beauty and talent. If you, young Master Chen, do not mind, our relationship might ascend to new heights. You could take her as a concubine. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi cast a glance at Xiaofeng. What audacity! To suggest his daughter serve as a concubine? Is this how one conducts themselves as a parent? Yet Xiaofeng continued with a smile. A primary wife is out of the question. Considering your remarkable talents, my daughter is simply not worthy of such an honor. To be a concubine would indeed be a blessing for her. Upon reflection, Xiaofeng's words were not entirely unfounded. Given Chen Yi's esteemed status and capabilities, one could hardly claim a mere city lord's daughter as a fitting match. Even the most esteemed daughters of prominent sects or princesses of dynasties would find themselves vying for his attention. Thus, having Xia Yin'er as a concubine would indeed be an elevation in status. Moreover, forging a connection with Chen Yi would inherently link Xiaofeng to the esteemed Yuhua sect, yielding numerous advantages for the city lord. Your words are too flattering, but a young woman like Yin'er will undoubtedly attract worthy suitors. I shall refrain from pursuing this matter. Chen Yi replied nonchalantly. Oh, is she not to your liking? Xiaofeng jested lightly. A typical response would involve polite refusals, perhaps praising the young woman's virtues or expressing a commitment to cultivation, thereby dismissing romantic entanglements. However, Chen Yi simply nodded in agreement. Xiaofeng's lips twitched, his hand tightening beneath the table. How brazenly direct! Such rudeness! Ding! The host's outright rejection of Xiaofeng's proposal for marriage marks a deepening commitment to his path of rejecting romance, rewarding the host with the flame blade. Flame blade? What is that? A technique with a blade? I wield a sword. Chen Yi's mind conjured an image of an esoteric martial art. Yet he quickly discerned that this so-called flame blade was not a sword technique, but rather a form of palm technique. It is solely due to the swift and searing nature of the flame blade that it has earned its formidable name. This particular technique harmonizes exquisitely with his pure young physique. Moreover, this martial art surpasses even the Golden Sun Sword technique in its sophistication, qualifying it as a supreme art. Thus, Chen Yi now possesses two supreme-level martial skills, the shadowy movement and the flame blade, coupled with the pinnacle imperial technique, the nine-yang celestial immortal formula. He stands unparalleled among the younger generation, for few possess such a martial arts arsenal. Chen Xingzi speaks with remarkable candor. Xiaofeng, suppressing the fury within, responded with a smile that did not reach his eyes, suggesting that Xia Yin'er marry Chen Yi was merely a tactic to lower Chen Yi's guard. After all, who would anticipate that a man who proposes to marry off his daughter would plot to poison his rival the very next day? I am simply being straightforward, Chen Yi remarked nonchalantly as he continued to dine. This meal was fraught with veiled tests and schemes. Chen Yi perceived the underlying motives, yet he chose not to expose them. After finishing, he returned directly to his guest room, curious to see what further tricks Xiaofeng might unveil. Chapter 65. The Millennium Coral Treasure Tree. How can one remain so composed? It has become increasingly evident that Xiaofeng harbors ulterior motives towards me. After all, I had severely injured his daughter and acted quite rudely at the dinner table. Typically, even if one does not explode in anger, discontent would be apparent. Yet, he continues to wear a smile, betraying no hint of displeasure. Such restraint must surely be a strategy to lower my defenses. This must indicate a more significant plot at play. Furthermore, a father cannot evade responsibility for his child's misdeeds. Xia Yin'er's viciousness and malevolent intentions suggest that her father is likely not of noble character either. I wonder what schemes this father-daughter duo may still have in store. Upon returning to his guest room, Chen Yi pondered this in silence. He was in no hurry to depart, even if he were to leave. It would be prudent to wait until the treasure appreciation event concluded. It was said that Xiaofeng would present a remarkably rare artifact, one whose worth could rival that of the finest martial arts weapons. Chen Yi found himself intrigued. The following day, the treasure appreciation event commenced as scheduled. Many prominent figures from Fengxia City were in attendance, including renowned martial families and wealthy merchants who controlled the city's economy. Gathering at the Lord's mansion, they mingled amiably, toasting and exchanging pleasantries. As Chen Yi entered, all eyes were instinctively drawn to him, particularly those of the young ladies of high society, whose eyes sparkled with admiration. What a striking young man! Could he be the suitor of the city lord's daughter? Alas, it seems this gentleman would hardly be interested in her. Some recognized Chen Yi's identity and expressed their astonishment, while others, puzzled, inquired further. Do you know of the recent incident involving Bai Jing of the Red Sleeve Pavilion? It is said that she was a fox demon of formidable cultivation, far beyond the reach of ordinary warriors. Rumors suggest she might have attained the Purple Mansion realm, or even the primordial spirit realm. Yet, the specifics of her cultivation are less significant than the fact that the one who vanquished her is none other than the newly appointed Holy Son of the Yuhua Sect. Realization dawned on those present. Could this individual be? Indeed. Who else but the Holy Son of the Yuhua Sect could possess such charisma? It all makes sense. If he is indeed the Holy Son, it would be entirely expected for him to dismiss the city lord's daughter. A person of his caliber is destined for greatness, perhaps even to become the next sovereign of Qi Luo Prefecture. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, some bolder souls approached Chen Yi to extend their greetings. I have long heard of the esteemed name of the Holy Son, yet have never had the fortune to meet you until today. The rumors do not do you justice. Your presence exceeds all accounts. Indeed, seeing is believing. The Holy Son is truly remarkable, an elderly gentleman, Zhang Daofeng, remarked with respect. Should you tire of the city lord's mansion, I invite you to visit my Wang family. As the crowd continued to flatter and seek alliances, Chen Yi remained composed, speaking little. The most frequently spoken phrases were "you're too kind" and "hello." The crowd quickly discerned that Chen Yi had little interest in engaging in conversation, so they refrained from pursuing further interaction and returned to their respective seats. Shortly thereafter, Xia Feng arrived, accompanied by the veiled Xia Yin'er, whose face, despite having received treatment, had not fully recovered, necessitating the veil. The guests rose to greet them and paid their respects to the city lord. Noticing the peculiar state of Xia Yin'er, a hint of curiosity flickered in their eyes. It is truly an honor to have you all attend this treasure appreciation event. My daughter has recently suffered from a skin allergy, which has affected her appearance, hence the veil. I ask for your understanding, Xia Feng stated with a smile. Xia Yin'er gracefully performed a curtsy, apologizing for the inconvenience. Your daughter is too modest. You ought to rest properly, the guest replied, offering polite reassurances. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the guests, Xia Yin'er cast a glance at Chen Yi, her eyes betraying a hint of resentment and an overwhelming sense of possessiveness. Soon, you shall be mine. Chen Yi sensed her gaze and furrowed his brow slightly. However, he maintained his composure and observed the unfolding events. Once Xia Feng was seated, the treasure appreciation event commenced. Xia Feng clapped his hands, and moments later, attendants entered bearing a heavy object covered with yellow cloth. When it was placed on the ground, the floor trembled slightly. The crowd gazed curiously at the object, and Xia Feng personally unveiled the cloth, revealing a magnificent crystal coral tree, nearly human height, glistening with a radiant sheen. Its luster was exquisite, and within its crystalline structure, ethereal energy swirled, intertwining to form intricate patterns reminiscent of a human circulatory system, truly marvelous. Upon its appearance, the atmosphere around them felt considerably cooler, as though the concentration of spiritual energy had subtly increased. Could this be the millennium-old crystal coral tree stolen from the national treasury of the Great Liang dynasty? It was rumored that this treasure could attract the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, altering the feng shui of its surroundings. Practicing nearby would yield exceptional results. An elderly collector's eyes sparkled with delight upon witnessing the coral tree. Xia Feng smiled slightly, acknowledging, indeed, Wang Lao is correct. This is the very coral tree that was stolen from the Great Liang treasury many years ago. After many twists of fate, it has traveled from Liangzhou to this Qi Luo prefecture, and by sheer coincidence, it has come into my possession. He was unperturbed by the potential repercussions from the Great Liang. Considering the vast distance of over 100,000 miles between Liangzhou and Qi Luo prefecture, how could they possibly uncover this matter? Furthermore, the Great Liang treasury was filled with countless rarities. They might not even care about pursuing a coral tree that was inconsequential to them. However, to those present, this coral tree was a rare treasure indeed. The guests could not help but examine it closely, captivated by its beauty, though it was unfortunately in Xia Feng's possession, leaving them to admire it from afar. During the treasure appreciation, Xia Feng also had wine served to the guests. To appreciate treasures, one must accompany them with exquisite wine. Esteemed guests, this is a fine vintage aged 60 years. Allow me to toast to you all first, said Xia Feng with a smile. He raised his glass and drained it in one swift motion. The others, while admiring the coral tree, sipped their drinks. Out of the corner of his eye, Xia Feng noticed Chen Yi and saw him finish his drink as well, which elicited a spark of surprise. Suddenly, a thud echoed as someone collapsed onto the table, their face ashen. Staring in disbelief at the wine jug before them, they exclaimed, "The wine, it's poisoned." The others gasped in horror. What is happening? Lord of the city, why have you poisoned us? At that moment, Xia Feng too slumped onto the table, his complexion pale. I am poisoned as well. It wasn't my doing. He glanced over at Chen Yi, who remained seated, casually toying with his wine glass, appearing utterly unfazed. Chen Xingzi, why are you unaffected? Did you administer this poison? What is your motive? Chen Yi replied coolly, to eliminate you all, would I need to resort to poison? He regarded Xia Feng as one might regard a fool. Continue your charade. Outside the hall, laughter erupted. Ah, what a remarkable disciple of Yuhua Sect. Struck by my 7 insects and 7 flowers poison, and yet you maintain such composure. Chapter 66. Your flaws are too many. A swift resolution. Amidst a resounding laughter, Xie Yun entered the grand hall, and, looking at Chen Yi, remarked with a smile, Well, what a remarkable holy son of the Yuhua sect. To remain so composed after being afflicted by my 7 insect 7 flower poison. You're truly the first to achieve such a feat. It is indeed commendable. However, he did not believe that Chen Yi was unscathed. It is important to note that this poison pill was of his own creation. Throughout the entire Qingluo prefecture, he was the sole practitioner of it, and there was no antidote available unless one could expel it through formidable cultivation. Yet, that would require at least the realm of a celestial being. But Chen Yi was merely at the purple mansion stage. Thus, in Xie Yun's eyes, Chen Yi was undoubtedly doomed. Yet, in an astonishing turn of events, Chen Yi grasped a jug of the tainted wine, poured himself a cup, and consumed it in one gulp. He followed with another cup, and then another. In the blink of an eye, he had drained the entire jug. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. Was he eager for a swift demise? What compelled him to act in such a manner? Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yi was reveling in exhilaration. Indeed, this 7 insect 7 flower poison was significantly more potent than the previous 7 flower poison after this jug of wine. He felt his true essence elevate. The barrier between the purple mansion and the primordial spirit was subtly on the verge of shattering. He gazed at Xie Yun and asked nonchalantly, Do you possess an even more formidable poison? This is impossible. How can you be unscathed? You must be feigning, right? Yes, that must be it. Xie Yun's confidence began to waver. You think such theatrics can intimidate me? You are overly naive. I concede. I was momentarily startled, but it is of no consequence. My poison is incurable. You can merely hold on using your cultivation, but the moment you make a move, your true state will be revealed. As he spoke, Xie Yun's conviction grew stronger, and he gradually relaxed. He had almost been intimidated by this young man. Meanwhile, Chen Yi rolled his eyes at the absurdity of Xie Yun's thoughts. With a dismissive expression, he slowly rose, unsheathing his greatsword. Xie Yun immediately went on high alert. Yet Chen Yi swung his sword, not at Xie Yun, but at Xia Feng. Xia Feng's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively evaded with an exceptionally refined movement technique. The crowd was left in shock. What was happening? The city lord was supposed to be poisoned and immobilized like the rest of them. He was merely pretending. Chen Yi regarded Xia Feng with indifference and stated, You are in league with Xie Yun, aren't you? Xia Feng's face changed several times before he inhaled deeply. How did you know? Where have I shown any flaws? Chen Yi shook his head. There are far too many flaws. First, Bai Jing, as a fox demon, has lingered in Hmph City for many years, yet you, as the city lord, are entirely oblivious. This is illogical unless you are deliberately allowing her to exist. Second, after I eliminated Bai Jing, you invited me to the city lord's mansion. During our journey, I never mentioned that Bai Jing was at the primordial spirit stage. Yet you casually revealed her status to your daughter, indicating that you possess a certain understanding of her. Thirdly, despite the grievous state in which I left your daughter, you greeted me with a smiling facade, devoid of any semblance of anger. This could either denote your cowardice or suggest ulterior motives. And a coward could never ascend to the position of a city lord. Fourthly, the libations at the treasure appreciation banquet were procured by your lordship's estate, intended to entertain the eminent figures of Hmph City. Logically, such affairs ought to be meticulously monitored, precluding any possibility of poisoning unless you were in collusion with the perpetrator. Fifthly, given your level of cultivation, you should have been able to endure the effects of the poison for a considerable duration. Yet, you were keen to distance yourself from the situation, hastily creating the illusion of being poisoned, which only betrays your guilty conscience. Your performance is woefully inadequate. Sixth, forget it. The multitude of your flaws is so extensive that I would need to take notes to remember them all. I cannot fathom how someone with your intellect could become a city lord. Chen Yi expounded at length, ultimately casting a glance at Xia Feng that resembled that of a scholar peering at a fool. Xia Feng stood in stunned silence. Had he truly revealed so many vulnerabilities? No, how could Chen Yi have disowned so many flaws? Was this fellow truly just a Na'vi greenhorn making his first descent from the mountains? Why does he seem more cunning than a seasoned fox? Damn it! Xia Feng cursed inwardly, his expression darkening as if it could drip water. He coldly declared, well, Chen Yi, your intellect rivals your innate talent in cultivation, but what does it matter? You are already poisoned. You possess no hope of turning the tide. Chen Yi shook his head. Truly, the mere thought that you could hold the position of city lord is utterly unfathomable. Even a swine would be a more fitting candidate. What did you say? Xia Feng erupted in fury. I've outlined your many flaws, and you still believe I would succumb to poison? Chen Yi sighed, seemingly convinced of Xia Feng's irredeemable foolishness. In the next moment, his figure flickered, employing the phantom shadow technique, and in the blink of an eye, he lunged at Xia Feng. Xia Feng bellowed with a cold voice, you seek death. How could you possibly be my match? He was a master at the pinnacle of the spirit realm. Even if Chen Yi were not poisoned, he could never stand against him. He unleashed a palm strike, clashing with the heavy sword in Chen Yi's grasp. Yet, Chen Yi deftly used the momentum to retreat, executing the phantom shadow technique once more, repositioning himself beside Xia Yin'er. Xia Yin'er had not been poisoned. She had been aware of the toxic nature of the libations and refrained from drinking. However, her lack of poisoning mattered little. How could she withstand Chen Yi? As she reached for her whip, Chen Yi seized her shoulder, and with a sickening crack, dislocated one of her arms. Ah! Xia Yin'er emitted a heart-wrenching scream. Upon witnessing this scene, Xia Feng's eyes bulged in rage. Chen Yi, how could you, a disciple of a righteous sect, resort to the abduction of a defenseless woman? Chen Yi retorted nonchalantly, defenseless woman? Are you truly that dim-witted? How can you label a demonic maiden of the Golden Core realm, who has undoubtedly taken countless lives, as defenseless? What do you want? Simple. You kill Xia Yun, and I shall release her, Chen Yi proclaimed. The countenance of Xia Yun shifted slightly. Xia Feng, do not heed his words. The situation had shifted far too rapidly. Moreover, it is utterly incongruous with his own plans. How is it that Chen Yi has not succumbed to the poison? This is a thought he has yet to ponder deeply. Yet now, he must confront the imminent threat posed by Xia Feng. It should have been he who cornered Chen Yi into a desperate situation. How has the tables turned? Leaving him ensnared instead? This individual is truly formidable. The trap he meticulously set has been effortlessly unraveled by his adversary. Xia Feng, this youth possesses abilities that are far from those of an ordinary noble sect. Even if you heed his call and eliminate me, he may not spare your precious daughter. Furthermore, should we engage in a confrontation that leads to mutual destruction, he will undoubtedly not show you mercy either. I have a solution. Xia Yun, living up to his reputation as a senior of the demonic path, swiftly devised a plan. He declared, Chen Yi, do not delude yourself into believing that by taking Xia Yin a hostage you can turn the tide. Look around you. All the dignitaries of Fengxia City are afflicted by the poison, and apart from myself, none possess the antidote. Therefore, if you release Xia Yin'er, I shall provide them with the cure. You hold but one hostage, while I have dozens here. Swapping one for many is undeniably a most advantageous deal. Chapter 67. I will fulfill you. Two divine spirits. Upon hearing Xia Yun's words, the others turned their gazes toward Chen Yi, as if he were a lifeline. Saint Chen, save us. Saint Chen, I have elderly above and children below. You must rescue me. As long as you save us, we are willing to offer you anything. Spirit stones. Whatever quantity you desire. Xia Yun looked at Chen Yi, exuding a confident demeanor. He smiled and said, Chen Yi, what say you? Will you not release Xia Yin'er? Chen Yi, with an indifferent expression, replied, Oh, I do not know them. Their lives or deaths are of no concern to me. At these words, everyone was taken aback. You are a scion from a prestigious sect. How can you utter such words? Even Xia Yun, a practitioner of the demonic path, was stunned. What did you just say? I said I do not know them. Their fates do not concern me, Chen Yi reiterated. As the saint of Yuhua Sect, how can you speak like this? Are you not afraid of tarnishing Yuhua Sect's reputation? Xia Yun questioned loudly. Chen Yi replied coolly. What can they do to tarnish the reputation of Yuhua Sect? Besides, it is you who intends to kill them, not I. Xia Yun found himself momentarily speechless. This was his first encounter with a righteous disciple like Chen Yi. How ruthless. More cold-blooded than those of the demonic path. Haha, indeed, Saint Chen. Truly, your mind is as clear as a mirror. You understand that if you were to negotiate with them, once Xia Yin'er is gone, these two would no longer have any reservations. When the time comes, even if we manage to escape this Lord's manor, what then? After dealing with the saint, they will surely turn their attention to us. At this moment, an elderly man, poisoned and laughing, spoke up. The others, upon hearing him, felt he had a point. They looked at Chen Yi with newfound admiration. So that is it. The saint has seen through this, which is why he refused to exchange hostages with Xie Yun. Now, it is either Xia Feng dies or we perish. There is no third option. If Xia Yin'er is released, with Saint Chen's cultivation, he is unlikely to contend with these two demonic fiends. Indeed, the saint remains composed. We almost jeopardized his plans out of fear for our lives. We are truly not worthy compared to the saint. Both Xie Yun and Xia Feng began to comprehend. Their gazes toward Chen Yi grew increasingly wary. This individual is meticulous, composed, and with such qualities at such a young age, he is destined to become a formidable adversary to the demonic path. Father, do not concern yourself with me. At this moment, Xia Yin'er shouted, kill this man. Even if I die, I shall drag him down with me. Yin'er, Father, do not hesitate. This man, if left alive, will surely become a great enemy to our demonic path. Moreover, Xia Yun is not mistaken, even if you heed his words and kill Xie Yun. This man may not spare us. Rather than that, we should take the risk. Xia Yin'er displayed a resolute expression. A look of struggle appeared on Xia Feng's face. As Xia Yin'er turned to Chen Yi, she declared, Chen Yi, you may as well kill me. Do not think you can use me to threaten my father. Chen Yi, taken aback by her words, found the situation rather peculiar. Wasn't it they who were the villains? Why did it seem as if he was the one in the wrong? Very well, I shall oblige, he replied, nodding before delivering a swift slap to Xia Yin'er's head. With a resounding thud, her skull burst open like a watermelon. The onlookers were left in astonishment. Was that it? Was he really so decisive? Chen Yi, I will kill you. Xia Feng, witnessing the demise of his sister, momentarily froze. Then his eyes blazed with fury as he roared and prepared to strike. Yet, Chen Yi was swifter. In the split second that Xia Feng was reeling from Xia Yin'er's death, Chen Yi unleashed his heavy sword in a powerful chop. The scorching sword energy blazed forth, fierce as the midday sun. In a desperate attempt, Xia Feng thrust his palms forward to block the attack. The two tremendous forces clashed, sending him hurtling through several walls. As for Chen Yi, his sword was also propelled away by the impact, embedding itself in the ground. At this moment, Xie Yun's eyes lit up with opportunity. A swordsman without a sword was akin to a tiger without teeth. He believed that without his weapon, Chen Yi could not stir up much trouble. He lunged at Chen Yi, raising his palms to strike. The sinister energy of his attack was as if a malevolent spirit was claiming lives. However, Chen Yi raised his hand, and flames erupted from his palm, transforming it into a blade that cleaved through the air, igniting a sea of fire. The power of this flame blade surpassed that of the Golden Sun Sword technique by several degrees. Xie Yun's pupils constricted as he had not anticipated this. In the instant their attacks collided, his arm was engulfed by the inferno, leaving it charred and nearly reduced to cinders. With a scream, he was sent flying. The crowd was bewildered, having witnessed both formidable masters being dispatched in mere moments. Was such strength truly possessed by one at the Purple Mansion level? Yet, Chen Yi understood that these two demonic figures were exceptional in their prowess. Xia Feng, without a doubt, had achieved the perfect soul, standing on the cusp of transcending to the celestial realm, while Xie Yun also boasted a peak soul. In terms of cultivation, they far surpassed him. His ability to severely wound both was attributed to their unexpectedness regarding his sudden attack on Xia Yin'er, allowing him to catch them off guard. Moreover, Xie Yun had underestimated the flame blade, believing that losing his sword would significantly diminish his combat effectiveness. He never anticipated that the flame blade would wield even greater power, rendering his arm useless. Suddenly, from the rubble, a terrifying malevolence erupted. A blood-red aura enveloped the surroundings, transforming the area into a sea of crimson. Chen Yi gazed into the debris, where Xia Feng emerged slowly, with a blood-colored aura swirling around him, coalescing above his head into the form of a colossal blood-colored giant. This was his soul manifestation. Compared to Gu Chang's 9-zhang soul manifestation, Xia Feng's was far larger, towering nearly 100 zhang high. In comparison, Chen Yi appeared as insignificant as an ant. Not only was Xia Feng's primordial spirit manifestation formidable, but Xie Yun, who had severed one of his own arms, also rose from the ground, a noxious black-green vapor ascending skyward from him. Behind him loomed a colossal green primordial spirit, towering several dozen feet high. Although it paled in comparison to Xia Feng's, it was still sufficiently terrifying. The onlookers felt their scalp prick and a chill run down their spines at the sight of these two primordial manifestations. Each of them could easily obliterate the crowd with a mere swipe, and with the poison coursing through their veins, they stood no chance of resistance. Observing the scene, Chen Yi stepped forward, unleashing a powerful surge of true essence that created a wave of energy, casting everyone present aside. "Do not hinder me," he stated coolly. Before fixing his gaze upon the two primordial manifestations before him, his eyes sharp and cold as steel. "I have defeated those of the primordial spirit realm before. Today, vanquishing both of you will be no different." With that declaration, his true essence erupted forth, transforming into a fiery blaze that soared into the heavens. The fierce flames engulfed the sky, a blazing sun illuminating the expanse above, while a sea of fire sprouted golden lotuses and a phoenix ascended, igniting the void. Three magnificent phenomena emerged in tandem, heralding a battle between two pinnacle primordial spirits. Chapter 68, The Blood Yuan Magic Pill. The 9 leaves of the blue lotus can support the heavens. The emergence of 3 grand phenomena confronted 2 formidable Yuanshan manifestations. As Chen Yi gazed upon the 3 extraordinary visions above him, an unprecedented gravity appeared in the eyes of Xiaofeng and Xieyun. Astonishing. This was their first encounter with such phenomena. It was no wonder they had defeated Gu Changhe and slain Bai Jing. This individual, if left unchecked, would undoubtedly become a future calamity for our demonic path. They resolved to strike. Both launched their attacks, unleashing the might of their Yuanshan manifestations. The Yuan Shun behind Xiaofeng raised its hand, descending upon Chen Yi with a colossal palm, swirling with a blood-red aura, resembling a vast sea of blood intent on engulfing him. Meanwhile, Xieyun's Yuan Shun let out a low growl, delivering a punch enveloped in sinister and eerie energy, laced with a miasma of poison. In response, the power of the 3 grand phenomena radiated brilliantly around Chen Yi, who raised his palms, invoking the flame blade technique. With his palms acting as blades, he carved a dazzling sea of fire. The fiery tide collided with the assaults of the 2 Yuan Shun manifestations, producing a resounding shockwave that obliterated everything in its vicinity. The intertwining forces of fire, blood, and poison reverberated throughout the surroundings. Observing the poisonous miasma permeating the air, Chen Yi's gaze flickered as he covertly absorbed it into his body, converting it into true essence. However, amidst the fierce battle, Xiaofeng and Xieyun remained oblivious to this development. Moreover, they could scarcely fathom who would dare to absorb poison in the midst of combat. Wasn't he such an act tantamount to seeking death? Yet, unbeknownst to them, there was one person in the sky who had taken notice, the 3 ancestors of the Yuhua Sect. Concealed behind Chen Yi, the guardian observed the clash with the 2 Yuan Shun, yet Chen Yi exhibited no fear, even as he absorbed the poison in secret. This left the guardian astonished. What a remarkable young man! Such combat prowess at such a tender age, truly worthy of being the holy son of our Yuhua sect. Furthermore, this peculiar palm technique does not seem to be recorded in our sect's archives. Is it a result of his own fortuitous encounters? And why is he actively absorbing poison? It appears that my intervention may not be necessary. The 3 ancestors smiled slightly. Initially, he believed that even with Chen Yi's formidable strength, he would inevitably fall at the hands of 2 top-tier Yuanshan. But it seemed now that the latter was supremely confident, prompting admiration for the emerging talents of each generation. Within the city lord's manor, fierce combat raged on. The clash of 3 great masters had already reduced much of the manor to ruins. At this moment, as Chen Yi contended with the 2 Yuan Shun, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, brandishing a dagger aimed at him. It was the steward of the city lord's manor, a warrior of the Purple Mansion realm. Xiaofeng's eyes brightened. Well done. However, the steward's expression abruptly shifted, sensing that his dagger felt as though it had struck an impenetrable metal. Chen Yi's body shimmered with a metallic sheen. Indeed, it was the indestructible body technique. Seeking death, Chen Yi coldly exclaimed, swiftly grasping the steward's wrist and yanking it forcefully. With a resounding crack, blood splattered. The opponent's arm was brutally torn away. Subsequently, Chen Yi wielded the severed limb as if it were a weapon, striking the steward's face with it, using the very hand of his adversary to deliver the blow. The force of the strike was tremendous. The steward's skin was torn away, and his teeth scattered into the air. He spun through the air multiple times before crashing to the ground, his head striking a large stone, resulting in his demise. Chen Yi casually discarded the mangled arm, which had been destroyed by his excessive force, and then turned his gaze towards the 2 great spirit beings, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Let us continue. Witnessing the steward's gruesome end, the 2 spirit beings felt a shiver run down their spines, a sense of dread taking root in their hearts. How infuriating. I refuse to believe he is truly this powerful, capable of overcoming us across such a vast realm. Xia Feng gritted his teeth and produced a blood-red pill. The pill radiated an ominous crimson light. Xie Yin gasped in astonishment. The Blood Yuan Demon Pill. The Blood Yuan Demon Pill is a secret remedy of the Blood Yuan sect, requiring the lifeblood of thousands to concoct each one. Consuming this pill significantly enhances one's true essence. Xia Feng swallowed the pill, and immediately, his blood-red true essence surged explosively. Waves of crimson flames ignited around him, solidifying his spirit manifestation even further. Chen Yi, prepare to pay for my daughter's life, and for my stewards. Xia Feng roared, his gaze frigid. Chen Yi, unfazed, maintained a look of amusement. How intriguing. You've taken a potion, then I too shall reveal some hidden cards. A spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes. Beyond the three extraordinary manifestations, a unique aura began to swirl around him. The two spirit beings widened their eyes, sensing something amiss. No, it cannot be. This is impossible. Not only they, but the three ancestral beings in the sky also began to breathe heavily. However, unlike the astonished reaction of the two spirit beings, their response was one of indescribable ecstasy. The unique aura interwove, coalescing in the void into a blue lotus. The blue lotus slowly unfurled, revealing 9 petals. With each petal that blossomed, Chen Yi's aura grew stronger. Yet, once all 9 petals fully opened, the aura radiating from Chen Yi resonated with the 9-leafed blue lotus, soaring skyward, causing the clouds to churn, ultimately cascading down like a waterfall upon the blue lotus. The 9 leaves of the lotus reached towards the heavens, as if a grand hand were lifting the sky itself. This was an extraordinary manifestation. The 9-leafed blue lotus could support the heavens. The might of this phenomenon surpassed even the other 3 manifestations. As this extraordinary phenomenon emerged, Chen Yi retracted the other 3. For the energy consumed by the 9-leafed blue lotus was considerable. If all 4 manifestations were to unfold simultaneously, he would not be able to sustain them for long. Yet even so, the combat prowess he unleashed at this moment was far more terrifying than before, leaving the 2 great spirit warriors in a state of bewilderment. 4. For manifestations. This fellow possesses 4 manifestations. This is impossible. The 3 extraordinary phenomena just witnessed were all related to fire. Given that he is a pure young body, it is understandable. However, the essence of these phenomena is not fire. How did he come to comprehend them? This defies logic. Furthermore, what kind of phenomena are these? They have never been seen before. In the sky, the 3 ancestors could not help but laugh heartily. A prodigy, truly. A talent that has not emerged from the Yuhua sect in a millennium. No, even when considering the entirety of Qingluo Prefecture. Such a genius has not appeared in 1,000 years. The hope for the Yuhua sect to become a sacred ground rests upon this young man. His future undoubtedly holds the promise of sanctity. It is essential to note that even the Yuhua sect's holy maiden, Luo Qinghuang, merely possesses the potential for sanctity, not the certainty of it. This illustrates the immense expectations the 3 ancestors have for Chen Yi, as well as the astonishing talent and potential he has demonstrated. Within the city lord's mansion, Xia Feng regained his composure and shouted fiercely, "Even if you possess new phenomena, what does it matter? You are still not a primordial spirit. I have consumed the Blood Yuan Demon Pill, and my combat power now approaches the realm of transcendent beings." He summoned his primordial spirit avatar and launched an attack towards Chen Yi, the power magnified several times over compared to before. Meanwhile, Xie Yin refrained from intervening. His gaze fixed intently on Chen Yi, as if he were brewing something, poised to strike at any moment. Chapter 69, The Bone-Cleansing Thousand Poison Palm. Thank you. I am truly sincere. As Chen Yi unfolded the extraordinary phenomenon of 9 leaves of the azure lotus supporting the sky, his combat prowess surged severfold. He stood undaunted before Xia Feng, who, having consumed the Blood Yuan Demon Pill, experienced a significant enhancement in strength, drawing perilously close to the celestial realm. The 2 engaged in a fierce battle, sending shockwaves through the surrounding area, splitting the earth and darkening the sky. The greater part of the city lord's residence was reduced to mere dust under their relentless assaults. Employing the Phantom Shadow technique, Chen Yi displayed an elusive agility, evading Xia Feng's relentless onslaught while simultaneously transforming his hands into blades, unleashing a continuous barrage of fiery blade energy to clash head-on with the formidable divine manifestation. The resounding booms echoed incessantly, reminiscent of rolling thunder. The crowd outside the city lord's residence felt their scalps tingle with trepidation. Even much of Fengxia City was drawn to the spectacle, gathering at a distance to observe the dazzling flashes of fire and swirling blood energy within the residence. marveling at the azure lotus in full bloom and the towering divine manifestation nearly 100 feet tall, expressing their astonishment and awe. Was that a phenomenon? A divine manifestation? How remarkable! Such a mere phenomenon could stand against a divine manifestation. What an extraordinary sight! In truth, phenomena and divine manifestations are not inherently superior or inferior. Some phenomena may even surpass divine manifestations in sheer terror. However, phenomena can be comprehended in the gold core realm, while divine manifestations can only be solidified in the divine soul realm, leading some to mistakenly believe that divine manifestations are stronger. This is a misconception. What is this azure lotus phenomenon? I have never heard of it. With myriad phenomena existing, the sudden emergence of an unfamiliar one is not unusual. Yet the might it displays is undoubtedly that of a high-level phenomenon. Only a prodigy could comprehend such a phenomenon. The surging malice of the divine manifestation, could it belong to a demonic entity? The crowd buzzed with speculation, yet none dared to approach. The intensity of the battle was simply too overwhelming. One misstep could lead to their own undoing. Within the city lord's residence, the clash between Chen Yi and Xiao Feng raged on, reaching a boiling point. Both sides had unleashed their full might, determined to fight to the death. Their true essence surged to its zenith, their vitality and spirit at their peak. Their focus was solely on each other, driven by the singular desire to eliminate the opponent. Amidst this fierce confrontation, however, Xie Yun concealed his divine manifestation, lurking in the shadows, fixated on Chen Yi, poised to strike. Flameblade, Blood Yuan Palm. Simultaneously, Chen Yi and Xiao Feng struck. The clash of palm and blade resulted in a thunderous impact, sending both combatants staggering back. Suddenly, Xie Yun's eyes sparkled with intensity. Now was the moment. He vanished like a shadow, swiftly appearing behind the retreating Chen Yi, launching a sudden strike. Yet, in that instant, a flash of golden light enveloped Chen Yi as the indestructible Diamond Boy technique activated automatically. Boom! With a resounding crash, Xie Yun felt as if he had struck a wall of gold and iron. Yet, he did not withdraw his hand. He had anticipated this moment. He continued to channel his true essence, summoning swirling emerald green poison from his palm, which seeped into Chen Yi's pores. This was the poison palm. The true strength of this strike lies not in its physical impact, but rather in its venomous assault. Chen Yi, prepare to truly appreciate the might of my thousand poisons sex bone transforming thousand poisons palm. This technique is specifically designed for formidable martial artists like you, who possess exceptional body refinement defenses. Xie Yun exclaimed with a hearty laugh. The bone-transforming thousand poisons palm is the pinnacle of the thousand poisons sex poisonous techniques. In the initial stages of cultivation, practitioners must immerse their palms in over 10 different toxins daily, gradually increasing the number of poisons to 20, 30, 100, and ultimately 200, until they have infused their palms with 1,000 unique toxins without harming themselves. It is only after mastering this excruciating process that one can consider themselves truly accomplished. Very few within the Thousand Poisons sect have succeeded in this endeavor. Xie Yun is one of the few. The potency of this poisonous palm is directly proportional to the difficulty of its cultivation. This technique is insidious and malevolent. Those struck by it will suffer the gruesome fate of their blood and bones separating, ultimately dissolving into a pool of blood. When the poison palm reaches maturity, even those of higher cultivation will be left gravely weakened after a single strike, and when perfected, even someone of a full realm above may find themselves succumbing to the poison with a mere touch. Furthermore, the toxic gas from this palm penetrates every crevice. Akin to a maggot clinging to bone, even those martial artists who have refined their bodies to be as resilient as iron are unable to withstand it. As Xie Yun reflected on the devastating effects of the bone-transforming thousand poisons palm, he felt certain that this technique was intended specifically for dealing with Chen Yi, who had mastered the indestructible body technique. Not to mention, his own cultivation was superior. The opponent was destined to perish, with the venom flowing relentlessly into Chen Yi's body. Xie Yun envisioned him writhing in agony before him, gradually transforming into a pool of blood. However, to his astonishment, Chen Yi remained motionless, allowing the toxic gas to permeate his being without any apparent change. No, there was a change. The opponent's aura was growing stronger. Something was amiss. Xie Yun's pupils constricted as he attempted to withdraw his hand, but Chen Yi swiftly turned and seized his arm, pressing his hand firmly against himself. He gazed at Xie Yun and calmly stated, "Do you know? I have been anticipating this strike for quite some time." What do you mean?" Xie Yun stammered, unable to break free, instinctively responding to Chen Yi's words. "You have refrained from attacking, and I sensed you were concocting something. Furthermore, when the steward attempted to assassinate me. I utilized the indestructible body technique for defense. Thus, as a member of the Thousand Poisons sect, you would undoubtedly resort to a poisonous technique specifically designed to counter body-refining martial artists. And that is precisely what I desired. Chen Yi replied coolly, beginning to actively absorb the toxic gas from the bone-transforming Thousand Poisons palm. Under the influence of his 10,000 Poisons body, the toxins began to transform into pure true essence. The already precarious bottleneck of his spiritual realm finally shattered under the onslaught of the transformed essence. Chen Yi's cultivation surged dramatically. You are absorbing my poison to enhance yourself. Xia Yun's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a phenomenon exist in this world? As he contemplated the previous failures of using poison against Chen Yi, an ancient constitution recorded in the annals of the Qian poison sect surged to the forefront of his mind. He could scarcely believe what he uttered in disbelief, the 10,000 poison body. The texts of the Qian poison sect describe a rare and ancient constitution known as the 10,000 poison body, capable of absorbing all poisons and transforming them into its own nourishment, thereby enhancing its formidable cultivation. It is the favored child of the poison path and the nemesis of all poison cultivators. Any poison practitioner encountering the 10,000 poison body must remember, do not use poison. Retreat. Xia Yun had perused this record long ago. However, at that time, he had just embarked on the path of poison cultivation, enamored by its power. And given that the Qi Luo prefecture had not seen a 10,000 poison body for many years, he had dismissed the existence of such an absurd constitution in the world. Yet now, the scene before him left no room for disbelief. Indeed, such astonishing phenomena existed in this world. Thank you. I am truly sincere, Chen Yi said, gazing earnestly at Xia Yun. He then seized the latter's wrist with one hand, while his other hand transformed into a blade, striking downwards, severing Xia Yun's arm at the shoulder. Chapter 70. A bit too naive to play with swords in front of me, slaying two great spirit beings. Thank you. I truly appreciate it, Chen Yi said sincerely, gazing at Xia Yun. Then, he raised his hand and transformed it into a blade, severing Xia Yun's shoulder with a swift stroke. Xia Yun let out a piercing scream, retreating in a frenzy, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld Chen Yi, who had already transcended into the realm of spirit beings. Without uttering a word, he turned to flee. Fear had gripped him completely. A warrior who was entirely unafraid of poison posed an overwhelming threat to him, a practitioner of toxic arts. He needed to return immediately to inform the Thousand Poisons sect to flee at the very sight of Chen Yi, without a moment's hesitation. But alas, he could not escape. Chen Yi's figure flickered and transformed into a shadow. Utilizing the shadow phantom technique, he appeared before Xia Yun in an instant, raising his hand to seize him, his palm infused with immense pure yang energy. With one arm already severed, Xia Yun stood no chance of resistance. Even if he exerted his utmost strength, it would be futile. That strike shattered his protective aura and landed squarely on his chest. Xia Yun cried out in agony, his body ignited by the pure yang flames. He writhed and rolled on the ground in a desperate struggle, but gradually fell still, reduced to ashes. After dispatching Xia Yun, Chen Yi turned his gaze towards Xia Feng, calmly stating, "Now, only you remain." His eyes betrayed no emotion, resembling a still, cold pool. Only an icy chill permeated the atmosphere. Xia Feng, terrified, involuntarily took 2 steps back. However, as thoughts of his daughter's tragic demise flooded his mind, coupled with the realization that Chen Yi would not spare him, he understood that should he allow Chen Yi to continue his ascent, he would undoubtedly become a formidable adversary of the demonic path. Thus, he immediately cast aside the notion of retreating and, with a roar, fully refined the blood essence demon pill he had consumed, resulting in a significant surge of true essence. Chen Yi, prepare to meet your end, he bellowed, charging toward Chen Yi, his spirit manifestation following closely behind, raising a colossal hand to strike down upon him. Behind Chen Yi, the 9-leaf blue lotus phenomenon erupted in radiant splendor, amplifying his combat prowess. Coupled with his recent advancement to the spirit being realm, his strength far surpassed what it once was. Without the slightest hesitation, he unleashed the flame blade, transforming his palm into a blade, igniting a conflagration that surged forth. A clash with the spirit manifestation ensued. Boom. As both forces recoiled from the impact, Xia Feng roared, unleashing torrents of his vital blood. Employing the blood essence secret technique to forge a blood-red sword, the essence coalesced at his fingertips, forming a long sword of crimson hue. This was a secret art of the blood essence sect. By condensing his own vital blood into a sword, it became perfectly attuned to its wielder, capable of unleashing power far surpassing that of ordinary martial weapons. The higher one as cultivation, the mightier the bloodsword became. With the bloodsword in hand, Xiaofeng executed a particular sword technique. The crimson sword shadows danced fiercely, sharp and sinister, with moves that were astoundingly cunning. Chen Yi, it is the sword that is my forte. All who have witnessed my swordsmanship have perished, and you shall be no exception, Xiaofeng declared loudly. As the sword technique unfolded, its speed escalated, and the ferocity of the strikes intensified. Chen Yi, employing the Shadow Phantom technique, deftly evaded a barrage of over a dozen sword strikes. The sword of vital essence is remarkably sharp. Despite Chen Yi's recent ascension to the primordial spirit realm, he remains reluctant to recklessly test the blade's edge. Even after his breakthrough, he continues to exercise utmost caution. Master, catch the sword. At that moment, as Chen Yi leapt into the air, the voice of the red dragon horse resonated from a distance. Having retrieved the heavy sword and hurled it towards Chen Yi with great force. Excellent. Chen Yi's eyes gleamed as he grasped the soaring sword. Then, he plummeted from the sky with tremendous speed, akin to a powerful strike aimed at Huashan. Channeling his formidable pure yang true essence and the force of an extraordinary phenomenon against Xiaofeng's primordial spirit avatar. Break for me. Chen Yi's voice was calm yet commanding, his overwhelming might descending upon the avatar, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The primordial spirit avatar began to crack, collapsing with a resounding explosion. As it shattered, Xiaofeng emitted a piercing wail, yet disregarding his own plight, he relentlessly charged towards Chen Yi, sword in hand. This battle had become one of life and death. Even if it meant expending every last drop of blood, he was determined to continue fighting Chen Yi. As the blood-red sword thrust towards him, Chen Yi swung his heavy sword, deftly exploiting a flaw in Xiaofeng's technique, thereby dismantling his offensive. Xiaofeng's pupils constricted in disbelief. How could this be? He could perceive the weaknesses in my swordplay? You are still too inexperienced to wield a sword before me, Chen Yi remarked coolly. With the heavy sword in hand, he wielded it with effortless grace, his swordplay flowing like a gentle stream. Thrusts, stabs, slashes, flicks, parries, lifts, and cuts, every fundamental sword technique seamlessly intertwined in his hands, transforming into an endless array of strikes imbued with miraculous power. Xiaofeng's swordplay was utterly incomparable. This level of swordsmanship. Are you a master of the blade? Xiaofeng exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, by the time he comprehended the gravity of the situation, it was too late. The most basic sword techniques in Chen Yi's hands possessed boundless potential for evolution, ensnaring him in an unceasing web of attacks. Hands, feet, chest, abdomen, shoulders. Chen Yi unleashed one strike after another, each targeting a specific part of Xiaofeng's body. Despite this precision, Xiaofeng found himself unable to withstand the onslaught. In an instant, he was left battered and bloodied, and with the damage inflicted by the shattering of his primordial spirit avatar, he stood with no hope of victory. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. A fierce glint appeared in Xiaofeng's eyes as a crimson light enveloped his body, causing it to swell. He was preparing to self-destruct. However, Chen Yi's sword had already been unleashed, aimed at his head. Bang! Xiaofeng's skull was forcefully shattered, and his self-detonation was abruptly halted. You think to self-destruct before me? Dream on, Chen Yi scoffed. After vanquishing two primordial spirits, he cast a glance at the now desolate lord's mansion, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon the ruins. There, amidst the debris, a coral tree shimmered with a radiant glow. It was a treasure that Xiaofeng had presented this time. In such a fierce battle, the surrounding structures had been utterly obliterated. Remarkably, this coral tree remained unscathed, truly deserving of its title as a treasure. Chen Yi expressed his astonishment, carefully excavating the coral tree from the ruins and subsequently placing it within his Qianquan ring. This treasure, even if he had no use for it, could surely fetch a handsome sum in spirit stones if sold. Next, he rummaged through Xiaofeng and Xieyun, removing the storage rings from their fingers, intending to return and thoroughly dispel the restrictions upon them to uncover the hidden treasures these two had concealed. Following that, he scoured the debris in search of additional treasures, yet regrettably found nothing of worth. It was to be expected. Those with storage rings would naturally keep their valuable possessions within, always at hand. As Chen Yi exited the gates of the city lord's mansion, he was met with the sight of a multitude sprawled outside, members of the elite from Fengxia City, all afflicted by poison. The elder among them, upon seeing Chen Yi emerge, brightened with hope. Had the saint child truly vanquished those two demonic foes? Chen Yi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. The crowd immediately gasped in unison, their breaths hitching in disbelief, as if a swarm of rattlesnakes had suddenly appeared. Chapter 71. Am I to become the city lord? Is this for real? Upon hearing that Chen Yi had slain two formidable beings of the Yuanshan realm, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Although they had speculated about this possibility, the reality still struck them with fear. These were not ordinary entities of the Yuanshan realm. Xia Feng had attained full mastery, standing exceedingly close to the heavenly realm, while the other, Xie Yun, was at the pinnacle of Yuanshan. How could Chen Yi, a mere figure of the Purple Mansion realm, contend with them? Suddenly, an elder discerned something and turned to Chen Yi in shock, exclaiming, "Saint's son, have you broken through to the Yuanshan realm?" Chen Yi had indeed just achieved this breakthrough, and his aura had yet to be fully contained. The elder, possessing considerable cultivation himself, was able to sense this change. Chen Yi, having no intention to conceal his progress, nodded slightly and approached the elder, extending his hand to feel the pulse. Though Xie Yun's poison is indeed potent, it is not beyond remedy. Focus your mind and hold your breath. I shall assist you with acupuncture. Fortunately, the 7 insects and 7 flowers poison pill was formidable but not without its challenges in crafting. Xie Yun had limited quantities, having utilized them against Chen Yi. The other toxins present among the nobility of Hmph City, while also classified as highly toxic, were within Chen Yi's expertise in medicine, allowing him to counteract their effects. Upon hearing that Chen Yi could cure him, the elder's eyes brightened. I did not expect the saint's son to possess medical knowledge. Very well. I place my trust in you. Please proceed with the acupuncture. He immediately concentrated his mind and held his breath. In less than 2 breaths, Chen Yi had already inserted over 10 needles into the elder's body and then made an incision on his wrist. Instantly, black blood, the essence of the poison, flowed forth. Chen Yi remarked coolly, "Once the toxic blood is expelled, we shall be nearly done." He then replicated the process for the others, detoxifying them as well. The onlookers gazed at Chen Yi in awe. The saint's son possesses remarkable skills, even in the healing arts. Truly, he is a polymath, they exclaimed. No need for Xie Yun's antidote. The saint's son can provide us with the cure. I wonder if Xie Yun ever anticipated this. It's no wonder the saint's son refused to yield to him. He was prepared all along. The crowd regarded Chen Yi with deep admiration. From the treasure appreciation event to Chen Yi's slaying of Xia Feng and Xie Yun, they felt as though everything had unfolded according to his design. He was not merely high in cultivation and gifted. His character and intellect were equally exceptional. Truly, he was worthy of being the scion of a prestigious sect. The crowd could not help but express their sentiments repeatedly, believing that with Chen Yi in the Yuhua Sect, it would undoubtedly ascend to a sacred ground in the future. After detoxifying everyone, Chen Yi returned to the inn to rest. This battle had seen him slay 2 major Yuanshan figures and achieve his own breakthrough. The rewards were substantial, and he needed to consolidate his newfound strength. Meanwhile, the news of Xia Feng being a fiendish figure spread throughout Hmph City, causing a tremor among its populace. The pressing question now was who would assume the position of city lord. With numerous prestigious families in Hmph City, everyone aspired to claim this new title, yet none were willing to concede to the others. Once the struggle for the position of the city lord commences, it is certain to unleash a tempest of bloodshed, bringing no benefit to anyone involved. In a brief moment, the leaders of the prominent families convened, seeking to deliberate on a suitable candidate. After 2 days and nights of discussion, no resolution had been reached. Within the confines of the Laifu Inn, Chen Yi had nearly solidified his cultivation in the realm of the primordial spirit. He produced 2 storage rings, acquired from Xia Feng and Xie Yun, respectively. Over the past couple of days, aside from stabilizing his own realm, he had gradually dispelled the restrictions on these rings. And now he was finally able to open them and investigate their contents. First, he examined Xie Yun's storage ring. Inside lay an array of bottles and jars, predominantly filled with various poisons, which, for Chen Yi, were akin to restorative elixirs. Additionally, there were some texts on toxicology, which held no interest for him. Next, he opened Xia Feng's storage ring, revealing a much richer assortment of items. After all, Xia Feng had held the position of city lord for many years, undoubtedly amassing considerable wealth. The ring contained a large quantity of spirit stones, several medicinal pills, and martial arts tomes. However, what piqued Chen Yi's curiosity the most was a particular token, the Demon King's order. To his astonishment, this individual possessed such a significant artifact. As he examined it further, he discovered it was associated with a martial art known as the blood explosion technique. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yi found that this technique primarily involved expelling one's own blood, transforming it into explosive projectiles that unleashed formidable offensive power. His immediate reaction was one of disbelief. Who in their right mind would willingly shed their own blood? Yet, upon further contemplation, he realized that in the throes of battle, injury was sometimes unavoidable. Should he become wounded and his blood inadvertently fall upon an enemy, it could potentially allow him to manipulate that blood for a surprise attack. Viewed from this angle, the technique held considerable utility. However, during his confrontation with Xiafeng, the latter had not employed this technique, possibly due to its esoteric nature. Or perhaps Xiafeng had only recently acquired it and lacked the time to comprehend it. Regardless, it now presented an unexpected advantage for Chen Yi. After a thorough examination, Chen Yi ultimately conceded he could not decipher it at all. It appeared he would have to wait for the system to grant him assistance. With a soft murmur, he stored the token away and contemplated his next course of action. Xiafeng was an elder of the Blood Origin sect, Xie Yin an elder of the Thousand Poisons sect, and Bai Jing the saintess of the Yin Restoration sect. Previously, he had slain an elder from the Soul Refining Mountain on the street, and in the name of Lu Ruoyan, he had also offended the Black Wind Mountain. In reflecting upon it, he realized he had already made enemies of nearly all the demonic factions, and the knowledge of his possession of the Demon King's order had surely spread throughout the demonic realm. He was now irrevocably entwined in a conflict with the forces of darkness. To have attracted so many adversaries from the demonic path upon descending the mountain truly. It was a testament to my own nature, Chen Yi mused inwardly. He was not easily intimidated, for his strength was considerable, and he had a protector watching over him. As dawn broke, he departed from the inn, intending to leave Hmph City. However, upon stepping outside, he was greeted by a throng of people gathered at the entrance. Their eyes lit up upon seeing him, and they rushed forward. "Good morning, young Master Chen," one elder exclaimed with a smile. "We have come specifically to express our gratitude." Behind them stood several horse-drawn carriages laden with treasures, thousand-year-old Ganoderma, ginseng, Yishowu, and spirit stones among them. "You are all too kind," Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, waving his hand to store the items within his spatial ring. The crowd murmured, "While you speak graciously, your hands move with remarkable speed." Moreover, the elder continued with a slight smile, "In addition to expressing our thanks, we have another matter to entrust to you." Chen Yi's eyes flickered with understanding. He had anticipated that such generous gifts were not solely intended as a token of gratitude. "What else do you require?" he inquired, having already resolved to decline any troublesome requests that offered him no benefit. "I wish for you to become the Lord of Hmph City," the elder declared earnestly. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. "What? Me, as the city lord? Is this for real?" Chapter 72. Hail to the City Lord. 3 mastery cards of martial arts. Me, the City Lord? Is that for real? Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the elder's words. The position of City Lord in such a vast place as Hmph City was not easily attained. However, upon further reflection, the benefits of being the City Lord were undeniably substantial. The annual taxes could amount to a considerable income. Moreover, considering his current predicament with the demonic faction, he realized that although he had the backing of the Yuhua Sect, establishing his own power would indeed be advantageous. As for managing Hmph City, that seemed rather simple. He need not involve himself directly. Could he not simply be a hands-off manager? True leaders never toil over every detail. They merely need to know how to employ capable individuals. A glimmer of determination shone in his eyes as he pondered this. The elder continued, "Your Holiness, Hmph City is the largest city within a radius of several thousand miles, serving as a commercial hub. And it is surrounded by numerous spirit stone mines that yield a considerable amount of spirit stones annually. It is precisely due to these riches that Hmph City has long been coveted by many. With the recent demise of the former city lord, our several prominent families lack the strength to safeguard these treasures. We beseech you to assume the position of city lord and protect the many common folk of Hmph City." The elder knelt down sincerely, having laid bare the advantages of becoming the city lord, commercial center, spirit stone mines. As the elder bowed, the other leaders of the families followed suit, kneeling in unison. "We implore you to take up the mantle of city lord. Please, your holiness, accept this position." Chen Yi, observing the kneeling figures of the family heads, assisted them one by one to their feet. "Since you all insist, I shall not decline. I look forward to your guidance in the days to come." Chen Yi responded with a humble demeanor. Upon hearing this, the crowd knelt once more. "Hail to the new city lord! Hail to the new city lord!" "Great. I've earned their respect," Chen Yi thought, rolling his eyes. "Please, rise. The new city lord's residence is already under construction. I kindly request that you stay with my Bai family for the time being. Additionally, I will introduce you to various matters concerning Hmph City to help you familiarize yourself, the elder stated. Chen Yi nodded slightly. By the way, may I ask how to address you, esteemed elder? This elder had left a lasting impression on him, having intervened during a prior encounter when Xie Yun threatened him into submission, thus preventing him from being deceived. Although Chen Yi had no intention of rescuing him at that moment. I am Bai Santong, the current head of the Bai family, the elder replied. So, he is the head of the Bai family. After exchanging pleasantries, Chen Yi temporarily took residence in the Bai household. Bai Santong began to elaborate on the various aspects of Hmph City, detailing the number of prominent families, influential figures, spirit stone mines, the strength of the guards, and their cultivation levels, among other things. Chen Yi diligently took notes. After a lengthy discussion, Bai Santong's voice grew weary. Inger, please bring some tea. A young maiden clad in a flowing white gown approached gracefully. She personally poured tea and replenished the water for the two guests, her demeanor poised and elegant, radiating a gentle grace, exuding an air of modesty and virtue. Bai Santong smiled and said, City Lord, this is my granddaughter Bai Ying, who is 17 years of age. Her cultivation talent, of course, pales in comparison to yours. She has only just recently advanced to the Spirit Sea realm. If you have some free time in the coming days, I hope you will kindly offer her some guidance. What a familiar routine. Chen Yi fell silent for a moment. The previous city lord also had a daughter, and when I first moved in, he similarly made such remarks. As you have seen, the fate that befell his daughter was rather grim, ending with a swift demise at my hands. Bai Santong's smile faltered slightly. Goodness, does this holy son lack conversational skills? Upon hearing this, Bai Ying had initially intended to say something to foster a closer bond. However, upon gazing into Chen Yi's eyes, she felt a flicker of awe. Ding. The host possesses remarkable conversational prowess, effortlessly extinguishing the young maiden's innocent affections. She even began to suspect whether he might similarly strike her down. No longer daring to draw near, any romantic possibility vanished. Reward: 3 cards of martial arts mastery. Chen Yi's eyes brightened at this revelation. Martial arts mastery cards. These are indeed precious items. To acquire 3 at once brought him a sense of delight. He glanced at Bai Ying, finding her somewhat more agreeable. How delightful it is to have such a fortunate turn. He remarked, of course, that Xia Yin'er and Xia Feng are practitioners of the demonic arts, and thus bear no comparison to you. By clan leader and Miss Bai Santong quickly affirmed. That is certainly true. We are good people, truly good people. Our ancestors were renowned wanderers in Qingluo Prefecture. Indeed, clan leader Bai. Although I have assumed the position of city lord, my true aspiration lies in the martial arts. I do not wish to be overly distracted by mundane affairs. So I plan to find someone to assist in managing the city's daily matters, effectively acting as a deputy city lord, Chen Yi suddenly stated. Whom does the city lord intend to appoint? Bai Santong inquired tentatively. Who do you think I should consider? Chen Yi countered. To be a deputy city lord. This person must possess significant prestige and have a thorough understanding of Hmph City. Such individuals are scarce, Bai Santong mused, stroking his beard. He then knelt before Chen Yi, proclaiming, old as I am, I dare say I possess the capability. Thus, I humbly beseech the city lord to grant me the position of deputy city lord. I assure you, I will not disappoint. As the city lord, he lacked the ability to earn the complete respect of other noble families. Yet, in the name of the city lord, he felt confident in assuming the role of deputy. Chen Yi regarded him and replied calmly, Indeed, clan leader Bai possesses a greater understanding of Hmph City than I do. This position of deputy city lord is rightfully yours. Thank you, city lord. It is getting late. I shall take my leave to rest. Inger. See the city lord out. No need. Chen Yi raised his hand in refusal and departed. Bai Ying stood rooted to the spot, watching his receding figure, and turned to Bai Santong, asking, Grandfather, did I not perform adequately? I cannot shake the feeling that the new city lord holds me in disdain. Bai Santong shook his head and remarked, You are overthinking it. It is said that the lord possesses a pure young body, showing no interest in matters of romance, which is why he deliberately avoids the presence of women. Moreover, I have observed his demeanor. He exudes an air of aloofness, as if utterly indifferent to all things. I suspect he practices the path of emotionlessness. Bai Ying nodded slightly. No wonder. It is a pity that such an inherently charming individual, a truly remarkable man, has chosen to follow the path of emotionlessness. It is indeed astonishing. Indeed, Bai Santong replied. Grandfather, why did you appoint him as the city lord? Given the strength of the Bai family, even if the other noble families do not currently recognize us, with careful planning, you still stand a considerable chance of becoming the city lord. Bai Ying asked, puzzled. Inger, you must understand that the position of city lord in Fengxia City holds little significance in the eyes of true powerhouses. However, if we can leverage this position to gain the favor of a future formidable being, it would be exceedingly advantageous. Chen Yi, this individual is destined to become a significant force in King Luozu, perhaps even renowned throughout the entire Xianyuan realm. By establishing a connection with him now and fostering a good relationship, it would undoubtedly yield immense benefits for our Bai family. Chapter 73. The Power of the Blood Explosion Technique. The Onslaught of Black Wind Mountain. Do you wish to befriend me and earn my companionship? Upon returning to his chamber, Chen Yi contemplated the actions of Bai Santong and quickly deduced the ulterior motive behind his invitation to become the lord of the city. However, his camaraderie was not easily attained. It must be said that while the Bai family might not gain his friendship, should they remain steadfastly loyal to him, he would not hesitate to offer them his protection. This, for the Bai family, would be an immense favor. As for the possibility of betrayal from the Bai family in the future, he was unconcerned. The head of the Bai family possessed considerable cultivation, being at the spirit origin realm. Yet, having just slain 2 top-tier spirit origin warriors, he naturally had the power to subdue the entire Bai family. Moreover, given his rapid growth, it would not be long before he could extinguish the Bai family with a mere gesture. Why then should he fret over their potential treachery? He felt no worry, nor did he care. With this in mind, he retrieved the 3 martial skill cards he had recently acquired and selected one. Crushing it in his hand. System, comprehend the blood explosion technique. Although this technique bore the name of a demonic skill and was inscribed upon the Demon King's edict, Chen Yi believed that the nature of a technique hinged on its practitioner. He was unperturbed by the notion of practicing it. Furthermore, why not learn a supreme technique if the opportunity presented itself? As he activated the martial skill card, the target being the blood explosion technique, a moment later, the profound mysteries of this technique surged into Chen Yi's consciousness, elevating his understanding to an unparalleled level. Yet, he remained curious about its true power. Subsequently, he channeled his true essence, coaxing a drop of blood from the tip of his finger. That drop radiated a faint crimson glow, seemingly harboring an unsettling and formidable energy. Chen Yi sensed that, if this drop of blood were to explode within the Bai family, half of their estate would be obliterated. Remarkable. The potency of the blood explosion technique seems to transcend imagination, he murmured to himself. He promptly exited the Bai estate and ventured into the wilderness, seeking a solitary mountaintop to release that drop of blood. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying conflagration of blood-red flames surged forth, infused with a significant amount of pure yang energy, obliterating half of the mountaintop. The power contained in that single drop of blood rivaled the full force of a top-tier spirit origin warrior, leaving Chen Yi momentarily stunned. This was peculiar. The blood explosion technique recorded in the Demon King's edict did not possess such formidable power. What could be the reason? Wait. The pure yang energy mingled within the blood flames. Could it be due to his pure yang physique? A spark of realization illuminated Chen Yi's mind. He understood now that the potency of the blood explosion technique was not fixed, but rather varied according to the practitioner's cultivation and even their physical constitution. As a pure yang body, his blood was anything but ordinary. Hence, the power of the blood explosion technique in his hands likely far exceeded that which could be manifested by other practitioners. The Demon King's edict had likely overlooked this detail. Perhaps even the technique's originator had not foreseen such an outcome. What a surprise. Initially, I believed this technique to be flawed, yet I did not anticipate its immense power. It has proven to be an unexpected boon. Chen Yi was quite pleased with the might of the blood demon art. Upon returning to the Bai family, Bai Santong continued to share various matters concerning Fengxia City. Subsequently, he convened the heads of the prominent families within Fengxia City to inform them of his appointment as the acting city lord, seeking their support for his endeavors. Although the family heads harbored some reluctance, they were left with no choice. On one hand, they had Chen Yi as their backing. On the other, the Bai family's strength was undeniably formidable. After the demise of Xiaofeng, the Bai family emerged as the most powerful among the various clans. Thus, under Chen Yi's guidance, the Bai family commenced the management of Fengxia City's affairs, ensuring to report significant decisions to Chen Yi, particularly regarding matters of profit. For instance, they could not afford any concealment regarding the mining quotas of spirit stones, as well as the monthly taxes of various shops and taverns. They were acutely aware that Chen Yi's strength was sufficient to crush the Bai family. Offending him over trivial gains would be sheer folly. One day, Bai Santong was examining a blueprint, the design for the new city lord's residence. Although Chen Yi indicated that he would not linger long, and even if the residence were constructed, he would likely not occupy it, Bai Santong believed it nonetheless necessary to proceed with the construction. After all, Fengxia City, in name, still belonged to Chen Yi, and one could never foresee when he might return. Moreover, it signified a gesture of respect. It was akin to a subordinate presenting a gift to a superior. Should the superior decline, that is their affair, but failing to offer would reflect poorly on the subordinate. While Chen Yi might assert that the residence need not be built, the Bai family could not afford to disregard it. Such are the intricacies of human relationships. At that moment, a soldier hastily approached Bai Santong, kneeling before him to report, acting city lord, according to our scouts. The forces from Hmph Mountain have suddenly mobilized in great numbers, with tens of thousands marching toward Fengxia City. What? Bai Santong's expression shifted in alarm. This was dire. They must be coming due to Xiaofeng's death. It was imperative to inform the city lord immediately. He quickly found Chen Yi and succinctly relayed the situation. I reviewed the accounts yesterday and discovered that during the tenure of the previous city lord, a monthly tribute of spirit stones was sent to Hmph Mountain. It appears they are aware of Xiaofeng's true identity and are using this knowledge as leverage to demand spirit stones. Now that Xiaofeng is deceased, Hmph Mountain would certainly not overlook the lucrative Fengxia City. Their intention must be to conquer it. Should the forces of Hmph Mountain gain entry, it would spell catastrophe for Fengxia City, Bai Santong elaborated. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi surmised that Hmph Mountain was likely motivated not only by the conquest of Fengxia City, but also by the coveted Demon King order that he possessed. After all, it was a rare and supreme technique. Presently, the military strength of Fengxia City stood little chance against Hmph Mountain, barely 2 in 10. However, the most critical factor was that the expedition was led by the third commander of Hmph Mountain, a being of celestial caliber. Upon the mention of the term celestial being, Bai Santong's expression turned gravely serious. A celestial being possesses the ability to commune with the ethereal energies of heaven and earth, wielding them to unleash formidable combat prowess beyond the comparison of mere spiritual entities. Within the confines of Fengxia City, no one has yet proven a match for a celestial being. As for Chen Yi, he remained uncertain about the opponent's true strength. They had managed to vanquish 2 of the most formidable spiritual beings, but could they truly prevail against a celestial being? After listening, Chen Yi did not exhibit any overt emotional response. He replied calmly, I understand. You should take your men and prepare to fend off the forces from Hmph Mountain. As for the celestial being, I will devise a solution. Understood, Bai Santong responded, not daring to delay. Chen Yi's composure stemmed from his knowledge of having a protector accompanying him. If the situation became dire, he could always summon assistance. However, he found himself curious about the extent of the gap between his current self and a celestial being. It would be prudent to prepare adequately, he mused. Despite his exceptional talent, his cultivation level could not be elevated instantaneously. What strategies could he employ in the short term to bolster his power against the impending celestial being? Suddenly, an idea struck him. He retrieved the emotionless jade pendant he carried with him, which seemingly contained the legacy of a formidable practitioner of the emotionless path. In the past, his insufficient cultivation had prevented him from unlocking its secrets, but perhaps now he was ready to explore its depths. Chapter 74, The Merciless Heart's Profoundness. A terrifying ability. Chen Yi returned to his chamber and retrieved the merciless jade pendant. This pendant was one of the rewards he received when he first opened the grand gift package, rumored to contain the legacy of a formidable practitioner of the path of mercilessness. However, at that time, he lacked the cultivation to examine it. His master, Luo Qinghuang, had merely glanced at the pendant and claimed to have gained insight from it, subsequently entering seclusion, from which he had yet to emerge. The fact that even a being nearing supremacy could derive understanding from this jade pendant indicated the extraordinary nature of the legacy it contained. Chen Yi was intrigued to discover what knowledge lay within. Once in his room, he held the pendant in his hands and began to scrutinize it. After advancing to the nascent soul realm, he had developed a divine sense, a unique mental power that enabled him to perceive the world and comprehend extraordinary phenomena. He infused his divine sense into the pendant, and a torrent of information flooded his mind. The Tao that can be expressed is not the eternal Tao. The heavens and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. The sage is indifferent, regarding the populace as mere fodder. The merciless one views all beings, heavenly, earthly, sage, and commoner, as equals, devoid of distinctions of higher or lower. The merciless one bears the weight of the world, aiding humanity. The path of mercilessness is the path for the sake of all living beings. A tranquil and detached voice resonated within Chen Yi's consciousness, elucidating the principles of the path of mercilessness. Following this, various techniques associated with the path emerged before him, among which the most central was a unique technique called the profoundness of the merciless heart. This technique was extraordinary. It did not belong to any known hierarchy of techniques, but was a practice that evolved alongside the practitioner's cultivation. Its effects were formidable once employed. It would enable the user to enter a state of utter detachment and extreme calmness, allowing perfect control over every part of the body and every strand of spiritual power. It even facilitated the ability to anticipate the next move of an adversary based on their body language and the flow of air, foreseeing their next action, and even up to 10 subsequent moves. To illustrate simply, it was akin to transforming the human mind into a supercomputer. In this state, the user's combat strength could potentially amplify several-fold, even tenfold or more. Most crucially, this sudden enhancement of power bore no side effects. Aside from the limitation of not being usable for extended periods, this singular aspect overshadowed numerous so-called methods of power augmentation, some of which required the burning of vital essence or lifespan. Yet, the profoundness of the merciless heart needed none of that. Indeed, the profoundness of the merciless heart was remarkably profound. Chen Yi couldn't help but express his admiration. Such a technique was certainly worth learning. Naturally, given his aptitude, mastering such an esoteric practice would require considerable time. However, that was of little concern, for he possessed an advantage. The martial arts mastery card activated. In an instant, the intricate nuances of the heartless and unyielding technique surged to the forefront of Chen Yi's mind. Swiftly, he mastered this profound martial art. Yet, upon exhausting a martial mastery completion card, he found that the technique had not truly achieved its pinnacle, leaving him somewhat astonished. With a single martial mastery completion card, one could effortlessly elevate a supreme technique to its zenith of perfection. How could it be that this heartless and unyielding technique still fell short? Thus, he decided to employ another card, as he possessed one more. This martial mastery completion card was reusable. He once again directed it towards the heartless and unyielding technique, and, at long last, succeeded in cultivating it to a level of great accomplishment. Although it remained a distance from absolute perfection, it did not hinder his ability to wield this art. Eagerly, he set about experimenting with it. In the next moment, he felt a refreshing aura surge into his mind, and his state of consciousness ascended to a realm surpassing even that of tranquility, an exalted detachment from worldly concerns. In this elevated state, all things appeared indistinguishable to him. Moreover, he could precisely perceive an ant relocating its home from 10 miles away, detect the earthy scent wafting from several miles distant, and hear the bustling cries of the townsfolk from dozens of miles away. His senses had been heightened to an extraordinary degree, and this was merely the most fundamental effect of the heartless and unyielding technique. Crucially, within this transcendental state, he felt an unparalleled mastery over his body and every thread of spiritual energy within him, to the extent that he could manipulate every hair on his body. Furthermore, as he observed the ebb and flow of the world, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, he glanced at the sky and detected a barely perceptible dampness in the air, allowing him to predict that a heavy rain would descend in 10 hours. Following this rain, 18,000 acres of farmland within Hmph City would be devastated. Yet 160,000 acres of fertile land would consequently flourish, rising at least an inch by the following day. Additionally, 3 miles from the Bai family estate, a dilapidated tile-roofed house would collapse under the impending downpour. In this state of heartlessness and unyieldingness, Chen Yi seemed to possess a divine perspective, acquiring knowledge of numerous imminent events. However, this was not mere foresight. Rather, it was a calculation based on the interconnectedness of phenomena, yielding precise outcomes that, while not infallible, grew increasingly accurate with the accumulation of data. This ability manifested in battle as the capacity to discern an opponent's movements, the flow of air, the weapons they wielded, and other vital information, thereby predicting their next move, the subsequent strike, or even 10 moves ahead. This mastery allowed him to control the rhythm of combat. Such an ability was truly formidable. After some time, Chen Yi emerged from the state of heartlessness and unyieldingness, a sense of trepidation welling within him. Gradually, he became acutely aware of the immense power inherent in this technique, his scalp tingling with realization. Especially as he reflected on his experience within the state of heartlessness and unyieldingness, the sensation of transcending all emotion was particularly chilling. That sensation was akin to transcending humanity. transforming instead into the very essence of the celestial order. This state of being truly resonates with the adage, heaven and earth are indifferent, treating all creatures as mere fodder. The sage is unfeeling, regarding the populace as mere fodder, and the heartless, viewing all of creation, sages, and the common folk alike as mere fodder. With this profound and merciless secret, even in the face of celestial beings, I feel emboldened to engage in battle. Chen Yi mused inwardly. Meanwhile, 300 miles from Hmph City, a vast throng of dark figures advanced toward the city. Leading them was a robust middle-aged man clad in a black robe, with a powerful build and an eye patch covering one eye. This individual was none other than the third-in-command of Hmph Mountain, the one-eyed Mad Blade, Wang Bailing. With Xiaofeng deceased, the spiritual minds within Hmph City must not fall into the hands of others. Moreover, the Demon King's order must be reclaimed. The new lord of Hmph City, the holy son of Yuhua Sect, Chen Yi, an intriguing character indeed. Let my blade encounter you. Chapter 75, Hundreds of drops of blood? No, hundreds of nuclear bombs. Within the confines of Hmph City, Bai Santong had gathered numerous members of various esteemed families, mobilizing all defensive forces at his disposal. The fortifications of Hmph City were impeccably prepared. Presently, the city gates stood resolutely shut, prohibiting any entry or exit. Observing that preparations were nearly complete, Bai Santong turned to a nearby general and instructed, "Open the protective barrier." Yes, the general produced a token, infused it with his true essence, and struck it against the city wall. Instantly, numerous runes began to swirl and shimmer across the surface. The intertwining glow of the runes coalesced, forming a protective barrier above Hmph City, resembling an immense inverted bowl. This was indeed the guardian barrier of Hmph City. With the barrier activated, Bai Santong felt a slight sense of relief. This protective shield could temporarily ward off celestial powers. As long as the barrier remained, there was no immediate concern that the forces from Hmph Mountain could breach the city. At that moment, Chen Yi slowly ascended the city wall. He beheld the barrier and remarked, "An impressive barrier." Upon seeing him, Bai Santong bowed respectfully and said, "Holy Son, this barrier can temporarily resist celestial forces. Should we seek aid from Yuhua Sect, requesting their assistance? If Yuhua Sect is willing to intervene, Hmph City might be saved," he continued. However, Chen Yi shook his head slightly. "There is no need, and besides, distant waters cannot quench a nearby fire. It is too late to seek assistance now." "Is the city lord confident in dealing with a celestial being?" Bai Santong inquired. "Indeed," Chen Yi nodded. Upon witnessing his affirmation, Bai Santong's spirits lifted, feeling a sense of reassurance. At that moment, a general exclaimed, "Look!" The crowd turned their gaze outward. There, before Hmph City, a vast throng of people had gathered, darkening the horizon. Their numbers reached into the tens of thousands. Each a martial artist with varying levels of cultivation, from those merely at the chi refinement stage to others at the golden core, purple mansion, and even the nascent soul stage. This multitude rivaled the might of millions of ordinary soldiers, if not surpassing it. Chen Yi's attention settled on a burly figure clad in black robes at the forefront. He rode a towering azure wolf beast, a broad-bladed sword sheathed at his waist, exuding an aura of arrogance and dominance that resonated with the surrounding spiritual energy, causing it to tremble slightly. This was a manifestation of spiritual resonance, indicating that this individual was indeed a genuine celestial being. The black-robed figure's gaze pierced through the air, locking onto Chen Yi as he declared, "Chen Yi, surrender the Demon King token, and we shall withdraw our forces." "You have come here with great fanfare merely for a token? Do you believe I would be swayed by such a claim?" Chen Yi replied coldly. "What? The Demon King token contains knowledge of demonic martial arts. Are you, the holy son of Yuhua Sect, truly interested in such practices?" Wang Bailing scoffed. "Do you wish to test the martial arts contained within the Demon King token personally? Huh? Do you dare to engage me in battle?" Wang Bailing challenged. Before Chen Yi could respond, Bai Santong interjected, "City Lord, do not fall for his ploy. This man seeks to lure you out of the barrier." Wang Bailing chuckled lightly. "Do you truly believe that a mere barrier can withstand my might? Such naivety is astounding." With that, he raised his hand and coldly commanded, "Shatter this barrier." "Yes," roared tens of thousands of bandits in unison. Following this, an array of formidable techniques was unleashed. Some wielded fiery blades, others conjured shards of ice, while some summoned thunderous lightning and yet others unleashed gusts of tempestuous winds. The collective force of these bandits was nothing short of astonishing. A maelstrom of elemental energies converged, creating a veritable sea of power that crashed violently against the barrier. The barrier trembled violently, emitting a series of thunderous booms. Observing this from the city walls, the onlookers' expressions shifted with concern. This is dire. At this rate, the barrier may not hold for even half an hour, one commander exclaimed, his heart racing. They had gravely underestimated the might of Hmph Mountain. It seemed that a significant portion of their elite forces had been unleashed this time. We cannot rely solely on the barrier's strength. Fellow comrades, ready your arrows. From the battlements, archers readied their bows, not with ordinary arrows, but with those inscribed with explosive talismans. One by one, these arrows flew into the throng of bandits, detonating with a resounding crash. In an instant, several bandits were reduced to mere fragments, their bodies torn asunder. Yet, the supply of explosive talismans was limited, and soon they had nearly exhausted their stock, inflicting only modest damage upon the bandits. Merely over 1,000 fell to the blasts. In the grand scheme of battle, this was hardly significant. One commander unsheathed his longsword and turned to Chen Yi, saying, "My lord, allow me to lead our brothers out of the city to confront these marauders." Should the barrier fall, the bandits could employ their flying abilities to invade Fengxia City directly, heralding a catastrophic fate for the city. As these brigands exhibited no semblance of humanity, in previous sieges, Hmph Mountain had relentlessly slaughtered entire cities. Chen Yi replied coolly, "There is no need for that." With a sudden leap, he vaulted from the city wall. He then raised his hand, transforming his blood into dozens of droplets that soared toward the bandits. The brigands were taken aback. What is this? What is he doing? Why is he casting his own blood? Has he lost his mind? Some scoffed, "Ha. The holy son of Yuhua Sect is nothing extraordinary." However, Wang Balan recognized the gravity of the situation and attempted to evade the blood droplets, but it was too late. The blood plunged into the throng and exploded with a deafening roar. An unbounded crimson flame surged forth, consuming the bandits whole. Some were obliterated by the blast, while others writhed in agony, scorched by the fiery torrent. The explosive force of just a few dozen droplets surpassed that of hundreds or even thousands of explosive talismans, directly annihilating thousands of bandits. Even those of the Purple Mansion realm were left howling in distress. What is happening? How can his blood possess such power? What has he done? They cried in disbelief. Cursed be this arcane technique. What sorcery is this? As Wang Balan's pupils constricted, he came to a realization. This was the blood explosion demon technique. It was a martial art derived from the Demon King's edict. And this individual possessed not merely one, but multiple such edicts. The martial arts inscribed upon the Demon King's edict were not beyond the grasp of those who sought to learn. The blood explosion technique had previously manifested in Qingluo Prefecture. The unmistakable signature of explosive blood was clear. There was no way Wang Balan could fail to recognize it. "Retreat," Wang Balan bellowed. Yet Chen Yi responded with a dispassionate, "It is already too late." From his palm, blood surged forth in an unceasing flow, transforming into countless droplets. What had begun as mere dozens now amounted to hundreds. It was equivalent to the launch of several hundred nuclear warheads. Accompanied by a series of resounding explosions, the ground trembled violently, sending shockwaves across a 100-mile radius. As if an earthquake had erupted, crimson flames leapt skyward, engulfing the surroundings. Outside Fengxia City, a sea of blood-red fire was unleashed. Within this inferno, the bandits of Hmph Mountain were either obliterated by the blasts or perished in their futile struggles against the sanguine flames. Upon the city walls, by Santong, the heads of various noble clans, numerous generals, and all soldiers stood transfixed, rendered speechless by the scene before them. Not only them, even the three ancestors, who observed from the shadows, were left in utter bewilderment. Chapter 76, Decimation of the Primordial Spirit. Follow me into battle. Hundreds of droplets of blood detonated like an array of nuclear warheads. The terrifying force obliterated the bandits of Blackwind Mountain, scattering flesh and blood in every direction, resulting in countless casualties. Among the tens of thousands of bandits, only a mere handful remained after the explosion. On the city walls, Bai Santong and his companions stood in stunned silence. The magnitude of this power was utterly terrifying. A single individual had annihilated a significant portion of the bandits, rendering their own presence seemingly superfluous. Meanwhile, the three ancestors observing from the shadows were equally bewildered. The blood-exploding demon technique. When had this young prodigy mastered such a formidable art? Moreover, could the blood-exploding demon technique possess such extraordinary might? The three ancestors bore no objection to Chen Yi's study of the martial arts inscribed within the Demon King's edict, as they were not antiquarians averse to learning. They believed that as long as there were no adverse effects, any technique could be embraced. However, the three ancestors had witnessed the blood-exploding demon technique before. They were certain that it could not possibly wield such power. After a moment of contemplation, a glimmer of realization flickered in their eyes. It must be due to the pure yang body. With their extensive knowledge, they quickly surmised the situation and smiled, concluding that this demonic art was indeed well-suited for the young lad. No, it was not merely a demonic art. The holy son of Yuhua Sect had certainly mastered a divine technique. On the battlefield, the bandits of Black Wind Mountain, having been decimated, gradually regained their senses. Looking around, they saw that out of the tens of thousands of bandits, only a mere dozen remained. These survivors possessed the cultivation of the primordial spirit, allowing them to escape the cataclysmic explosion, while even those at the Purple Mansion level had perished. They gazed at Chen Yi within the barrier, their eyes filled with profound astonishment and fear. Was this individual truly a holy son of the righteous path? Why did he seem more akin to the demonic way than they did? Meanwhile, Wang Balin, the leader of Black Wind Mountain, glared at Chen Yi, his eyes bloodshot with rage as he bellowed, "You bastard, come and die." Tens of thousands of warriors represented the very foundation of Black Wind Mountain. How could he explain this loss to his superiors? Would he not be smitten down by the chief? Now, his only recourse was to seize Fengxia City and claim Chen Yi's head to salvage his reputation. Otherwise, he might not escape with his life intact. With that, he charged towards Chen Yi, brandishing his cleaver high above his head, and brought it crashing down upon the barrier. The clash of his blade against the barrier produced a thunderous roar, causing the barrier to cave in, a gap slowly cleaving open. Just as he was about to breach the barrier, Chen Yi struck first. With a powerful swing of his heavy sword, he unleashed a searing sword chi that sent Wang Balin hurtling backward. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Chen Yi deliberately stepped out from the barrier. Observing the remaining bandits of Black Wind Mountain, he spoke with indifference. "The rabble has been dealt with. Now only you remain." "How dare you? What do you take us for? We are all of the primordial spirit. You too possess the primordial spirit. Do you think you can easily slay us?" Fury ignited within them, a palpable malevolence radiating from their beings. With weapons gripped tightly in hand, they surged towards Chen Yi, unleashing an array of demonic martial arts. In the face of the relentless assault from numerous spirit beings, Chen Yi remained unfazed, his expression betraying not a hint of change. In the next moment, an overwhelming surge of genuine essence erupted from his being. Amidst the tumultuous waves of fire, terrifying phenomena manifested before him. A sea of flames sprouted a golden lotus. A blazing sun hung in the sky, a fire phoenix soared through the air, and a blue lotus with 9 leaves reached for the heavens. These 4 extraordinary manifestations emerged simultaneously, exuding an overwhelming might akin to a surging tide. Chen Yi stood as a godly monarch, his presence commanding the very atmosphere around him. With a thunderous crash, amidst the raging inferno, several spirit beings were instantly propelled away, while those of lesser cultivation met their demise in explosive bursts. What? This individual's manifestations are truly terrifying. The remaining Black Wind bandits were struck with astonishment. Then, they bellowed in unison, channeling their utmost genuine essence to conjure their own spirit avatars. In an instant, numerous towering avatars, some several feet tall, ascended into the air, their formidable might striving to contend with the overwhelming phenomena. Yet, Chen Yi's gaze remained frigid, dismissing the spirit avatars as inconsequential. One singular thought consumed his mind: to kill. One spirit avatar charged at him, wielding a massive blade to strike down. However, Chen Yi did not flinch. Instead, he gripped his heavy sword tightly, and with the power of his manifestations, he cleaved down, unleashing a torrent of flames. Boom! The fiery waves surged forth, shattering the spirit avatar. The assailant's pupils constricting in terror as he was engulfed by the flames, reduced to ashes. Another spirit attempted a sneak attack from behind. Yet when their strike landed upon him, it was as if they had struck an indestructible wall of gold and iron. Indeed, the indomitable strength of his unyielding body. While the adversary was taken aback, Chen Yi swiftly retaliated, cleaving through their skull with a swift stroke of his sword. Suddenly, a spirit bandit brandished a compass, radiating a powerful magnetic force that seized control of Chen Yi's heavy sword, rendering it unwieldy. The other spirits, seeing this opportunity, were invigorated and rushed forward. A perfect chance. With the sword restrained, they sought to subdue him. Simultaneously, several spirits unleashed their attacks. Black Wind Divine Slash, Black Tiger Strike, Shadow Wind Claw. Various nefarious martial arts surged toward Chen Yi. Yet, with his sword anchored to the ground, Chen Yi forcefully plunged it into the earth, and then transformed his hands into blades, summoning a fiery blade technique. With a swift slice, waves of flames erupted forth. The diverse dark martial arts crumbled like fragile paper against the pure yang flames, and the overpowering fiery blades effortlessly torn asunder. Their spirit forms could not escape the devastation either, being annihilated one by one. Several spirits were consumed by the inferno, their screams echoing as they were reduced to cinders. Subsequently, Chen Yi employed his shadowy movement technique to appear before the spirit warrior wielding the compass, bringing down his handblade. The opponent reacted in time, using the compass to block. But it was futile. With a resounding crash, the compass shattered, sending the adversary flying, their bones fracturing, blood spewing from their mouth. "You insolent wretch, cease your arrogance." A furious roar resounded as the king of celestial beings finally made his move. He initially intended for the remaining ethereal spirits to gauge Chen Yi's combat prowess, yet he was utterly unprepared for the sheer terror exhibited by the opponent. Should this probing continue, it was evident that none of his companions would survive. When the celestial being struck, it was as if the very heavens were rent asunder. The blade in his grasp cleaved through the air, emanating a blood-red radiance, entwined with the essence of the cosmos itself. The might of this strike resembled the cataclysmic upheaval of the world itself. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yi raised his hand, summoning the great sword from a distance into his palm. Immediately, blood surged forth from his hand, cascading onto the sword. With a single stroke, he unleashed a brilliant sword aura that blazed like the midday sun. The formidable power of the blood explosion technique surged forth, detonating violently upon the great sword, clashing head-on with the celestial being's strike. The force of the impact caused the ground within 100-foot radius to implode, creating a vast chasm, while a multitude of fissures spread like a spider's web. Both Chen Yi and Wang Bailing were forcefully repelled. The onlookers were filled with trepidation and astonishment. He could indeed confront a celestial being head-on. What a formidable presence! Meanwhile, Chen Yi examined the great sword in his grasp and discovered a crack had formed upon it. The combined force of the celestial power and the blood explosion technique had proven too much for even this exceptional weapon to bear. Wang Bailing, noticing this, felt a surge of excitement. His weapon was on the brink of failure. "Everyone, charge with me. Let us vanquish him." Chapter 77. Unleashing the Ruthless and Unyielding Marvel. Slaying the Celestial Beings. "Everyone, follow my lead and obliterate him," roared Wang Bailing, demonstrating his celestial prowess as he led a multitude of primordial spirits to besiege a mere young contender, utterly disregarding the dignity of his celestial status. Upon the city walls, Bai Santong seethed with indignation. "Shameless," he exclaimed. "Everyone, join me in exiting the city to assist the city lord." With fervor, they surged forth, encircling several primordial spirits under the command of Bai Santong and other clan heads, successfully obstructing them. Yet, a few primordial spirits continued to pursue Chen Yi at Wang Bailing's behest. In the face of such a relentless and tyrannical assault, Chen Yi maintained an air of calm, exuding confidence from the onset of battle. Witnessing his demeanor, a flicker of alarm surged within Wang Bailing. Could this individual possess some hidden technique? Amidst his uncertainty, Chen Yi radiated a peculiar aura, his eyes becoming increasingly detached and merciless. His entire being transformed, as though transcending the mundane world, indifferent to all earthly matters. It was indeed the marvel of the ruthless and unyielding heart. Although Wang Bailing sensed an ominous shift, he did not relent, his blade slicing through the air towards Chen Yi with remarkable swiftness. He was a celestial being. His strike, in both speed and might, was beyond the capabilities of a primordial spirit to withstand. Yet, Chen Yi evaded it effortlessly, merely sidestepping slightly, as Wang Bailing was still reeling from astonishment. Chen Yi's heavy sword had already swung forth, exploiting the flaw in his technique. "What? How can he perceive the weakness in my swordplay so easily? This is inconceivable," Wang Bailing thought in disbelief. He narrowly dodged Chen Yi's sword, but the blade's energy still grazed his chest, scorching a darkened mark upon him and emitting the acrid scent of charred flesh. Other primordial spirits had also launched their attacks, targeting Chen Yi's vulnerable angles, weaving a dense net of lethal intent. Yet, against this seemingly flawless assault, Chen Yi deftly evaded, countering with his own strikes. In mere moments, another primordial spirit fell to his hand. To Wang Bailing's eyes, Chen Yi's speed was nothing extraordinary, nor was his strength overwhelmingly formidable. At least not when compared to a celestial being. But why? Why were their techniques evaded one after another? It was as if he could foresee their every move. Gazing at Chen Yi, Wang Bailing felt a chilling dread arise within him as he beheld the other's emotionless, indifferent gaze. despite being a celestial being. He now felt as though he were being scrutinized by a higher power. Could it be that those eyes could glimpse into the future? A startling realization gripped Wang Bailing's mind, one that would terrify any soul. Not just him. The other primordial spirits also felt a shiver of fear. "This fellow is too peculiar," they murmured. "We should retreat. Indeed, we shall return another day." One by one, the spiritual beings seemed to waver, contemplating retreat. "You no longer have the luxury of a second chance." At that moment, a voice, cold and indifferent, pierced through the tension. They turned their gazes towards Chen Yi, questioning his intentions. Did he truly believe he could detain them all? How absurd, even if they could not vanquish him. Surely their strength would allow them to escape his grasp. Just as this thought lingered, Wang Balin sensed an ominous shift from the corner of his eye. He caught sight of blood staining one of the spiritual beings. After an intense battle, such a state was not uncommon, yet he distinctly recalled that this particular warrior, having trained in an unusual martial discipline, should have blood of a green hue. But now, it was tainted red. A sense of alarm surged within him. Wang Balin quickly retreated, tearing away the bloodied garments that clung to him. Yet, it was already too late. With a deafening roar, crimson flames erupted toward the heavens. The spiritual beings, caught in the onslaught, were obliterated, their bodies shattered beyond recognition, utterly destroyed. Even Wang Balin, a being of celestial rank, was grievously wounded in an instant. Witnessing the swift demise of his companions, the few who survived felt an icy dread seep into their bones. He fixed his gaze on Chen Yi, whose expression remained impassive. Realizing that he had covertly spilled his own blood upon them during the fray, their assaults had been completely neutralized, evaded with ease. Moreover, the opponent had cunningly orchestrated a countermeasure amidst the chaos. This individual was terrifying, a newly ascended spiritual warrior, yet to even coalesce his spiritual manifestation was indeed a formidable presence. "Only you remain," Chen Yi stated coolly, regarding Wang Balin. The latter involuntarily staggered back, confronted by the relentless advance of Chen Yi, his countenance betraying an unmistakable fear. "Do not come any closer. Please, do not." Wang Balin retreated further, lashing out in desperation, a picture of utter despair. However, such futile attacks were of no consequence to Chen Yi, who deftly evaded each strike. As Chen Yi drew near, Wang Balin suddenly removed the eye mask that had concealed his face, revealing a sinister smirk. The amethyst demon eye. A purple radiance erupted from his singular eye. Upon closer inspection, beneath the mask lay a magical eye, reminiscent of a crystalline amethyst. With the activation of the eye, violet light enveloped Chen Yi, rendering him immobile. "Ha! My magical eye possesses the ability to instill terror within the heart. Anyone caught in its gaze will be rendered incapable of movement. Prepare to meet your end." Wang Balin laughed triumphantly, for this was his true trump card. His earlier display of panic and fear had merely been a ruse to deceive Chen Yi, coaxing him into a false sense of security, a strategy to execute this decisive strike that could turn the tide. Now, with Chen Yi ensnared by the influence of his magical eye, he was surely rendered helpless. He surged forward with incredible speed, wielding his broadsword with the intent to cleave his opponent in two. Yet, unexpectedly, the figure of Chen Yi, who should have been immobilized before him, deftly evaded the strike. In an instant, he thrust his heavy sword forward, piercing through the assailant's chest. Wang Bailing could hardly fathom that his decisive blow had instead revealed his own vulnerability. He gazed at Chen Yi in astonishment and confusion, questioning why he remained unaffected by the influence of the amethyst demon eye. This technique had never failed him. It was his ultimate trump card. Even warriors of equal rank found it exceedingly difficult to withstand. Why was Chen Yi immune to its effects? For one who follows the path of ruthlessness, a resolute heart is fundamental. To employ a technique intended to instill fear in the mind is the gravest folly. Chen Yi replied nonchalantly. He practiced the Ice Heart Sutra, maintaining a state of tranquility for an extended period. Thus, his mental fortitude was formidable. At this moment, he was enveloped in the profound depths of a heart devoid of emotion, rendering his psyche as steadfast as iron. The amethyst demon eye, a technique designed to influence the mind, held no sway over him whatsoever. Of course, he was unaware that his adversary possessed such a martial art. Prior to falling victim to its effects, he had already laid a backup plan by scattering a circle of blood around himself, ready to detonate at a moment's notice. After being struck, he realized he remained unaffected. Thus, he turned the tables, luring his opponent into a trap, exposing their own flaw. What was believed to be a guaranteed kill was, in fact, his own lethal strike. Chapter 78, Preparing to Conquer Hmph Mountain Alone. To everyone's astonishment, This young man truly vanquished a celestial being. The three ancestors gazed in awe at Chen Yi as he struck down Wang Balin, marveling at the spectacle before them. They could not help but acknowledge their astonishment once more. The rest of the populace in Fengxiao City shared similar sentiments of shock. However, they quickly regained their composure and continued to encircle the remaining few spirit masters. Upon witnessing Wang Balin's demise, these individuals sought to flee. Yet, before they could venture far, Chen Yi, employing his shadow phantom technique, pursued them from behind, dispatching each with a single strike of his sword. Thus, the peril surrounding Hmph Mountain was alleviated. The crowd returned to the city to regroup. The injured gathered together as physicians hastened to attend to their wounds, including Baiying. She was proficient in a martial art known as the Everlasting Spring Technique, which possessed healing properties. Upon seeing Chen Yi return, drenched in blood, she was taken aback. "So much blood. My lord, where are you injured? Allow me to assist you." "This is not my blood. It belongs to the enemy," Chen Yi replied coolly. "Yet you must have sustained some injuries. Let me tend to you." "No need. Rather than aid me, you would be better served assisting others." "I am fine," he stated indifferently before turning to leave. Ding. The host, faced with Baiying's eagerness to assist, rejected her outright, leaving no opportunity for intimacy. "You are truly too cold-hearted," rewarding the host with 10 cards of martial mastery. "Ah, splendid. 10 martial mastery cards at once. Excellent. I shall save them for future use." As Baiying watched Chen Yi's retreating figure, she couldn't help but reflect on his selflessness. He cared more for others than for himself. With such a compassionate heart, Fengxiao City was indeed fortunate to have him as its lord. Indeed, his talents and strength far exceeded my expectations. With him at the helm, Fengxiao City shall shine ever brighter, Bai Santong remarked, his eyes filled with reverence as he recalled how Chen Yi single-handedly annihilated tens of thousands of Hmph Mountain bandits, slaying a celestial being and numerous spirit masters. Indeed, the Lord is simply invincible. Truly, he is a god among men. Compared to him, all those sacred places seem utterly feeble. The soldiers and commanders who had witnessed Chen Yi's prowess were in unanimous awe. This battle, under Chen Yi's command, resulted in minimal casualties for Fengxiao City, a stark contrast to the rivers of blood they had anticipated. Indeed, there was bloodshed. However, it was solely that of the Hmph Mountain bandits. Nightfall. Within the Bai household, Bai Santong was reporting the casualties to Chen Yi. "Thanks to your intervention, my lord. The losses for Fengxiao City were minimal, which is indeed a stroke of fortune. Additionally, we have eradicated tens of thousands of Hmph Mountain bandits, and during the cleanup, we acquired hundreds of thousands of spirit stones along with some profound martial weapons. Here's the inventory of the spoils. Please review it, my lord." Chen Yi perused the list briefly. In comparison to the vast number of bandits, these spoils were not particularly substantial. After all, Chen Yi's methods of attack were exceedingly ferocious, and the power of his blood demon art was unparalleled, resulting in the obliteration of numerous spirit stones and magical artifacts. Collecting what remained was already commendable. Chen Yi remarked indifferently, "Have the families of the fallen soldiers received their spirit stones?" The response came, "Yes, my lord, preparations are underway. Each family of the deceased soldiers will receive 3,000 spirit stones as compensation." "Not enough. Add another 3,000, Chen Yi insisted. "Indeed, your benevolence is admirable, my lord." In previous conflicts, the prior city lords were often inclined to seize all spoils for themselves, leaving only a few hundred spirit stones for the families of the fallen. Bai Santong lamented. Chen Yi replied, "From now on, all compensation for the families of the fallen soldiers will adhere to this standard." "Certainly. But this may impose a burden on our finances. Do not fret about that. It will not be long before we acquire a substantial sum of spirit stones," Chen Yi stated calmly. At this, Bai Santong was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Chen Yi's meaning. Chen Yi continued, his tone indifferent. "Do you believe this matter ends here? Black Wind Mountain has attacked us this time. Who knows if they will strike again? As the saying goes, one must eradicate evil thoroughly and eliminate the roots. Rather than waiting for their next assault, it is better to take the initiative. We shall annihilate Black Wind Mountain." As one of the 7 major sects of the demonic path, Black Wind Mountain had plundered countless treasures over the years. Destroying them would surely yield a considerable amount of spirit stones. Bai Santong was utterly bewildered. Did he just hear that Chen Yi intended to annihilate Black Wind Mountain? That was one of the 7 major sects of the demonic path. Even with Wang Balin, the third in command, dead here, Black Wind Mountain still possessed many formidable experts. Particularly their leader, who was a peak celestial realm master, merely a step away from the Void Realm. How could it be so simple to destroy them? Yet, The way Chen Yi spoke made it seem as if he intended to obliterate them like a trivial small sect. However, considering Chen Yi's capabilities, Bai Santong found himself genuinely believing that Chen Yi might indeed accomplish this. His eyes glinted with fervor as he declared, "My lord, as long as you give the order, we shall immediately march to Black Wind Mountain with you." "March with me?" Chen Yi shook his head. "There is no need. Speed is of the essence in warfare. By the time you gather the troops, the people of Black Wind Mountain will have already received word and prepared their defenses. I can go alone and return swiftly." "What? You intend to confront Black Wind Mountain alone?" Bai Santong's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this not absurd? Chen Yi regarded Bai Santong with an indifferent gaze. "Master Bai, you are presently the acting lord of Hmph City, a master of the Soul Realm. Might you refrain from appearing so utterly astonished? Your demeanor suggests you have never witnessed such matters before, making me, as the city lord, feel somewhat diminished." Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Bai Santong's lips twitched. He believed that anyone, upon hearing Chen Yi's prior statements, would have reacted with the same astonishment. A solitary individual ventured forth to extinguish one of the 7 formidable sects of the demonic path. Remarkably, his adversary was merely a nascent soul, a fledgling among the younger generation. Who could remain composed upon hearing such news? "Indeed, perhaps I am overreacting," White Santong remarked with a hint of resignation. "Very well. You shall handle the aftermath here. I shall take some time to recuperate and set out for Black Wind Mountain tonight," Chen Yi stated with a calm demeanor. Upon returning to his chamber, he began to cultivate, restoring his true essence. He practiced the esteemed Nine Suns celestial art, a technique of high caliber that enabled Chen Yi to recover his true essence at a pace far superior to others. In less than 2 hours, he had returned to his peak state. Furthermore, it seemed that his cultivation had subtly advanced following the recent battle. "Guardian, are you present?" Chen Yi inquired, his tone indifferent. At that moment, the 3 ancestors, hidden miles away, opened their eyes and directed their gaze towards Chen Yi. "Oh, this young man is aware of my existence?" they mused. However, considering his previous displays, it was not entirely surprising that he had discerned their presence. After a moment of contemplation, they chuckled softly, "Since I have been discovered, there is no longer any need for concealment. It is time to meet him." Chapter 79. Embrace the Pain. Obliterate Black Wind Mountain. Chen Yi sat within his chamber, pouring himself a cup of tea. Before long, an elderly man entered, clad in white robes that exuded an ethereal aura. His hair and beard were entirely white, presenting an appearance of great age, yet his eyes sparkled with vitality. He assessed Chen Yi with a smile, remarking, "What a remarkable young man. The Yuhua Sect is truly blessed to have produced such a prodigy." "Blessed by ancestors? Perhaps you are referring to yourself, esteemed elder." "As you must be one of the founding figures of the Yuhua Sect," Chen Yi replied nonchalantly. The elder's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "How did you discern that?" "I have met all the elders of the Yuhua Sect, and since you have been designated as my protector, you can only be someone of great significance. Possibly the sect's founder," Chen Yi stated calmly. "Moreover, the most critical factor is that you possess the eye of truth." In an instant, he discerned the elder's cultivation level, the pinnacle of the void realm, surpassing even the sect leader. It was evident that he was indeed a founding figure of the Yuhua Sect. The elder laughed heartily. "Your talent is exceptional, and your wisdom is unparalleled. Given time, you shall undoubtedly ascend to greatness and lead our Yuhua Sect to new heights." His acknowledgement was clear. Chen Yi immediately bowed. "I am Chen Yi, a humble junior. Honored to meet the ancestor." "Very well, good child." The elder assisted him to rise, increasingly pleased with Chen Yi. "I am the 3rd sect leader of Yuhua. You may call me Senzu." "Understood." Chen Yi nodded slightly, then offered the tea he had prepared. "Please, enjoy this tea." The elder took a sip and felt that it was the finest tea he had ever tasted, truly exquisite. "Though the leaves may be ordinary, the one who brews them is anything but." "I shall take that as a compliment from Senzu," Chen Yi acknowledged. "Now, may I inquire why you summon me?" "I plan to eradicate Black Wind Mountain and may request your assistance in this endeavor," Chen Yi stated candidly. The elder was taken aback, then expressed his astonishment. "To think you would aim to annihilate Black Wind Mountain at your current level of cultivation, your audacity is commendable. I do not intend to linger in Hmph City. Should I depart, Black Wind Mountain may rise again. It is better to eliminate them entirely, thus preventing future threats and instilling fear in other demonic practitioners." Chen Yi reasoned. "Your plan is sound. Yet remember, you descended the mountain for the sake of experience. Though I am your protector, I shall refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. But if my life were in jeopardy, would you intervene?" "Naturally." "Then that suffices," Chen Yi nodded slightly. When do you plan to confront Black Wind Mountain? Immediately. Chen Yi replied coolly. With that, he departed Hmph City. While everyone else was preoccupied with post-crisis arrangements, he soared through the winds, rapidly making his way towards Black Wind Mountain. Black Wind Mountain, one of the 7 major sects of the demonic path. Their stronghold was not difficult to locate. After all, as a den of bandits, claiming dominion over an entire mountain made concealment nearly impossible. However, few dared to provoke them. The chief of Black Wind Mountain was an extraordinary being, on the cusp of transcending into a higher realm, merely a step away from the void. Moreover, it was rumored that he had mastered a supreme technique capable of contending with the void itself. Today, the chief sat upon a tiger-skin chair within the confines of his lair, his eyelids twitching incessantly, as if foretelling an impending upheaval. What could this mean? Why did he feel such unease? He pondered the fate of his third-in-command, Wang Balin, whom he had dispatched to seize Hmph City. Could something have happened to him? No, there were no celestial beings within Hmph City who could possibly threaten his third-in-command. Even the holy son of Yuhua Sect, regardless of his prowess, was merely an inexperienced young upstart, incapable of standing against a celestial being. Yet, a tinge of apprehension lingered in the chief's mind. Come forth, he commanded. A bandit entered the chamber. Have there been any reports from the third-in-command? No, chief, the bandit replied. Dispatch someone immediately to Hmph City to ascertain the situation. Understood. The bandit nodded slightly and departed to make arrangements. As he stepped out of the great hall, he noticed the sun rising in the distance, casting a fiery glow. In the hazy dawn, he seemed to glimpse a dark figure hovering above Black Wind Mountain. He paused in bewilderment. Is someone there? Who could it be? Above Black Wind Mountain, Chen Yi arrived, observing the terrain below with an indifferent demeanor, his gaze as frigid as ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Embrace your suffering, he uttered. In the next instant, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from his body, gushing forth as though it were of no consequence. Under his command, the blood coalesced into countless droplets, each one infused with immense pure yang energy, numbering in the tens of thousands. It was known that a mere few hundred of his blood droplets could obliterate multitudes of bandits. Now, he was producing tens of thousands in one breath. The 3 ancestors watching in the shadows were filled with trepidation. Good heavens! Is he truly draining his entire being? Must he go to such lengths? They were left in a state of shock by Chen Yi's audacious act. This fellow was indeed a practitioner of the ruthless path, merciless to his foes, yet even more so to himself. As he forced tens of thousands of blood droplets from his body, Chen Yi's complexion turned pale. Then, with a cold command, he exclaimed, "Fall!" Tens of thousands of blood droplets cascaded down like rain, targeting the entirety of Black Wind Mountain. One bandit felt a droplet land upon his face and was taken aback. What is happening? The next moment, the blood detonated with terrifying energy. Crimson flames erupted. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A cacophony of explosions resonated throughout the universe, shaking the very foundations of the earth. For miles around, it was as though a cataclysmic earthquake had transpired. Nearby warriors gazed towards Black Wind Mountain, their scalps tingling with a sense of dread as they sensed the extraordinary and horrifying energy unleashed. On the Black Wind Mountain, crimson flames soared into the sky, more resplendent than the rising sun. Chen Yi took out a golden elixir and consumed it. This was the everlasting creation pill, a treasure drawn from his novice gift pack. Even a near-defeated supreme being would regain vitality upon ingesting it. There were a total of 12 such pills. Having previously administered one to the Crimson Dragon Horse, he was left with 11. He dared to release tens of thousands of drops of blood without fear of succumbing to excessive blood loss. Thanks to this miraculous healing elixir, in an instant, his body rapidly rejuvenated under the effects of the potion, returning to its peak condition in no time, even advancing in cultivation. Ah, what a precious treasure! Chen Yi marveled inwardly. Below, Black Wind Mountain lay engulfed in endless crimson flames, reduced to mere rubble, with numerous deep craters marring the landscape. The bandits of Black Wind Mountain, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, had perished to a man. Golden core, purple mansion, even soul transformation experts. None could withstand the baptism of this bloodshed akin to nuclear devastation. Only the celestial beings held a glimmer of hope for survival. A deafening roar erupted from the blood-red flames. The master of Black Wind Mountain, engulfed in fiery blood, charged forth, his eyes nearly bursting with rage as he gazed up at Chen Yi in the sky. Chapter 80. The Might of the 3 Ancestors. The Lord of Black Wind Mountain was on the brink of madness. In the early days, when he first ventured into the demonic path, He toiled for a century before ascending to the realm of the nascent soul, feeling like a perpetual outsider with no promising future. He betrayed his sect to forge his own path. After several more centuries of struggle, he finally established Black Wind Mountain. He also attained the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Black Wind Mountain was recognized as one of the 3 mountains and 4 sects of the demonic path, although it ranked at the bottom among them. It was still a prominent sect. He had every reason to take pride in his achievements. Reflecting on the arduous journey he had traversed and the countless souls that perished at his hands, he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of lament. Reaching this point was no easy feat. The blood, sweat, and tears he had invested went unrecognized. And now, it was all gone. Everything had vanished. A cataclysmic rain of blood had shattered Black Wind Mountain into fragments, obliterating his tens of thousands of subordinates into mere sanguine mist. Was that endless inferno consuming Black Wind Mountain? No. That was his lifeblood. His years of toil. How could this be? How could this happen? The Lord of Black Wind Mountain gazed at Chen Yi in the sky, knowing all too well that it was his doing. He was filled with unrestrained fury, oblivious to how his opponent had accomplished such devastation. He had no desire to ponder the origins of this adversary any longer. All he craved was to rend him to pieces. Kill. I shall slay you. The Lord's eyes brimmed with fury as he soared into the heavens, unleashing the full force of his heavenly realm prowess, summoning a colossal black hand from the very essence of the world. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yi let out a cold shout, manifesting a powerful aura. He swung his heavy sword with immense force. Boom. In the ensuing explosion, Chen Yi was propelled back several dozen steps. Behind him, a figure surged forth with astonishing speed. It was a man clad in a blue robe, wielding a long sword. Advancing stealthily toward Chen Yi, his gaze cold and filled with murderous intent. This individual was the second-in-command of Black Wind Mountain, also a practitioner of the heavenly realm. Following the devastation wrought by Chen Yi, only these 2 leaders of Black Wind Mountain remained alive. Just as the blue-robed man was about to successfully launch his surprise attack, an elderly man in white suddenly materialized behind Chen Yi, extending 2 fingers to effortlessly pinch the blue-robed man's sword. Realizing that the situation was well in hand, Chen Yi took 2 steps back. The ensuing matters could be entrusted to the 3 ancestors. As a heavenly realm master, how shameless could one be to ambush a junior? The ancestor regarded the blue-robed man with an icy demeanor. With a flick of his finger, he struck the long sword. With a resounding clang, the sword shattered. The blue-robed man felt an overwhelming force surging toward him, sending his body uncontrollably flying backward. Yet, he had barely traveled a short distance before being seized from afar by the ancestor. Come here. The ancestor commanded coldly, pulling the blue-robed man before him. Despite his attempts to resist, it was futile. A terrifying thought flickered in the blue-robed man's mind. Don't you? Moreover, it was no ordinary void. He found himself gripped by the throat by the 3rd ancestor, just as he was about to plead for mercy. With a sharp crack, his neck was crushed by the 3rd ancestor's hand, leaving him unable to utter a single word. Yet, this was not the end. A chilling and domineering sword aura erupted from the palm of the 3rd ancestor, enveloping the man in the azure robe. In an instant, he was shredded into a mist of blood, dead beyond any hope of revival. The remaining Lord of Black Wind Mountain witnessed this scene, his expression shifting dramatically. Damned. A void realm, and this power, is far from ordinary. The Lord of Black Wind Mountain regained his wits, yet he harbored no intentions of fleeing. Instead, he drew a blade, gripping it tightly. The 3rd ancestor regarded him with a disdainful smile. He dares not to flee? To expose one's back recklessly before a void realm powerhouse is a foolhardy act. To flee, I would surely perish. Yet, to remain, I might still grasp a thread of survival. The Lord of Black Wind Mountain elevated his essence to its utmost limit. He raised the blade high. Dark demonic energy surging forth, spreading from the edge of his weapon, forming a colossal shadow of a blade stretching thousands of feet. The blade shadow surged with overwhelming might, gathering the spiritual energies from all directions. With a sudden slash, it descended directly toward the 3rd ancestor. The strength of the strike was sufficient to cleave a mountain in 2. However, the 3rd ancestor stood suspended in midair, neither dodging nor evading. Then casually focused his sword finger and slowly thrust it forward. From his finger, a beam of sword aura shot forth. The sword aura met the oncoming wind, severing the colossal blade shadow, and then it sliced through the Lord of Black Wind Mountain's body, leaving a trail of blood. With a splatter, blood mist erupted. The Lord of Black Wind Mountain was cleaved in 2, collapsing to the ground, consumed by flames of blood. To casually slay 2 celestial beings. one of whom was at the peak of celestial perfection. Is this the might of a void realm powerhouse? No, an ordinary void realm might not possess such power. This is the strength of the third ancestor. Chen Yi marveled inwardly, yet his expression remained calm as he bowed respectfully to the third ancestor, expressing his gratitude for the assistance. No need for thanks. I told you, I shall intervene when you are in peril. The third ancestor waved his hand dismissively, appearing as though it was a mere, trifling matter. He observed Chen Yi's demeanor, astonished. After witnessing such prowess, the other remained entirely composed. Oh, this unfeeling path is indeed practiced to perfection. With a sigh of appreciation, the third ancestor reflected. Chen Yi then approached the corpse of the Lord of Black Wind Mountain, seizing the opportunity before the flames completely consumed it to take the storage ring from the fallen. And that second in command as well. A sweep of his consciousness revealed a staggering treasure trove within the storage ring, brimming with spirit stones, at least several million. He continued to scour the remnants of Black Wind Mountain. Though the place had been utterly decimated by him, there might still be some residual treasures to uncover. Indeed, he did find several commendable martial artifacts. Among them was a pitch-black longsword. Though it was not a heavy sword, Chen Yi had no particular demands, as any sword would suffice. His heavy sword had begun to show cracks, making this an opportune replacement. The sword he acquired was as dark as ink, 3 fingers wide. Though not a heavy sword, it was broader than the average longsword. Inscribed on the hilt were 2 characters, Black Kill. The strokes were sharp, exuding a chilling aura. Clearly, it was a formidable weapon. Black Kill. The name leaves much to be desired, yet it is certainly preferable to great strength, Chen murmured. He felt a tinge of embarrassment when others inquired about the name of his heavy sword. Great strength? What a ridiculous name. Meanwhile, as Chen scoured the treasures of Black Wind Mountain, others became aware of the unusual activity and flocked to investigate. Upon witnessing the ruins of Black Wind Mountain, they were left dumbfounded, disbelief etched across their faces. Is this truly Black Wind Mountain? One of the 3 mountains and 4 sects of the demonic path? Has it really been obliterated? Who could have done this? Could it be that a supreme being passed by and, displeased with Black Wind Mountain, annihilated it with a mere strike? Otherwise, how could the entire mountain have vanished? Don't be absurd. There are hardly any supreme beings in our Qingluo prefecture. Look, there seems to be someone over there. He appears to be searching for treasures among the ruins of Black Wind Mountain. Someone spotted Chen, their eyes lighting up with intrigue. Chapter 81. What a commotion. Is it really necessary? Look, it appears there is someone over there. A glimmer of excitement sparked in the eyes of those who spotted Chen Yi, who was rummaging through treasures in the Black Wind Mountain. We arrived quite swiftly. Yet he has already beaten us here. He must have amassed quite a fortune. He might even be privy to what transpired here. That makes sense. Let us apprehend him for questioning. Whoosh. The group swiftly approached Chen Yi. Among them was a man clad in white, whose gaze lingered on the black killing sword in Chen Yi's hand, revealing a hint of greed. With a slight smile, he inquired, "Young brother, might you know what events have unfolded here?" "I do," Chen Yi replied with a subtle nod. "Pray tell," the man urged. "The Black Wind Mountain has been annihilated," Chen Yi stated. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. "No, such an obvious fact does not require your mention," they scoffed, for they had already discerned that much. "Ridiculous. I ask who obliterated it, and where did they go?" The white-clad swordsmen pressed further. "They are still here." "What?" The group braced themselves, scanning their surroundings with apprehension. The white-clad swordsman clasped his hands respectfully and addressed the unseen presence. "We were unaware of your esteemed presence, senior. We implore your forgiveness and humbly request a glimpse of your esteemed self." Silence ensued, and the group exchanged glances. Could it be that the individual did not deem them worthy of an audience? Chen Yi, with a nonchalant demeanor, remarked, "What are you all doing?" "I am not yet of an age to be considered your senior." The crowd was momentarily speechless. The white-clad swordsman's expression darkened as he retorted, "Are you implying that you are the one who destroyed the Black Wind Mountain?" "Indeed," Chen Yi affirmed. "You must be jesting with us. Do you seek notoriety at the expense of your life? You, capable of vanquishing the Black Wind Mountain? If that were true, I would have already pierced through the demonic path." The disbelief among the group was palpable. The white-clad swordsman, feeling both humiliated and enraged, could no longer conceal his intentions, especially as he coveted the black killing sword in Chen Yi's possession. With a sudden shout, he lunged towards Chen Yi. "You dare to toy with us? You shall pay for this." Unfazed by the incoming attack, Chen Yi remained rooted to the spot, brandishing the black killing sword. With a swift motion, a streak of crimson erupted, and the swordsman was astounded to see his own arm severed, propelled from his body. The next moment, An excruciating pain surged through him. Ah! The white-clad swordsman screamed, hastily forming a sword technique with his remaining hand. His sword at his waist was drawn forth, aimed at Chen Yi with blinding speed. Severing your arm serves as a warning. Since you choose to ignore it, I must now take your life, Chen Yi stated coolly, employing the shadow phantom technique. He evaded the strike and appeared before the swordsman, delivering a decisive blow. The swordsman's pupils constricted as he hastily summoned his protective true essence to form a barrier. Yet, the barrier, bolstered by Chen Yi's true essence, was as fragile as mere parchment, effortlessly torn apart. The black killing sword descended, severing the swordsman's head from his body, which rolled a few times before coming to a halt. Others witnessed this scene, their pupils constricting slightly. Goodness! This swordsman in white was certainly a being close to the realm of the primordial spirit, yet he was dispatched in an instant. The opponent was undoubtedly at the level of the primordial spirit, and not just any ordinary one. After vanquishing the swordsman, Chen Yi skillfully collected the storage ring from his foe, clearly indicating that this was not his first encounter with such actions. The onlookers' lips twitched. Those who had harbored ill intentions were thoroughly intimidated by Chen Yi. May I inquire the esteemed name of this young brother? An elder asked, cupping his hands in respect. Although they were uncertain whether Chen Yi was responsible for the destruction of Blackwind Mountain, the power he had displayed commanded their reverence. I am Chen Yi, he replied. Chen Yi, that name rings a bell. Ah, the holy son of Yuhua Sect. Some among them recognized his illustrious title. Chen Yi's gaze flickered. Was he truly so renowned that even a random martial artist would know him? Ah, it is indeed the holy sun Chen before us. We are unworthy of our ignorance. Holy Sun, please accept our respects. I am an elder of the human sect, honored to meet the Holy Sun. Upon learning of Chen Yi's identity, the crowd's demeanor shifted to one of even greater deference. Yuhua Sect was the second most formidable sect in Qingluo Prefecture, only subordinate to the Holy Land. The Holy Son of Yuhua Sect was destined to become a prominent figure in the future. His status, background, strength, and talent far surpassed theirs. I have completed my business. Farewell. Chen Yi did not linger for further pleasantries. Having amassed a considerable bounty, he took his leave. This time, his gains were substantial. Not only had he obliterated Blackwind Mountain, but he had also acquired a wealth of spirit stones and various treasures, all of which he intended to meticulously count upon his return. After Chen Yi departed, the crowd exchanged glances. Did the Holy Sun truly annihilate Blackwind Mountain? Do you believe it? Regardless of belief, the fact remained that Blackwind Mountain had been destroyed. Since the Holy Sun claimed responsibility, it must indeed be so. True enough. We cannot afford to offend Yuhua Sect. If the Holy Sun seeks to gain fame through the destruction of Blackwind Mountain, we might as well assist him. Well said. Indeed, Blackwind Mountain was destroyed by the Holy Sun. Chen Yi returned to Hmph City. It was midday upon his arrival, and the round trip had taken merely half a day. Bai Santong and others were having lunch when they saw Chen Yi return, momentarily taken aback. Did the city lord forget something? Bai Santong inquired. Nothing of the sort, Chen Yi replied. Then why the sudden return? Did you not go to annihilate Blackwind Mountain? Bai Santong was somewhat perplexed. Realization dawned upon him, his pupils dilating in shock. City lord, could it be that Blackwind Mountain has been destroyed? Indeed, gasped Bai Santong, Bai Ying, and all at the dining table, along with the servants and maidens surrounding them, collectively inhaled sharply, unable to fathom Chen Yi's declaration. Blackwind Mountain destroyed? In just half a day? Was the city lord lying? It is not necessary for the city lord to deceive them. The Blackwind Mountain has truly been annihilated. While its destruction is alarming enough, it is astonishing that a single individual could accomplish such a feat so swiftly. Chen Yi observed Bai Santong and the others, who were frozen in disbelief, and remarked calmly, Master Bai, I recently advised you not to appear so easily startled, as if you have never encountered the world before. You are now the acting city lord of Hmph City. Bai Santong, nearly in tears, replied, City lord. I did not wish for this. However, your actions are simply too extraordinary. Is it merely the destruction of Blackwind Mountain? Why such a fuss? When I have breached the demon path, you may express your astonishment then. What? You intend to pierce through the demon path? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Chen Yi, uninterested in their reactions, thought to himself, why are they so slack-jawed and gasping in disbelief? Do they think they are reading a novel? He made his way directly to the dining table to partake in his meal. Bai Ying, standing nearby, promptly set a pair of chopsticks before him, displaying her thoughtfulness. Chen Yi, feeling a bit hungry, graciously accepted. Bai Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. What? The Holy Sun Chen actually expressed gratitude to me. Could it be that he has feelings for me? Chen Yi rolled his eyes at the blushing Baiying. Was it really such a big deal to say thank you? Chapter 82. Constructing the Ethereal Form. Elevation of Understanding. The news of the obliteration of Black Wind Mountain spread like wildfire throughout the entire Qingluo prefecture. In an instant, everyone was struck with profound shock. What was Black Wind Mountain? It was one of the 3 mountains and 7 sects of the demonic path, a gathering place for malevolent spirits. A realm of unparalleled wickedness, yet it had been vanquished? Who could possibly accomplish such a feat? Everyone was eager to uncover the identity of the perpetrator. When the truth finally came to light, astonishment ensued. Who? Chen Yi? The newly appointed holy son of the Yuhua Sect. A young prodigy who had barely embarked upon the martial path for less than half a year? To annihilate Black Wind Mountain within such a short span of training? Was that not an exaggeration? If he were to cultivate for a few more years, would he not then be capable of decimating the entirety of the demonic path? In that moment, both the demonic and righteous factions were engulfed in fervor. Especially among the denizens of the demonic path, there was palpable trepidation. After all, if he could obliterate Black Wind Mountain today, who could guarantee that he would not extinguish other sects of the demonic path tomorrow? The Yuhua sect, once again, was at the center of this discourse. It reminded me of the time when the Yuhua sect produced a figure named Luo Qinghuang, who single-handedly wielded a sword and left the demonic path as leader. The Heavenly Demon sect, in utter disarray over a century ago. Hundreds of thousands of followers of the Heavenly Demon sect met their demise. The sight of that battle still resonates with the lingering spirits of the fallen, a place where the living dare not tread. Even formidable figures from the Buddhist sect find it challenging to transcend. Upon receiving the news of Black Wind Mountain's destruction, the Lord of Soul Refining Mountain could not help but sigh. Beside him stood a cloaked elder, whose eyes betrayed a hint of fear, evidently aware of the legendary battle. The elder remarked that Luo Qinghuang was said to practice the path of indifference, and this Chen Yi appears to follow a similar path. The path of indifference, indeed. More terrifying than our demonic path, a congregation of monsters. The Lord of Soul Refining Mountain shook his head. Shall we simply allow this to unfold? If Chen Yi can annihilate Black Wind Mountain today, who can assure us he will not seek to destroy Soul Refining Mountain or other sects of the demonic path once he fully matures? We must eliminate him before he can fully develop, the cloaked elder asserted. This matter requires careful consideration. We must deliberate, the Lord of Soul Refining Mountain replied coolly. After a moment's reflection, he continued, if memory serves, the Twilight Crescent 7-star secret realm is set to open in a month, is it not? Indeed. Excellent. Once the Twilight Crescent 7-star secret realm opens, numerous young cultivators will surely venture forth, and Chen Yi will be no exception. This realm admits only warriors beneath the celestial realm. His protector will undoubtedly be unable to enter, presenting us with an opportune moment to act, the Lord of Soul Refining Mountain declared. Precisely. The cloaked elder's eyes lit up. I shall promptly inform the other sects of the demonic path to prepare in advance. Meanwhile, Chen Yi remained blissfully unaware of the demonic path's scheming. Even if he were to learn of it, he likely would not accord it any significant concern. At this moment, he is meticulously tallying the spoils obtained from the eradication of Hmph Mountain within the confines of Hmph City. The haul is indeed substantial, not to mention several million spirit stones. Furthermore, he has acquired a black killing sword, an exceptional weapon of martial prowess, formidable in its power, and sufficiently adequate for Chen Yi at this juncture. Additionally, he has procured various elixirs, which, upon refinement, have contributed to a notable enhancement in his cultivation. Presently, he has attained the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm and is embarking on the construction of his own nascent soul manifestation. The process of crafting a nascent soul manifestation does not adhere to a fixed realm. Even those at the 1st level of the nascent soul realm can undertake it, albeit with the requisite time for study. Chen Yi's advancement to the nascent soul realm has been remarkably brief, and he has encountered numerous challenges since his elevation. Initially, he became the city lord, subsequently defended against Hmph Mountain, and ultimately annihilated it. Amidst this series of events, he has scarcely found the time to dedicate to the study of constructing his nascent soul manifestation. Now, with a temporary lull in affairs, he intends to remain in Hmph City until he can successfully forge his nascent soul manifestation before departing. During this period of study, the 3 ancestors will also offer occasional guidance. Within less than 3 days, he has managed to form a rudimentary shape of the nascent soul manifestation. Within the Bai family, the silhouette of his nascent soul manifestation flickers behind him. The 3 ancestors nod in satisfaction. acknowledging his remarkable ability to construct a preliminary form of the nascent soul manifestation in such a short span of time. It will not be long before he can truly solidify it, significantly augmenting his combat prowess. As Chen Yi gazes upon the nascent form of the manifestation, he succumbs to deep contemplation. He has discerned an intriguing revelation. His comprehension seems to have experienced a notable enhancement. It is well known that, without the aid of the system, his speed of learning martial arts would have been sluggish. However, now his insight has evidently surged. In fact, it has escalated dramatically. If he previously possessed the understanding of an ordinary individual, he now exemplifies the caliber of a genius. What could account for such an extraordinary transformation? Suddenly, a flash of insight courses through him. Is it the profound intricacies of the emotionless heart technique? The sole factor that could elevate his comprehension would indeed be this unique martial art, which allows him to enter a state of clarity akin to a divine perspective. While engaging with this technique, has his comprehension been inadvertently amplified? Such a revelation is astonishing. To validate his hypothesis, Chen Yi dedicates the evening to further practicing the emotionless heart technique, employing the martial mastery completion cards in an extraordinary fashion. He possesses 10 of these cards and utilizes 3 in rapid succession, thereby elevating the emotionless heart technique to a higher echelon. Subsequently, he attempts once more to construct the nascent soul manifestation and finds the process remarkably smoother. This confirms that his hypothesis holds true. The enhancement of his comprehension is indeed intertwined with the emotionless heart technique. What an esoteric method it is! Could it be that his master is also in seclusion, contemplating this martial art? Chen Yi muses inwardly. Aware of the profundity of this technique, he expends 5 additional martial mastery completion cards, bringing the emotionless heart technique to a state of perfection. His comprehension ascends to an astonishing level. Thus unfolds the day. Chen Yi was diligently practicing the art of constructing his primordial spirit manifestation. With a foundation of formidable understanding, he felt as though the myriad enigmas that had once confounded him were now effortlessly unraveling. Meanwhile, in the shadows, the 3 ancestors observed Chen Yi's cultivation with keen interest. This young prodigy exhibited remarkable insight. It was estimated that within a month, he would genuinely achieve the construction of his primordial spirit manifestation. Reflecting on his own arduous journey, which had taken him over 6 months, the ancestor marveled at the talents of his disciple, the holy son of Yuhua Sect. As he pondered, Chen Yi suddenly opened his eyes, his vital essence surging powerfully. Behind him, a primordial spirit manifestation, towering nearly 30 zhang, rose majestically. The spirit exuded an overwhelming aura, shaking the very foundations of the surroundings. This was not merely a nascent form. It was a bona fide primordial spirit manifestation. The 3 ancestors widened their eyes in astonishment. What? Has it truly been constructed already? Such swiftness! Upon the emergence of the primordial spirit manifestation, members of the Bai family witnessed the spectacle, their expressions shifting to shock, and they hurried to congratulate Chen Yi. Congratulations to the city lord for manifesting the primordial spirit. Truly, the city lord is deserving of the title. It was only a short while ago that he advanced to the primordial realm, and yet he has already achieved this remarkable feat. Incredible. Chapter 83. The auspicious sign of purple qi arriving from the east. The super blood replenishing pill. While the construction of the primordial spirit's legal form is undoubtedly a cause for celebration for Chen Yi, the enhancement of his comprehension stands as his most significant gain from this journey. After all, this implies that no matter what martial arts or skills he practices in the future, he can achieve results with half the effort. In comparison, the establishment of the primordial spirit's legal form seems rather trivial. The intricacies of the heartless and resolute path are indeed exquisite and unparalleled. Chen Yi could not help but marvel once more. Congratulations to the city lord on constructing the primordial spirit's legal form. At your age, achieving this is exceedingly rare throughout the entire Qi Luo prefecture. I must admit, I feel a bit ashamed in comparison. Bai Ying stepped forward to offer her congratulations, her eyes betraying a hint of admiration for Chen Yi. Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, "It is merely the construction of a primordial spirit's legal form, nothing of great significance. As for you, if you feel ashamed, it would be better to exert yourself in your training. Instead of envying others, strive to strengthen yourself." The city lord speaks wisely. I shall make an effort, Bai Ying responded. I sincerely hope you will, Chen Yi remarked. These past days, every time I see you, you are either socializing with the young ladies of other noble families over afternoon tea or secretly reading novels, blushing at the slightest provocation. Such laxity is unacceptable. You, You know all this? Have you seen my novels? Bai Ying asked, surprised. I have not. I find them unworthy of my time, he replied. Bai Ying felt a sense of relief. Indeed, those novels were somewhat too much. If Chen Yi were to discover them, she would wish to find a hole to hide in. You possess talent. Do not become complacent. Devote more time to martial pursuits. Remember, neglecting your efforts in youth will lead to regrets in old age, Chen Yi continued. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying felt a subtle shift within her. Goodness, one might mistake Chen Yi for her father. Ding. The host has sternly admonished Bai Ying, instilling in her a sense of reverence, perceiving you as a parental figure. Reward. Auspicious sign of purple chi arriving from the east. Yet another sign. Chen Yi felt quite pleased. Such phenomena can enhance combat prowess. The more signs one possesses, the greater the strength. If he were to acquire 100 or more signs, even in the primordial spirit realm, the manifestation of such signs could potentially allow him to vanquish a sage in an instant. If anyone were to learn of Chen Yi's thoughts, they would likely go mad. 100 signs. Goodness, what does he take these signs for? It is challenging for ordinary warriors to comprehend even one. Most can only grasp them through exceptional physiques. To dream of possessing 100 signs is sheer audacity. Neglecting efforts in youth leads to regret in old age. A splendid phrase. I never imagined the esteemed city lord not only possesses remarkable talent and potential, but also such literary flair and profound insights on life. Truly admirable. Bai Santong approached, unable to suppress his admiration. Chen Yi did not anticipate that a casual remark could elicit such a response. If he were to recite poetry from his past life, the person might very well kneel and regard him as an unparalleled literary genius. Never mind. For now, he had no intention of becoming a mere literary transcriber. Ah, my lord, as far as I know, in just over half a month, the Yuhua Sect secret realm will be opening. Will you be attending? The secret realm? Chen Yi's expression grew contemplative. He had indeed heard of such realms. It is said that they are either birthed by the heavens and earth or crafted by powerful beings to test their successors. In any case, many such realms exist in this world. The Yuhua Sect secret realm, located in King Luozu, is one of them. This particular realm is a natural creation, opening once every 3 years for a duration of 7 days each time. Within its confines, numerous treasures are birthed. Hence, each opening draws a throng of adventurers, some even achieving breakthroughs to the celestial realm through the opportunities presented within. Reflecting on this, Chen Yi felt a flicker of intrigue towards the secret realm. It would indeed be worth a visit. He nodded slightly, stating, I had intended to leave after forming my primordial spirit's law form. Now seems the opportune moment. Is there anything the Lord needs to prepare? No, there is no need, Chen Yi replied, shaking his head. I too wish to see the secret realm, Bai Ying interjected. Forgive my candor, but with your current cultivation at the spirit sea level, you would likely become mere cannon fodder. It would be wiser for you to remain here and focus on your training, Chen Yi bluntly remarked. Bai Ying's lips twitched as she found herself momentarily speechless. Ding. Host's harsh words towards Bai Ying are deemed excessively ruthless. Reward, 1 bottle of super blood restoration pill. Note, this elixir can be utilized for blood regeneration. Upon reading the pill's effects, Chen Yi's eyes gleamed. What a fortuitous find. This is perfect for my blood demon art. This was indeed advantageous. With the super blood restoration pill in hand, he could recklessly expend his blood without the need for the more precious everlasting creation pill, which could revive even the near-dead supreme beings and supposedly extends lifespan. Such a resource was indeed rare. Every pill counted. Chen Yi glanced at the blood restoration pills, finding a bottle containing 20 to 30 of them, sufficient for a considerable time. Head of the Bai family, please take good care of Fengxia City. I shall return when time permits. Farewell, Chen Yi stated before departing. As he stepped out, he suddenly felt something amiss. Had he forgotten something? Master, wait for me. At that moment, the red dragon horse galloped up from behind. Chen Yi suddenly realized he had overlooked the old steed. He smirked. You truly lack presence, old horse. Moreover, he observed the red dragon horse, now noticeably plumper. It seems you have been well fed at the Bai residence. Cough. How could that be? I only eat grass. How could eating grass make one gain weight? You must be mistaken, master. The red dragon horse protested. Enough chatter. Let us be on our way. Chen Yi commanded as he mounted the red dragon horse. The steed leapt into the air. Master, where are we heading? Chen Yi paused for a moment in silence. The red dragon horse queried, Master, you wouldn't happen to be lost, would you? What a surprise. We are about to venture into the secret realm. And yet you are unfamiliar with the path? This is rather unreliable, is it not? My esteemed master, shall we return and inquire with Bai Santong? Chen Yi exhibited a moment of contemplation, suddenly turning back to admit his ignorance of the route might tarnish his dignity. Eastward. At that moment, the voice of the three ancestors echoed in his ears. Chen Yi's eyes brightened. Indeed, the three ancestors were dependable. Do you think I would forget such matters? Proceed eastward. Chen Yi replied nonchalantly. The Crimson Dragon steed, understanding the cue, immediately galloped toward the east. However, Chen Yi sensed that the steed's speed had indeed diminished compared to before. He remarked, "You have truly gained weight." "Impossible." The Crimson Dragon steed protested, unwilling to acknowledge its heft, its hooves pounding the ground as it accelerated. Yet soon it began to pant heavily. Chen Yi cast a disdainful glance at it. Fortunately, the steed had previously undergone training, allowing it to regain its former prowess rather swiftly. After 2 days of travel, it returned to its previous standard. Otherwise, Chen Yi might have seriously contemplated consuming horse meat. You must exert yourself and train diligently. After all, you are my mount, and any inadequacy would bring disgrace, Chen Yi said calmly. The Crimson Dragon steed scratched its head. Promising, I shall do my utmost. Chen Yi then recalled something and produced a spirit pill, which he had obtained after vanquishing the fox demon Bai Jing. Having ascended to the realm of the Yuan Shan, this spirit pill held little value for him. But it would be quite suitable for the Crimson Dragon steed to absorb and refine. Chapter 84. The Demonic Prodigies. A reunion with ancient Chang'e. Upon sighting the inner den, the Crimson Dragon horse's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a treasure! It opened its mouth and devoured it whole. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted within its body, crashing through its limbs and bones. However, its golden core cultivation was ill-prepared to refine an inner den of the Yuanshan realm, leading to a self-imposed torment. It let out a wretched cry and fainted. Fortunately, its dragon blood lineage endowed it with remarkable physical strength, preventing a catastrophic explosion. The three ancestors glanced over and remarked, "TSK, your steed is quite extraordinary, yet attempting to directly consume and refine an inner dan from a Yuanshan realm demon is rather hasty. It has now succumbed to slumber." Chen Yi nodded, relieved that they were not far from the Yue Qixing secret realm. Otherwise, he would have had to rouse it to continue their journey. The three ancestors twitched his lips, taken aback by Chen Yi's ruthless approach. "What do you intend to do now? Remain here?" "Absolutely not," Chen Yi replied, shaking his head. He then led the Crimson Dragon horse to a secluded forest, dug a pit, and buried it. Chen Yi stepped on the ground above, clapped his hands, and declared, "Done. It will awaken once it has refined the inner dan." Observing the buried yet still living Crimson Dragon horse, the three ancestors fell silent. This was a demon pet with dragon blood. Had it been anyone else, they would have cherished it dearly. Yet, here it was treated with such casual indifference. One might even say it was a form of abuse. "Let us proceed to the Yue Qixing secret realm," Chen Yi stated, continuing towards their destination. The three ancestors cast a glance back at the spot where the Crimson Dragon horse lay buried and discreetly placed a restriction above it to deter ordinary martial artists from approaching. He then continued to conceal himself within the void, following Chen Yi, and cautioned, "The Yue Qixing secret realm is inaccessible to celestial beings, and I need not say more. Little one, once you enter, exercise utmost caution and return immediately if any trouble arises." Chen Yi nodded and countered, "Three ancestors. Do you believe anyone beneath the celestial realm can pose a threat to me?" The three ancestors found himself at a loss for words. After all, Chen Yi had once slain celestial beings. It was fair to assert he was nearly invincible among his peers. Chen Yi remarked nonchalantly, "A secret realm that only permits entry to martial artists below the celestial realm is utterly conquerable for me. Yet, it would be unwise to underestimate the talents of others. There were indeed many prodigious warriors in this world, some of whom possessed Yuanshan abilities that could rival celestial beings." "Oh, is that so? I shall await that with eager anticipation," Chen Yi replied lightly, though still not overly concerned. Seeing this, the three ancestors shook his head, wishing to caution him against underestimating the world's inhabitants. However, considering Chen Yi's talents and his numerous feats, he suddenly felt that the seemingly trivial Yue Qixing secret realm posed little challenge for Chen Yi. The Yue Qixing secret realm resided within a mountain range. As the day of its opening approached, many had gathered here, eager to enter the realm and uncover its mysteries, hoping to gain some fortuitous opportunity. In addition to the major orthodox sects, several demonic factions had also arrived. However, the practitioners of the demonic path predominantly lurk in the shadows. Within the depths of the mountains and forests, several figures have gathered, all remarkably young cultivators of the demonic arts, exuding an aura that is distinctly different from one another. One individual wields a soul-refining banner, emanating a chilling presence, with shadows at his feet resembling wailing and struggling specters. Another appears gaunt and emaciated, gripping a bone spear. Despite his frail physique, he radiates an alarming, sinister energy. Among them is a woman of exquisite beauty, possessing an enchanting charm in her every movement. Even those who have encountered countless alluring beauties cannot help but steal glances, secretly cursing her audacity. Esteemed colleagues, I presume you have all received the directives from your respective sect leaders. Our purpose for gathering here is to penetrate the mystic realm of the Crescent Moon's 7 stars and eliminate Chen Yi. We must not allow him to grow in strength. The man with the soul-refining banner stated coolly. The emaciated young man inquired, is Chen Yi truly that terrifying? Must we, the practitioners of the demonic path, unite against him? He annihilated the Black Wind Mountain. Do you not find that fearsome? The man retorted. Surely, he cannot have achieved such a feat alone. Yet, he has killed Xie Yun and Xia Feng. That much is undeniable. The frail youth fell silent. The enchanting woman chimed in with a smile, not only that, but another saint is from my sect, Bai Jing, also perished at his hands, though she is not of the human race. She is still one of us from the supplementary Yin sect. His actions are utterly excessive. Oh, do you have a strategy to deal with him? Chen Yi. After all, he is merely a man, and the most effective method of dealing with men is, of course, the allure of a gentle embrace. The woman said with a subtle smile. The youth with the soul-refining banner replied nonchalantly. I have heard he practices the path of indifference. Huh. And what of the path of indifference? I have seduced practitioners of such a path before. How could a person truly sever all emotions? Even animals possess primal instincts. He shall be mine. In due time, he will be utterly obedient to me. I will gently guide him into our demonic path, and our influence will inevitably surge. The woman giggled at her own thoughts. The youth with the soul-refining banner pondered for a moment. That is indeed a feasible plan. Do give it a try. If it fails, we shall join forces to eliminate him together. By the way, where is the notorious Yuhua Sect's Fierce One? He is the most outstanding talent among our younger generation and is essential in dealing with Chen Yi. The woman inquired, recalling something. The youth replied, on his way here. He encountered Gu Feiyu from the Azure Cloud Sacred Land, who ranks second in their hierarchy. They have a history of enmity and are likely engaged in battle elsewhere. So we need not concern ourselves with him for now. Gu Feiyu, the one renowned as the strongest beneath the heavens? Indeed. I hope the Fierce One remains unscathed. Otherwise, it would pose a significant problem. The demonic prodigies conversed among themselves. Meanwhile, on another side, Chen Yi had arrived at the mountain range housing the mystic realm of the Crescent Moon's 7 stars. He discovered that the spiritual energy within this mountain range was exceedingly dense, giving rise to some rare and precious treasures. On his journey, he encountered a centuries-old mountain ginseng, which he casually consumed, enhancing his true essence. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from a short distance away, accompanied by familiar waves of energy. He proceeded to investigate and beheld a fierce battle unfolding before him. Among the combatants were 2 individuals he recognized, Honghua of the Yuhua Sect, ranked 2nd, and Yulinger, ranked 10th. Engaging them was Gu Qinghuang, a disciple of the Qingyun sacred land, whom he had previously bested in combat. Their clash was fortuitously unfolding before his eyes. Was it not a case of fateful adversaries crossing paths? Honghua, surrender that spiritual herb, and I shall allow both of you to depart unharmed, Gu Qinghuang stated, his gaze fixed on the precious ginseng in Honghua's possession, his eyes gleaming with desire. The age of that ginseng was remarkable. If consumed, it could significantly elevate his cultivation. However, Honghua harbored similar ambitions. With such an aid at her disposal, she would undoubtedly ascend to the realm of the primordial spirit. Chapter 85, Severing the Ancient River. With the Lingji in her grasp, Honghua was not one to relinquish it easily. This precious item held the key to her breakthrough into the Yuanshan realm. Observing her reluctance to part with the treasure, Gu Qinghuang narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of coldness flickering within. You are merely inviting your own suffering. Do not blame me for what ensues. The Yuanshan avatar. Activate. Suddenly, the Yuanshan avatar behind him surged to life, unleashing a terrifying force of thunder that enveloped the surroundings. Upon sensing this power, Honghua's gaze sharpened. It was far more formidable than when she had first encountered him at Yuhua Sect. A hint of pride crept onto Gu Qinghuang's face. Indeed. After my defeat to Chen Yi, I secluded myself in the sacred land to hone my skills, enhancing the might of my Yuanshan avatar. Should I encounter him again, I may not face defeat. As his words hung in the air, a white figure emerged slowly from the nearby forest. It was Chen Yi. "Oh, is that so?" he remarked, eyeing Gu Changhe and beckoning him with a finger. "Let us see how much you have progressed. Give it your all." Saint's son, Honghua and Yuling felt a surge of excitement as they moved closer, their hearts brimming with a profound sense of security upon Chen Yi's arrival. Chen Yi glanced at them, smirking. "It's been nearly 2 months since I left Yuhua Sect. How is it that your cultivation remains stagnant?" Honghua and Yuling twitched at the corners of their mouths. "Goodness, it has only been 2 months. What progress do you expect?" Ignoring their protests, Chen Yi turned his attention to Gu Changhe, who was now glaring at him with icy intensity. "Chen Yi, we meet again at last," he declared coldly. With that, the thunderous power emanating from his Yuanshan avatar surged even further, a ferocious onslaught directed at Chen Yi. Yet, before it could make contact, Chen Yi effortlessly waved it away with a casual gesture. "Is this your so-called progress? It hardly seems impressive," he remarked nonchalantly. "And what of this?" Gu Changhe shouted, as the Yuanshan avatar unleashed 5 distinct types of lightning, merging into a dazzling orb of thunder. 5-element thunder, shatter the heavens. "Take this, boom," he yelled, launching the combined force towards Chen Yi. Unfazed by such an assault, Chen Yi stood his ground, raising his hand with an air of nonchalance. The fire blade was summoned forth, releasing a terrifying wave of fiery energy that collided with the 5-element thunder. With a thunderous explosion, the thunderous orb disintegrated into fragments, and the searing blade force sent Gu Changhe hurtling backward, his clothing charred to a darkened state. Gu Changhe's pupils constricted in disbelief. This is impossible. How can your strength have escalated to such a degree? Could the rumors be true?" He had caught wind of certain tales concerning Chen Yi, claiming he had annihilated Blackwind Mountain. Yet, in his view, such assertions were utterly ludicrous. He had engaged in combat with Chen Yi before. No matter how formidable the opponent might be, it was inconceivable that he could annihilate Blackwind Mountain, even if the opponent had made progress in such a brief span. How substantial could that advancement truly be? Could one ascend to the realm of celestial beings in an instant? Such notions were ludicrous. Yet now, with mere gestures, Chen Yi effortlessly dismantled his assaults, appearing utterly nonchalant. This level of power was far beyond that expected of an ordinary soul. Compared to their last encounter, Chen Yi had grown exponentially stronger. As Chen Yi regarded Gu Changhe, he suddenly extended a finger and declared, "If you can endure a single strike from me without perishing, I shall spare you." Gu Changhe was momentarily taken aback, but his astonishment quickly morphed into fury. "What jest is this? Am I not a disciple of the Holy Land's lineage, capable of withstanding a single blow? Such a scenario was unfathomable." With a roar, he channeled all his true essence into his soul avatar, which erupted with a terrifying aura, surging towards Chen Yi with all its might. Yet, Chen Yi did not even draw his sword. He raised his hand once more, invoking the flame blade technique. However, the intensity of the flame blade unleashed this time was incomparably greater than before, a colossal wave of fire coalescing into a blade that soared through the air. Gu Changhe's soul avatar was cleaved in twain by this force. Gu Changhe's pupils constricted, revealing profound terror. The blade of flames was already upon him. In an instant, his body ignited in flames. In his final moments, he bellowed, "The one who has slain me is Chen Yi of Yuhua Sect." And with that proclamation, he was reduced to ashes. Chen Yi smirked, bemused that even in death, Gu Changhe sought to inform others of his demise, perhaps hoping for vengeance. Alas, no one could avenge you. Even celestial beings would struggle against him, not to mention the 3 ancestors backing him. Following Gu Changhe's demise, Honghua and Yuling stood entranced, as if witnessing an extraordinary spectacle. Their eyes widened as they fixated on Chen Yi. You have ascended to the realm of souls," Honghua stammered. "No, it cannot be merely that. How could such immense power arise from a simple ascension? How did you achieve this?" Yuling inquired with curiosity. "How did I achieve this?" "Naturally, through rigorous training. Is that not a redundant question? You both must exert yourselves diligently. As disciples of the Yuhua sect, 2 months without progress is rather disheartening," Chen Yi replied coolly. Upon hearing this, the 2 women found themselves at a loss for words. They had finally grasped that the chasm between prodigies could be unfathomably vast. While they had made little advancement over the same 2 months, Chen Yi's strength had multiplied tenfold. Or perhaps they were simply not prodigies at all. Ding! The host has successfully struck at the hearts of the 2 women, instilling doubts about their own talents. Reward: Divine Sword Technique. Divine Sword Technique? This swordsmanship sounded rather ordinary. Soon after, and intricate swordsmanship manifested in his mind. Upon reviewing this technique, Chen Yi realized that despite its seemingly mundane title, the moves within were, indeed, quite basic, consisting of merely a single strike. This maneuver can be executed with a cleave, a slash, or a thrust. In any case, it requires the convergence of sword energy at the blade's edge, followed by a decisive strike. Although its name and technique may seem unremarkable, its power is anything but ordinary. It is a pinnacle of supreme martial arts. A single strike unleashes a torrent of sword energy, capable of cleaving mountains and severing seas, exhibiting immense might. When compared to the flame blade, the Golden Sun sword technique proves to be even more formidable. Chen Yi felt a sense of satisfaction, and his gaze softened as he looked at the two junior sisters. Encountering them had inadvertently led to the acquisition of such a remarkable sword technique. Not bad at all. Is it just the two of you from the Yuhua Sect? He inquired. No, Honghua replied. Jian Shun, Dao Tai, and the others are also absent. They merely arrived before us, and should be nearing the entrance to the secret realm by now. I see, Chen Yi nodded slightly. Let us go and rendezvous with them. As they prepared to depart, he casually retrieved a storage ring from the charred remains of Guchang's body. Honghua and Yuling exchanged glances. The Holy Sun seems to handle this matter with remarkable ease. Chapter 86. The First Among Celestials, Gu Feiyu. Chen Yi took possession of Guchang's storage ring and, accompanied by the two women, ventured deeper into the mountains. Along the way, he examined the contents of the ring and discovered that, aside from a few spirit stones, it contained nothing of significance. He scoffed, remarking on the irony of Guchang's self-proclaimed status as a member of the Sacred Land's elite. A mere pauper, he mused, inferior even to the leader of Hmph Mountain. Nevertheless, he quickly cast aside such thoughts. However, due to Guchang's final words before his demise, many were now aware that Chen Yi had slain him, and this news began to spread. Of course, Chen Yi himself remained indifferent to it. Before long, they arrived at the heart of the mountains, where a towering peak reached for the heavens. Adorned with a sculpture of a resplendent moon and 7 accompanying stars, the very entrance to the Yuhua 7 Stars secret realm. Chen Yi was not the only one to arrive. Numerous other sect members and a throng of independent cultivators were present. Upon noticing Chen Yi's arrival, they could not help but engage in hushed discussions. Look, that is Chen Yi, the holy son of Yuhua Sect. Indeed, he is exceptionally handsome, quite extraordinary. Yet, some wondered why he appeared rather aloof. A smile from him would surely be enchanting. If only he would smile, it would be mesmerizing. Several female cultivators gazed at Chen Yi, lost in their fantasies, their eyes becoming dreamy, with some even crossing their legs in an uncharacteristic display of shyness. Chen Yi, however, maintained an expression of indifference, feigning ignorance while internally rolling his eyes at their antics. What is wrong with these people? Have they never seen a handsome man before? Is such fervor truly necessary? At that moment, disciples of Yuhua Sect, including Jianshan and Dao Tai, approached. Upon seeing Chen Yi, they quickly bowed in respect. We have met the Holy Sun. Chen Yi nodded slightly and scanned the crowd, not spotting Luo Qinghuang. It was to be expected, as she had already ascended to the celestial realm and had no need to join the fray, nor could she enter the secret realm. Holy Sun, I have heard that you are now the Lord of Fengxia City and have obliterated Hmph Mountain. Is that true? Dao Tai inquired, curiosity evident in his gaze, mirrored by the others who were equally intrigued by the veracity of such astonishing rumors. After all, it was an unfathomable claim. Chen Yi nodded, confirming the truth of the matter. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could it truly be real? Yet, some remained skeptical, scoffing, anyone can boast. I could claim to have vanquished the demonic path. Where's the evidence? Chen Yi paid little mind to these contrarians, but Jianshan was not pleased. He cast a cold glare at the one who had spoken derisively, drawing his sword with a fierce resolve. Are you implying that our holy son is a liar? The air crackled with the intensity of his sword intent, locking onto the challenger. The man, also a prodigy, was not easily cowed. He stepped forward, emanating a formidable aura. Just a step away from the Yuan spirit realm, and retorted, Am I mistaken? How old is he to be able to annihilate Black Wind Mountain? You do not consider how absurd this is. The cold voice of Jianshan retorted. It is only because you are a frog at the bottom of the well that you deem it absurd. Hmph, you people are utterly deluded. Do you simply accept whatever your holy son proclaims? Can you not think independently? The man continued. Jianshan furrowed his brow and replied calmly. It seems a confrontation is imminent. Stop. At that moment, Chen Yi interjected. The secret realm is about to open, It would be wise to conserve our strength and preparation. Jianchen took a deep breath and sheathed his sword. However, the man persisted. So you've cowered. Are you afraid that revealing your power will expose your weaknesses? The members of Yuhua Sect felt a surge of anger. In response, Chen Yi raised his hand and unleashed a fiery blade. The flames coalesced into a massive blade of energy that surged forth like a mountain. The man's expression shifted dramatically as he exerted all his strength to defend himself. Yet, it was futile. He was struck and sent flying, crashing into a peak, where he lay buried beneath a cascade of stones, leaving his fate uncertain. Chen Yi chose to disregard him. The onlookers focused their gaze on Chen Yi, their eyes betraying a hint of reverence. Astonishing. With a mere gesture, he had vanquished a pinnacle figure of the Purple Mansion realm. Such power was undoubtedly derived from a superior divine consciousness, one far beyond the ordinary. Jianchen gazed at Chen Yi in astonishment. Holy Son, did you not say we should conserve our energy for the secret realm? Dispatching an ant does not expend much energy, Chen Yi replied nonchalantly. The comparison of a pinnacle figure to an ant caused the crowd to twitch at the corners of their mouths, especially those who had only recently ascended to the Purple Mansion realm or had yet to reach it. They felt despondent. If he considered that opponent an ant, what did that make them? Lesser than ants? Jianchen and the others noted Chen Yi's remarkable progress, their hearts filled with awe. The speed of the Holy Sun's advancement was akin to that of a rocket. Extraordinary. Haha, what a splendid Holy Son of Yuhua Sect. Truly arrogant. A booming laughter interrupted the moment. A young man clad in white descended from the skies, exuding an overwhelming aura that left the crowd breathless. Some recognized him, and their expressions shifted with realization. It's him. Gu Feiyu of the Qingyan Holy Land, ranked second. Gu Feiyu. The one hailed as the greatest genius beneath the heavens. His formidable presence was palpable. It was no wonder he bore such a reputation. One might argue that even the might of the celestial beings could scarcely rival him. If he were to obliterate Black Wind Mountain, there would be some credibility to that claim. Was he preparing to confront Chen Yi? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Gu Feiyu fixed his icy gaze upon Chen Yi and declared, Gu Changke, a disciple of the Qingyan Holy Land, was recently slain. Oh, Chen Yi nodded slightly, and then? You are the one who killed him. Indeed. Very well, you dare to admit it. Gu Feiyu, consumed by rage, broke into a sardonic smile, his imposing presence growing ever more formidable. I shall not inquire into the events that transpired. Your act of slaying him has tarnished the reputation of my sacred domain. Regardless of the circumstances, I am determined to reclaim my honor. Chen Yi, taken aback by this declaration, retorted, Are you seeking death as well? The onlookers were taken aback, astonished by the audacity of the challenger, who appeared utterly confident in his ability to vanquish Gu Feiyu. Meanwhile, Gu Feiyu's murderous intent intensified. It had been a long time since King Luozu had witnessed someone as audacious as you. He raised his hand and summoned his true essence, manifesting streams of sword energy around him. The spectators brightened at the sight. A battle was imminent. Excitement surged, with every adversary defeated. The number of those competing for treasures and opportunities in the secret realm would dwindle, as anticipation for the impending clash reached its peak. A radiant light shimmered upon the mountainside, transforming the moon on the cliff into a seemingly tangible entity. The crowd gasped in unison. The secret realm is opening. Hurry, enter. Finally, it has begun. The treasures and opportunities of the secret realm await me. Figures surged toward the secret realm with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Chen Yi and Gu Feiyu, poised for confrontation, halted their advance. Gu Feiyu coolly remarked, There will be ample opportunity to kill you. Chapter 87. A bunch of amateurs. The Saintess of the Yuhua Sect. There are plenty of opportunities to kill you. Gu Feiyu spoke with a calm demeanor, then transformed into a streak of light, swiftly entering the secret realm. Chen Yi, upon hearing this, remained remarkably composed and replied coolly, It seems you may not have any opportunities left. Oh no. That's not quite right. The other party has never had a chance. After saying this, he glanced at the secret realm and stepped inside as well. Seeing this, Jianchen and the others exchanged glances before following suit. Upon entering the secret realm, Chen Yi felt a peculiar spatial fluctuation envelop him, and soon he found himself in a dense forest. Looking up, he noticed that amidst the night sky, only the Big Dipper and a bright moon illuminated the secret realm. Chen Yi mused, Is this truly the Crescent Moon 7 Stars secret realm? It certainly lives up to its name. He then surveyed his surroundings. Besides himself, there was no one else in sight. Logically, Jianchen and the others should be right behind him. Yet now, they were nowhere to be found. Chen Yi recalled the strange spatial force he had encountered upon entering the secret realm and suddenly understood. Is it that those who enter the realm are randomly dispersed across various locations? How intriguing. I suppose I shall be a lone wolf for now. With no one else around, he felt unburdened, allowing his strength to surge even greater. At that moment, a beam of starlight shot forth from one of the stars, transforming into a radiant streak that flew toward a mountain range. Was that a treasure born from the secret realm? Chen Yi quickly raced toward the direction of the light. He soon saw the streak collide with a mountain, and upon closer inspection, it revealed an irregularly shaped crystal, the size of a human head, shimmering with a translucent brilliance. Chen Yi felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanating from it. If this crystal could be absorbed and refined, it would undoubtedly elevate the cultivation of even a Yuan Shan realm martial artist significantly. What a splendid treasure! Chen Yi thought to himself, moving closer to claim it. However, at that moment, multiple streams of true essence surged toward him from all directions. Clearly, other martial artists had also discovered this spiritual crystal. Chen Yi raised his hand and with a swift motion, his true essence roared forth, dissipating all the incoming attacks. Swish, swish, swish. Figures began to materialize around Chen Yi. Some wielded knives, others brandished swords, and some held long spears, their gazes intense as they regarded Chen Yi, all displaying a look of seriousness. Yet, when their peripheral vision caught sight of the spiritual crystal, an undeniable greed flickered in their eyes. These individuals were aware of Chen Yi's prowess. However, the sheer magnitude of spiritual energy contained within the crystal was simply too alluring. Chen Yi observed their expressions and shook his head, remarking, "So it is true that men die for wealth, and birds perish for food. Today, I have witnessed it firsthand. Everyone, he is merely one person. If we join forces, he will undoubtedly be no match for us," a voice boomed at that moment. The crowd's eyes brightened as they found the reasoning compelling. Attack. Charge. They all surged forward in unison. Various martial arts were unleashed, directed towards Chen Yi. Heavenly Dragon Palm. Divine Eagle Claw. Starving Wolf devours the sky. Fierce Tiger descends the mountain. Upon hearing these names, Chen Yi could not help but roll his eyes in disdain. Wolves and tigers. It was evident they were of third-rate caliber. He was too disinterested to even draw his sword. Instead, he unleashed his true essence. And a magnificent sun appeared in the sky behind him, scorching waves of heat surging forth. The attacks from the crowd shattered and dissipated beneath this searing heat, sending them flying. Those with weaker cultivation spat blood, while others were reduced to cinders by the flames. Chen Yi spoke indifferently. "A bunch of amateurs dare to contend with me for treasures? What gives you the audacity?" With that, he raised his hand and executed the flame blade. With a single stroke, dozens of martial artists were turned to ashes. Those who had not yet made their move were left wide-eyed in disbelief at this spectacle. To annihilate dozens of martial artists with a mere gesture, it was utterly surreal. His methods were swift and merciless, leaving one to wonder if Chen Yi was some kind of unparalleled demon. The few who had yet to act hastily retreated, wishing they could sprout additional legs, only stopping after retreating several miles, their hearts still racing. It was outrageous. The might of Chen Yi was indeed terrifying. With a mere wave, he could obliterate dozens of martial artists, including those at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. His power was truly extraordinary. One might even say that no celestial being could rival his fearsome prowess. Truly a monster. As the crowd murmured, a graceful figure approached from a distance. She was a woman of about 28, clad in red, her figure voluptuous, each movement captivating and enchanting. The onlookers were momentarily entranced. "Hello, beautiful." One stepped forward to greet her. The woman smiled slightly, lifting a man's chin playfully as she said, "You spoke of Chen Yi. Do you know where he is now?" "He's right ahead. Thank you." The woman exhaled softly toward the man before her. In an instant, his gaze turned dazed. An elder, witnessing this, exclaimed in alarm, "This is the soul confounding technique of the Yin Restoration sect. You are the holy maiden Hmph." He pinched himself fiercely, breaking free from her enchanting spell, yet it was of little consequence. For, aside from her alluring charm, Hmp's cultivation was extraordinary as well. She looked at the elder, chuckling softly. "Old sir, why struggle? Would it not be better to, like them, revel in my beauty?" With that, she exhaled another breath. The pink mist entranced the elder, who immediately exhibited signs of intense struggle and then shouted fiercely, drawing his long sword to strike at Hmph. However, before the blade could reach her, it was intercepted by others who had been ensnared by her allure. They gazed at the elder, a frigid glint evident in their eyes. "How dare he lay hands upon the celestial maiden? You are truly heinous." "Hmph." It seems it is time to show you the consequences of your actions. One by one, they launched their assaults upon the elder. In no time, he was overwhelmed and met his demise at their hands. The others proceeded to dismember him, presenting his remains before the enchanting figure as if offering a tribute, exclaiming, "My lady, behold, I have rid you of this foe. Anyone who dares oppose you shall meet the same fate." "Is that so? Are you willing to die for me?" "Indeed, we are." They nodded fervently. "You are so kind, but alas, I can only choose one among you to stand by my side," the enchanting figure replied. Upon hearing this, a murderous intent flickered in their gazes as they turned upon one another. "The maiden belongs to me. No, she is mine," they shouted, drawing their weapons and descending into chaos. In that instant, blood and flesh were scattered, creating utter disarray. Yet, the enchanting figure observed the scene with indifference. Casting a glance toward the distant Chen Yi, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Yuhua Sect's holy son, I hope you prove to be more intriguing than the others." Chapter 88. The Devouring Spirit. Pinnacle of the Yuan Spirit. Within the enigmatic realm of the slanted moon and 7 stars, Chen Yi, having vanquished a group of lesser foes, gazed upon the irregularly shaped crystalline entity before him. Sensing the immense spiritual energy contained within, he nodded slightly. Recognizing this treasure as a spirit crystal, which was indeed commendable. A spirit crystal is akin to a spirit stone, both being manifestations of gathered spiritual energy. However, the former vastly surpasses the latter in potency. A single spirit crystal embodies spiritual energy thousands of times greater than that of a spirit stone, and is also far more readily absorbable. The spirit crystal before Chen Yi was valued at no less than 1 million spirit stones. Yet, considering that he had previously annihilated the Black Wind stronghold and amassed several million spirit stones, this solitary spirit crystal hardly captured his interest. Nonetheless, even the smallest morsel has its worth. Chen Yi, not wishing to squander it, stored it within his spatial ring. Gazing at the stars above, he mused, "When treasures manifest, do the stars in the sky flicker momentarily? 7 stars, does this secret realm yield 7 treasures? Such an intriguing notion. As for the moon, it likely serves as the entrance and exit of this realm, though after the 7 stars have twinkled, the entrance will soon close." Chen Yi reflected on the information he had regarding the slanted moon and 7-star secret realm. This was not its first opening, and such knowledge was not particularly confidential. Many were aware of it. After acquiring the first treasure, he intended to depart. At that moment, a graceful figure approached him with a languid elegance. Clad in crimson, her every movement radiated allure. She gazed at Chen Yi and smiled. "I have the honor of meeting you, young Master Chen." Hmph observed Chen Yi, her enchanting eyes sparkling with intrigue. This young Master Chen was indeed extraordinary. The innate charm exuding from him was utterly natural, certainly not a result of any esoteric cultivation technique. This individual was a natural charmer, coupled with his pure young physique. He was a rare treasure for any woman from the Yin faction, if she could take him back and indulge in his presence. Hmph could scarcely fathom the delight it would bring her. She imagined herself lingering by his side day after day. Resolutely, she vowed to claim him for herself. Hmph bowed gracefully before Chen Yi, discreetly employing her allure technique in an attempt to entice him. Yet, to her astonishment, his expression remained utterly impassive, as if gazing upon something repugnant, revealing a hint of disdain. Without further ado, he summoned a fiery blade that blazed forth, transforming into a massive sword. The night sky was illuminated by the inferno as it descended with a thunderous crash. Hmph was taken aback, hastily employing her agility to evade the impending strike. What was happening? Her allure technique had inexplicably failed. Surely, even if he could resist her charms, it should not have had no effect whatsoever unless his heart was as hard as iron. With a resounding boom, the fiery blade struck the ground, erupting into a violent explosion. The earth was rent asunder, creating a deep crater. Forced to retreat, Hmph hastily exclaimed, "Young master, cease your attack." However, if there is any misunderstanding, it can be clarified. "Enchantress, upon our first encounter, you employed some form of seductive sorcery upon me. Explain? You might as well seek an explanation from King Yama in the underworld." Chen Yi remarked nonchalantly, continuing his assault. The flaming blade sliced through the air repeatedly, creating a vast sea of fire in an instant. The alluring figure darted to and fro, employing her agility, yet ultimately, she could not evade her fate. She was struck by the flaming blade and reduced to ashes. In her final moments, she let out a mournful scream, casting a resentful glance at Chen Yi, exclaiming, "What a heartless and cold-blooded scion of the Yuhua sect. I, the enchantress, shall return to find you. How could she seek me out when she is dead?" Chen Yi pondered with a hint of confusion. Ding. The host swiftly eliminated the incarnation of the Hmph, the saintess of the Yin sect, with decisive and ruthless blows, granting no opportunity for her to entice him. Such coldness is utterly ruthless. You are truly a natural in the path of indifference. Reward. Host gains the devouring spirit physique. Devouring spirit physique? What is that? Moreover, it turns out this enchantress was merely an incarnation. No wonder she claimed she would return. Note, the devouring spirit physique is a superior constitution that enables the host to rapidly absorb various spiritual energies, enhancing their cultivation. The system kindly provided a note. Rapidly absorbing various spiritual energies? Chen Yi glanced at the spirit crystal in his hand, contemplated for a moment, and then, with a thought, he immediately activated the devouring spirit physique. In the next instant, a terrifying suction force erupted from within him. The spiritual energy from the crystal in his hand was swiftly consumed. Compared to his previous cultivation, where he absorbed spiritual energy and transformed it into true essence, the efficiency had increased by several hundred or even thousands of times. It is worth noting that he was originally a pure yang body, capable of absorbing spiritual energy at an extraordinary rate. But now, with the assistance of the devouring spirit physique, it could enhance his efficiency by several hundred or even thousands of times. Although the spirit crystal played a role, it also demonstrated the sheer terror of this physique. It was nothing short of a cultivation accelerator. No, it was a super accelerator. The energy from the spirit crystal was rapidly devoured and transformed into true essence. His cultivation level soared. 3rd stage of the Yuan spirit, 4th stage, 5th stage, 6th stage. No, this was not just a rise in level. It was akin to being propelled by a rocket, soaring to great heights. In less than a night, he ascended to the 9th stage of the Yuan spirit, reaching the pinnacle. Incredible. Chen Yi was in awe of the effects of the devouring spirit physique. It had propelled him to the peak of Yuan spirit cultivation. This journey of cultivation had become as effortless as eating or drinking, exaggerated, utterly exaggerated. He felt a sense of wonder. He then continued to explore the 7 stars of the slanting moon secret realm, intending to see if he could acquire further treasures to expedite his cultivation. If he could obtain more items similar to spirit crystals, he would be poised to break through to the celestial realm once he exited this secret realm. Remarkably, it had only been a month since he broke through to Yuan spirit. Under the night sky, within a cavern, the enchantress's expression darkened ominously. What a scion of the Yuhua sect! Such cold-heartedness surpasses any so-called practitioners of indifference I have encountered in the past. Other ruthless beings could still be stirred by the sight of themselves, their spirits wavering under the right temptation, perhaps even faltering. Yet this individual, upon laying eyes on her, launched an immediate attack, offering no opportunity for seduction whatsoever. Faced with such a challenge, she resolved to counter with force. If one alone could not match you, then I shall summon 10, or even 100. I am eager to witness just how many adversaries you can contend with. The shadowy figure let out a cold snort. At that moment, not far away, a silhouette approached her. It was a solitary cultivator. Bathed in moonlight, the figure gazed upon the shadowy enchantress, momentarily entranced, murmuring, "Have I stumbled upon a moonlit fairy?" The enchantress advanced, invoking her mesmerizing technique. "Would you be willing to become my slave, to serve my desires?" "I am willing." Thus, she commenced her enchantment, seducing others en masse, transforming them into her subservience, intent on using these souls against Chen Yi. Meanwhile, within the secret realm of the crescent moon's 7 stars, treasures appeared in succession, a ceaseless display of competition and conflict. The moonlight of the realm was shrouded in a veil of crimson. Chapter 89. What a commotion! Within the mystic realm of the 7-star crescent moon, Chen Yi had lingered for 2 days. He discovered that, apart from the 7-star treasures, the realm also harbored other fortuitous opportunities. Over these 2 days, he had gathered a few items, yet they paled in comparison to the treasures of the 7 stars. In the past 2 days, 2 more 7-star treasures had emerged. But alas, he had arrived a moment too late, allowing others to seize them. With a hint of regret, Chen Yi mused that one of the treasures, a spirit crystal, had elevated him to the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. He dared not imagine the heights he could reach if all 7-star treasures were within his grasp. However, it was only natural that not all treasures would fall into his hands. At that moment, a star in the sky burst forth with brilliance. Another 7-star treasure had manifested. A stream of light darted towards a certain direction. Observing this, Chen Yi immediately pursued it. The emergence of yet another 7-star treasure naturally drew considerable attention, prompting many to flock towards it. In a mountain range, Yulinga was exploring the mystic realm. Suddenly, a stream of light descended from the heavens, landing before her. Upon closer inspection, The light revealed itself to be a sword, a slender blade, pure white as jade, intricately adorned with exquisite patterns. Yulingo blinked in astonishment. What was happening? Was it truly the case that swords rained down from the sky? Was fortune falling into her lap? Her eyes brightened as she picked up the sword, admiring it for a moment and feeling an undeniable affection for it. What a fine sword it was. Suddenly, streams of light surged around her, encircling Yulinger. Hand over the sword. A group of warriors, drawn by the light, gazed upon the sword in her hand, their eyes gleaming with desire. This sword was evidently no ordinary artifact. It was at least a top-tier profound weapon, verging on the realm of supreme artifacts. To possess it would undoubtedly enhance their combat prowess significantly. Yulinger, gripping the sword, displayed a wary demeanor. I am the daughter of the sect master of the Yuhua Sect. Who among you dares to act against me? Aware of her own insufficient strength, she resorted to her identity to intimidate the onlookers. Indeed, their expressions revealed a hint of trepidation. Few dared to provoke the daughter of the Yuhua Sect in Qingluo Prefecture. The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to make a move. Suddenly, a figure lunged towards Yulinger. Clad in a blood-red robe, he unleashed a sinister aura of true essence. While others may fear the Yuhua Sect, my Blood Origin Sect does not. The assailant was none other than the holy son of the Blood Origin Sect, one of the 7 major demonic sects. And he had achieved the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. As he attacked Yulinger, she swiftly produced a talisman and crushed it, conjuring a protective barrier that deflected the assault of the Blood Origin Holy Son. Oh, a defensive talisman? But how long can you withstand? He raised his hand, and blood-colored true essence began to swirl around, rapidly intertwining in the air to form a blood-red cage, trapping Yulinger within, leaving her with no escape. Subsequently, the Blood Yuan Holy Sun relentlessly assailed the protective barrier. Bang, bang, bang. The barrier trembled violently. Suddenly, a sword aura soared forth, targeting the Blood Yuan Holy Sun. He shattered the sword light, and, upon perceiving its source, beheld Jian Chen's arrival. His eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, is that the sequenced disciple of the Yuhua Sect, Jian Chen? I have long heard of your renown. Until now, I have had no opportunity to meet you. Today shall serve as an excellent occasion to test my newly mastered Blood Yuan 13 swords. Blood surged forth from his body, coalescing in the void into 13 blood-red flying swords. The crimson blades relentlessly struck forth. Jian Chen raised his hand to defend. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal colliding resonated as the swords clashed with the blood-forged blades, which were surprisingly as hard as steel. Jian Chen was quite astonished. What an impressive secret technique. Ha! My cultivation surpasses yours. Let us see how you can contend with me. The Blood Yuan Holy Sun laughed heartily. In response, Jian Chen coldly snorted and activated his innate abilities. In an instant, a massive sword S-Phantom emerged behind him. An extraordinary sight, the great sword hovered in midair. But that was not the end. From behind Jian Chen, a figure materialized, his primordial spirit manifestation. The manifestation wielded the colossal sword and charged at the Blood Yuan Holy Sun, sending the 13 blood-red flying swords scattering. The Blood Yuan Holy Sun clicked his tongue in admiration. Splendid, as expected of a physical cultivator. Yet my primordial spirit manifestation is not to be outdone. A massive crimson figure also appeared behind him. The 2 primordial spirit manifestations began to collide head-on, each refusing to yield, causing the ground to crack and mountains to tremble. Meanwhile, other cultivators exchanged glances and turned their eyes towards Yulinger, unable to forget the sword in her grasp, and began to vie for it. I shall see who dares to take what belongs to the Yuhua Sect. In the sky, array flags appeared. The power of the 5 elements rotated, surging towards the crowd. Dao Tai has arrived, accompanied by a sweeping crimson light and a billowing red haze. A formidable palm force repelled the onlookers, revealing Honghua. Dao Tai and Honghua, 2 sequenced disciples, came forth, shielding Yulinger. They protected not only Yulinger but also the dignity of the Yuhua Sect. Upon witnessing the arrival of the 2 prominent figures, the crowd exchanged glances, momentarily hesitant to act. Esteemed guests, the treasure lies right before us. How can one remain indifferent? At this moment, a melodious laugh resonated through the air. A captivating woman clad in red approached, followed by bewitched cultivators of all ages, their eyes glazed. They gazed at the enchanting woman with fervent obsession. It is Hmph, the holy maiden of the Buyin sect. Those individuals are followers ensnared by her enchanting spell. This sorceress. The crowd looked at Hmph with evident trepidation, yet some, lacking resolve, could not help but fall into her allure. Hmph smiled and said, esteemed guests. What are you waiting for? With so many of us gathered, are we truly intimidated by just a few of them? Indeed. Let us secure the treasure for our celestial maiden. Attack. The warriors ensnared by the shadowy enchantress swiftly encircled Yulinger and her companions. Dao Tai and Hong Hua stood resolute, bracing for the impending confrontation. Yet, confronted by such overwhelming numbers, they found the situation daunting. After all, a single shadowy enchantress was no trivial adversary, let alone the throng under her control. Just as the crisis reached its zenith, a figure clad in white appeared in the distance, approaching the crowd with an unhurried grace. The newcomer, draped in white robes and treading upon the moonlight, advanced at a measured pace. Though he had yet to reach the gathering, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, causing all to feel a tremor of apprehension, rendering them hesitant to act. The individual was none other than Chen Yi. He surveyed the scene, his demeanor indifferent as he remarked, "What a lively spectacle we have here." Chen Yi, with so many of us present, a warrior stepped forward to speak. Yet before he could finish, Chen Yi raised his hand, unleashing a fiery blade that cleaved the warrior in two. Chapter 90, The Convergence of Demonic Prodigies. A blazing blade cleaved a martial artist who dared to speak in two. The sheer force of this act caused the onlookers to involuntarily narrow their eyes in disbelief, further instilling fear with Chen Yi's mercilessness. Good heavens! Did he just slay a warrior with a single stroke? Chen Yi coldly declared, "A group of pawns manipulated by a seductive demon, daring to oppose my Yuhua Sect. Your deaths are not worth lamenting. Now, who amongst you wishes to strike? Step forward." An unparalleled aura radiated from him, while the warriors regarded him with icy glares. "Chen Yi, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do you truly believe yourself invincible?" An elder stepped forth, his presence commanding as a spiritual manifestation materialized behind him. Other warriors also unleashed their auras, gripping their weapons tightly, poised to strike. Chen Yi dismissively commanded, "You few, retreat behind me." Hong Hua, Yulinger, and Dao Tai exchanged glances. Momentarily taken aback, Hong Hua spoke, "Holy Son, with so many here, you alone." "Simply obey," Chen Yi replied indifferently, sweeping his sleeve to usher them behind him. Facing the multitude of warriors poised to attack, he gripped the black killing sword in his hand, murmuring, "Let me test this supreme technique on you." As the warriors charged, various martial arts erupted forth, particularly the elder, who commanded his spiritual manifestation to strike down upon Chen Yi with the force of a mountain. Chen Yi raised his hand, channeling the black killing sword, invoking the supreme technique, divine sword slash. True essence coalesced at the sword's edge before descending. A resplendent, domineering beam of black sword light surged forth. With a resounding slice, the elder and his spiritual form were cleaved in two, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. A collective gasp echoed amongst the spectators. A single strike severed a spiritual entity? What manner of sword technique is this? Yet, the spectacle did not end there. Following the first strike, Chen Yi continued to wield the black killing sword, unleashing waves of sword light, each as formidable as the last. In the blink of an eye, he had unleashed dozens of strikes. The crowd beheld the torrent of sword light, their pupils trembling in terror, their scalps prickling with dread as they instinctively sought to evade. However, evasion was futile. The sword light was overwhelming. As Chen Yi relentlessly swung the black killing sword, the air was saturated with slicing energy, causing warriors to cry out in agony. The unfortunate ones were cleaved in half, while the luckier ones suffered severed limbs. In an instant, the surroundings transformed into a hellish scene, blood staining the earth. Monstrous! How can he unleash such formidable sword energy all at once? Is his true essence inexhaustible? They could hardly comprehend it. In their eyes, Chen Yi was merely a spiritual being, his essence finite. Such formidable sword energy. It would be remarkable to unleash 3 or 4 strikes. Yet how could the opponent possibly unleash so many in one go? Truly treating a grand technique as a mere basic attack. How absurd. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Yi practiced an imperial-level cultivation technique, and his true essence was inherently vast. Recently, he had also acquired a devouring spirit physique, which enabled him to swiftly absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and replenish his internal essence, while simultaneously unleashing attacks. Despite the ferocity of his previous onslaught, swiftly slaying a multitude of warriors, his true essence had already been restored to a significant extent under the influence of the devouring spirit physique within this short span of time. As Hmph gazed upon the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, witnessing her painstakingly controlled warriors being dispatched as if they were mere vegetables, a profound terror surged within her. A monster. This individual before her was no mere human. He was an unequivocal aberration. Damn it, I am certainly no match for him. Should I flee? May pondered, unable to suppress her retreat. However, Chen Yi's gaze suddenly fixed upon her, recalling how he had previously dispatched one of her avatars. And now the true self dared to provoke him. Excellent. I admire your courage. Then let us deal with your true form as well. He spoke with an air of indifference, slowly advancing towards her. At that moment, a figure came hurtling back from a distance. It was Jinshin. Having battled with the blood origin Saint Sun, he found himself at a disadvantage and was sent flying. Chen Yi raised his hand, forming a great hand of true essence. Catching Jinshin and speaking coolly, Jinshin, upon your return, ensure you double your training. Yes, Saint Sun, Jinshin replied with a sense of shame. The blood origin Saint Sun glanced around at the sea of corpses, his pupils contracting, then burst into laughter. Ah, what an extraordinary Saint Sun of the Yuhua Sect. You are even more bloodthirsty than our demonic kind. You should have joined us long ago. Chen Yi replied impassively. If I were to embrace darkness, the first to perish would be you, the so-called demonic faction. Let there be no demons in this world. TSK, such audacious words. The blood origin Saint Sun remarked in astonishment. He then raised his hand to channel his true essence, summoning 13 blood-red swords that coalesced around his divine avatar, which then shot towards Chen Yi from various directions. Yet, Chen Yi merely swung his sword, unleashing a gust of sword energy that tore through the air, annihilating all 13 blood swords in an instant, indeed shattering 13 with a single strike. The residual sword energy surged forth, sending the blood origin Saint Sun reeling backward. His pupils narrowed. Chen Yi's might exceeded his imagination. Chen Yi remarked coldly, does having many swords truly bear significance? At that moment, an eerie black aura began to rise around them, and from within the darkness, numerous restless souls emerged, encircling Chen Yi, howling and roaring as if intent on tearing him to shreds. Oh, soul techniques. Could they be from the soul refining mountain? Chen Yi mused lightly. Approaching from a distance was a young man clad in black robes, wielding a banner of countless souls, with innumerable spirits swirling beneath his feet. Chen Yi had encountered individuals from the soul refining mountain before. However, compared to the figure before him, those past encounters were trivial, as the number of souls under their command was of an entirely different caliber. Oh, the holy son of Yuhua Sect, Chen Yi. The demonic path has already placed a death decree upon you. We have come here to end your life. The young man remarked with a faint smile. Where is Chen Yi? A chilling voice inquired. Subsequently, a gaunt man, wielding a skeletal spear, slowly approached. He was none other than the prodigy of Skull Mountain. Here. Chen Yi replied nonchalantly. The emaciated youth pointed his spear at Chen Yi and coldly stated, Very well, I have come to claim your life. Will you surrender willingly? Or shall we be forced to act? Chen Yi responded calmly. One after another, you all seek to take my life, yet I possess but a single life to give. As long as I can kill you, that is sufficient. The gaunt youth retorted. Behind him, a fiery embodiment of his primordial spirit materialized. Meanwhile, the young man wielding the banner of 10,000 souls also summoned forth his own primordial spirit. The shadowy figure, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement. Ah, an opportunity. Chapter 91. The ethereal manifestation of Chen Yi, the malevolent of the Yuhua sect. An opportunity. Initially contemplating escape, the enchanting shadow, upon witnessing the multitude of prodigies besieging Chen Yi, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope to surpass him. With a mere thought, a pink aura enveloped her, her alluring form swaying gracefully, transforming into a captivating ethereal manifestation. For ethereal forms surrounded Chen Yi. One manifestation, blood-red and exuding a menacing aura, seemed capable of conjuring a sea of blood with a mere gesture. Another, ablaze with ghostly white flames, resembled a desiccated skeleton, yet emanated a chilling presence, brimming with murderous intent. A third, shrouded in wailing spirits, echoed with haunting cries. The last, a beauty adorned in crimson, moved with an enchanting grace, captivating all who beheld her. Each manifestation bore its distinct essence. Observing these four, Chen Yi remarked nonchalantly, quite impressive. Since you have all demonstrated such earnestness, allow me to impart a fundamental truth. There are always greater beings beyond mere mortals, and I am the celestial force you cannot hope to challenge. With that declaration, a tremendous surge of profound energy erupted from his being. The terrifying essence surged forth like a tempest, cascading outward. Behind Chen Yi, a towering ethereal manifestation of 99 Zhang emerged. Its form and visage mirrored Chen Yi, clad in garments as white as snow, enveloped in a celestial radiance, exuding an aura that commanded reverence across the realms, instilling awe on the heavens and earth. It was as though a supreme deity had descended. The onlookers beheld this ethereal form, their pupils constricting in shock, hearts trembling. The pressure emanating from this manifestation seemed more fearsome than that of the celestial beings. Was this truly an ethereal manifestation? The forms of celestial beings could hardly compare in terror. You should consider yourselves fortunate, Chen Yi stated calmly. For you shall be among the first adversaries to perish beneath my ethereal manifestation. The four shadows simultaneously sensed the formidable might of Chen Yi's manifestation, their pupils quivering involuntarily. How could he possess such strength? How could his manifestation be so powerful? Impossible. Charge together. They cried in unison, channeling their energies. The four manifestations surged toward Chen Yi almost simultaneously. Yet, Chen Yi's ethereal manifestation revealed a hint of disdain, and with a mere gesture, a dominant, searing force coalesced in his palm. Transforming his hand into a blade, he struck forth. Flames morphed into a colossal wave of cutting energy, crashing down upon the advancing four manifestations, sending them hurtling backward, each one shattering into fragments. With a single strike, all four ethereal forms were obliterated. This display of power left all spectators dumbfounded. The four shadows, their eyes wide with terror, trembled in fear. We were mistaken to challenge him. One stammered in horror. Visions of Chen Yi annihilating Hmph Mountain flashed in their minds, initially dismissed as mere legend, or perhaps the work of his guardian. Yet now, it seemed that Chen Yi's destruction of Hmph Mountain was far from implausible. Such power is truly extraordinary. Only a transcendent expert stands a chance against him, otherwise. For anyone else, it would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. The blood origin holy sun swallowed hard. Meanwhile, the gaunt young man had already risen and begun to flee. Damn it, remaining here would lead only to a dead end. Run. As Chen Yi observed the fleeing figure, he raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike. His primordial spirit avatar followed suit, executing a sword maneuver of its own. The overwhelming sword energy surged forth, arriving first and catching up to the gaunt youth, cleaving him in two from behind. Escape? You have no such opportunity, Chen Yi declared coldly. He then turned his gaze toward the remaining three demonic prodigies, sweeping his eyes over the shadow charm, blood origin holy sun, and the youth from the soul refinement mountain. Finally settling on the shadow charm. With a calm demeanor, he stated, "Ladies first. I shall take you down first." Upon hearing this, the shadow charm's pupils constricted. Ladies first? Is this your interpretation of priority? No. Chen Yi, do not kill me. I am willing to serve you, to be your servant. I can do anything you ask of me. The shadow charm hastily pleaded. Even at this juncture, she did not forget to employ her enchanting techniques in an attempt to sway Chen Yi. Unfortunately, it proved utterly ineffective against him. With a single sword stroke, he executed the divine sword slash once more. The sword energy cut through the air, and the shadow charm's body was instantaneously cleaved in two. She met her untimely demise. The spectators shivered in fear. Good heavens, how ruthlessly cold-hearted. Such a stunning beauty would elicit pity from anyone who beheld her. Yet, Chen Yi was unyielding, dispatching her with a single strike. TSK, one could at least show some mercy. Indeed, he possesses no sense of cherishing beauty. Some murmured in dismay. However, others scoffed. After all, she was the saintess of the Yin sect. With your frail frames, wouldn't you be drained completely in an instant? Those present trembled at the thought. Nevertheless, the decisiveness with which Chen Yi acted left them utterly astonished. Several female cultivators gazed at him, shaking their heads in lamentation. He was so strikingly handsome, yet far too cold-hearted. A pursuit of him seemed utterly hopeless. Ding! The host has displayed a ruthless side, unhesitatingly slaying the demonic enchantress, the shadow charm. This has left many shivering, deeming him cold-hearted. Rewarding the host with a treasure map. A treasure map? What is this? I merely killed a demonic enchantress, and now I am deemed cold-hearted? What nonsense! Are you all such bleeding hearts? Chen Yi scoffed, then turned his attention back to the blood origin holy sun and the youth from the soul refinement mountain, his primordial spirit avatar glowing brilliantly, preparing to strike once more. At that moment, a roar erupted, akin to thunderclaps. Chen Yi, who permitted you to slay my demonic prodigies? A figure swiftly approached, moving like lightning, already manifesting its primordial spirit avatar as it charged forward. Before him stood a formidable spirit manifestation clad in black armor, exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence, reminiscent of a hellish demon emerging from the depths of the abyss. This spirit manifestation lunged towards Chen Yi's own. Chen Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he raised his hand to unleash a flame blade. Boom! The spirit manifestation was sent reeling backward. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a young man in dark attire, his countenance stark and fierce, radiating an unsettling murderous intent. Chen Yi squinted once more, pondering the identity of this adversary. A member of the Yuhua Sect, a vile wretch. The young man declared coldly. At this, Chen Yi's expression shifted to one of realization, followed by a retort. And who might this vile wretch be? Beside him, Honghua elucidated, Holy Son. It appears the opponent is the Holy Son of the Yuhua Sect. Reputed to be the most exceptional talent of this generation within the demonic path of Qi Luo Prefecture. The most outstanding prodigy? Is this all they have? Chen Yi mused, shaking his head in disbelief. It seemed the demonic path was on the verge of demise. How arrogant! The vile wretch scoffed before launching another assault. From behind him, his spirit manifestation coalesced into a black spear, relentlessly thrusting towards Chen Yi. Strike after strike, each more domineering than the last. With effortless grace, Chen Yi wielded his sword, parrying each attack with finesse. Meanwhile, the vile wretch bellowed, Gu Feiyu, if you do not engage, your title as the foremost under heaven shall soon be at risk. Chapter 92. Slaughtering the talented like cattle and dogs. Gu Feiyu, if you do not take action soon, your title as the foremost among mortals shall be at risk. The malevolent figure bellowed. The crowd was taken aback. Gu Fei has arrived. Suddenly, in the void, strands of golden sword energy pierced through the air, hurtling towards Chen Yi. Unfazed, Chen Yi waved his hand, shattering the oncoming flying swords. In the distance, atop a mountain peak, Gu Feiyu's soared into the air, accompanied by a towering avatar of his primordial spirit radiating a formidable aura. Together with the malevolent figure's avatar, they flanked Chen Yi. The sword dust and his companions were struck with alarm. What? Gu Feiyu, you, a distinguished member of the Holy Land, actually conspire with a demonic warrior against our Holy Son? Have you no shame? Indeed, how can you be so shameless? If you possess any valor, wait until our Holy Son is dealt with the malevolent figure and challenge him to a duel. What merit is there in allying with the malevolent? However, Gu Feiyu, confronted by their accusations, remained silent, his gaze fixed intensely on Chen Yi, revealing a hint of internal conflict. He did not wish to ally with the malevolent figure, for it would tarnish his reputation. Yet, having observed the battle from the sidelines, he arrived at a bitter realization in a one-on-one confrontation. He was no match for Chen Yi. Even allying with the malevolent figure did not guarantee victory. The strength of his opponent overshadowed him, making Chen Yi the more fitting contender for the title of the foremost among mortals, filling him with resentment and jealousy. Taking a deep breath, a steely resolve emerged in his eyes as he surveyed the numerous corpses on the ground. He bellowed, Chen Yi, you have slain members of my holy land and butchered countless warriors. You have unknowingly descended into the demonic path. Today, I shall eradicate you here. Otherwise, a great scourge will emerge in Qing Luo Prefecture. Even if it means temporarily allying with the demonic, I will not hesitate to sacrifice my reputation. His declaration was filled with righteous fervor, as if the alliance with the malevolent figure was a matter of eager necessity, as though he had made an immense sacrifice. Chen Yi, taken aback by his words, remarked, Truly, you possess an audacious countenance. I have never encountered someone as brazenly shameless as you. Hmph, regardless of the circumstances. Chen Yi, you shall meet your demise today. With that, sword energy surged from Gu Feiyu, subtly forming 9 colossal golden halos behind him. That was the power of his physique, the 9 Emperor sword body. The malevolent figure laughed heartily. Gu Feiyu, who would have thought we would actually join forces? Very well, I shall unleash my full power as well. A surge of malevolent energy erupted from him. Accompanied by the sounds of 1,000 troops charging forth, this phenomenon signified the azure body. The 2 prodigies activated their primordial spirit avatars and the power of their physiques, preparing to besiege Chen Yi. Yet, this was not the end, not far away. The Blood Yuan Holy Son and the youth from Lianhuan Mountain exchanged a glance before rising to invoke their secret techniques. The Blood Yuan Holy Son ignited his essence blood. The youth from Lianhuan Mountain activated the soul banner, drawing countless souls into his being, transforming them into his strength, allowing him to ascend further. The 2 once again coalesced their primordial spirit avatars. Surrounded by the formidable duo of Isha and Gu Feiyu, Chen Yi found himself at the center of a relentless assault. With an air of calm, he remarked, Very well, since it has come to this, I shall resolve you all in one fell swoop. As for physique and manifestations, I possess them in abundance. Upon uttering these words, a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth from his being, unleashing a series of extraordinary phenomena. The great sun ascended the heavens, the fire phoenix blazed through the skies, the inferno birthed the golden lotus, the 9-leaved blue lotus supported the firmament, and the purple chi flowed from the east. A vast expanse of purple energy enveloped the sky, harmonizing with the soaring flames, casting a radiant purplish-red glow that illuminated the heavens as if it were midday. 5 magnificent manifestations swirled around Chen Yi's ethereal avatar, rendering him akin to a celestial sovereign descending upon the mortal realm, overshadowing all. The 4 ethereal avatars encircling him trembled in fear. What is happening? 5 manifestations? Is this something a mere mortal can achieve? How can one possess such an abundance of phenomena? They were utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Jianchun and his companions stood agape, fully aware that Chen Yi possessed several manifestations. Initially, they were unfazed by the first 3, but the emergence of the 4th left them astonished. When the 5th manifestation appeared, their eyes widened in disbelief. Had the saint comprehended yet another phenomenon? What was happening? Was the saint truly this terrifying? He had ventured down the mountain for training, ascended to the realm of ethereal spirits, solidified his ethereal avatar, and even grasped 2 additional manifestations. How had he accomplished this? And all within merely a month or 2 of training. If he were to train for a year or 2, would he not then be capable of breaking through to the supreme realm, rendering himself invincible? It was not entirely implausible. As they gazed upon Chen Yi, their expression shifted to one of fervent admiration, though initially they might have felt a twinge of jealousy at how closely Chen Yi's prowess matched their own. The chasm between them had now widened to such an extent that any notion of catching up seemed utterly futile. All that remained was profound reverence. "What manner of creature are you?" Gu Feiyu inquired, his voice laced with trepidation. Previously, he had harbored thoughts of avenging Gu Qinghuang and engaging Chen Yi in battle, but witnessing the extraordinary phenomena unleashed by Chen Yi made such thoughts seem ludicrous. Revenge? A jest. To seek trouble with such an opponent was nothing short of folly. As for the title of the strongest beneath the heavens, he found it better bestowed upon Chen Yi than to risk losing his life. Regret washed over him. Yet there was no remedy for his remorse. Summoning his power to its zenith, he conjured an array of sword energies. Isha, too, let out a low growl, his ethereal avatar manifesting a pitch-black spear, malice coalescing at its tip, the demonic spear of destruction. Meanwhile, the blood Yuan Holy Sun ignited his vitality, transforming it into 13 spectral sword shadows. The youth from the soul-refining mountain exuded an aura of darkness, coalescing into a colossal skull. Together, the 4 prodigies launched their onslaught upon Chen Yi. Boom, boom. In an instant, the void trembled violently, and dust billowed forth. As the smoke dissipated, the figure of Chen Yi emerged unscathed before the crowd, rendering their assaults utterly futile. "It is my turn now," Chen Yi stated calmly. Behind him, a divine manifestation unleashed a palm strike towards the blood origin Holy Sun. Empowered by 5 extraordinary phenomena, this strike was nothing short of terrifying. The physical form of the blood origin Holy Sun was obliterated into mere fragments. Then he turned his gaze towards the young man from the soul-refining mountain, raising his hand to unleash a blade of flame. The pure yang fire, epitomizing utmost masculinity, was indeed the nemesis of lost souls. The opponent, devoid of any means to resist, was reduced to ashes. The remaining villains, witnessing the carnage, were seized by panic and attempted to flee. Chen Yi's sword danced through the air, and the subtle sword energy descended upon the 2 like a colossal mountain. The atmosphere erupted with 2 plumes of blood mist. The 2 formidable talents fell simultaneously. Thus, 4 prodigies besieged Chen Yi, only to be effortlessly extinguished. Throughout this ordeal, Chen Yi remained entirely unharmed. Slaying these exceptional beings was akin to butchering swine. His terrifying prowess left all spectators in a state of profound shock, unable to regain their composure until Chen Yi retracted his divine manifestation and the extraordinary phenomena dissipated, allowing them to regain their senses. Approaching him eagerly, they exclaimed, "Holy Sun, you are truly extraordinary." Chapter 93, The Brewing Storm. Retribution approaches. "Saint, you are truly extraordinary." The admiration in the eyes of the onlookers for Chen Yi was palpable. However, Chen Yi shook his head and remarked, "It is not that I am exceptionally powerful, but rather that the enemy is exceedingly weak. The foremost prodigy of the demonic path? The preeminent figure beneath the celestial realm? Merely this." Had they heard such words previously, they might have deemed Chen Yi excessively arrogant. Yet now, they nodded in agreement. "Indeed, the saint speaks nothing but the truth. By the way, saint, I have a sword here for you." Yu Ling'er presented a slender sword, clearly designed for a female celestial. Chen Yi glanced at it and replied, "Such a delicate sword, you would be better off keeping it for yourself. After all, it is a top-tier mysterious weapon. Given your current weakness, this sword could greatly enhance your abilities." Yulinger was taken aback. While she admired him, she could not help but feel that his words were rather sharp, often striking at one's insecurities. Subsequently, Jianchen and the others accompanied Chen Yi in his endeavors. With Chen Yi present, the treasures within this secret realm were virtually at their disposal, as there was nothing he could not acquire. After all, beneath the celestial realm, Chen Yi could sweep away all adversaries effortlessly. Once the extraordinary phenomena unfolded, even celestial beings were not beyond his reach. The group began to speculate whether he was concealing his true power, as his might was indeed formidable. However, it was undeniable that only martial artists beneath the celestial realm could enter this secret domain. Meanwhile, outside, within the Qingyan sacred land, there stood a hall of life flames. Hundreds of candles flickered, each representing an important figure within the Qingyan sacred land. Currently, these candles were arranged in 9 tiers, with the uppermost layers denoting the most esteemed identities. Alarmingly, among the dozens of candles at the pinnacle, 2 had extinguished. The elders observing the life flames were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Upon inspecting, they gasped in horror. When the flames extinguish, it signifies death. The sequence of Gu Changhe and Gu Feiyu has perished. Each disciple in the sequence was vital to the future of the Qingyun sacred land. Gu Feiyu, renowned as the foremost prodigy beneath the celestial realm, was considered the land's future supreme leader. But now he lay dead. How could the elders not be astounded? They immediately reported this grave matter to the sacred lord of Qingyun. Upon hearing the news, the sacred lord's countenance darkened as he coldly stated, Gu Feiyu and Gu Changhe must have perished within the Sheiyue 7-star secret realm. Few among the younger generation possess the strength to slay them. If we investigate, the perpetrator can certainly be identified. Relay a message to the Grand Elder, instructing him to capture the culprit, or alternatively, execute them on the spot. Yes, outside the Sheiyue 7-star secret realm, powerful figures unable to enter were vigilantly awaiting. These individuals are primarily the elders of various sects, all awaiting the triumphant return of their exceptional heirs from the secret realm. However, one elder, possessing the cultivation of the celestial realm, received a message. Upon examining the communication jade slip, his countenance shifted dramatically. What? Our sect's holy son has perished. How could this be? Who is responsible for such an atrocity? He erupted with fury. The onlookers cast sympathetic glances in his direction, while others reveled in his misfortune, chuckling to themselves in the exploration of the secret realm. Death is commonplace, it is entirely expected. Shortly thereafter, he received another message, and his expression turned to one of sheer horror. Our sect's holy son is also dead. Who could have done this? One by one, the elders of various sects received similar messages, each learning that their distinguished heirs had met an untimely demise within the secret realm. One elder, seated upon a mountain peak, remained remarkably composed as he observed the frantic reactions of the other elders, chuckling softly in disdain. The so-called prodigies of these sects were utterly insignificant. Indeed, the Grand Elder spoke truthfully. How could these individuals possibly be compared to Gu Feiyu? An elder nearby, also of the celestial realm, echoed this sentiment. Witnessing the elder mock their own prodigies ignited a fire within the already agitated celestial beings, who turned their gazes towards him. Who do you think you are to deride us? I am the ancient elder, Gu Tong. Upon hearing this name, some individuals' pupils contracted slightly. Gu Tong, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sacred land. Precisely. My apologies for my offense. The celestial being instantly silenced his anger. Gu Tong, the Grand Elder of the Qingyun sacred land. Second only to the master of the sacred land, his cultivation had long since reached the void realm. He was far superior to these celestial beings. Observing their sudden trepidation, Gu Tong could not suppress a sneer. I stated that your prodigies are inconsequential. Did I err in my assessment? To perish so readily within the secret realm is a testament to their mediocre strength. Unlike Gu Feiyu of the Qingyun sacred land, renowned as the foremost figure beneath the celestial realm, within that secret realm, none could rival him. Upon hearing these words, the crowd clenched their teeth in frustration. Their prodigies had met their end, and now they were subjected to ridicule. It was infuriating. Yet, what recourse did they have? The strength of Gu Tong was undeniable, and Gu Feiyu was indeed a celebrated prodigy within Qi Luo Prefecture. They found themselves at a loss for words, their anger stifled. As Gu Tong surveyed the fearful expressions of the gathered individuals, his disdain deepened. At that moment, the jade slip at his waist trembled, signaling a new message. He glanced at it, and his expression darkened ominously. His body trembled slightly, as if he had received news that left him both shocked and troubled. The onlookers regarded him with curiosity. What could be the matter? An elder beside Gu Tong inquired. Grand Elder, what has transpired? With a grim countenance, Gutong replied. Gu Feiyu is dead. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened as if they had taken a bite of ice cream on a scorching summer day. A sensation of exhilaration washing over them. This was retribution for your mockery. How delightful it is to witness poetic justice unfold. Although they felt a sense of delight within. It was not outwardly displayed. Instead, they quietly chuckled to themselves. Yet, they were also astonished who could possibly bring down Gu Feiyu. The elder exclaimed in disbelief. How could this be? Gu Feiyu is revered as the foremost among mortals. Who could dare to slay him? Gutong shook his head, uncertain. Suddenly, a chilling and merciless intent flickered in his eyes as he gazed toward the secret realm, declaring, but those within the secret realm must surely know. Once they emerge, we shall seize them for questioning. Whoever has taken Gu Feiyu's life shall pay a grave price. Meanwhile, the three ancestors concealed in the shadows had also learned of Gu Feiyu's demise. They were equally taken aback. Despite Gu Feiyu's questionable character, his prowess was indisputable. Who could have vanquished him? Wait a moment. The visage of Chen Yi flashed in his mind. In terms of power beneath the heavens, who else could contend with Gu Feiyu? There was no one but Chen Yi. Could it truly be that this young man was responsible? If so, it would indeed spell trouble. The Qingyun Holy Land would undoubtedly seek retribution against them. Chapter 94. Exiting the Secret Realm. Gutong takes action. Upon reflecting on the nature of the Qingyun Holy Land, the hearts of the three ancestors sank slightly. Nevertheless, he took a deep breath. For from the moment he descended the mountain, he had been prepared to safeguard this young man. Even should he provoke a catastrophic disaster, he would bear the burden alone. What of the Qingyun Holy Land? If it came to it, this old man would confront them head-on. He cast a piercing glance at the Grand Elder of Qingyun Holy Land, his gaze imbued with a chilling aura. The Grand Elder Gutong, for reasons unknown, suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. He frowned, pondering the source of this unsettling sensation. Had he unwittingly attracted the attention of some formidable entity? Regardless, the most pressing matter at hand was to uncover the perpetrator behind Gu Feiyu's demise. This adversary must not be allowed to escape unscathed. Contemplating this, a frostiness enveloped his heart. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Chen Yi and his companions had nearly finished gathering treasures. They had successfully retrieved most of the stellar artifacts that had emerged, and now only one remained of the 7 stars' treasures. At that moment, the stars twinkled as the 7th artifact revealed itself, streaking across the night sky before landing atop a mountain peak, drawing many eager onlookers. Upon inspection, it was discovered to be an unremarkable black stone. However, it emanated a peculiar rhythm. This was a rare divine iron. Its hue and aura indicated it was the legendary Black Xin divine iron. It was said that this substance could be utilized to forge supreme artifacts, immensely rare. What a fortuitous encounter with this treasure. This item is mine, do not contest it. No, it is rightfully mine. As the crowd surrounded the Black Xin divine iron, a confrontation seemed imminent. Just as tensions were about to escalate into violence, Chen Yi made his entrance. He approached steadily, exuding no overwhelming pressure. Yet all eyes were irresistibly drawn to him. He addressed the gathering with a calm demeanor. Why must you quarrel over a mere stone? To foster harmony among us, I shall take a loss. I will claim this worthless stone for myself. The crowd was taken aback. How audacious. To monopolize the treasure and demand our gratitude. Can you be any more shameless? Yet what could they do? Chen Yi's prowess was terrifying, instilling a sense of desperation among them. How could they possibly contend with him? Indeed, young sage Chun is correct. It is unnecessary to mar our camaraderie over a trivial stone. Let this artifact belong to you. Young Sage Chun, I may have discovered this item first, but I believe that such treasures should go to the worthy, and thus, it is yours. As the crowd continued to insist on bestowing the treasure upon him, Chen Yi nodded slightly, feeling a sense of obligation. Since you are all so gracious, I shall not refuse. With that, he stored the Black Xian divine iron within his storage ring. The onlookers' expressions twitched. They wished to intervene. But did they possess the strength to do so? Certainly not. As the 7 stars' treasures emerged into the world, the opportunities within this secret realm had nearly vanished. The resplendent moon in the night sky symbolized that all could now depart from the secret domain. A sense of disinterest swept over the crowd, for throughout this venture, all the glory had been monopolized by Chen Yi alone. One by one, they transformed into streaks of light and exited the realm. While Chen Yi and his companions prepared to leave as well. Outside the secret realm, accompanied by numerous streaks of light, elders from various sects rushed forward, demanding answers. Who has slain our heavenly dragon sect's holy son, Li Tian? Who has taken the life of our sect's prodigy? In particular, the Grand Elder of the Qingyan sacred land. Gu Tong erupted with an unmatched aura, seizing a young man in his grasp and coldly inquiring, "Speak. Who killed Gu Feiyu? If you withhold the truth, I shall take your life." The young man trembled in fear, too terrified to conceal anything, and promptly divulged all he knew. It was Chen Yi. Chen Yi from the Yuhua Sect. Upon hearing this, Gu Tong's murderous intent intensified. Meanwhile, the hidden three ancestors could not help but sigh, lamenting, "Ah, this Chen Yi." Gu Tong cast the young man aside and turned his icy gaze upon the elders of the Yuhua Sect. "Yuhua Sect, you must provide us with an explanation." Others, too, had clarified that the majority of their sect's prodigies had fallen at Chen Yi's hands. Outrage erupted in unison, with many directing their ire towards the elders of the Yuhua Sect. "How could you act this way? Is your holy son merely a ruthless killer? How many lives has he taken? Is there no law left? This is sheer lawlessness. We will not let this matter rest. Yuhua Sect, you must surrender Chen Yi." The elder leading the Yuhua Sect's delegation, the master of the Divine Sword Peak, took a deep breath, internally exclaiming, "Just how many has Chen Yi slain?" Yet he maintained his composure and said, "Esteemed colleagues, I implore you to remain calm. The circumstances are not yet clear. Let us await Chen Yi's emergence to clarify matters." "What's there to discuss? Are you suggesting that so many would falsely accuse Chen Yi? Chen Yi must die." With a thunderous presence, the Divine Sword Elder unleashed a formidable aura and declared, "I have spoken. Please calm yourselves. It is prudent to await Chen Yi's explanation." His cultivation level was impressive, having reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, and he managed to intimidate several present. However, Gu Tong remained unfazed, his power surpassing that of the Divine Sword Elder. With a surge of energy, he suppressed the Elder. There is no need for explanations. Once Chen Yi emerges, he shall face two choices. First, accompany me back to the Qingyan sacred land for judgment. Second, be executed on the spot. Gu Tong's voice was frigid. What audacity! A cold voice interjected. Chen Yi emerged from the secret realm, standing with an air of authority, gazing indifferently at Gu Tong. "I shall see who dares to judge me. It is you." "So arrogant." Gu Tong scoffed coldly. Upon seeing Chen Yi emerge, he wasted no time and directly summoned his true essence, transforming it into a colossal hand that struck fiercely. Without uttering a word, Chen Yi activated his spiritual manifestation. The 5 great manifestations unfolded. He raised his long sword high and unleashed a tremendous strike. The Divine Sword Slash. A terrifying sword aura howled as it collided with the True Essence hand. Boom. Accompanied by a cataclysmic impact, the True Essence hand summoned by Gu Tong was utterly shattered. The onlookers gaped in astonishment at Chen Yi, whose spiritual manifestation materialized behind him, surrounded by 5 extraordinary phenomena, unable to comprehend the scene before them. What on earth? What is happening? The spiritual manifestation alone is astonishing, but why does he possess 5 phenomena? This is the first time I have witnessed such a thing. My goodness, is this real? Heaven, am I not seeing things? Someone pinch me. Ouch. It truly is real. No wonder he could slay Gu Feiyu. The power of these manifestations is simply overwhelming. How did he achieve this? It is utterly unfathomable. Chapter 95, The 3 Ancestors Strike. Preparing to engage multiple celestials alone. Witnessing Chen Yi, who had withstood his attack, Gu Tong's pupils suddenly constricted in shock. Although he had not exerted his full strength, the force of his palm was not something that could be countered by mere spiritual essence. In truth, even a celestial being would struggle against it. The opponent had somehow shattered his strike. This level of combat prowess was extraordinary, far beyond what one could expect from the realm of spiritual essence. At that moment, Gu Tong finally understood why Gu Feiyu had met his demise at the hands of this individual. Such formidable strength. It was indeed a just end for him. "Gu Tong, stand down." At that instant, the Elder of the Divine Sword moved swiftly to position himself in front of Chen Yi and the others, shielding them. Gu Tong narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking, "Do you truly believe that you alone can protect them?" "How naive. Perhaps I can." A detached voice resonated, followed by an overwhelming pressure that enveloped everyone present. Suddenly, a figure ascended into the air, emanating an immense and majestic aura. It was the 3 ancestors. Upon his arrival, he cast a piercing gaze at Gu Tong and coldly declared, "If you wish to harm Chen Yi, you must first pass through me." Upon seeing him, Gu Tong's pupils narrowed again. This kind of might. You are at the Void Realm, and not just any Void Realm. A half-step to supremacy? You possess a discerning eye, remarked the 3 ancestors nonchalantly. The crowd could not help but murmur in astonishment. A half-step to supremacy? Who exactly is this individual? Remarkable. Yuhua Sect indeed possesses such formidable heritage. I recognize him. An elder suddenly interjected. Centuries ago, Yuhua Sect produced an extraordinarily talented swordsman who, wielding a single sword, was nearly invincible across Qingluo Prefecture, hailed as the foremost swordsman beneath supremacy. This individual later succeeded to the position of sect master, elevating Yuhua Sect's prestige, yet afterward, he vanished after passing his title to the next sect master. It was presumed he had passed away. Little did we know, he is still alive and appears to have become Chen Yi's protector. No wonder Chen Yi was able to annihilate Black Wind Mountain before a half-step to supremacy. Black Wind Mountain is utterly inconsequential. Gutong also recognized the three ancestors and chuckled lightly, the three ancestors of Yuhua Sect. An ancient being who has lived for nearly a millennium. Your vitality is waning. How much potential do you truly possess? Even as a half-step to supremacy, how much combat power can you unleash? With that, he unleashed his peak void realm might, proclaiming, I am not like you. My lifespan still stretches long before me. I am in the prime of my life. Haha, how intriguing. You may well test this old man, who has one foot in the grave. To see if I can drag you down to hell with me before I perish, the three ancestors replied with a light chuckle. Gutong's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of apprehension creeping into his heart. He then turned his gaze toward Chen Yi. Chen Yi, I offer you an opportunity for explanation. Should your response fail to satisfy me, today, you shall undoubtedly spill your blood here. The others too regarded Chen Yi with cold, unyielding gazes, ready to pounce in unison. The third ancestor gazed at Chen Yi and said, Fear not, young one. Speak truthfully, and should the heavens fall, I shall support you. Chen Yi nodded slightly, declaring, It was I who killed those people. At his words, the atmosphere crackled with murderous intent. Chen Yi continued, Those who kill are inevitably met with death themselves. They sought to take my life, and thus I had no choice but to retaliate. I have done no wrong. Furthermore, Gu Feiyu allied himself with the forces of darkness to hunt me down. I believe he has succumbed to the demonic path, hence I eliminated him as well. Many have witnessed these events. Feel free to inquire with them. The third ancestor turned to Jianshin and the others, who all nodded in agreement. The Holy Sun speaks the truth. The forces of darkness sought to kill the Holy Sun, and Gu Feiyu, devoid of shame, could not defeat him alone and resorted to teaming up with the dark entities. Upon hearing this, the third ancestor was enraged, directing his ire at Gutong. Is this the caliber of individuals you nurture in the Qingyan sacred land? Gutong retorted coldly, This is merely his side of the story. And what of the others? Are their testimonies mere fabrications as well? Regardless, Chen Yi must accompany me to the Qingyun sacred land to clarify matters before the sacred lord. Gutong declared, I have said all that needs to be said. As for visiting the Qingyun sacred land, I think not. If you can produce individuals like Gu Feiyu and Gu Changhe, your Qingyun sacred land must be a place of chaos, and I would rather not sully my mood by going there. Chen Yi replied indifferently. Yuling Air, Honghua, Jianshun, and the others twitched at the corners of their mouths. Good heavens, the Holy Sun truly possesses a sharp tongue. To speak so brazenly of the Qingyun sacred land before a peak Dongshu cultivator. Indeed, it seems only Chen Yi would dare to do so. As expected, Gutong was infuriated by Chen Yi's words, impudent. He charged towards Chen Yi, and the third ancestor was equally resolute, striking out with a palm. A vast surge of spiritual energy, imbued with a hint of spatial power, reverberated through the void. Spatial power, a force wielded solely by Dongshu warriors. With a thunderous explosion, Gutong was sent flying, his gaze icy. He drew forth a jade-green sword, its blade unsheathed, and a chilling sword aura howling forth. The surroundings were suddenly engulfed by a tempest. The wind was laced with unparalleled sword energy. Ah, it is a supreme artifact. Indeed, the sword in Gutong's grasp was a supreme artifact. With such a weapon, his combat prowess rivaled that of a half-step supreme. Unperturbed, he conjured a wooden sword into his hand. A wooden sword dares to contend with my Qinghuang sword? Preposterous. Gutong scoffed. Do not underestimate its worth. Though it is but a wooden sword, it has accompanied me through countless storms, and it has tasted the blood of sword masters like you more times than you can imagine. The third ancestor replied calmly. Infusing true essence into the wooden sword, it trembled with a resonant hum, a crimson glow blossoming along its edge, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged forth like a tidal wave. In that moment, the onlookers seemed to glimpse a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood behind the third ancestor. Gutong's pupils constricted. A wooden sword could unleash such might. It seems I have underestimated you. With a whoosh, he and the third ancestor vanished almost simultaneously. As the scene unfolded, the wooden sword clashed with the supreme artifact, producing a resonant sound akin to the striking of metal. A fierce energy surged forth, akin to a tempest ravaging the forested mountains. In an instant, a peak was swept away by the residual sword aura, reduced to mere flatland. The intensity of the duel left onlookers astonished and hesitant to approach. Chen Yi, meet your demise. At that moment, another elder from the Qingyan sacred land lunged toward Chen Yi, only to be met by the elder of the divine sword, igniting yet another fierce battle. Meanwhile, the elders from other sects turned their icy gazes toward Chen Yi, their eyes betraying a palpable intent to kill, poised to strike at any moment. After all, regardless of the circumstances, the undeniable truth remained. Their sect's prodigy had fallen at Chen Yi's hands. They gradually advanced toward him, while Jian Shun and his companions gripped their weapons tightly, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. These adversaries were celestial beings, each possessing cultivation far superior to theirs. Observing the approaching figures, Chen Yi shook his head, reflecting, heavenly calamities may be endured, yet self-inflicted misfortunes cannot be survived. If you seek death, I shall oblige. He raised his hand towards Jianshan and the others, commanding, withdraw 10 miles. Sacred son, retreat. Chen Yi spoke with indifference, sweeping his sleeve as his true energy surged. The others exchanged glances, understanding that their presence here would only be a burden. Thus, they transformed into fleeting lights and departed. The celestial beings preparing to strike regarded Chen Yi coldly, declaring, one person against several celestial beings? You truly are unaware of your own peril. Standing with his hands clasped behind him, sword in hand, Chen Yi replied with an air of indifference. The battle that is about to unfold shall be etched in the memories of all present for eternity. Chapter 96, Slaying 5 Celestials. The ensuing battle would be etched into the memories of all present for a lifetime, Chen Yi stated with indifference. He then fell silent, unleashing a formidable wave of spiritual energy. The pinnacle of his primordial spirit cultivation erupted completely. The manifestation of his primordial spirit commenced, accompanied by the emergence of 5 extraordinary phenomena. Upon witnessing his overwhelming might, the celestial beings were momentarily taken aback. However, they did not succumb to fear. Gazing at him, they sneered. I concede that your strength is indeed remarkable. Among all primordial spirits, you may be considered the foremost. It is likely that ordinary celestials would not stand a chance against you. Yet, how could a few of us celestial beings allow you to act so recklessly? Attack. As their words echoed, several celestials launched their assault almost simultaneously. The overwhelming aura of the celestials surged forth, each strike imbued with immense cosmic energy, hurtling towards Chen Yi. Yet, he emanated a peculiar wave, and his gaze turned even more apathetic, regarding the celestials as if they were mere specters. This was the state of unfeeling resoluteness. In this state, he anticipated the attacks of the celestials with ease, effortlessly evading several of their strikes. Then, with his sword in hand, he swiftly struck at one of the celestial beings. The celestial, startled by the tremendous force contained within the strike, immediately summoned his true essence, conjuring a series of spiritual shields before him, hoping to block Chen Yi's blow. However, Chen Yi's swordsmanship suddenly veered, locking onto a different celestial. That celestial, believing the strike was not aimed at him, could only hastily attempt to defend against the unforeseen attack. Boom. The celestial S true essence clashed violently with the raging sword energy, shattering the celestial S defenses. With a cry of agony, the celestial was sent flying, spewing copious amounts of blood. Before he could regain his bearings, Chen Yi had already reappeared behind him, striking swiftly with his sword, executing the divine sword slash. In a swift motion, he severed the celestial S head from his body. The crowd gasped in shock. One celestial had been slain in mere moments by a united front of several. Was this truly humanly possible? They collectively inhaled sharply. Number 1. Chen Yi remarked nonchalantly, continuing his assault. Empowered by the 5 extraordinary phenomena and his cultivation of the 9 suns celestial art, his combat prowess was already on par with the celestials, perhaps even surpassing that of most. Now, enhanced by the state of unfeeling resoluteness, he was far more formidable than he had been in Hmph City. What did it matter facing a few celestial beings united? Damn it! Do not hold back. Give it your all. The celestials urged one another. Against such a monster, any negligence could lead to our demise. Let us not be careless and unleash our full power. The celestials exchanged glances at the decapitated celestial, their scalps tingling with dread. They summoned their true essence to its utmost, directly manifesting their celestial forms. The clash of several celestial forms against Chen Yi's primordial spirit unleashed an exceedingly terrifying force. The clash of their powers reverberated, shattering the surrounding mountains. In the midst of battle, Chen Yi was struck by several celestial beings, causing blood to spill onto the ground, which caught the attention of his adversaries. Excellent. He is at a disadvantage. This individual is not invincible. Let us press on. They sensed a glimmer of hope in their pursuit to vanquish Chen Yi. As they surged forward, they unwittingly traversed the blood that had been splattered by him. In that fleeting moment, the blood erupted with terrifying force. With a thunderous roar, flames soared into the sky. Several celestial beings were caught off guard, sustaining grievous injuries. It was the blood explosion demon technique. What a formidable power! He had intentionally allowed himself to be wounded, ensuring that we would not suspect the authenticity of his blood. Cursed be that cunning little rascal. He has even mastered the blood explosion demon technique? Infuriating. He truly is a fiend. The celestial beings gazed at Chen Yi in horror, only to witness him vanish from sight. It was the phantom shadow technique. Employing this technique, Chen Yi moved with astonishing speed, shifting like a specter, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before one celestial being. His sword sliced through the air with incredible swiftness. The sword's aura sword, unpredictable in its trajectory. With one hand wielding the sword, the other summoned a fiery blade. The combined might of the sword and flames enveloped the celestial being, who, already wounded by the blood explosion demon technique, now felt an overwhelming sense of oppression bearing down upon him. He felt as though he might be crushed entirely. With a furious roar, he unleashed the dragon palm. A powerful strike erupted, accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. Chen Yi countered with both sword and blade, tearing through the palm's energy, and with relentless force. He cleaved the celestial being in two, another foe felt. Suddenly, another celestial being seized the opportunity while Chen Yi was preoccupied with his adversaries, striking him from behind with a sword. A resounding clang echoed as the blade met Chen Yi's form, producing a sound akin to metal clashing against metal. Yet it failed to penetrate. It was the indestructible boy technique. The celestial being had believed he had succeeded, a smile creeping upon his face as he relaxed momentarily. Yet, it was precisely this fleeting moment of complacency that Chen Yi capitalized upon, piercing through his chest with a single stroke. Senior brother, another celestial being, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of rage. He and the fallen celestial were brothers in arms. Upon hearing the term senior brother, a peculiar glint flickered in Chen Yi's eyes. Subsequently, he struck out with a palm, sending the celestial being hurtling away. The celestial immediately rushed forward to catch him. Senior brother, how are you? As he attempted to tend to his wounded comrade, he discovered a vast expanse of blood staining his senior brother's chest. Suddenly, that blood erupted with a brilliant crimson glow. It was not solely the blood of his comrade. It also contained Chen Yi's blood. When Chen Yi had struck him, he had surreptitiously mingled his own blood with that of his adversary. The celestial being was momentarily unable to discern the truth. However, by the time he realized it, it was already too late. The explosive force of the blood demon technique erupted, enveloping the two celestial beings in a terrifying blaze accompanied by an overwhelming impact. The proximity of such a detonation resulted in their instantaneous obliteration. Chen Yi calmly declared, the third, the fourth. He then turned his gaze towards the final celestial being. Witnessing the demise of the other four celestial beings who had fought alongside him at the hands of Chen Yi, this last one was paralyzed with fear, his complexion pale and his scalp tingling. At that moment, any desire to continue the battle had vanished from his heart. He promptly turned to flee. Exposing one's back to the enemy during combat is sheer folly, Chen Yi remarked coolly. Without further ado, he unleashed another strike. The might of the divine sword was unparalleled. It cleaved the celestial being cleanly in two. The fifth, Chen Yi stated matter-of-factly. Thus, all five celestial beings who had besieged him had perished. Apart from the blood he had forced from himself while employing the blood demon technique, he had sustained virtually no injuries from the five celestial beings, who had instead been manipulated at his whim, each one dispatched in turn. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, at a loss for words. Chapter 97. The three ancestors ascend to the pinnacle. All five celestial beings have fallen? Was it truly at the hands of just one individual? Could he be a primordial spirit? Is there truly such an exaggerated primordial spirit in this world? The terror is overwhelming. After the initial shock, the onlookers regained their composure. Unable to suppress a gasp as they beheld Chen Yi, their eyes filled with apprehension and fear. As a primordial spirit, he had effortlessly vanquished five celestial beings, displaying an air of nonchalance as if he had merely held back. The true extent of his formidable prowess remains a mystery, instilling a profound sense of dread in all present. This individual is not merely gifted or powerful in that prior clash. He wielded such control over the celestial beings as if they were mere playthings. His combat experience and intellect are formidable, and throughout the confrontation, he dictated the rhythm of the battle, guiding the entire tempo with his prowess. It is nothing short of astonishing. Only those seasoned by countless battles, endowed with exceptional martial wisdom, could achieve such a feat at his tender age, possessing such strength and talent, coupled with an unsettling combat acumen. One would be hard-pressed to find another like him in Qingluo Prefecture. Nay, not just in Qingluo Prefecture, but even across the entire Xinyuan realm. Individuals with such martial wisdom are exceedingly rare. An elder, having observed Chen Yi's battle, could not help but express his admiration. Contemplating the notion of being a peer of such a prodigy in a different era, a wave of despair washed over him. Meanwhile, Chen Yi turned his attention to the battles of others. The Elder of the Divine Sword was engaged in a fierce exchange with a peak celestial warrior from the Qingyan Holy Land. And upon witnessing Chen Yi's slaughter of 5 celestial beings, he was left astounded. Good heavens! I have yet to deal with a single celestial being. And you have already dispatched 5? Must it be so exaggerated? Of course, the one he faced was a peak celestial being, incomparable to the average celestial. Yet it underscored Chen Yi's horrifying potential. Chen Yi then observed the clash between the 3 ancestors and Gu Tong. The power unleashed by these two was at the pinnacle of the Void Realm, even hinting at a half-step to supremacy beyond his intervention. Thus, he turned to the Elder of the Divine Sword, stating calmly, "Elder, allow me to assist you." Upon hearing this, the Elder from Qingyan Holy Land felt a jolt of apprehension, his pupils narrowing as if he wanted to shout, "Do not come closer." He bellowed, striking towards the Elder of the Divine Sword with a powerful palm. The force of this strike was formidable. The Elder of the Divine Sword, taken aback, prepared to defend himself, only to see Chen Yi's sword easily shatter the palm strike, revealing it as mere posturing. No, this fellow intends to flee. This move was merely a ruse. The Elder of the Divine Sword was struck with alarm. Indeed, as anticipated, the Elder from the Qingyan Holy Land attempted to make his escape, but suddenly, a figure appeared before him, none other than Chen Yi himself. With the black killing sword in hand, Chen Yi infused it with his true essence, even allowing his own blood to flow upon the blade. This was the Divine Sword Strike combined with the Blood Demon Technique. The Elder of the Qingyun Sacred Land's pupils constricted slightly. How could this be possible? Even the Elder of the Divine Sword could not discern that I was merely feigning a move to escape. How did he see through it? He remained oblivious to the fact that Chen Yi, in the state of emotionless determination, had reached an unparalleled level of mastery over the battle. He could be said to possess a divine perspective. How could the opponent's subtle movements evade his notice? With a single stroke, he unleashed a sword strike. The power of the Blood Demon Technique, combined with the brilliance of the Divine Sword Slash, created an astonishingly formidable force. The Elder of the Qingyan Sacred Land was filled with terror and put forth all his strength to defend. He struck out with his palm. The force of his palm, infused with sword energy and flames, exploded forth. The unparalleled impact sent the Elder of Qingyan flying. He could not escape. For behind him stood the Elder of the Divine Sword, poised to strike. With a sinister smile, the Elder taunted, "Where do you think you can run? Prepare to meet your demise." Boom. A sword was struck forth, the sharp sword energy descending upon the Elder of Qingyun like an enormous mountain. Even at the peak of the celestial realm, he had no chance of survival against the combined assault of Chen Yi and the Elder of the Divine Sword. The sword energy pierced through him, causing blood to erupt violently. His bloodied body plummeted from the heights, and upon witnessing this, Chen Yi launched another fiery blade, incinerating the body into charred remains, finally feeling at ease. Such excessive caution in delivering a finishing blow was indeed rather prudent. The onlookers could not help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Turning to the other side of the battlefield, Gu Tong, upon witnessing the death of his celestial and the terrifying might displayed by Chen Yi, was filled with dread. His resolve to eliminate Chen Yi solidified. Otherwise, should Chen Yi grow stronger in a few years, he would undoubtedly regard the entire Qingyan Sacred Land with disdain. He let out a furious roar, channeling all his power into the Qinghuang sword in his hand. It was a supreme artifact. Given his cultivation, fully unleashing the power of the supreme artifact posed a challenge. But it was not impossible. The side effects were merely a minor concern, after all. It was far better than the prospect of Chen Yi annihilating the entire Qingyun Sacred Land in the future. 3 ancestors of Yuhua Sect, You cannot thwart me. Today, I shall ensure Chen Yi's death. He bellowed, unleashing a terrifying force that forcibly pushed back the three ancestors. As he unleashed the full power of the supreme artifact, the three ancestors took a deep breath, summoning all their strength. A brilliant blood light began to emanate from them, transforming their once withered skin into a plump visage. With white hair turning black, as if they had returned to their youth, morphing from an elderly figure into a vigorous middle-aged man. Moreover, his power surged accordingly. However, Qinghuang was taken aback, filled with fear. Have you lost your mind? How dare you push your limits to such extremes? Are you courting death? The extreme elevation burned away the last vestiges of his vitality, temporarily restoring him to his peak state. But after the extreme elevation, it would lead to his ultimate demise. Yet the third ancestor remained without regret, laughing heartily. I have but a few years left to live. Thus, in the twilight of my existence, to transcend to the utmost and safeguard a promising junior, why would I not embrace such a pursuit? Protect Chen Yi. Feudal, you cannot shield him. Even if you thwart me, the sacred land of Qingyun shall not spare him. Your efforts are in vain. That is a matter for another time. What I must do now is right here. To slay you, the third ancestor declared with a laugh. With a swift step forward, he brought down his wooden sword. A dazzling beam of light surged forth, relentless in its advance. This strike was exponentially more powerful than the previous one. Qinghuang, wielding the supreme artifact, suddenly found himself overwhelmed by an onslaught of force, causing his knees to buckle as he was driven to the ground by the might of the blow. The third ancestor chuckled. How could you be so inept? Scoundrel! Qinghuang roared in fury, unleashing the full potential of the supreme artifact, temporarily forcing the third ancestor back. He then raised his weapon, Qinghuang, and struck with all his might towards the third ancestor. In response, the third ancestor waved his wooden sword, unleashing a blade of light that sliced through the air like a white thread, imbued with an unparalleled sharpness. Moments later, the white thread cleaved through Qinghuang's sword light, landing upon Qinghuang's neck and severing his head with brutal precision. Chapter 98, The Restoration of the Three Ancestors. The Crimson Dragon Horse breaks through. After the three ancestors severed Qinghuang's head with a single stroke, he staggered back several steps, as if he could no longer sustain himself. The Elder of the Divine Sword and Chen Yi swiftly approached him. The three ancestors, whose vitality was rapidly waning and whose body was aging at an alarming rate, elicited a tinge of sorrow in the Elder's eyes. He understood that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the three ancestors were on the verge of demise. With a gentle smile, the three ancestors reassured, "Do not grieve for me. To be able to protect the future generations of the Yuhua sect in my final moments is a fulfillment of my duty." He then turned his gaze toward Chen Yi, only to find him composed and unruffled, as calm as still waters. A sense of melancholy washed over him. What a heartless path it was. He had sacrificed himself, yet the other remained so unperturbed, showing no signs of sorrow whatsoever. He recognized that Chen Yi's cultivation of the emotionless path rendered his resolve as steadfast as rock. Nonetheless, this realization left him with an uncomfortable feeling. In the next moment, Chen Yi produced a resplendent golden elixir and handed it to the three ancestors, saying, "Please, take this." The three ancestors shook his head, replying, "There is no need to waste such a precious elixir. I have reached the pinnacle of transcendence, and no ordinary medicine can remedy me." "Just take it," urged Chen Yi, understanding the urgency of the situation. Without further ado, he placed the elixir into the three ancestors' mouth. The three ancestors wished to protest, but suddenly felt an unparalleled surge of transformative energy erupting within him, an intensity that left him momentarily speechless. With the aid of this divine aura, his withered vitality rapidly rejuvenated, akin to a parched field receiving a long-awaited rain. His body absorbed this transformative energy, revitalizing his once depleted essence. His previously decrepit form surged with newfound vigor. 3,000 strands of white hair transformed into silky black. He had been forcibly pulled back from the brink of death. His vitality restored to its peak. He was free from the shadows of decay, and new potential radiated within him. A glimpse of a broader horizon emerged before him, the realm of the Supreme Being. He sensed that with dedicated seclusion, he could undoubtedly break through to that exalted state. What kind of elixir was this? Such immense power. The three ancestors inhaled sharply, glancing at Chen Yi, who appeared entirely unfazed, clearly having anticipated the effects of the elixir. The lack of concern regarding his previous condition was not merely due to his cultivation of the emotionless path, but rather, an assurance that he had the means to restore him. So that was it. The three ancestors felt a wave of shame for his earlier misjudgment of Chen Yi. While simultaneously being astounded by the elixir's effects, he could not help but inquire, "Chen Yi, where did you acquire this elixir?" "This is the everlasting transformation elixir, which I obtained in a secret realm." "What? The everlasting transformation elixir?" The three ancestors was even more astonished. He was aware of this elixir. It was said that crafting a single everlasting transformation elixir required 49 years, along with a myriad of rare treasures. Every single one is an unparalleled treasure. Even if the Supreme is barely clinging to life, consuming one of these will invigorate him. Indeed, it is the legendary elixir. "Chen Yi, how could you possess such a remarkable treasure?" the third ancestor exclaimed, astonished, "and you even administered it to me." It is clear that he was not indifferent to Chen Yi. Rather, he was deeply concerned for him. Otherwise, why would he offer such a precious item? "Chen Yi, this pill is extraordinarily valuable. It could be considered a life itself. How could you so readily give it to me? You ought to keep it for yourself." The third ancestor sighed. Chen Yi was at a loss for words. "Having already used it for you, what more is there to say?" He replied calmly. "A pill such as this is meant to be utilized in times of need. Otherwise, it merely gathers dust. Moreover, it is but a single everlasting creation pill. There will surely be opportunities to acquire more in the future, but your life, third ancestor, is singular." Indeed, in his view, with his strength and talent, ascending to the supreme and sage realms was merely a matter of time. By then, the everlasting creation pill would hold little significance for him. Allowing this pill to remain unused would be a waste. Besides, he had more than one of these pills. What harm is there in using one? In any case, "Chen Yi, you have saved my life this time, and in return, I am willing to face the sword mountain or plunge into the fire sea for you, without hesitation." Chen Yi had no doubt about this statement. After all, the other party had just gone to great lengths for him. Swish, swish, swish sword dust, you linger. And Honghua rushed over. Upon seeing Chen Yi, the third ancestor, and the elder of the divine sword all unharmed, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The elder of the divine sword chuckled. "This time, the third ancestor has returned to his peak, and we have acquired numerous treasures within the secret realm. It is truly a complete success. Let us return to Yuhua Sect." However, the third ancestor was not as optimistic internally. He understood that this matter had escalated, and the Qingyan sacred land would not let them off easily. Yet, upon reflection, they had not erred in this situation. Furthermore, as Yuhua Sect develops in Qingluo Prefecture, they would inevitably confront the Qingyan sacred land someday. This was merely a prelude. Upon returning, I must enter seclusion and strive to break through to the supreme realm. Only then will there be hope to contend with the Qingyan sacred land. The third ancestor thought to himself. The group hastily made their way back to Yuhua Sect, with Chen Yi also in the returning procession. He scratched his head, feeling as if he had forgotten something. Not far away, in a forest, a horseshoe suddenly broke through the soil as a vermilion dragon horse soared into the sky, unleashing a resounding dragon's roar that captivated everyone's attention. Such powerful demonic energy. Could it be that a great demon has emerged? Should we go and take a look? This demonic aura, accompanied by the dragon's roar, seems extraordinary. The crowd swiftly headed towards the source of the demonic energy. What they beheld was a magnificent steed, entirely crimson, engulfed in flames, exuding an imposing presence. A gaze fell upon the crimson dragon horse, eyes shimmering with admiration. What a magnificent steed! If one could capture it as a mount, it would surely exude an aura of unparalleled grandeur. A hearty laugh erupted from the crowd, followed by a rush towards the dragon horse. In an instant, the creature responded with a powerful strike of its hoof, sending the assailant soaring through the air. The individual, taken aback, gasped in astonishment. Was this a manifestation of the primordial spirit realm? Such formidable strength. I shall take on the challenge. A voice declared. A celestial being ascended into the air, casting a contemplative glance at the dragon horse. In this expedition to the secret realm, we have endured considerable losses. Our treasures remain scant. Capturing this dragon horse would serve as a fitting compensation. Upon noticing the celestial being, the dragon horse became suddenly animated. The celestial paused momentarily. Such fervor? Could it be that my presence has instilled within it a desire to acknowledge me as its master? With this thought, a sense of exhilaration surged within him. How perceptive it is. Greetings, might I ask you to step aside? A somewhat familiar voice resonated from behind. Turning to face the source, the celestial was taken aback. Goodness, it's Chen Yi. He trembled in shock. How is it that you are here? I have come to retrieve this old horse for my family. Is there a problem with that? Chen Yi replied, his tone indifferent. Chapter 99. Returning to the Yuhua Sect. Is this your horse? The celestial being expressed astonishment. Chen Yi, with an air of indifference, replied, What? Is there a problem? No. What I meant to say is, indeed, since ancient times, noble steeds have accompanied heroes. This dragon horse exudes an impressive aura. It is clearly yours. The celestial being quickly asserted. Impressive aura? Chen Yi glanced at the red dragon horse and scoffed. This old steed doesn't he seem particularly remarkable? Where is the impressive aura? Woo, master. I am capable of breaking through to the Yuanshan realm. How can you belittle me so? The red dragon horse protested with a hint of grievance. Still playing the victim? Chen Yi rolled his eyes. Let us go. He had just remembered that he had buried the red dragon horse nearby. After sensing its presence, he hurried over to retrieve it. As he departed with the red dragon horse, numerous onlookers coveted the steed, yet upon seeing him approach, they dared not utter a word. After all, this was a formidable individual who had slain several celestial beings. Who would be foolish enough to speak up? Observing Chen Yi's retreating figure, the crowd could not help but marvel. This individual was indeed extraordinary. In Qi Luo Prefecture was about to gain a powerful figure. Hmph? A powerful figure in Qi Luo Prefecture? Let us see if he can survive. After creating such a commotion, the Qingyan Holy Land will not tolerate him. One celestial being scoffed, harboring doubts about Chen Yi's future. Indeed, he was remarkable, but he had yet to fully mature. Confronting the Qingyan Holy Land was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Some found merit in this perspective, acknowledging the validity of the concerns. Regardless, it was clear that Qi Luo Prefecture was set to become tumultuous. Upon returning to the Yuhua Sect, Chen Yi and his companions were met by Elder Jin, who promptly sought an audience with the sect leader to report the recent events. Upon hearing the account, the sect leader convened a high-level meeting. Meanwhile, the three ancestors had returned to the rear mountain of the Yuhua Sect, meeting with several other elders. Upon witnessing the revitalized appearance of the third ancestor, the others were left astounded. Wait, third ancestor, weren't you sent down the mountain to protect Chen Yi? How did you suddenly become so youthful? Fourth ancestor exclaimed, bewildered. What on earth is going on? Did you consume some miraculous elixir? The third ancestor smiled faintly. You have guessed correctly. I indeed consumed a life-reviving creation pill, which restored me to this state. The elders gasped in awe. A life-reviving creation pill? Where did you acquire such a treasure? Chen Yi provided it, the third ancestor replied. Goodness, you went to protect him, and he rewarded you with such a boon? Had I known, I would have offered to protect him as well. Does he even need protectors anymore? The crowd looked at the third ancestor with immense envy. As he recounted the details of the events that transpired, he spoke incessantly, recounting how Chen Yi annihilated the demon fox in Hmph City and battled the primordial spirits. He also mentioned how Chen Yi single-handedly clashed with the Celestials and vanquished the forces of Black Wind Mountain. Furthermore, he elaborated on the exploits outside the secret realm, where Chen Yi severed the lives of several Celestials. The elders were left somewhat dazed by his words. Good heavens! Is this Chen Yi? Has the younger generation become this formidable? The tide of the Yangtze River pushes the waves forward. We are growing old. The fourth ancestor couldn't help but lament. It is you who are aging. I have become youthful again. Ha ha ha. The third ancestor boasted with pride. The elders rolled their eyes in response. Then, the third ancestor's expression turned serious as he declared, regardless of the circumstances, the Qingyan sacred land will undoubtedly pursue Chen Yi. They will take action, and before that, I must break through to the supreme realm. Henceforth, I plan to enter seclusion. I would appreciate it if you, my esteemed elders, could guard me. The elders nodded slightly. Rest assured, we shall do our utmost. This matter concerns not only Chen Yi, but also the entire Yuhua sect. Third ancestor, you may focus on your seclusion. At the same time, at the Heartless Peak, Chen Yi returned, taking a deep breath. He glanced at the place where Luo Qinghuang was in seclusion. There was still no sign of movement. The entire Heartless Peak felt somewhat desolate. However, Chen Yi paid it no mind. Heading to his dwelling to tidy up both inside and out before commencing to prepare a meal for himself. Yet, halfway through his cooking, a visitor arrived. A graceful figure approached, clad in white, immaculate and ethereal, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. It was Luo Qinghuang. Surprised by her arrival so soon after his return, Chen Yi pondered the implications of her past confession to him, a peculiar feeling stirring within him. Could this person still harbor feelings for him? Luo Qinghuang looked at Chen Yi and smiled. Junior brother, welcome back. I have heard of your remarkable achievements during your time away, advancing to the pinnacle of the primordial spirit in such a short time. Just a step away from the celestial realm is truly commendable. Thank you for your praise, senior sister, Chen Yi replied, but it appears you have not made much progress. Have you been slacking during this time? He feigned regret. As the saintess of the Yuhua sect, you must set an example for all disciples. How can you be so negligent? Luo Qinghuang's mouth twitched slightly. Junior brother, you have only been away from the Yuhua sect for a few months, and when you left, I had just broken through to the celestial realm. Do you think cultivation is as easy as eating and drinking? Is it that simple to advance? Is it really difficult? Chen Yi acted as though he did not quite understand. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuang reflected on how, in those few months, he had risen from the purple mansion realm to the pinnacle of the primordial spirit, mere inches from the celestial realm, even having slain several celestials. Suddenly, she felt the conversation was becoming unbearable as his meteoric rise was disheartening. While others progressed step by step, Chen Yi seemed to soar like a rocket. It was simply outrageous. Shaking her head, she inquired, Junior brother, are you cooking? Indeed, senior sister. Yes, I have yet to dine. Luo Qinghuang gazed longingly at Chen Yi, her intentions unmistakable. Shall we share a meal together? Is that so? Then, senior sister, you should return to eat. Do not starve yourself. No, I find this place quite agreeable. I shall prepare a few dishes myself. Let us dine together, Luo Qinghuang replied. She stepped directly into the kitchen, assessing the available ingredients and began to cook without any reservations. She did not regard herself as a guest at all. She believed she had thoroughly discerned Chen Yi's character. His demeanor was aloof, and he was utterly oblivious to matters of romance, or perhaps reluctant to engage in them. She concluded that in her pursuit of him, a singular strategy was paramount, to be audacious and unafraid of setbacks. As Chen Yi observed Luo Qinghuang, who was now heating oil in a pan, he fell into a contemplative silence and chose to stand aside, watching quietly. It must be said, Luo Qinghuang appeared as a fairy untouched by the mundane, and her bustling presence in the kitchen imbued the atmosphere with a charming warmth. She radiated an enchanting allure. Ding ding. A crisis, a grave crisis. Host, you are experiencing a flutter of emotions. Halt immediately. The system screamed in alarm. Chen Yi. Foolish system. I am merely appreciating. Do you comprehend? Appreciation does not equate to romantic inclinations. Chen Yi mused silently. Chapter 100. A breakthrough to perfection. Upon hearing the system's excited announcement, Chen Yi wore an expression of utter disbelief. Must one merely appreciate something to fall in love? If that were the case, wouldn't the entire world be his beloved? System. The host's reasoning is undeniably sound, leaving it utterly speechless. Indeed, the reality aligns with this notion. Ding. Congratulations to the host for garnering a modicum of affection from the designated romantic interest. The host is rewarded with a Millennium Snow Lotus. Please continue to strive and further develop this relationship, aiming for a successful confession soon. Suddenly, a voice resonated in Luo Qinghuang's mind, akin to the decree of heaven. Her eyes brightened. Could it be that there are such unexpected benefits? Moreover, her junior brother has developed feelings for her. This is nothing short of serendipity. I knew it. With my charm, how could anyone remain indifferent to me? Indeed, my persistent pursuit has proven somewhat effective. Luo Qinghuang's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Not long after, she prepared a meal for Chen Yi. In addition to her own portion, she made several dishes for him as well. Chen Yi sampled the food, and with an air of anticipation, Luo Qinghuang inquired, Junior brother, what do you think? These dishes were the result of her diligent practice over the past few weeks. She had no idea how many times she had rehearsed before coming here. Chen Yi acknowledged that the flavors were indeed pleasant, certainly an improvement from her previous culinary attempts. However, he added with a nonchalant tone, though it still falls significantly short compared to my own cooking. Naturally, who could possibly compare to you? Having tasted Chen Yi's cooking, she believed that even the finest chefs in the mortal realm could not rival him. Yet, hearing his words stung her a bit. Could he not offer a few more flattering remarks? Luo Qinghuang pouted. After enjoying a hearty meal, Luo Qinghuang wished to linger at Hmph, ostensibly to guide Chen Yi in his cultivation and observe his progress during this time. However, Chen Yi interjected, Senior sister, rather than advising me, why not return and exert yourself further? You must realize that I have already slain several celestial beings, while you remain merely a celestial being yourself. You are no longer my match. Luo Qinghuang's lips twitched. She wanted to retort, but found herself at a loss for words. Chen Yi continued, moreover, I sense my cultivation bottleneck has loosened. I intend to enter seclusion as I feel a breakthrough is imminent. With that, he expelled Luo Qinghuang and shut the door firmly. Luo Qinghuang stood at the foot of Hmph, disheveled by the wind. How could she, a dignified saintess, be so unceremoniously dismissed? This Chen Yi is truly lacking in respect. No wonder I find him intriguing. He is quite the man. Suddenly, it dawned on her that her junior brother mentioned he was on the verge of breaking through to the celestial realm. This rate of progress is simply unfathomable. She then retrieved the Millennium Snow Lotus she had just acquired, a smile gracing her lips. With this Millennium Snow Lotus, I shall advance further. Just wait, junior brother. I shall not fall behind you. Meanwhile, atop Wuqing Peak. Ding. The host has expelled Luo Qinghuang from Wuqing Peak to prevent her from interfering with his secluded cultivation. With an unwavering focus solely on his practice, you have become the benchmark of the path of indifference. The host is rewarded with 10 Millennium Fire Lotuses. Millennium Fire Lotuses? Chen Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he recalled the legendary treasure he had heard about. This item was renowned alongside the Eternal Snow Lotus as one of the dual lotuses cherished by practitioners. One thrived on snow-capped mountains, while the other flourished in volcanic terrain. Despite its relative commonality, the age of such a specimen rendered it extraordinarily valuable. Both the Eternal Fire Lotus and the Eternal Snow Lotus were exceedingly rare treasures. It was said that a single plant of either could allow one to transcend the mortal realm, or even elevate an already transcendent being to greater heights. The prospect of possessing 10 Eternal Fire Lotuses was nothing short of miraculous. How fortuitous, Chen Yi mused, feeling the constraints of his cultivation loosening. He was on the verge of breaking through to the celestial realm, and now, with 10 Eternal Fire Lotuses at his disposal, a breakthrough was inevitable. He carefully retrieved one of the Eternal Fire Lotuses. Visually, it bore little distinction from the common snow lotus, save for its vibrant red hue, which radiated an aura of searing fire. Without hesitation, Chen Yi began to absorb the power emanating from the lotus, activating his spirit-devouring body. He swiftly refined the energy of the fire lotus, feeling his cultivation surge as he surged toward the celestial realm. His ability to absorb and refine spiritual energy was remarkably swift. In mere moments, he had nearly completely absorbed the essence of the fire lotus. Consequently, he ascended to the celestial realm. In an instant, centered around the heartless peak, spiritual energy surged forth, creating a magnificent tidal wave of spiritual resonance, the manifestation of a celestial's breakthrough. This phenomenon was not only more potent than that of an ordinary celestial, but significantly surpassed that of Luo Qinghuang during her ascent. The elders of the Yuhua sect were stirred from their reverie, hastening to investigate the commotion. Just as Luo Qinghuang had departed, she sensed the extraordinary occurrence atop Heartless Peak and was left dumbfounded. What on earth? You claimed you were about to break through, and now you have? This is astonishingly swift. Luo Qinghuang was bewildered. Surely, there must be a process to cultivation. One could not simply enter a room, close the door, and, with a bang, achieve a breakthrough. Did such phenomena truly exist? Swish, swish, swish. Figures appeared above Heartless Peak, drawn by the overwhelming energy. Surely, the Holy Sun had broken through to the celestial realm. It was inconceivable that he had transcended to the void realm. Yet, given the Holy Sun's past feats, such an outcome was not entirely beyond belief. Regardless, the intensity of his celestial energy was decidedly formidable. This breakthrough was indeed momentous. Elders exchanged murmurs of astonishment. Meanwhile, within his chamber, Chen Yi absorbed another Eternal Fire Lotus, seamlessly achieving his breakthrough to the celestial realm, then proceeded to consume the remaining 9. Celestial First Level, Celestial Second Level, Celestial Third Level. With each Fire Lotus absorbed, Chen Yi's cultivation ascended by 1 tier. Upon devouring and refining the last of the Fire Lotuses, he naturally attained the perfected celestial realm. The distance to the void realm was merely a single step. As the crowd beheld the increasingly potent phenomenon of resonance with the celestial beings, its influence expanded from 10 miles to 100. They stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the situation. What is happening? Resonating with 100 miles of spiritual energy? Surely, this is an achievement only the most exceptional celestial beings can attain. But hasn't the Holy Sun just made a breakthrough? My heavens, am I dreaming? Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy dissipated and the tidal phenomenon vanished. Chen Yi emerged from within the dwelling, clad in flowing white robes, a long sword at his waist, his demeanor calm and composed, each movement exuding brilliance. The crowd gazed at him, intently sensing his cultivation. Some elders found themselves unable to perceive anything at all, while only the leader of the Yuhua sect discerned a hint of the truth. He swallowed hard, feeling a bit lightheaded, and under the watchful eyes of the assembly, he spoke with trembling voice. The celestial being has reached perfection. Upon hearing this, the crowd froze in place, each individual seemingly petrified. The entire witching peak was enveloped in a silence akin to death. Chapter 101. Requesting the forging of iron. The Sword of Death. The entire ruthless peak lay enveloped in an eerie silence. Upon hearing the few words uttered by the master of the Yuhua sect, everyone felt as though they had been struck senseless, unable to grasp the reality before them. What on earth was happening? Hadn't the Holy Sun only been at the spirit realm just yesterday? Even if he had achieved a breakthrough, it should have been to the human realm. So what was this about attaining the grand completion of the human realm? Master, you must be mistaken. Is it truly the grand completion of the human realm? Not merely the first or second level of the human realm, but the grand completion? Elder Chen Yi inquired urgently. If Chen Yi had merely advanced to the first or second level of the human realm, they could have accepted that. However, to leap directly to the grand completion, it was simply terrifying. The master of Yuhua sect took a deep breath and replied, I am far from being so senile that I cannot distinguish between the first level of the human realm and the grand completion. The Holy Sun has undoubtedly reached the grand completion of the human realm. He is but a step away from the void realm. If you do not believe me, you may ask him yourselves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crowd rushed to Chen Yi, their excitement palpable as they asked, Holy Sun, please be honest. What is your current realm? The grand completion of the human realm, Chen Yi replied calmly. Upon receiving his confirmation, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Elder Xinjian stammered, How did you achieve the grand completion of the human realm? Isn't it simply a matter of absorbing spiritual energy and then breaking through? Chen Yi responded nonchalantly. No. Did you consume some miraculous elixir? Indeed, I feasted upon 10 millennia-old fire lotuses, Chen Yi admitted without hesitation. Ah, I see, Elder Xinjian understood. Yet, soon after, they realized something was amiss. There was an overwhelming discrepancy. Setting aside how Chen Yi had obtained those millennia-old fire lotuses, how could someone at the spirit realm possibly refine and absorb 10 of them in such a short span of time? Even the human realm experts could not achieve such feats. To consume such an immense amount of spiritual energy in such a brief period, one would surely explode from the pressure. Holy Sun, how did you absorb them? It was simply a matter of direct absorption and refinement, Chen Yi replied coolly. However, the master of Yuhua sect waved his hand. Enough questions. Regardless of the specifics, the Holy Sun achieving the grand completion of the human realm is indeed a fortuitous event for us. He understood that every cultivator harbored their own secrets. Prolonging the inquiry might lead Chen Yi to feel uncomfortable, which would ultimately prove detrimental to the Yuhua sect. The crowd pondered for a moment and refrained from pressing further. After observing Chen Yi for a while, they gradually dispersed. Who was it that claimed the Holy Sun could become a supreme within 3 years? What now? Do you truly believe there is an issue? One remarked. Initially, I thought it was rather exaggerated, but now it seems entirely plausible. Another elder lamented. Returning from her journey, Luo Qinghuang glanced at Chen Yi, realizing that her aspirations to catch up with him seemed increasingly distant. The arrival of Jian Chun and others, upon hearing the news of Chen Yi's breakthrough to the pinnacle of the human realm, left them utterly astounded, exclaiming that he was beyond human. Chen Yi, however, found little significance in the matter. Having consumed 10 ancient fire lotuses, it would indeed be unnatural if he had not experienced a breakthrough. Was it not reasonable to expect such an advancement? These individuals were simply overreacting. Chen Yi took a moment to familiarize himself with his newfound realm atop the Ruthless Peak. The following day, he made his way to the Fire Peak. The Master of Fire Peak, who was not only an elder of the Jade Huazong, but also an expert in alchemy and weapon forging, was presented with the black profound iron and the black killing sword that Chen Yi had acquired from the secret realm. Chen Yi intended to request his assistance in upgrading the sword, which had now become inadequate for his current cultivation level. The Master of Fire Peak, of course, did not refuse. Observing the black profound iron, he remarked, This is divine iron suitable for forging supreme artifacts. With my abilities, I cannot guarantee that I can fully harness its potential. Rest assured, Elder, and proceed with your work, Chen Yi replied confidently. Then, I would appreciate it if the Holy Sun could use pure yang fire to melt this forging material. With the aid of pure yang fire, the process will yield remarkable results, the Master of Fire Peak stated. Not a problem, Chen Yi nodded. Thus, over the next few days, he remained at Fire Peak, positioned before a colossal furnace. Chen Yi was actively channeling pure yang fire to melt the black profound iron and the black killing sword, gradually merging them together. He had continuously summoned the pure yang fire for 3 days without pause. The Master of Fire Peak marveled at the sight. The Holy Sun's spiritual energy was indeed immensely formidable. It's nothing. I could sustain this for 300 days without issue, Chen Yi remarked nonchalantly. Possessing the devouring spirit body, he could quickly absorb spiritual energy to restore his state. He output energy while simultaneously recovering, effectively achieving near-zero consumption. Unless he completely depleted his internal spiritual energy, he could maintain the output of pure yang fire indefinitely. Enough. No need for 300 days. I anticipate that in another 2 days, we will be ready, the Master of Fire Peak stated, considering that Chen Yi might require time to recover. He had initially estimated that it would take 30 days to melt the black profound iron in the black killing sword. To his astonishment, Chen Yi had significantly reduced the time required. Soon after, 2 more days elapsed. The black killing sword and black profound iron had been entirely melted. The next step was to forge them into shape, a domain where the Master of Fire Peak excelled. Chen Yi observed attentively. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic sound of forging resonated, accompanied by a unique cadence. Hammering, forging, quenching, polishing, and sanding. Through a series of meticulous processes, a brand new sword gradually took form. The design of this sword bore little resemblance to the previous black killing sword. Yet its blade was now an even deeper shade of black, more profound than before. It resembled a black hole, absorbing the surrounding light. At the same time, the sword's edge emanated an incredibly sharp aura. Gazing upon the sword, the Master of Tianhua Peak could not help but exclaim in admiration. For this blade could be deemed the finest he had ever forged in his lifetime. Holy Sun, please bestow a name upon this sword. Chen Yi glanced at it and replied nonchalantly, let it be called Hmph. Very well, it shall be named Hmph. Thus, the Hmph sword came into existence. Chen Yi took hold of the sword and tested it briefly. Its power was on par with some supreme artifacts, and its durability had unequivocally reached the level of such exalted weapons. With this sword in hand, Chen Yi's strength ascended to new heights. He was quite satisfied. Observing the Master of Tianhua Peak, who was visibly exhausted and drenched in sweat, Chen Yi felt a twinge of remorse. Thank you, Peak Master. Not at all. To forge such a magnificent sword is a boon for me as well. My craftsmanship has progressed further, the Master replied. By the way, I still have some remaining Hexian divine iron. The Master of Tianhua Peak produced the leftover material. Chen Yi responded, consider it a gift. Ah, this material is not inexpensive. There's no need for further discussion. You crafted this exquisite sword for me. It is only fitting that I offer you this divine iron. Besides, I have no use for it as I do not forge. In that case, I sincerely thank you, Holy Sun. The Master of Tianhua Peak accepted the divine iron with delight, no longer insisting otherwise. Chapter 102, The Treasure Unveiled. The Master of the Thousand Poisons. After acquiring the ink-killing sword, Chen Yi became familiar with it. The sword was remarkable and felt quite adept in his hands. He then returned to Ruthless Peak. And to his astonishment, no one disturbed him over the next few days. What could be the reason? Previously, numerous individuals would frequently seek him out. Why had they all ceased their visits? Had his charm diminished? He glanced at his reflection in the mirror. He still appeared quite handsome. Upon inquiring, he discovered that every single one of the disciples had retreated into seclusion for cultivation, including the holy maiden, Luo Qinghuang. This evoked a sense of appreciation in Chen Yi. Although their talents were somewhat lacking, their diligence was commendable. However, the absence of visitors rendered him rather bored. After engaging in several rounds of arm wrestling with the Crimson Dragon Horse, and having emerged victorious yet again, Chen Yi suddenly felt a desire to descend the mountain. Then an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened. Wait, didn't Ti possess a treasure map? He retrieved a treasure map, one he had acquired during his time in the secret realm. Uncertain of what treasures it concealed, he thought it would be worthwhile to investigate, given his current idle state. Just as Chen Yi was preparing to descend the mountain in search of treasure, the Master of Yuhua arrived. Noticing Chen Yi's intent to leave, the Master of Yuhua expressed surprise. Ah, Holy Sun, where are you headed? I intend to go to the Qigluo mountain range, he replied. The Qigluo mountain range. The largest mountain range in Qigluo Prefecture, stretches for thousands of miles and is also recorded as the location of the treasure on the map. The Master of Yuhua was even more astonished. Holy Sun, you are already aware? Aware of what? Chen Yi inquired. The emergence of the supreme treasure in the Qigluo mountain range. What? Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not yet embarked on the search. How could the treasure already be known? Recently, a significant earthquake had struck the Qingluo mountain range, and individuals had found treasures in the aftermath. According to records, These treasures belong to a collection amassed over thousands of years by the Supreme Treasure Sovereign. It is said that this sovereign was a collector who cherished various treasures. And before his demise, he had amassed 1,800 items, including several supreme artifacts. Before his fall, he concealed these treasures in a mysterious location, the whereabouts of which no one has ever discovered. Over the years, many have sought to locate this place, yet none have succeeded. Now, with the treasures of the Supreme Treasure Sovereign surfacing in the Qingluo mountain range, it is highly likely that his hoard is hidden there. Consequently, many have rushed to the Qingluo mountain range, including individuals from other prefectures. To think that the Holy Sun, who remained at Ruthless Peak, is so well informed about the happenings outside. I was just about to convey this news to you when you were already preparing to set forth. The master of Yuhua spoke eloquently. Chen Yi felt a jolt in his heart upon hearing this. Goodness, this treasure has become common knowledge. This treasure is indeed his. Upon acquiring the treasure map, Chen Yi had internally claimed the treasure as his own. With so many individuals fixated on his prize, he could not remain indifferent. He stated calmly, "Time is of the essence. I shall set forth at once. I will send several elders." "No, I can manage alone," Chen Yi replied. And with a swift motion, his figure vanished from sight. The elders of Yuhua Sect were not yet strong enough. Taking them along might hinder his progress. It was far better to embark on this journey alone. He did not even bring his crimson dragon horse. His form transformed into a streak of light, hastening towards the Qingluo mountain range. Before long, he arrived at his destination. With a mere thought, he expanded his perception, allowing his consciousness to extend outward, revealing the presence of numerous individuals nearby. Gathering intelligence, he discovered that although many had come to the Qingluo mountain range, they were utterly unaware of the treasure's precise locations, wandering like headless flies. However, he was different. With the treasure map in hand, he was acutely aware of the treasure's exact whereabouts. Contemplating this, he unfurled the treasure map and began to follow the indicated route. He soon realized that the path to the treasure was fraught with various hidden traps and mechanisms, perilous to navigate. Fortunately, the map bore markings that allowed him to effortlessly evade these dangers. A day later, Chen Yi had ventured deep into the Qingluo mountain range, now less than 300 miles from the treasure's location. Besides himself, several formidable individuals had also arrived. Each possessed unique skills, managing to approach the treasure despite lacking a treasure map, which was indeed impressive. At that moment, Chen Yi suddenly sensed something amiss. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings. But this was no ordinary mist, it was poisonous fog. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned the lethal toxins contained within the haze, which caused flowers to wilt and birds and beasts to perish upon contact. Within the fog, a figure flickered in and out of view. Upon noticing Chen Yi amidst the poisonous mist, the figure revealed a hint of surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, you can actually withstand my poisonous fog." Chen Yi focused on the individual, noting their pallid complexion and white attire, resembling a frail specter, from which terrifyingly toxic white mist continuously emanated. Observing him, Chen Yi recalled certain ominous legends from the demonic path. It was said that in Qingluo Prefecture, there existed an individual who had mastered the art of poison. Wherever he roamed, a white mist accompanied him, bringing desolation to all living things. This person was the leader of the Thousand Poisons sect, one of the most formidable figures in the demonic realm. As Chen Yi regarded the individual, he could discern that their cultivation was indeed extraordinary, having reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. No, it could even be said they were a half-step into the void. The leader of the Thousand Poisons sect appraised Chen Yi and remarked coolly, "I have recently heard tales of an intriguing figure. It is said that with mere divine consciousness, he has slain several heavenly beings, showcasing strength and talent that are a rarity in Qingluo Prefecture for a millennium. This person, possessing a pure yang body, is immune to all malevolent forces." That would be you, wouldn't it? The pure yang energy radiating from Chen Yi was unmistakably evident. A slight perception reveals the truth. In Qingluozu, only the opponent possesses such vitality. It is I. I never anticipated encountering you here. It seems that fate is indeed favoring me. Wishing for me to exact vengeance for Xie Yun, an elder of the Thousand Poisons sect, perished at the hands of Chen Yi in Fengxia City. The master of the Thousand Poisons sect gazed at Chen Yi, declaring, "I shall slay you and seize the demon lord's token for myself. Henceforth, I shall be the leader of the Qingluo demonic path. You cannot achieve that. Let us see." In an instant, the master of the Thousand Poisons sect vanished, striking towards Chen Yi with a palm imbued with an overwhelming toxic essence. Any void realm martial artist struck by it would instantly collapse to the ground. Yet, Chen Yi neither retreated nor avoided. channeling the indestructible energy of the Vajra body. In an instant, the palm landed upon him with a muffled thud. Is this a form of unorthodox training? Alas, my thousand poisons bone-dissolving palm is specifically designed to counter such techniques. The master of the thousand poisons sect chuckled. However, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. His toxic essence was rapidly absorbed by Chen Yi, who not only remained unharmed, but seemed to grow subtly stronger. Chapter 103. The treasure is in hand. Something is amiss. The Lord of the Thousand Poisons sensed an anomaly. His pupils constricted sharply. You are absorbing my poisonous essence. You possess the body of 10,000 poisons. He inhaled sharply. The legendary body of 10,000 poisons had indeed manifested. His countenance turned pale with fear. This was the nemesis of poison cultivators. However, upon further reflection, he reassured himself. After all, he was a martial artist on the brink of the Void Realm. Even if his poison could not harm Chen Yi, he was merely a Soul Realm practitioner. With his cultivation, he could easily vanquish the latter. With this thought, he exhaled. Snorting coldly, the body of 10,000 poisons cannot be allowed to live. Watch as I strike you down with a single palm. He raised his hand, aiming a powerful blow towards Chen Yi's forehead. The force of his palm was so immense that it seemed to threaten the very fabric of space itself. Should it land on Chen Yi, it would surely obliterate him into a million fragments. Yet, alas, Chen Yi moved. The ink slaughter sword was drawn. In a flash, the divine sword executed its technique. The radiant sword light tore through the void, cleaving into the Lord of Thousand Poisons' arm. With a sharp sound, the opponent's arm was severed in an instant. The Lord of Thousand Poisons had yet to grasp what had transpired. How swift the sword was. Wasn't he merely a soul realm cultivator? How could he unleash such staggering sword energy? Suddenly, he recognized that Chen Yi's cultivation was not at the soul realm, but rather at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, comparable to his own. How is this possible? In such a short span, how could you ascend from the soul realm to the pinnacle of the celestial realm? Such a phenomenon cannot exist. The Lord of Thousand Poisons gasped in disbelief. Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, Nothing is impossible. You are simply too myopic. You cannot withstand this next strike. Damn it, Poison Dragon Palm. The Lord of Thousand Poisons bellowed, unleashing his utmost power and technique. He gathered his life-s cultivation into a single palm strike. The force transformed into a pitch-black poison dragon. Lunging toward Chen Yi with ferocity, Chen Yi summoned the power of his own manifestation, and in an instant, it erupted. Great suns hung in the sky. Fire phoenixes scorched the heavens, and the azure lotus with 9 leaves upheld the firmament. The sword energy, empowered by the manifestation, surged in potency beyond measure. With ease, it cleaved the poison dragon in two. The Lord of Thousand Poisons was struck by the force of the sword, accompanied by a scream of agony. The Lord of Thousand Poisons was torn asunder. The formidable leader of the demonic path met such a tragic end in this desolate wilderness. Chen Yi glanced at the remnants of his foe and shook his head. Truly weak. Indeed, this once mighty leader of the Thousand Poisons sect was, in his eyes, nothing more than feeble. Yet, this was scarcely surprising. Before ascending to the celestial realm, he had already been capable of slaying celestial beings. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of the celestial realm, dispatching a martial artist on the verge of the void realm was child's play. Not to mention, the poison arts of this lord were utterly ineffective against him. After vanquishing his adversary, he searched the corpse and discovered a storage ring. Upon inspection, he found it filled with various vials, containing a myriad of poisons. For Chen Yi, this provided considerable assistance. After all, with his physique capable of withstanding myriad poisons, these toxins served as a resource for his cultivation. Pressing onward, Chen Yi glanced into the depths of the Qingluo mountain range, then meticulously examined the treasure map. After determining the route, he continued his journey. Not long after Chen Yi departed, several groups of individuals arrived at the scene. Upon discovering the corpse of the leader of the Thousand Poisons sect, their pupils dilated in shock. Is that really the leader of the Thousand Poisons sect? How on earth did he meet his demise here? Who could possibly have slain him? One young man remarked, noting the extraordinary phenomena that had just transpired. It was likely that the one responsible for the leader's death was none other than Chen Yi himself. His manifestations were unmistakably evident, making it impossible for them to overlook his identity. Damn it, this guy has come here too. How could we possibly stand a chance against him? If even the leader of the Thousand Poisons sect has fallen, has he grown even stronger? The crowd murmured, filled with trepidation towards Chen Yi. Leave Chen Yi to me. At that moment, a young man in white stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking in a calm tone. He radiated a spectrum of colorful light. as the powers of the five elements intertwined around him, emanating an extraordinary aura. This individual was the holy son of the Qingyan sacred land. Renowned as one of the most illustrious prodigies of Qi Luo Prefecture, rumor had it that he often secluded himself in meditation, largely indifferent to worldly affairs. However, the emergence of the supreme treasure was of great significance, prompting his appearance here. He had heard much about Chen Yi, whose recent exploits had begun to overshadow his own. Moreover, Chen Yi had already slain 2 members of the Qingyan sacred land's ranks, as well as 2 elders, leading the sacred land to resolve to confront him. Yet, due to the pressing matter of the supreme treasure, they had first aimed to secure it. Little did they expect to encounter Chen Yi in this location. After years of seclusion, the world has long forgotten my renown. Thus, I shall slay Chen Yi and remind them of my name. The holy son of Qingyun contemplated silently. He then led his companions further along in search of the treasure. In addition to them, many others from the Qingyun sacred land had arrived, led by several elders, splitting into various groups to seek the treasure. Numerous sects had also dispatched representatives, and even forces from other prefectures had come. All were determined to obtain the treasure. However, despite exploring the mountains for quite some time, they were unable to locate its position, leading them to question whether the treasure even existed or if they had been deceived. Yet, while they were in a state of despair searching for the treasure, Chen Yi had already reached the very heart of the mountain range, the site of the treasure itself. The reason the others could not find the treasure was that it was surrounded by an intricate maze. With this formation in place, the crowd had been going in circles. However, armed with the treasure map, which contained instructions on navigating the maze, Chen Yi effortlessly arrived at the treasure's location. Before him stood a magnificent palace. The palace gleams with opulence, and upon entering, an array of treasures captivates the eye. Martial weapons of profound significance, ancient medicinal herbs, unparalleled martial arts techniques, spirit crystals, and divine metals, all are present in abundance, totaling over 1,000 items, although some have diminished in efficacy due to the passage of time. The immense value of this trove remains beyond imagination. Chen Yi glanced at the ink-slaying sword in his hand and then surveyed the dozens of renowned swords before him, including those of supreme grade, and felt a sense of inadequacy regarding his own weapon. Discarding the ink-slaying sword with disdain, he declared it unworthy and selected a more exalted sword to adorn his waist, the Qingming sword, one of the most valuable treasures in this collection. Subsequently, Chen Yi cast the ink-slaying sword along with the other treasures into his Qianquan ring, leaving not a single spirit stone behind. Casting a final glance at the medicinal herbs whose potency had waned considerably, he felt a twinge of regret. They had remained for too long and could not be left behind. Thus, he resolved to absorb their essence right there. Reassured that the maze surrounding the palace would protect him from interruptions during his seclusion. Chapter 104. Do you desire treasure? You shall not have it. Within the verdant expanse of the Qingluo mountain range, the holy son of Qingyun and his companions persevered in their arduous quest for treasure. As time slipped away, they had traversed nearly every nook and cranny of the mountain range, yet the coveted treasure eluded them. Even Chen Yi had not encountered it. The holy son began to entertain doubts about the veracity of the information. At that moment, a streak of luminescence approached, revealing an elderly man with flowing white hair, holding a compass, exuding an aura of ethereal wisdom. Upon seeing him, the holy son's eyes brightened. It was the 4th elder. This venerable figure was indeed the 4th elder of the Qingyan sacred ground. It was said that although his cultivation was not among the most formidable of the elders, he possessed a remarkable talent for formations. This elder had single-handedly established a formation that had vanquished several top-tier celestial beings, making his accomplishments within Qingluo Prefecture quite remarkable. The 4th elder regarded the holy son with a mild smile, sensing that he had encountered some difficulties. The holy son recounted the events in detail. The 4th elder replied with a serene smile, "I have arrived at precisely the right moment." What does the 4th elder mean by this? As the supreme treasure master, the location of the treasure would undoubtedly be well guarded. I surmise that there must be a formation in the vicinity of the treasure, which explains why you have found nothing after your extensive search. Formation? Is this not your area of expertise, 4th elder? The holy son exclaimed, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. Indeed, that is precisely why I am here, to assist you in breaking the formation. The 4th elder responded with a smile. He then produced the compass and began to investigate the surroundings. Channeling his true essence into the compass, it ascended into the air, radiating beams of light. The 4th elder intoned incantations, open the 5 elements, unify yin and yang, stabilize heaven and earth, traverse the mountains and rivers, let the forest flourish. Seek the dragon and determine the site. As he recited the spell, a thick mist suddenly enveloped the forest, revealing mysterious runes that flickered in and out of view. The fourth elder's eye sparkled. As anticipated, a maze formation was concealed here. Rest assured, Holy Son. I shall dismantle this formation. How long will it take? Nearly 3 days. Very well, I appreciate your assistance, Elder, replied the Holy Son. Though a twinge of uncertainty lingered in his heart, the appearance of the formation raised questions about Chen Yi's whereabouts. Had he already departed from the Qingluo mountain range? Or was it something else? 3 days swiftly passed. On this day, the fourth elder bellowed, and the compass erupted in a cascade of golden light, dispersing the mist that shrouded the forest. As the fog lifted, an immensely resplendent golden palace emerged before their eyes. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Treasure. That must be the treasure of the Supreme Treasure Master. How splendid. We have finally unearthed this treasure. Ha, this palace glistens with opulence, clearly concealing a multitude of treasures. We have arrived. The crowd surged towards the palace, with the Holy Son of Chen Yi joining them. However, upon reaching the palace, an unsettling sensation enveloped them. Outside the palace, they discovered a series of footprints. Noticing these marks, the expression of the Holy Son of Chen Yi shifted dramatically. Someone has arrived before us. He rushed into the palace, only to be greeted not by treasures or spirit stones, but by an empty chamber devoid of even a single spirit stone. In the center of the palace sat a young man on a mat, his demeanor calm as he regarded the Holy Son of Chen Yi and his companions. Ah, you have come, he remarked. Upon seeing this individual, the Holy Son of Chen Yi's pupils constricted. Who are you? Chen Yi, he is Chen Yi. Those who had ventured into the Yuhua 7-star secret realm recognized him. The Holy Son of Chen Yi's gaze sharpened as he declared, You have taken the treasures, haven't you? Surrender the treasures. Chen Yi replied nonchalantly. Do you comprehend the vast wealth contained within the heavenly treasure sovereign's hoard? It comprises medicinal herbs, supreme artifacts, and numerous spirit stones. He drew the supreme artifact, the Qiming sword, from his waist and proclaimed, Behold, this sword is but one of the treasures from the heavenly treasure sovereign's collection. At his words, the crowd's eyes ignited with fervor. It was said that the heavenly treasure sovereign amassed over 1,000 treasures, even if some were no longer functional after all these years. The wealth was unimaginable. There was enough for everyone present. Indeed, look at that sword. It is a supreme artifact, they exclaimed. This artifact harbored formidable power. It could very well be merely a trivial portion of that treasure. Yet, Chen Yi continued, I understand your desire for these treasures, but regrettably, I shall not part with a single spirit stone. The crowd fell momentarily silent. The audacity of his blatant display before them was striking. No, this was not merely boasting. It was a provocation. With this realization, the crowd erupted in fury, their gazes towards Chen Yi filled with lethal intent. Chen Yi, are you courting death? Refuse to surrender the treasures, and you shall not leave here, they declared. Hmph, do you think you alone can monopolize all the treasures? In the Yuhua 7-star secret realm, only those beneath the celestial realm could enter, which allowed you to flaunt your power. But now we have several celestials present, and I shall see how you dare to contend with us. Surrender the treasures, and you may have a slim chance of survival. Otherwise, there will be no escape. A surge of formidable energy erupted from the crowd, overwhelming like mountains as they bore down upon Chen Yi. Yet, unperturbed by their imposing aura, Chen Yi remained composed, casually stating, Oh, if you desire the treasures, come and take them. Such arrogance, courting death. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several celestials moved to strike almost simultaneously. Rushing towards Chen Yi, the long sword in hand sliced through the air with a formidable force, as if intent on obliterating him in an instant. Yet, in that moment, Chen Yi slowly rose from the meditation cushion. Suddenly, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura erupted from him. With a thunderous roar, his true essence surged forth like a tidal wave. The surrounding void trembled as Chen Yi's profound power directly repelled the celestial beings, who gazed at him in bewilderment. This aura, could it possibly be the consummation of the celestial realm? No, it was more than merely that. It seemed to brush against the threshold of the void realm. How could this be? Back in the Crescent Moon's 7-star secret realm, he was merely at the spirit realm. How could he suddenly approach the void realm? What kind of miraculous elixir had he consumed? My heavens! How could such a phenomenon exist in this world? The onlookers felt a profound disbelief. Even the Holy Son of Qing found it absurd. Though he too was a celestial being, he remained some distance from the pinnacle of the celestial realm. How had Chen Yi attained such an extraordinary level? Chapter 105. A single sword defeats the Holy Son of Qingyun, the Supreme Incarnation. As Chen Yi unleashed his formidable aura, every individual present felt a sense of incredulity. Even the Holy Son of Qingyun found it hard to believe. Yet, the magnitude of that aura was unmistakably tangible. Their disbelief was futile in the face of such reality. Chen Yi, too, perceived an extraordinary wave emanating from the Holy Son, recognizing him as a practitioner of physical cultivation. Indeed, he sensed a remarkable physical resonance. Unmistakably the five elements body. The Holy Son of Qingyun stepped forward, releasing a potent wave of physical energy. Surrounded by shimmering radiance that formed a resplendent wheel of five elements light. Above him, the powers of the five elements intertwined, creating a vibrant canopy of multicolored clouds, an unmistakable manifestation of the five elements body. In that moment, the Holy Son appeared as a sovereign of the five elements, with the elemental forces of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth revolving around him. Chen Yi, I have long heard of your reputation. Today, let me truly ascertain whether you are as formidable as the tales suggest, proclaimed the Holy Son, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. Behind him, an ethereal manifestation of his primordial spirit coalesced. The avatar raised its hand, resembling a colossal mountain, interwoven with the powers of the five elements, and launched a devastating downward strike towards Chen Yi. The impact was earth-shattering, resonating throughout the realm. Yet, Chen Yi stood his ground, unwavering, raising his Qingming sword high before executing a single, decisive slash. The supreme divine sword technique cleaved through the avatar's massive hand, severing it in an instant. The Holy Son of Qingyun, struck by the backlash, let out a cry as he was propelled backward uncontrollably. Witnessing this, the onlookers gasped in disbelief. What? He was actually sent flying by a single strike? This was the Holy Son of Qingyun, the most distinguished prodigy of Qingluo Prefecture, nearly universally acknowledged as the foremost of the younger generation prior to Chen Yi's appearance. Yet now, he could not withstand even a single sword strike. Was this not utterly absurd? The scene left everyone in a state of bewilderment, particularly the disciples of the Holy Land of Qingyun, who stared incredulously at Chen Yi. Chen Yi shook his head, reflecting on the five elements body, initially expecting a formidable opponent, only to find him incapable of withstanding a single strike. Perhaps my expectations were overly high. He then turned his gaze toward those who had attempted to seize his treasures moments earlier, his eyes cold as ice, akin to gazing upon the dead. Stepping forward, he approached them, the Qiming sword in his hand radiating unparalleled might. Sword energy surged forth, and a torrent of domineering sword light erupted. One strike landed upon a celestial being, who offered no resistance, cleaved mercilessly in two. Yet this was merely the beginning. Chen Yi dispatched celestial beings with ruthless efficiency. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 had been slain. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Just moments ago, he was at the primordial spirit realm, and now he was slaughtering celestial beings as though they were mere livestock. A monster. The remaining individuals, witnessing such devastation, no longer dared to covet any treasures and hastily retreated, fleeing the palace in haste. Though the treasure was invaluable, it paled in comparison to the sanctity of life, a distinction they were keenly aware of. How detestable. Chen Yi, daring to injure the Holy Son of the Qingyun sacred land. You seek your own demise. At this moment, runes intertwined around him. Unbeknownst to him, the 4 elders of Qingyun had already set up a formation. 16 flags were planted around Chen Yi, radiating waves of dark light, from which emerged vengeful spirits. The soul-devouring formation. The elder of Qingyun bellowed, activating the array. Instantly, the space around Chen Yi transformed into a hellish realm, with malevolent ghosts lunging at him. His gaze turned ever colder. Oh, is this the method of the soul-refining mountain? You, the Qingyun sacred land, pride yourselves on being sacred, yet resort to such despicable acts. Truly contemptible. Although Chen Yi did not consider himself a paragon of virtue, he did possess a moral compass. Thus far, he had only slain those deserving of death, be they demonic foes or those who sought his life, never an innocent soul. Yet, this elder before him wielded 16 soul-refining banners, each containing the spirits of countless deceased individuals. How many innocents were among them? With a disdainful snort, Chen Yi resolved to unleash his full power against the formation. His true essence surged forth, and his divine manifestation erupted. The manifestation, now far more potent than when he was still in the realm of the soul, was a sight to behold. With a mighty shout, he he swung his sword, unleashing a formidable wave of pure yang energy that swept through the air, obliterating all in its path. The surrounding souls dissipated one by one, and in an instant, the 16 soul-refining banners were severed. As the banners fell, the formation crumbled. The spirits erupted from within, now uncontrollable, turning to retaliate against the Elder of Qingyun. His expression shifted dramatically, terror etched upon his face as he unleashed wave after wave of true essence, shattering the incoming spirits. "You lowly wretches dare to turn against me? Dream on." The Elder of Qingyun roared furiously. At that moment, a ghostly figure materialized behind him. It was Chen Yi, employing the Shadow Mirage technique. His speed was such that even the Elder could not react in time. Then, with a swift strike of his sword, the blade gleamed ominously. Slash! The Elder's limbs were effortlessly severed. Ag! The Elder of Qingyun let out a wretched scream. Soon thereafter, a multitude of spirits surged forth, ravenously consuming his body. How could the Elder, now limbless, contend against them? He was swiftly reduced to nothing more than a skeletal husk, utterly dead. Subsequently, Chen Yi approached the holy son of Qingyun, who, having sustained a grievous wound from his sword, was on the brink of death, yet still clinging to life. Chen Yi had come to deliver the final blow. Gazing at Chen Yi, the holy son's eyes widened in shock, unable to fathom the depth of his terror. In a desperate act, he produced a jade slip and crushed it. The shattered slip emitted a golden light, and then an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. The clouds churned, revealing an elderly figure with white hair slowly materializing from the void. The opponent, with hair as white as snow yet possessing the youthful visage of a child, exhibited eyes that sparkled with brilliance, emanating a formidable aura that far surpassed that of any celestial being. Crucially, this individual was an embodiment, a manifestation of immense power. The mere ability to summon such an avatar speaks volumes of the Elder's cultivation. It is likely that his prowess eclipses any practitioner Chen Yi has encountered thus far. Do you truly believe that, as the Saint Son of the Qingyun sacred land, I possess no hidden trump cards? The Saint Son declared with a cold smirk. This supreme embodiment at my side, can you withstand it? Your attempts to oppose the Qingyun sacred land are nothing short of delusional. The presence of a supreme avatar indicates that at least one supreme entity oversees the Qingyun sacred land, undeniably a testament to its extraordinary heritage. However, Chen Yi remained utterly unperturbed. Gazing at the supreme embodiment, he remarked indifferently, "What a pity it is that your true self is not here. Otherwise, there might have been a slender chance of me meeting my demise." "Oh, to remain so composed in the face of a supreme embodiment, young man. You are indeed the most audacious youth I have ever encountered." The supreme embodiment retorted, its overwhelming pressure surging forth like a divine mountain, bearing down upon Chen Yi. Chapter 106, Ascending to the Void Realm. Slaying the Supreme Incarnation. The Supreme Incarnation gazed at Chen Yi, a cold sneer escaping his lips. In an instant, an overwhelming force surged from him, exuding an oppressive aura akin to a divine mountain bearing down upon Chen Yi. Faced with such formidable power, Chen Yi maintained a calm demeanor, yet he summoned his primordial spirit avatar along with various manifestations for resistance. In that moment, the vibrations of his primordial spirit avatar resonated across the surroundings, while the brilliance of his manifestations illuminated the vast expanse, leaving even the Supreme Incarnation utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that Chen Yi could unleash such might. A mere celestial being instilled in him a sense of trepidation. This youth must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a great calamity for my Qingyun sacred land. A chilling glint of murderous intent flickered in the eyes of the Supreme Incarnation. He then raised his hand, pressing down towards Chen Yi with immense force. The impact was earth-shattering, shaking the very fabric of the cosmos. The entire void trembled slightly in response. Seeing this, Chen Yi infused his true essence into the Qiming sword, unleashing its power to the utmost limit before striking out. The piercing light of the sword whistled as it collided with the palm of the Supreme Incarnation. A thunderous explosion erupted, sending countless clouds of dust swirling into the air. Chen Yi was forced back several steps. In stark contrast, the Supreme Incarnation remained as steadfast as a mountain, despite being merely an incarnation. The strength he exhibited had reached the pinnacle of the void realm, far beyond what a celestial could withstand. "Chen Yi, today you shall surely perish." The sacred son of Qingyun laughed heartily as he regarded Chen Yi. Once he eliminated his opponent, he would reclaim his position as the foremost prodigy of Qinluo Prefecture. The Supreme Incarnation struck again, unleashing palm after palm, each imbued with endless brilliance and formidable spatial power. Celestials command the spiritual energy of the world, while those in the void realm wield the forces of space. This supreme incarnation possessed both, and with each strike, the spiritual energy waned and the spatial power surged, creating a magnificent momentum that shook the mountains and rivers. Chen Yi found himself retreating step by step. Yet gradually, the supreme incarnation sensed something amiss. Though Chen Yi was falling back, the distance he retreated each time diminished, and his defensive power grew stronger with each confrontation. Was he somehow enhancing himself amidst their battle? No, that was impossible. How could such a thing exist in this world? The supreme incarnation felt a hint of incredulity. However, Chen Yi's transformation was tangible. Even if the supreme incarnation refused to believe it, he could not ignore this possibility. This is bad. I must swiftly eliminate this individual. The gaze of the supreme incarnation turned icy, and he propelled his true essence to its zenith, invoking the great desolate divine dragon slash, transforming his palm into a blade. He abruptly descended upon Chen Yi with a striking motion. The blade's aura absorbed the might of the chaotic winds and clouds, morphing into a colossal white dragon that exuded an ancient and profound essence, diving towards Chen Yi. The power of this strike was unparalleled, subtly exceeding the limits of the void realm. Confronted with this assault, Chen Yi felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, and then his true essence surged forth, transforming into countless rays of brilliance that howled outward. He had broken through. He had shattered the celestial bottleneck, stepping into the realm of the void. During his time in the palace, he harnessed the power of the spirit-devouring body to absorb a vast quantity of divine medicines collected by the supreme of heavenly treasures. Although these elixirs had lost some potency over the passage of time, their sheer abundance rendered them formidable, coupled with Chen Yi's already perfected celestial arts. He stood but a step away from the realm of void. However, before he could fully refine the remnants of their medicinal essence, the sacred son of Qingyun and others arrived. They summoned a supreme avatar to confront him. Yet, Chen Yi adeptly turned the pressure imposed by his adversaries to his advantage, accelerating the circulation of his true essence to refine the residual medicinal power within him. At that moment, he shattered the celestial bottleneck and stepped into the void. As he beheld the roaring white dragon approaching, he gripped the Qiming sword tightly and unleashed a divine sword strike with a single motion. Boom! The sword energy surged like a rainbow, cleaving through the white dragon with ease. The overwhelming aftermath of the swords might force the supreme avatar back several steps. Chen Yi regarded his opponent calmly and remarked, "Indeed, the supreme avatar possesses some prowess, which is why I have chosen to break into the void to confront you. I trust you will be able to withstand my next strike." With that, he raised the Qiming sword high. The avatar behind him mirrored his action, channeling the strength of 5 extraordinary phenomena into the sword's edge. Streams of blood surged from Chen Yi, intertwining with the blade, infusing it with a radiant crimson glow. Go! He unleashed a strike, the blood-red sword light howling forth. The fusion of the blood explosion technique and the divine sword slash, under the auspices of the extraordinary phenomena, caused the supreme avatar's pupils to constrict in alarm. He clasped his hands together, exerting his full strength to defend. A terrifying true essence manifested as a colossal white hand, enveloping the surrounding spiritual energy and the relentless power of space, colliding with the blood-colored greatsword. A tremendous explosion erupted, rending the void asunder. The surrounding mountains crumbled one after another. The sheer force created the sensation of an earthquake within a 100-mile radius. As the dust settled, the brilliance of the supreme avatar had dimmed drastically, appearing on the brink of dissolution. He fixed a gaze filled with disbelief upon Chen Yi, astonished that one could break through in the midst of battle. "TSK, it seems you cannot withstand this." Chen Yi shook his head and unleashed another sword strike, its potency equal to the previous one. The supreme avatar was completely unable to defend, and in the next instant, his form was obliterated. The supreme avatar had fallen. The remaining sacred son of Qingyun stood in stunned silence, disbelief etched across his features. He swallowed hard and turned to flee. Alas! Chen Yi employed the shadow phantom technique and swiftly caught up to him. He regarded the sacred son of Qingyun, shaking his head in disappointment. The foremost talent of Qi Luo Prefecture is of such a caliber, it seems Qi Luo Prefecture is truly insignificant. With that, he swung his sword once more. The sword energy surged forth, locking onto the sacred son of Qingyun. Without any means of resistance, the young man was instantly torn apart by the sword's force. Though his body was split in two, he was not yet fully dead. He glared at Chen Yi and declared, "Chen Yi, the Qingyun sacred land will not spare you, and you shall face the wrath of the Yuhua sect as well. I shall await you in hell." "Then take your time waiting," Chen Yi replied. Chen Yi declared, effortlessly delivering a slap that reduced his opponent to mere fragments. After executing this act, he confiscated the storage ring from his adversary, which contained a considerable amount of spirit stones. However, for Chen Yi, who had just acquired a supreme treasure, this paltry sum was hardly noteworthy. Yet even the smallest mosquito is still flesh, and he thus decided to keep it. Subsequently, he departed from the Qingluo mountain range, within the sacred land of Qingyun. At a secluded location where the ancient ancestor of Qingyun was in seclusion, an overwhelming and terrifying killing intent surged into the heavens, shaking the very foundations of the sacred land. The lord of Qingyun was taken aback and hurriedly went to investigate. He beheld the ancient ancestor of Qingyun slowly emerging from his retreat, coldly stating, "The Holy Sun is dead." It was Chen Yi of Yuhua Sect who did this. Furthermore, the supreme treasure has also fallen into his hands. Immediately dispatch troops to Yuhua Sect. Kill Chen Yi. Retrieve the treasure. Avenge the Holy Sun. Upon hearing this, the lord of Qingyun's pupils constricted slightly, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes almost bursting with rage. Chen Yi. Once again, it was Chen Yi. Chapter 107. The Diagram of Imperial Beasts. Is this still human? Chen Yi. It is once again Chen Yi. The sacred master of Qingyun felt a surge of rage. How many prodigies had the adversary slain from his Qingyun sacred land? Gu Changke, Gu Feiyu, and now the sacred son of Qingyun. Not to mention the fourth elder and the grand elder. It seems the opponent intends to pursue a vendetta against Qingyun's sacred land to the bitter end. With this thought, a profound hatred flickered in the sacred master's eyes. Very well. Since you have chosen enmity with my Qingyun sacred land, we shall not hold back either. I shall summon our forces and prepare for an assault on Yuhua Sect. Without obliterating Yuhua Sect, my Qingyun sacred land would be undeserving of its name. The sacred master of Qingyun declared coldly, then turned to gather his men. A great battle was imminent in Qi-Luo Prefecture. On the other side, within Yuhua Sect, Chen Yi had already returned with treasures. Most of these treasures, aside from a few, held little value for him, and he did not intend to let them gather dust. He presented them to the lord of Yuhua Sect. After all, Yuhua Sect was about to face a significant conflict and required these treasures to bolster their strength. The lord of Yuhua Sect was left speechless upon witnessing the treasures. He had anticipated that Chen Yi might return from the Qingluo mountains with some gains, but he never imagined that he would bring back an entire horde. This was utterly astonishing. Chen Yi had claimed all the treasures for himself. Had everyone else who ventured to Qingluo mountains merely accompanied him? Furthermore, apart from these treasures, I also eliminated a member of Qingyun's sacred land and an elder from another sacred land, as well as slaying a supreme avatar. The forces of Qingyun's sacred land may soon approach. Chen Yi recounted the events in detail. The lord of Yuhua Sect's eyes widened in disbelief. You killed a member of Qingyun's sacred land and also a supreme avatar? Indeed. Is there a problem? This is a grave issue. Is it permissible to kill? Chen Yi furrowed his brow slightly. It's not that it's forbidden, but how on earth did you manage to slay a supreme avatar? The lord of Yuhua Sect was not concerned about offending Qingyun's sacred land by eliminating their sacred son. That bridge had already been crossed, and war was inevitable. What astonished him was how Chen Yi had overcome a supreme avatar as protection. But then, he sensed something amiss, staring at Chen Yi with wide eyes. Wait. You've advanced to the Void Realm? Chen Yi nodded slightly. Yes, I have advanced. What? How did you advance again? Did you not just break through to the Celestial Realm? The lord of Yuhua Sect felt his head spinning. He had witnessed many absurdities, but none quite like this. This had surpassed all comprehension. Who could cultivate and break through in such a manner? Did they treat cultivation as casually as eating and drinking? Chen Yi pondered for a moment. Perhaps my talent is simply exceptional. The lord of Yuhua Sect. I have lost all hope. This fellow is far too disheartening. Subsequently, he cast his gaze upon the treasures, a blissful smile gracing his countenance. I shall claim these treasures for now. They may prove invaluable in the impending battle. With a slight nod, Chen Yi acknowledged this decision. After bidding farewell to the master of Yuhua, he remained on the Wuqing Peak to continue his cultivation, solidifying his void realm. Time swiftly passed, and over the course of nearly half a month, he secluded himself on the peak, diligently fortifying his realm, unseen by anyone. Ding! The system detected that the host had been single for half a year, and, having devoted himself to focused cultivation for the past fortnight without any distractions, rewarded him with the 100 Beast Scroll. The 100 Beast Scroll? What an intriguing artifact. Note, the 100 Beast Scroll is an imperial weapon. It contains records of over 100 divine beast forms, and once activated, it can summon these beasts for battle. Wielding extraordinary power. Given the host's current cultivation, it should not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Hearing this, Chen Yi's eyes brightened. What? An imperial weapon? What a splendid treasure! Such artifacts had never graced Qingluo Prefecture. Even divine weapons were rare and precious. An imperial weapon, even if he could only unleash a mere fraction of its power, would be sufficient to reign supreme in Qingluo Prefecture. Indeed, this reward arrived at the perfect moment. A subtle smile crept upon his lips. With this treasure, he need not fear the Qingyan sacred land. Rather, it was the Qingyan sacred land that should now be wary of him. However, given its status as an imperial weapon, he resolved to keep it as a trump card. As time flowed, several more days passed. During this period, he fully stabilized his void realm, mastering the control of spatial power, and even advanced to the second level of the void realm. The master of Yuhua visited Wuqing Peak once again. Upon witnessing Chen Yi's breakthrough in cultivation, he was rendered speechless. He felt that no matter what astonishing feats the young man accomplished henceforth, he would remain unfazed. Absolutely. On one particular day, at the rear mountain of Yuhua Sect, a profound aura began to emanate. A golden light surged towards the heavens, causing golden clouds to billow and golden rain to descend, a scene of auspiciousness. Observing this spectacle, the master of Yuhua realized something, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Heavenly auspiciousness. Could it be? Whoosh. His figure vanished in an instant. Chen Yi, observing from the side, smirked. Could it be? What is it? Do enlighten us. He found amusement in the suspense. However, gazing at the auspicious energy swirling in the sky, he could surmise that the third ancestor had indeed achieved a successful breakthrough. At the rear mountain of Yuhua Sect, a humble thatched cottage was enveloped in radiant light, exuding an aura of profound majesty. Shortly after, a figure emerged from within. The newcomer was surrounded by shimmering brilliance, with hair as dark as ink and eyes that sparkled with a piercing sword intent, emanating a commanding presence that seemed to overshadow the heavens and earth. The elders of Yuhua Sect gazed upon the third ancestor stepping out of the cottage with envy and joy. Congratulations to the third ancestor for achieving the esteemed rank. Congratulations to the third ancestor for ascending to greatness. The three ancestors smiled faintly and said, My dear friends, I have merely taken a step forward. I await your arrival. Whoosh. The master of Yuhua Sect arrived, gazing at the esteemed ancestor with hearty laughter, exclaiming, Marvelous, marvelous. The ascendance of the three ancestors is indeed a momentous occasion for our Yuhua Sect. By the way, how has that young fellow been faring lately? The ancestor smiled and inquired. Naturally, the master of Yuhua was well aware of whom he referred to and recounted Chen Yi's recent endeavors in detail. Upon hearing this, the elders were left utterly speechless. He has acquired the treasures of the heavenly treasure sovereign. He has slain the holy son of Qingyan. He has vanquished an avatar of a sovereign. He has broken through to the void realm. And this is merely a few days after his breakthrough into the human realm? How can one person be so extraordinary? A cascade of questions flooded their minds. Is he truly human? Observing the astonished expressions of the elders, the master of Yuhua was no exception. Upon learning these revelations, he had been equally, if not more, incredulous. He himself found it incomprehensible how one could be so remarkably gifted, transcending the very logic of the cultivation world. Chapter 108. The Great Battle Begins. The Azure Cloud Worship. The Bloodland Mine Array. Upon hearing of Chen Yi's remarkable feats, the newly ascended three ancestors felt rather ordinary. After all, they had merely attained the status of a supreme being. What was there to be proud of? The cultivation world was not solely populated by him. Yet, it was likely that Chen Yi stood alone in his uniqueness. Truly, he was an undeniable prodigy, the three ancestors mused. Then, a thought crossed the mind of the three ancestors, and he inquired, Has there been any movement from the Azure Cloud Holy Land? At the mention of this, the gaze of the Jade Blossom Sect Master grew grave. For some time, the Azure Cloud Holy Land had been summoning disciples who were traveling abroad. It appeared they were preparing to make a direct assault. Moreover, given that Chen Yi had slain a supreme avatar, it was evident that at least one supreme was stationed within the Azure Cloud Holy Land, and possibly more. Thus, while the three ancestors' ascension to the supreme rank was indeed commendable, the Jade Blossom Sect was far from secure. On the contrary, the threat posed by the Azure Cloud Holy Land remained significant. Very well, let us prepare for battle, the three ancestors stated calmly. I have already made arrangements. During this period, the defensive array of the Jade Blossom Sect has undergone substantial repairs and can unleash its full power. Additionally, the supreme treasures brought back by Chen Yi include several useful items that I have entrusted to several elders. The Jade Blossom Sect is fully prepared, the sect master replied. That is excellent. In the Azure Cloud Holy Land, Azure Cloud's sovereign ascended into the air, exuding an overwhelming aura. With a mere gesture, a small ship, no larger than a palm, soared forth. In the next instant, the vessel expanded rapidly against the wind, transforming into a colossal warship of immense proportions. This grand ship radiated a boundless might, adorned with interwoven runes, clearly a remarkable treasure, one of the cornerstones of the Azure Cloud Holy Land. The pinnacle of supreme artifacts, the Azure Cloud warship. With a resounding command, the Azure Cloud sovereign declared, "Everyone, heed my call. Board the warship and set forth to the Jade Blossom sect to avenge our holy son and elders." Swish, swish. Swish streams of radiant light darted from various corners of the Holy Land, ascending to the warship. Soon after, the vessel emitted a thunderous roar as it commenced its journey to the Jade Blossom sect. The Azure Cloud warship's departure was a grand spectacle, shaking the very earth for miles around. Many witnesses gasped in awe. "A ship is flying in the sky," they exclaimed. "That is the Azure Cloud warship, the supreme artifact of the Azure Cloud Holy Land, destined for the battle of orthodoxy. It can carry hundreds of thousands. Where could the Azure Cloud Holy Land be heading? Need it be said? They're undoubtedly going to the Jade Blossom sect. The great battle has commenced. Whether the Jade Blossom sect can survive this encounter now hinges on their fortune. After all, this is a holy land. No matter how formidable the Jade Blossom sect's foundation, facing a holy land may prove insurmountable. They might very well face annihilation." The people of Qingluo Prefecture buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, on the other side, the members of the Jade Blossom sect received news as well. As the sacred land of Qingyun approached, a grim determination marked the faces of all present. The elders and disciples were fully prepared for the impending conflict. "Activate the Jade Flower Great Array," commanded the leader of the Jade Flower sect. In the next moment, beams of light soared into the sky, intertwining and swiftly coalescing into a luminous white barrier, resembling an inverted bowl resting above the Jade Flower sect. This formidable protective array could withstand the assaults of supreme beings, though each activation required a considerable expenditure of spiritual stones. It was not to be invoked lightly, but with the imminent war at hand, such concerns were cast aside. As the protective array was initiated, the preparations for battle commenced in earnest, and all present held their breath in anticipation. Time passed, and suddenly, a colossal warship from the sacred land of Qingyun emerged, radiating an overwhelming aura from 100 miles away. On the deck stood numerous disciples of Qingyun, including ranked disciples, elders, and even the sovereign. The sovereign of Qingyun, with eyes like lightning, gazed upon the Jade Flower sect. Upon witnessing the protective array, he scoffed. It seems the Jade Flower sect has also girded itself for battle. However, even with their profound heritage, no amount of treasures can withstand our might. Their defensive array will crumble under just a few cannon strikes from our warship. Full speed ahead. Let us obliterate the Jade Flower sect. The warship trembled momentarily before accelerating. Suddenly, waves of violent energy surged around it, and terrifying crimson flames erupted into the sky, transforming into pillars of blood-red fire that relentlessly assaulted the vessel. The entire ship swayed violently under the onslaught. "What is happening?" The sovereign of Qingyun exclaimed. "Activate the ship's defensive barrier." A blue shield materialized around the warship, shielding it from the blood-red flames. Yet, the force of the flames was overwhelming, and soon fissures began to mar the barrier. "Accelerate through the sea of crimson flames," commanded the sovereign, urging the warship to charge forward. Meanwhile, within the Jade Flower sect, the onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what was unfolding. "What is this all about?" one asked. "I'm not certain," another replied. The blood-red flames and the sudden surge of power seemed eerily reminiscent of. The master of the divine sword peak turned to Chen Yi. Having witnessed Chen Yi's blood demon technique, the spectacle before them bore his signature. Chen Yi nodded. "Indeed. I have laid 100 bombs crafted from my own blood along that route. I named it the Blood Landmine Array. The blood bombs he created could be dormant until triggered by external force, exploding like landmines." He had anticipated the Qingyun sacred land's approach to the Jade Flower sect, and had strategically positioned these blood landmines along their inevitable path. Upon hearing these words, Elder Shinjian and the sect leader of Yuhua exchanged glances, their lips twitching slightly. How insidious. Yet, considering this is a battle of doctrines, where it is either your demise or mine, a touch of treachery is permissible. The Qingyun battleship had narrowly traversed the bloodland minefield, but its protective shield was utterly ravaged. Furthermore, the hull had sustained considerable damage. The holy master of Qingyun immediately deduced the perpetrator, for the revelation of Chen Yi's mastery of blood demon arts was no longer a secret. Ah, what a cunning Chen Yi, to lay such a lethal trap. Despicable and shameless. Activate the Qingyun cannon and obliterate him. The Holy Master of Qingyun declared vehemently. From the front of the battleship, a massive cannon emerged, emanating ethereal runes of extraordinary complexity. As the runic light flickered, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge towards the cannon. A gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. It was the cannon of the Qingyun battleship, its might comparable to the full force of a supreme being. Everyone, be cautious. The onlookers braced themselves with heightened vigilance. As the brilliance of the Qingyun cannon intensified, a terrifying energy was poised to erupt. Suddenly, the cannon fractured, and the terrifying fluctuations of spiritual energy within dissipated rapidly, restoring an eerie calm. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Had the cannon misfired? Chapter 109, The Supreme Clash. As the Qingyun battleship suddenly fell silent, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the situation. What could have transpired? The Qingyun Saint, aboard the battleship, was equally bewildered. Report to the Saint. The recent bloodfire impact has caused damage to the battleship, rendering it incapable of firing the Qingyun cannon, an elder stated grimly after inspecting the vessel. Furious, the Qingyun Saint clenched his fists and took a deep breath. Even without the Qingyun battleship, this trivial defensive formation cannot withstand us. Let us attack together. Yes. One by one, the warriors of Qingyun's sacred ground soared into the air, heading towards Yuhua Sect. They channeled their true essence, unleashing various martial arts, targeting the protective formation of Yuhua Sect. The members of Yuhua Sect quickly recognized the predicament of the Qingyun battleship, seizing the opportunity. The sect master of Yuhua Sect's eyes sparkled with realization. The Yuhua Great Array is a unidirectional formation. Those outside cannot interfere with those within. Yet those within can strike at the outside. Now that the Qingyun battleship is compromised and cannot breach our formation for a time, we must use this moment to weaken the forces of Qingyun's sacred ground. Everyone, attack with me. With that, the sect master soared into the air, striking outward with a palm. The force of the palm summoned the power of wind and clouds, shaking the void. The disciples of Qingyun's sacred ground could not withstand it, their bodies exploding upon impact. Meanwhile, the sword elder of Yuhua Sect, the lord of Tianhua Peak, Jianshun, Honghua, and Luo Qinghuang also joined the fray, launching assaults on the Qingyun disciples from within the formation. Damn it, we cannot strike them, yet they can hit us? This Yuhua Great Array is truly remarkable. If this continues, we will surely suffer significant casualties. At this moment, the Qingyun Saint took matters into his own hands. With a swift motion of his fingers, a magnificent sword emerged, radiating brilliant azure light, summoning the power of wind and clouds from the heavens. It was none other than the sacred sword of the Qingyun Saint, a supreme artifact rivaling the Qingyun battleship, the Qingyun sword. With the Qingyun sword in hand, the Qingyun Saint ascended, infusing it with his true essence, unleashing a majestic aura that transformed into a torrent of sword pressure, radiating in all directions. Qingyun transforms into a dragon sword. The Qingyun Saint wielded the Qingyun sword with all his might, cleaving towards the Yuhua Great Array. A terrifying sword energy manifested as a colossal dragon, soaring into the sky and diving towards the formation, its massive claws poised to tear it apart. Seeing this, the sect master of Yuhua drew forth a white, jade ancient sword, unleashing the Yuhua sword chi. A radiant white sword energy surged forth, slicing towards the dragon. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the dragon exploded, and the sword energy shattered. Although this strike was barely deflected, the resulting shockwave struck the formation, creating a fissure upon its surface. Noticing this, the Qingyun Saint snorted coldly. Everyone, enter through that fissure. The members of the sacred ground swiftly surged towards the crack. Everyone, protect the sect. The master of Yuhua proclaimed loudly, soaring into the air to confront the Saint of Qingyun alone. I never anticipated you to possess such strength, capable of deflecting my previous strike of sword energy. The Saint of Qingyun responded calmly, his gaze fixed on the master of Yuhua. He then shifted the angle of his sword, adding, however, you have already exerted your full strength with that last blow. How many more of my strikes can you withstand? You cannot fend me off alone, especially when we join forces, a cold voice interjected. One by one, several elders emerged from the back mountain of the Yuhua sect, hovering before the master of Yuhua. They were indeed the esteemed ancestors of the Yuhua sect. In response to their presence, the Saint of Qingyun let out a hearty laugh. Even with the addition of these ancient relics from the Yuhua sect, what fear do I have? His sword radiated an overwhelming aura of sword energy. With his cultivation at the half-step sovereign level fully unleashed, combined with the Qingyun sword, his power approached that of a sovereign. The expression of the master of Yuhua grew solemn. Indeed, The might of the saint of a holy land was extraordinary. The ancestors also wore grave expressions. The stage was set for a monumental clash. Whoosh! It was unclear who struck first, vanishing into the ether. In the next moment, the air erupted with terrifying waves of energy. True essence and sword energy collided, shaking the surrounding area for miles. Mountains crumbled under the ferocity of their battle. As the confrontation between the master of Yuhua and the saint of Qingyan displayed a terrifying might capable of altering the very landscape, spectators felt their hearts race. Meanwhile, Chen Yi sensed something amiss and gazed upwards into the clouds, where two even more formidable presences lingered, though their owners had yet to make a move. The mere exchange of their auras had summoned a tempest of wind and clouds. Chen Yi recognized it as the aura of sovereigns. Above the clouds, two figures hovered in the air, one with flowing white hair, yet brimming with vitality, commanding attention with every gesture, the other, with hair as dark as night. Having risen from the brink of exhaustion to the pinnacle of sovereignty, radiating brilliance. These two were none other than the ancestor of Qingyan and the third ancestor of Yuhua Sect. They stood opposed in the clouds. The invisible clash of their auras already awe-inspiring. The ancestor of Qingyan regarded the third ancestor with surprise. I initially thought subduing the Yuhua Sect would be as effortless as a breeze, yet I did not foresee that they would unveil a sovereign, had he intervened. The Yuhua Sect, devoid of a sovereign, would have stood no chance against him. But now, with the emergence of a newly ascended sovereign and the third ancestor, extinguishing the Yuhua Sect will not be so straightforward. I have just ascended to sovereignty, and I am fortunate to engage in battle with a sovereign. The third ancestor remarked with a faint smile. Fortunate? No, it is your misfortune. The ancestor of Qingyan retorted with a cold laugh, with a mere gesture. A chilling force surged through the air, and though he bore no sword, the energy he exuded was far more terrifying than that of most swordsmen. The third ancestor refused to be outdone, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy. Clang! Their sword energies collided, only to dissipate into the ether. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After the initial clash of breaths, a more formidable and terrifying aura erupted from the two individuals. 1, 2, 10, hundreds. Countless streams of sword energy collided in the air, producing a resounding symphony akin to the clash of gold and iron, a formidable might that reverberated through the cosmos. The surrounding clouds churned violently, shredded by the sword energy. In the sky, it seemed as though dozens, if not hundreds, of unparalleled swordsmen were engaged in fierce combat. Quite intriguing. The venerable ancestor of Qingyan remarked casually, stepping forth and wielding his finger as a sword, lunging toward the third ancestor. The third ancestor, not daring to underestimate the situation, thrust forth his wooden sword in response. The clash of the sword finger and the wooden sword marked the inaugural confrontation between the two sovereigns. Boom! The sword energy surged toward the heavens, with the two at its epicenter, causing the clouds within a 100-mile radius to spiral outward, rendering the sky a vast void carved by sword energy. Some of the dissipating sword energy cascaded down to the earth below, obliterating mountain peaks. The onlookers could not help but gaze upward, their expressions solemn. What an astonishing display of might! The sovereigns have begun their duel. Chapter 110. Seal the breach. One man stands guard. The supreme beings commence their clash, unleashing a formidable force that was capable of inflicting unimaginable devastation upon the surroundings. Mountains crumbled in an instant, and the ground erupted, sending tremors that caused even the celestial beings to shudder. The ancestor made his move. Your Yuhua Sect is doomed. An elder from the Qingyan sacred land laughed heartily. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto Chen Yi, revealing a glimmer of coldness in his eyes. The root of this monumental battle ultimately stemmed from this individual. Should they annihilate the Yuhua Sect without vanquishing him, the victory would be hollow, regardless of the number of lives claimed. Thus, it was imperative to eliminate him first. He understood the terrifying potential of Chen Yi's talent. If they succeeded in destroying the Yuhua Sect, but spared Chen Yi, his prowess would inevitably burgeon to a level that would instill fear even in the sacred lands themselves. Hence, the crux of this battle lay in whether they could slay Chen Yi. Otherwise, even the destruction of 10 Yuhua sects would not constitute true victory. With this thought in mind, the elder from the Qingyan sacred land flashed forward like a streak of light, hurtling toward Chen Yi with great speed. His sword thrust forth, a glimmering streak in an instant. However, at that moment, a blade interposed itself before Chen Yi, intercepting the elder's attack. It was a massive sword radiating flames. The wielder was none other than the lord of the Tianhua Peak. If you seek to confront the Holy Sun, you must first contend with me, he declared loudly, as he redirected the mighty sword, unleashing an overwhelming force that compelled the elder from the Qingyun sacred land to retreat. The elder stumbled back several paces. Casting a wary glance at the Lord of the Tianhua Peak and his blade, the sword was a supreme artifact. Indeed, it was the renowned Tianhua sword. The Lord of the Tianhua Peak grinned with pride. The elder remarked, I had not heard that the Yuhua sect possessed such a treasure. It must be from the Supreme's vault. Chen Yi's acquisition of the supreme treasure was no longer a secret. Everyone was well aware of the matter. And so what? The Lord of the Tianhua Peak boldly acknowledged it. The treasures obtained from slaying our sacred land's holy son are not for you to wield. The elder from the Qingyun sacred land bellowed, charging toward the Lord of the Tianhua Peak. Possession of treasures belongs to the capable. Your Qingyun holy son is simply outmatched. What is there to discuss? The Lord of the Tianhua Peak retorted defiantly, preparing to counter the assault. Meanwhile, on another front, Luo Qinghuang faced a woman clad in a green robe. The woman, adorned in a green robe with gilded cloud patterns, exuded a modest yet captivating elegance. Looking at Luo Qinghuang, she spoke coolly. In the past, I visited the Yuhua sect, inviting you to join the Qingyun sacred land. Who could have anticipated that today we would meet as adversaries? This is fortuitous, for I have long desired to settle our rivalry. The woman in green was none other than Lu Qing, the holy maiden of the Qingyun sacred land. Luo Qinghuang responded, then let us begin. She drew forth an ice crystal long sword, its blade shimmering as it soared into the air, resembling a crystalline phoenix in flight. Lu Qing also unsheathed her treasured sword, its aura igniting like smoke, radiating an extraordinary might. The two holy maidens clashed in an instant. With a resonant clash of two swords, a formidable force erupted. Amidst the turbulent collision of energies, both combatants were propelled backward. The battle between the two great saintesses raged fiercely. The elders and disciples of the Yuhua sect also faced their respective opponents. The conflict intensified with an array of techniques on display. Even the Crimson Dragon steed confronted a fierce tiger, manifesting a dramatic contest of dragon and tiger. Standing atop a towering ancient tree, Chen Yi observed as dozens of figures approached him from all directions. Leading the charge was a youth clad in white, wielding dual swords, exuding an imposing aura. The swords, one black and the other white, radiated the essence of yin and yang. Chen Yi remarked coolly, are you my adversaries? Indeed, I mean Shuzi, the first in the Qingyun sacred land's hierarchy. The young man replied, then formed an intricate sword technique with his hands, causing the dual swords to ascend and transform into two streaks of sword energy that surged toward Chen Yi from either side. In response to this assault, Chen Yi swiftly drew the Qingming sword from his waist, executing a devastating slash that unleashed a terrifying torrent of sword energy. Divine Sword Strike. The brilliance of the sword energy resembled a dragon's breath, shattering the black and white sword energies upon impact, causing the very swords to fracture. In Shuzi's expression shifted in disbelief. How is this possible? Though these swords are not supreme artifacts, they are indeed top-tier mystical weapons. How could they be so easily destroyed? And by a single strike, no less. Chen Yi regarded him with indifference. You appear quite hollow. At this, Shuzi's eyes darkened as he exclaimed, do not underestimate me. Manifestation of the primordial spirit. He summoned his own primordial spirit. Surrounding him, several disciples of Qingyun who had already advanced to the primordial spirit stage also conjured their manifestations, launching a coordinated assault against Chen Yi. In response, a formidable primordial spirit manifestation emerged behind Chen Yi, towering over 100 feet. Its overwhelming presence surged forth like a roaring flood, dwarfing the attacking manifestations, which resembled mere children in comparison, lacking any semblance of power or stature. With a mere gesture, Chen Yi struck out as if delivering a slap. The manifestations besieging him were instantly obliterated, shattered without a hint of resistance. Such strength. Shuzi's pupils contracted. He had anticipated Chen Yi's prowess, but he never imagined it would be to such an extraordinary degree. His primordial spirit manifestations crushed with a single blow. Not only his, but those of others too. This was utterly absurd. At that moment, Chen Yi's primordial spirit manifestation surged forward once more, with a powerful strike aimed at Shuzi. The overwhelming force locked onto him, causing his pupils to widen as he braced with all his might. Yet, it proved utterly futile. With a sound akin to the swatting of a mere mosquito, Shuzi's body shattered into a mist of crimson, meeting an instantaneous demise. Chen Yi shook his head, deeming the opponent feeble, truly, exceedingly weak. He summoned his spiritual manifestation once more, directing it towards the remaining assailants. In mere moments, those who had besieged him from the Qingyun Holy Land fell lifelessly to the ground. Observing the battlefield, a multitude of disciples from the Qingyan Holy Land continued to surge forth from the rift. The foundational strength of the Qingyan Holy Land surpassed that of the Yuhua sect, not only in the number of formidable practitioners but also in the sheer volume of disciples. Currently, due to the protective barrier in place, these Qingyan disciples could not all enter simultaneously, allowing the Yuhua sect to maintain its resistance. However, as time progressed, the influx of Qingyan disciples within the barrier increased, and the Yuhua sect's situation was poised to become precarious. Noticing this, Chen Yi stepped forward, his figure flickering like a beam of light, swiftly arriving at the rift's entrance. He positioned himself to obstruct the relentless tide of Qingyan disciples, and with a flourish of his sword, he felled dozens, if not hundreds, in an instant. Yet, the multitude of Qingyan disciples gazed upon him, their eyes ablaze with a chilling intent to kill. Fear not, my comrades. He stands alone. With our numbers, we have nothing to fear from him. Chapter 111. Luo Qinghuang makes his return. Indeed, what storm can one solitary individual conjure? Let us unite, and we shall surely vanquish him. This time, the Yuhua sect must meet its demise, and this saint child of the Yuhua sect shall not escape his fate. Fear not. Everyone, onward. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Alone, he cannot possibly withstand the onslaught of the myriad forces from our Qingyan sacred land. Attack. With a thunderous roar, numerous disciples of the Qingyan sacred land surged toward Chen Yi. Observing this, Chen Yi remarked with a hint of disdain, "You are truly valiant, charging toward me instead of fleeing." With that, he raised his hand, and a torrent of blood erupted from his arm. The blood coalesced into droplets, which he hurled toward the advancing disciples of Qingyun. An elder of the Qingyun sacred land's pupils constricted as he sensed the terrifying energy within the blood droplets. "This is bad. Retreat quickly." "Retreat? Can one truly evade?" Chen Yi replied coolly. In the next moment, a horrific crimson flame erupted forth, exuding an unparalleled ferocity, consuming everything in its vicinity. Any Qingyun disciple engulfed by this blood-red fire met an inevitable fate, either obliterated into fine particles or reduced to ashes. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled, the void violently shook. An aura of destruction enveloped all. This assault obliterated tens of thousands of disciples from the Qingyan sacred land. Yet, it was not over. With a mere thought, Chen Yi summoned forth even more blood, forming spheres the size of fists. Onlookers were left utterly astonished, gripped by terror. The earlier droplets possessed such formidable power. How much more dreadful were these fist-sized spheres? Is this man not concerned for his own blood? Has he lost his sanity? Even with his blood explosion technique, this manner of usage is utterly reckless. Could he be a madman? Flee, flee now. The disciples of the Qingyan sacred land, stunned into disbelief, soon regained their senses and began to scatter in panic. However, Chen Yi had already commenced his assault. Each blood sphere flew forth like atomic bombs, detonating amidst the throng of Qingyun disciples, the terrifying crimson flames consuming the surroundings. Boom, 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 boom. The entire world was bathed in a blood-red glow. For 1,000 miles, chaos reigned supreme. At this moment, it felt as though the apocalypse had descended. Chen Yi relentlessly unleashed blood spheres, with each strike resulting in thousands of Qingyun disciples being obliterated into fragments. As torrents of blood flowed, his complexion gradually paled, yet he remained unfazed, continuing to squander his lifeblood. He resembled a blood-crazed demon, with tens of thousands, even millions of Qingyun disciples perishing within the flood of his blood. This onslaught left the Qingyun sect master and the venerable ancestor in the skies aghast, their eyes filled with fury as they beheld Chen Yi, nearly wishing to devour him whole. "You scoundrel! My disciples of the Qingyan sacred land." The disciples of the sacred land of Qingyun are numerous. The loss of 1,000 or 2,000 lives does not weigh heavily upon them. Even the demise of tens of thousands might evoke sorrow, yet remains within the bounds of their endurance. However, with Chen Yi having slain several 100,000, perhaps nearing 1,000,000 disciples, such losses are simply insufferable, even for a sacred land. "Chen Yi, O Chen Yi, I shall slay you." The ancient ancestor of Qingyun roared, unleashing the full might of his supreme power. With a mere gesture of his sword, he unleashed a formidable sword energy directed at the 3 ancestors. The 3 ancestors were forced back. Subsequently, the Qingyun ancestor lunged toward Chen Yi, casting a terrifying aura that enveloped him entirely. Chen Yi's gaze sharpened. This was the pursuit of the supreme. What to do? Confronted with such a dire crisis, Chen Yi's mind remained unperturbed as he promptly entered the state of ruthless heart, keenly analyzing the situation. He retrieved 2 pills, placing them in his mouth. One was a supreme blood-replenishing pill, designed to swiftly restore his lost vitality, while the other was the everlasting creation pill. After consuming the blood-replenishing pill, a torrent of blood surged forth, coalescing at the edge of the Qingming sword, and he unleashed a powerful strike toward his adversary. The terrifying sword energy resonated with the spiritual essence of the surroundings, amalgamating with the explosive power of the blood demon technique, transforming into a crimson sword light. Yet, the Qingyun ancestor neither dodged nor evaded, striking forth with a palm. However, before his strike could fully manifest, the blood-red sword light detonated, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of crimson flames that surged toward the Qingyun ancestor, followed closely by a chilling sword energy. The Qingyun ancestor's gaze sharpened, disregarding the impending onslaught. He forcefully struck through both the flames and the sword energy, continuing his assault on Chen Yi. Behind Chen Yi, the manifestations of his primordial spirit and 5 extraordinary phenomena activated in unison, allowing him to strike once more. Boom! The clash of the divine sword against the supreme blow resulted in a tremendous explosion, causing both parties to stagger back. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chen Yi could actually contend with a supreme being. How could such a feat be possible? Though Chen Yi was pushed back by the force of the supreme strike, he remained unfazed, swallowing the everlasting creation pill he had prepared. The power of creation surged through him, mending his injuries in an instant. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he had engaged in a direct confrontation without a scratch. Such an event was nearly unfathomable. The chasm between the supreme and those beneath them is typically insurmountable. Even the pinnacle of the void manifestation realm would be vanquished by a supreme. Yet here was Chen Yi, able to withstand the wrath of the supreme in a single exchange. How formidable! The crowd swallowed nervously, their disbelief palpable as they beheld Chen Yi. Having recently ascended to the void manifestation realm, what heights might he achieve in the coming years? The supreme are but mere shadows. Standing with hands clasped behind his back, Chen Yi regarded the Qingyun ancestor with a calm demeanor. The disciples of Yuhua Sect gazed at his figure, unable to contain their fervent admiration. How audacious to provoke a supreme! Truly, the son of the sacred land. One must ponder, how many in the younger generation could aspire to such heights? Curse be it. The expression of the Qingyun ancestor darkened considerably. In that moment, fueled by rage, he struck without mercy, yet he was utterly astonished that Chen Yi could withstand his assault. This was far more outrageous than having a mere avatar slain. I shall see how many of my blows you can endure, the Ancient One of Qingyun declared coldly. His immense and profound supreme true essence erupted forth. The 3 ancestors sneered, asserting, "First, you must pass through my trial. Do you truly believe that a newly ascended supreme could be my match? Get out of my way." With a swift motion, the Ancient One of Qingyun grasped the air, and a long sword materialized in his hand. The sword emanated an overwhelming and chilling pressure, its sword aura swirling like a soaring azure dragon. Indeed, it was the supreme artifact of the Ancient One of Qingyun, the Azure Dragon Sword. With the Azure Dragon Sword in hand, he unleashed a dragon-shaped sword aura with a fierce slash. This aura was boundless in its ferocity, forcefully pushing back the 3 ancestors. Then, his gaze sharpened, locking onto Chen Yi. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Chen Yi felt compelled to reveal his ultimate trump card. "Prepare to meet your end," the Ancient One of Qingyun declared, wielding his sword with a might that shook the mountains and rivers. Yet at that very moment, from the direction of the Ruthless Peak, a formidable sword intent surged into the sky, transforming into thousands of sword auras, magnificent and resplendent. Who dares to harm my disciple? The long-absent Luo Qinghuang made his grand reappearance. Chapter 112. Luo Qinghuang wields all as a sword. Let me see who dares to harm my disciple. Accompanied by a cold and detached voice, a piercing sword energy surged forth from the direction of Wuqing Peak, enveloped in an overwhelming aura of sharpness. This strike was aimed directly at the venerable Qingyun. The immense power contained within made him involuntarily narrow his eyes. Another supreme being. He swiftly slashed with the Qinglong sword, clashing head-on with the incoming sword energy, resulting in a thunderous explosion that reverberated through the heavens and earth. Under the impact of the sword energy, the venerable Qingyun was forcefully sent flying. He gazed in shock towards the origin of the sword energy, Yuhua Sect, astonished to discover yet another supreme being. How could this be? Has the Yuhua Sect developed to such an extent without their knowledge? The emergence of 2 supreme beings in succession was astonishing. Then, a figure clad in white robes ascended into the air. The newcomer wore a gown as pure as snow, with slightly graying hair at the temples and a handsome visage, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, exuding an imposing sword aura that captivated the eye. Chen Yi, upon seeing Luo Qinghuang, momentarily froze. His master has emerged from seclusion. Moreover, he has successfully broken through to the supreme realm. Observing Luo Qinghuang's return after nearly 100 chapters, Chen Yi felt a surge of excitement. Yet as a practitioner of the path of indifference, he quickly composed himself. He gave a slight nod to Luo Qinghuang in respect. A large hand rested atop his head as Luo Qinghuang affectionately ruffled his hair, smiling gently, "Disciple, with me here. No one can harm you in the slightest." "Thank you, master." A wave of security surged within Chen Yi. However, being petted in front of so many people felt quite embarrassing. Luo Qinghuang withdrew his hand, appearing calm on the surface, yet internally, he was a tempest of emotions. Shocked beyond words. Had he truly been in seclusion for such a short duration? His disciple had directly ascended to the Banshee realm? Had it not been for his own breakthrough to the supreme level, wouldn't he that mean master and disciple were at the same realm? What kind of extraordinary disciple has he taken on? Luo Qinghuang was internally astounded, yet he exerted great effort to restrain his emotions, maintaining the demeanor of a master. And then turned his gaze towards the venerable Qinghuang, stating coolly, "You dare to offend the Yuhua sect and attempt to harm my disciple? Even as a supreme? Are you prepared to face death?" "You are." Luo Qinghuang. The venerable Qinghuang regarded Luo Qinghuang, exclaiming, "I have heard of you. One of the most exceptional talents of the Yuhua sect in the past millennium. Practicing the path of indifference, you descended from the mountains years ago, single-handedly annihilating hundreds of thousands of demonic cultists. I never expected Chen Yi to be your disciple. I should have realized that there are few who practice the path of indifference. You two truly are formidable adversaries." Luo Qinghuang gazed at him with indifference. "Have you finished speaking? Do you think that having ascended to the supreme rank makes you my equal?" Without uttering another word, Luo Qinghuang raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike. The sword energy surged like a rainbow, captivating all who beheld it. It left a long white streak in the sky, sharp and domineering, as if tearing through the very fabric of the void. The elder of Qinghuang brandished his sword in defense, and with a resounding clash, he was forced back several steps. Just as he was taken aback, Luo Qinghuang had already drawn his sword and continued his relentless assault, his swordplay exquisite and unbroken, weaving an unparalleled web of lethal strikes. The elder found himself ensnared within this deadly tapestry, his body marred by swift, searing cuts, his countenance darkening to the point of despair. He had underestimated Luo Qinghuang, believing that even after ascending to the supreme realm, his prowess would not be so frighteningly exaggerated. Yet, unexpectedly, the truth emerged. Luo Qinghuang was indeed not to be trifled with. Despite having attained the supreme level for many years, he found himself subdued by his opponent. The three ancestors watched in awe, marveling at Luo Qinghuang's extraordinary talent. It seemed that victory was assured. The Yuhua sect boasted 2 supremes, while the Qinghuang sacred land had but 1. 2 against 1. Was victory not inevitable for Yuhua? After this battle, the Yuhua sect would rightfully ascend as the sacred land of Qi Luo Prefecture. Hearing the ancestors' remarks, Chen Yi could not help but blink in disbelief. How bold to declare victory before the battle was even concluded. Such boasts typically heralded unforeseen twists. With a clang, the Qinghuang sword in the elder's hand clashed against Luo Qinghuang's blade, unleashing a torrent of sword energy. In the next moment, Luo Qinghuang's sword shattered with a sharp crack. The backlash from the sword's destruction sent him reeling several steps back. Chen Yi cast a sidelong glance at the 3 ancestors. "See? This is what happens when you rashly declare victory." The elder of Qinghuang sneered, "Luo Qinghuang, your swordsmanship is indeed unparalleled. Even I can only lament my inferiority. However, it is unfortunate that you wield a sword unworthy of your cultivation. Your weapon cannot withstand your power. Weapons hold immense significance for practitioners, especially for sword cultivators. As a fine sword can amplify their strength by 100%, or even 200. Conversely, an inadequate sword can hinder their capabilities." The blade Luo Qinghuang wielded was merely a top-tier martial artifact, yet he had already attained the supreme level. His sword could not bear the weight of his power, rendering him incapable of fully harnessing his strength. Chen Yi retrieved his own Qingming sword, intending to offer it to Luo Qinghuang. Although the sword had been refined by him, and Luo Qinghuang could not immediately master it upon receiving it, it was certainly preferable to having no sword at all. However, in that moment, Luo Qinghuang emanated an unparalleled aura of sword intent, his expression tranquil as a still pond, entering a wondrous state of transcendence. Chen Yi recognized this state. It was the profound essence of Luo Qinghuang's mastery. Luo Qinghuang had secluded himself for these past days to comprehend this technique. Now, In this state of calm, he gazed steadily at the elder of Qingyun and spoke softly, "You underestimate me, Luo Qinghuang. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to triumph without a sword." Luo Qinghuang spoke, and with a subtle movement of his sword, an unparalleled sword intent emanated, gradually enveloping a radius of 100 miles. Within this expanse, the spiritual energy surged violently, and the winds and clouds transformed ominously. The elder Qingyun began to sense an overwhelming pressure. He gazed at Luo Qinghuang in astonishment, feeling the magnitude of this force. Wherever Luo Qinghuang's sword intent reached, it commanded the very essence of creation. The winds and clouds became his sword, the heavens and earth his weapon, the flora and falling blossoms his blades, the mountains and rivers his instruments of destruction. Luo Qinghuang's sword intent blanketed the universe, wielding all of nature as his sword, achieving an unparalleled and invincible ultimate strike. Indeed, it was the heartless nature of heaven and earth, with all things transmuted into a sword. With an indifferent yet commanding voice, Luo Qinghuang sent forth his blade towards elder Qingyun, transforming into a resplendent and dazzling sword energy imbued with the essence of all creation, vast and unmatched. The elder Qingyun's pupils contracted as he summoned all his strength. With his long sword, he unleashed a strike, manifesting as a blue dragon. Yet, this dragon was cleaved in twain by Luo Qinghuang's sword. The sword energy pierced through elder Qingyun's chest, erupting a cloud of blood mist around him. Elder Qingyun was defeated. As the boundless sword energy gradually dissipated, the onlookers remained entranced by the breathtaking display of the sword, momentarily unable to extricate themselves from its awe-inspiring beauty. Chapter 113. Do you trust me? Unleashing the beastly diagram. The esteemed Qingyun ancestor was pierced through the chest by a single strike, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lowering his gaze to his wounded torso, he could scarcely fathom the sheer terror of that sword. Drawing a deep breath, he hastily sealed his injury to staunch the bleeding, hastily consuming a plethora of healing elixirs as if they were worthless trinkets. This only momentarily halted the progression of his wounds. Alas, the might of Luo Qinghuang's sword was formidable. Without prompt treatment, even he would be at risk of losing his life. However, this was a battlefield. Who would grant him the luxury of time to mend his injuries? It appeared that he must resort to that particular artifact. A thought flashed through the Qingyun ancestor's mind, and with a determined grit, he retrieved a jade-carved stone seal. The seal exuded an overwhelming aura, and he infused it with his entire essence before casting it into the air, proclaiming loudly, "I, a disciple of the 11th generation of the Qingyun sacred land, summon the spirits of our illustrious ancestors." As his words echoed, the seal emanated an increasingly terrifying energy. In the next moment, beams of light erupted from the stone, intertwining in the air to form magnificent figures. These were the ancestral spirits of the Qingyun sacred land. Unbelievably, the ancestor had invoked the spirits of the forebears. This was the end for you, Yuhua Sect. The Qingyun sect master laughed heartily at this spectacle. Meanwhile, the Yuhua sect master's pupils constricted in shock. Ancestral spirits? How could this be possible? What is impossible? This jade seal is a sacred artifact left by our first ancestor of the Qingyun sacred land. Moreover, it is a relic intimately linked to the soul. Before each ancestor perished, they transformed their very essence into these spirit artifacts, stored within this sacred item as the foundation of our sect. When faced with unmanageable foes, we can summon the ancestral spirits for aid. This is the true strength of the Qingyun sacred land, a depth that your Yuhua sect cannot even begin to aspire to. The Qingyun sect master chuckled, already envisioning the inevitable outcome. Ancestral spirits hovered in the air, radiating boundless, formidable waves of energy that struck terror into the hearts of many. Each ancestral spirit of the Qingyun sacred land was of the highest caliber, and their collective appearance was a testament to the immense pressure they exerted. Numerous disciples of the Yuhua sect were already engulfed in despair. The ancestral spirits of the sacred land. How could they contend with such a treasure? Each spirit was comparable to a supreme being, was it not? Indeed, with them gathered together, we stand no chance. This is the end for us. How can we not fight, even if it means perishing alongside the jade? We must not allow the Qingyun sect to underestimate us. Some disciples resolved to fight to the bitter end. Meanwhile, the expression of the three ancestors, including Luo Qinghuang, became increasingly grave. Luo Qinghuang, can you still fight? Inquired the three ancestors. Even if I cannot, I must, Luo Qinghuang replied calmly, with a light chuckle. The three ancestors declared their unwavering commitment to the Yuhua sect, vowing to protect it with their very lives. Luo Qinghuang nodded in agreement. In the heavens above, Several ancestral spirits of the Qingyan lineage observed the Yuhua sect below. One of them remarked with indifference, "We are but souls. Relying on the power of sacred artifacts to manifest temporarily, our presence cannot be sustained. Let us resolve this swiftly." Indeed, another ancestral spirit assented. However, as they spoke, one among them seemed to perceive an unexpected occurrence, revealing a hint of peculiarity on his face. A figure stepped forth, advancing towards Luo Qinghuang and the three ancestors, positioning himself ahead of all others to confront the ancestral spirits of Qingyun. Strikingly, this individual was neither a supreme being nor particularly aged. It was Chen Yi. Even the ancestral spirits of the Qingyan lineage could not help but commend him. What a remarkable young prodigy! To possess such audacity as to stand before us, this courage alone surpasses countless peers. Indeed, commendable, yet he still faces certain demise. What a shame it would be if he were one of our Qingyun's prodigies. They murmured amongst themselves. Despite their regrets, they harbored no intentions of mercy. They slowly raised their hands, unleashing overwhelming surges of true essence that transformed into colossal hands, descending as if to obliterate the Yuhua sect from the face of the earth. "Chen Yi, step aside. Allow us to take the brunt," urged the three ancestors. "Dear disciple, flee at once," Luo Qinghuang added, his sword aura swirling as he prepared for a desperate struggle. Yet Chen Yi calmly inquired, "Three ancestors, Master, do you place your trust in me?" "Naturally. Then I implore you to channel all of your true essence into me," he declared, producing a scroll that exuded an aura of ancient grandeur, even before it was unfurled. This presence was extraordinary, causing both the three ancestors and Luo Qinghuang to gasp in astonishment. Exchanging glances, they chose to trust Chen Yi and gathered behind him, pouring their true essence into his being. Chen Yi felt the immense power of the two supreme forces surge within him, nearly overwhelming his body. Yet his robust form managed to endure. He swiftly guided this essence into the scroll. The supreme beings observed in perplexity, questioning their intentions. What could they possibly be attempting? The scroll appeared remarkably unique. Was it conceivable that they could turn the tide against the might of the supreme beings? However, as the scroll gradually unfurled, their pupils contracted in shock. An ancient and profound aura swiftly enveloped the realm. The unveiled scroll revealed an extraordinarily ancient landscape, where the silhouettes of primordial beasts roamed amidst the vast terrain. With the Qilin treading upon the sea, the divine dragon soaring through the skies, the phoenix weaving through the clouds, the thunderous beast roaring atop the mountains, the colossal tortoise bearing mountains as it traverses the ocean, the golden-winged roc unfurling its wings to obscure the sun, and the winged beast, Qiongqi, dashing through the forests. Alongside the immense boss snake coiling upon the peaks, this vivid tableau seems to draw one into a vast primordial wilderness. In this realm, countless ancient mythical and ferocious beasts roam, rendering humanity insignificantly small in their presence. What astonishes and even terrifies the esteemed ones is the breathtaking animation of these ancient creatures, as if they have come to life. Bursting forth from the canvas, amidst the dark clouds, thunder and lightning crackle, a terrifying dragon emanates an overwhelming aura, its claws shattering the spiritual hands conjured by the supreme beings. Then, the Qiongqi roars, exuding boundless malevolence. The thunderous beast bellows, summoning storms. The phoenix spreads its wings, igniting the heavens in flames. Various mythical beasts surge forth from the painting, encircling Chen Yi, as if venerating him as their master, rendering him an embodiment of the supreme beast deity. The esteemed beings are struck with terror, their pupils contracting involuntarily. How could this be possible? How could such a thing exist? Chapter 114. A Resounding Victory. Chen Yi harnessed the powers of the two supreme beings to unleash the 100 Beasts diagram. In an instant, the myriad beasts soared into the sky, erupting with earth-shattering roars. A terrifying might enveloped the heavens and the earth, and under this overwhelming force, the colossal hands conjured by the heroic spirits of the Qingyun Holy Land shattered into pieces. Before such power, they were utterly ineffectual. How could this be possible? Each of these beasts is an ancient divine creature, some of which have long been extinct in the Xianyuan realm. How could he possibly summon them? What on earth is that painting? It is far too fearsome. How could the Yuhua sect possess such profound depths? This is dire. We must urgently evacuate everyone. The several heroic spirits of the Holy Land, shaken by the spectacle, urgently shouted for the disciples to flee, attempting to withstand the might of the 100 Beasts diagram. Yet, it was futile. Their strength paled in comparison to the 100 Beasts diagram. The Qingyun dragon-slaying Sword Qi. One heroic spirit of the Holy Land unleashed a fierce sword Qi, transforming it into a colossal dragon. However, the azure dragon's enormous hand summoned by the 100 Beasts diagram swiftly seized it, crushing the dragon's sword Qi to smithereens with its terrifying might. Immediately afterward, the azure dragon turned its gaze upon the heroic spirit, a flicker of disdain glimmering in its eyes, and once more struck out with its colossal hand. The heroic spirit had little to no capacity for resistance. With a resounding crash, his body disintegrated into fragments. One heroic spirit had fallen. Then, as if a domino effect had been set in motion, the divine beasts and ferocious creatures within the 100 Beasts diagram unleashed their fury, effortlessly obliterating the remaining heroic spirits, causing the eyes of the Qingyan ancestor to tremble violently. In that moment, he beheld the impending doom of the Qingyan Holy Land. The true end. This cannot be. How could the Yuhua sect possess such profound heritage? Where did they acquire this 100 Beasts diagram? Such a treasure must surely be an unparalleled sacred artifact. Even the top holy lands might not possess something so formidable. The Qingyan ancestor still could not bring himself to believe, or rather, he refused to accept that the Qingyan Holy Land had reached its end, that his generation was finished. Kill. No matter how much the Qingyan ancestor wished to deny the reality before him, the truth was undeniable. Chen Yi showed no mercy, his voice cold and indifferent. The myriad beasts soared forth, carrying an unmatched might. The Qingyan Holy Lord stood defenseless before this force, easily reduced to fragments, along with the elders and disciples surrounding him, all utterly annihilated. Soon, only the Qingyan ancestor remained. Witnessing the destruction of his comrades, the Qingyan ancestor's eyes were filled with rage. Chen Yi, I shall fight you to the death, he bellowed, charging at Chen Yi. With his sword raised, he fused his being with the blade, unleashing his most powerful strike. A blow that would shake the very heavens. The Qingyan ancestor was willing to risk everything to slay Chen Yi. Alas, just as he approached Chen Yi, a colossal turtle, bearing a mountain upon its back, surged forth, positioning itself before him to absorb the impact of that strike with its own body. Boom, accompanied by a resounding crash. The tortoise bearing the immense mountain emerged virtually unscathed. The venerable Qingyan ancestor stood in a daze, witnessing the scene unfold. His utmost effort in a single strike had proven utterly futile against Chen Yi, not even managing to graze him. A wave of despair washed over him. As a supreme being, he now felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. Suddenly, a white tiger lunged forth from the side, bringing him crashing to the ground. Its massive jaws opened wide, sinking into the flesh of its prey. Despite Qingyan ancestor's desperate resistance, he ultimately succumbed to the fate of being devoured by the beast. A once great ancestor of a holy land, now fallen. After annihilating the followers of Qingyun, Chen Yi finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He slowly stowed away the beast scroll, reclaiming all the divine and ferocious beasts within its pages. The scroll emanated an ancient, profound aura as it rested in his hands. He felt an overwhelming emptiness, as if his very essence had been drained. This was the result of having the assistance of two supreme beings. Had he been required to activate the beast scroll alone, it was likely he would have fainted on the spot. What a remarkable artifact the beast scroll was, indeed. It was extraordinary, Chen Yi mused to himself. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuang and the three ancestors gazed at him in astonishment, their minds swirling with countless questions. Not just them, but others were equally bewildered. They had prepared to fight to the death, only to be met with such an unforeseen reversal. How had Chen Yi managed to turn the tide so dramatically? The means he employed were utterly unfathomable. And what of the beast scroll? How had he come to possess such a treasure? A sacred artifact? They had never even laid eyes on such a thing. And it certainly did not resemble any ordinary sacred artifact. Chen Yi, what exactly is this? The three ancestors inquired gravely. This is the imperial weapon, the beast scrolls. A treasure I acquired by chance, Chen Yi replied nonchalantly. Thanks to the assistance of the two of you, I was able to unleash its power. His words, though spoken lightly, struck the ears of the two supreme beings like a thunderclap. What? An imperial weapon? Is this something we are even meant to witness? They gasped in disbelief. Is it truly an imperial weapon? Indeed, Chen Yi nodded slightly. No. How can you speak of such words so casually? This is an imperial weapon. Staring at the composed Chen Yi, the three ancestors found it utterly astounding. After a long silence, the three ancestors exchanged glances. One of them gravely remarked, Chen Yi, this item is far too precious. You must ensure that no one else learns of its existence. Chen Yi nodded slightly, assuring them, rest easy, I will exercise discretion. Well, you have always instilled confidence in us, so we shall refrain from saying much more. One ancestor smiled faintly. Luo Qinghuang, observing from the side, felt a subtle sensation. It seemed that her disciple shared a closer bond with the three ancestors than with her. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. She had taken him under her wing only to retreat into seclusion shortly thereafter. It was likely that even the others from Yuhua Sect were more familiar with Chen Yi than she, as his master. Upon reflecting on this, Luo Qinghuang felt that his master appeared somewhat lacking. He resolved to strengthen his bond with Chen Yi in the coming days, to fortify their master-disciple relationship. Soon, numerous figures swiftly approached, their gazes fixed upon Chen Yi, radiating an intense fervor, as if they were beholding a divine being. Holy Son, your strength is truly extraordinary. It is thanks to you that we achieved victory this time. Indeed, you are remarkable. Long live the Holy Son. Long live the Holy Son. Chen Yi nodded in acknowledgement, saying, everyone, celebrate well. I have exhausted considerable energy and vital essence, so I shall return to recuperate. In an instant, Chen Yi vanished from sight. The crowd exchanged glances. Bewildered. Is he leaving just like that? Someone suggested, let us hold a celebration tonight. Upon hearing this, the others' eyes brightened. Excellent. This is a splendid idea. We have triumphed over the Qingyun sacred land. It won't be long before we ascend to the ranks of the sacred lands ourselves. Indeed. And now we have two supreme beings among us, coupled with a prodigy like the Holy Son. We have already surpassed the Qingyun sacred land. Chapter 115. The Power of 10 Dragons. A Century of Intoxication. Chen Yi returned to the Heartless Peak and took a moment to recuperate. He quickly regained his peak condition. With the spirit-devouring body, his recovery was remarkably swift. Before long, Luo Qinghuang arrived. Observing Chen Yi's near-complete recovery, he expressed his astonishment, remarking that he had yet to restore even 30% of his true essence alongside the three ancestors, while Chen Yi had already fully recovered. It's simply the nature of youth, Chen Yi replied nonchalantly. Luo Qinghuang paused thoughtfully, questioning whether this was merely a youth issue. What else could it be? Chen Yi dismissed further debate. Luo Qinghuang shook his head and scrutinized Chen Yi from head to toe, saying, I truly did not expect you to progress so rapidly in such a short span of time. It has only been a brief while, and you have already attained the Void Realm. Do you not feel as if the waves of the Yangtze River pushed the previous waves aside, leaving the former waves to perish on the shore? What a peculiar metaphor. Luo Qinghuang rolled his eyes. By the way, they plan to hold a celebration today. Shall we attend? It's merely the defeat of a sacred land. There is little to celebrate. Their aspirations seem rather low, Chen Yi replied with a shake of his head. That is indeed a sacred land. Luo Qinghuang suppressed his desire to retort and continued. Nevertheless, you are a holy son. Your absence would make the event feel rather sparse. Well, what can I say? My significance is undeniable. Chen Yi nodded slightly. Luo Qinghuang regarded him and mused. How did I not notice this before my seclusion? You are quite the narcissist. Honestly, where is the narcissism? Chen Yi countered, leaving Luo Qinghuang momentarily speechless. At the banquet, the atmosphere was filled with camaraderie as glasses clinked. Many approached Chen Yi with toasts. Holy Son, we owe much to you in this battle. I toast to you. Honghua raised her glass. Chen Yi accepted the cup, clinking it with hers before downing the contents in one gulp. Such capacity for drink. Honghua laughed, while behind her, a line of disciples formed, eager to take turns toasting him. Seeing this, Chen Yi narrowed his eyes, realizing they intended to intoxicate him. Let me demonstrate what it means to withstand 1,000 cups. An hour later, he remained upright, while the disciples around him lay sprawled on the ground, their faces flushed and nearly unconscious from drink. Get up. Why have you stopped? That was only a few cups. Is this your limit? It's one thing to lack cultivation, but your tolerance for alcohol is dismal. Chen Yi remarked coolly. Honghua, Yuling, and Luo Qinghuang still retained some awareness. Upon hearing his words, they ground their teeth in frustration. How infuriating. How can he drink so much? With so many drinking against one, and yet he remains standing? What a disgrace. A profound humiliation. Ding. The host has single-handedly defeated 10, leaving the others incapacitated, which has struck Luo Qinghuang, Honghua, and the other disciples with a sense of shame. The host is flawless in every aspect, rewarding the host with the power of 10 dragons. The power of 10 dragons? Is it related to physical prowess? Chen Yi pondered quietly. Note, the power of 10 dragons, as the name suggests, embodies the formidable physical strength of 10 adult dragons, though it pertains solely to corporeal might. Even a single ordinary adult dragon's sheer physical prowess is sufficient to vanquish those at the Void Realm. The power of 10 dragons empowers its host to effortlessly sweep aside individuals beneath the Supreme Realm, even enabling them to contend with Supremes themselves. After perusing the notes, Chen Yi felt an overwhelming surge of power erupt within him, rapidly augmenting his physical strength. The vitality coursing through him surged, amplifying his might exponentially. The slight inebriation he had felt dissipated in an instant. His physical resilience was already formidable, allowing him to remain sober even after countless cups. With this newfound enhancement, his ability to remain unaffected by alcohol had risen to even greater heights. "Ah, my dear disciple possesses quite the capacity for liquor. Might I share a few cups with you?" Luo Qinghuang approached and spoke. Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, "Master, you wouldn't intend to intoxicate me, would you?" "Of course not. I merely believe that having been apart for so long, our reunion might render our bond somewhat distant. I wish to draw us closer," Luo Qinghuang stated candidly. However, he indeed harbored a desire to see his ever-composed disciple inebriated, as the sight would surely prove amusing. "Very well then. I shall indulge in a few cups with you, Master," Chen Yi acquiesced. Luo Qinghuang retrieved a large vat of wine from his storage ring and declared, "The previous wines were far too ordinary. Let us partake in this." He uncovered the red paper sealing the vat, and in an instant, an intoxicating aroma permeated the air. Those nearby, upon catching a whiff, flushed with color, and some even began to sway unsteadily after merely inhaling the fragrance. The mere scent was intoxicating. The legendary 100-year drunkenness. Elder Tianhua recognized the wine Luo Qinghuang had produced, his eyes lighting up. This 100-year drunkenness was a cherished collection of the Elder, reputedly brewed from a blend of 188 spiritual fruits and herbs. A single sip would render an ordinary cultivator inebriated for a century, hence its name. The master of the divine sword Peak's eyes sparkled with interest. Even the esteemed master Yuhua could not suppress a gulp of saliva. Recalling how he had once requested this 100-year drunkenness from the elder, only to be denied even a taste, he was astonished that Luo Qinghuang now presented an entire vat to share with the Holy Sun. A hint of envy glimmered in their eyes. Chen Yi, gazing at the 100-year drunkenness, felt a flicker of realization. "It appears my master truly intends to intoxicate me. How could that be? Is it possible you cannot handle your drink?" Luo Qinghuang replied. "Chen Yi, all right. So, you are employing provocation, are you? Am I to be intimidated? Then I shall not hold back. Please." Luo Qinghuang gestured grandly, producing 2 jade wine cups. The 100-year drunkenness soared into the air, gracefully settling into the cups, appearing as clear as pure water. Chen Yi seized 1 cup and took a hearty gulp. A wave of intoxicating warmth, far more potent than before, surged within him, flowing through his body and enveloping him in a comforting glow. Luo Qinghuang gazed at him with a smile and inquired, "How is it?" "It's quite pleasant. Warming me from within," Chen Yi replied casually. "Oh, it seems my disciple's capacity for liquor exceeds my expectations," Luo Qinghuang remarked with a grin. This centennial intoxication. Even a single sip would typically send the spirit of a Yuan Shun realm warrior reeling, inducing a sensation of lightheadedness. Yet, Chen Yi merely felt a gentle warmth enveloping him, indicative of his impressive tolerance. "Master, please partake as well," Chen Yi gestured, prompting the wine to pour generously into the cup, filling it to the brim. "Not a drop more, or it might spill," he noted. "Disciple, you truly deny me even the slightest advantage," Luo Qinghuang chuckled. "Such exquisite wine, naturally, I must indulge more." Thus, they each consumed bowl after bowl, and before long, they had downed a dozen. The onlookers around them were envious, their eyes glistening with desire. With a wave of his hand, Luo Qinghuang summoned the wine, filling the cups of the spectators. "Cheers to Elder Xia," they exclaimed, their enthusiasm ignited as they savored the drink. However, it wasn't long before one by one, they succumbed to intoxication, collapsing to the ground inebriated. Chapter 116. The Unfeeling Path of the 3 Layers. Observing the inebriated crowd, Chen Yi fell silent for a moment. "If you cannot handle your drink, why indulge?" he pondered, bemused, as one by one they succumbed to the ground. "What a feeble lot you are." Internally scoffing, he turned to Luo Qinghuang and remarked, "It seems this entire jar of century-old liquor will be savored solely by us, master and disciple." Luo Qinghuang nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. Before long, the vast jar of century-old liquor had been entirely consumed by the two. Even Luo Qinghuang, a supreme being, felt dizzy and on the verge of intoxication after such a generous portion. In contrast, Chen Yi appeared perfectly composed, his complexion unaltered, breathing steady. "How can this fellow drink so much?" Luo Qinghuang mused. "Disciple, you haven't secretly utilized your true essence to dispel the effects of the alcohol, have you? That would be cheating." "How could I?" To waste such exquisite liquor by employing my cultivation to mitigate its effects would be folly, Chen Yi replied. He had indeed refrained from using his cultivation to counteract the intoxication. However, his formidable physique was another matter entirely. Century-old liquor was indeed remarkable. Even a supreme being could become inebriated without the aid of their cultivation. Alas, Chen Yi was not like the others, recently endowed with the power of 10 dragons. His physical prowess surpassed that of ordinary dragons, rendering the potent liquor ineffective against him, let alone someone akin to 10 dragons such as Chen Yi. You truly are a titan among drinkers, Luo Qinghuang remarked, shaking his head. Now, master, let us have one final bowl. Chen Yi lifted the wine bowl and offered it to Luo Qinghuang. The latter hesitated momentarily. Master, you wouldn't be unable to drink anymore, would you? Impossible. Luo Qinghuang retorted, unwilling to yield, and promptly downed the last bowl in one gulp. However, he soon tilted his head and collapsed to the ground. Chen Yi shook his head. If you cannot drink, then why partake? I did not compel you. As he surveyed the scene around him, witnessing his fellow disciples and even elders sprawled out in drunken stupor, a sense of invincibility surged within him. I, the saint of wine, am unmatched. The following day, at the break of dawn, Luo Qinghuang stirred from his slumber, momentarily bewildered by the unfamiliar ceiling above him. Where am I? He wondered, until a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. In the kitchen, a figure was diligently preparing breakfast. It was Chen Yi. Luo Qinghuang, somewhat surprised, inquired, disciple, how did I end up here? You were quite inebriated yesterday, so I carried you back to Wuqing Peak. Moreover, master, it would be wise to refrain from overexerting yourself with alcohol in the future, Chen Yi advised. Luo Qinghuang felt a tinge of embarrassment, but quickly shifted the topic. His gaze drawn to the enticing breakfast Chen Yi had prepared. You can cook, disciple? It looks and smells delightful, truly appetizing. He rose, eager to partake in the meal. Master, I did not prepare your utensils, Chen Yi noted. Not a problem. I shall use yours, Luo Qinghuang replied. And what shall I use after you finish? Chen Yi asked. Chen Yi, master, although you hold the title of master, it does not grant you the liberty to act as you please. Chen Yi suppressed the urge to expel Luo Qinghuang. Luo Qinghuang smiled and said, Master is merely jesting. After speaking, he produced a white jade bowl. Typically used for drinking, now repurposed for dining, a rather versatile vessel. Luo Qinghuang relished his breakfast, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Observing this, Chen Yi found it somewhat peculiar. Master, are you truly a practitioner of the path of emotionlessness? You seem rather expressive. This is a new insight I have recently gained, Luo Qinghuang replied. New insight? Chen Yi inquired with curiosity, eager to learn more. In my view, the path of emotionlessness unfolds in 3 tiers. The first tier is devoid of desires and emotions, with a heart as clear as ice, seldom stirred by thoughts or feelings. Previously, I existed within this first tier of the path of emotionlessness, but now I have ascended to the second tier. The second tier transforms the emotionless into the emotional. It is often said, how can one speak of letting go if one has never grasped? The path of emotionlessness operates similarly, without ever having felt emotions. How can one truly become emotionless? Thus, to genuinely attain the highest state of emotionlessness, one must first learn to experience the emotions of all beings, their joys, sorrows, desires, and grievances. Only after fully experiencing these can one transition from emotion to emotionlessness. This is also the most challenging aspect of the second tier. For once one has savored the beauty of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, returning to a state of icy clarity becomes exceedingly difficult. I hope I can achieve this, Luo Qinghuang said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi asked, and master, what constitutes the third tier? The third tier of the path of emotionlessness is the absence of selfish emotions and desires. It is said that the way of heaven is emotionless, treating the sage as mere fodder, and the sage, lacking compassion, regards the common people as mere livestock. They view all beings as equal, not as a means of discarding them, but as a recognition of equality. This embodies the realm of the third tier of the path of emotionlessness. To be devoid of personal emotions and desires, to regard all beings with equality, to think of their needs and seek their welfare. Naturally, this state is exceedingly difficult to attain, for everyone tends to categorize individuals based on their relationships, prioritizing family over friends and friends over strangers. Truly achieving a state of equality among all beings, irrespective of their ties, likely requires an ignorance of the established order, akin to the way of heaven, Luo Qinghuang lamented. This third tier of the path of emotionlessness is something mortals can only approach, but rarely fully realize. Chen Yi wholeheartedly agreed. For instance, he reflected, it was virtually impossible for him to reach the third tier of the path of emotionlessness. Those who could achieve such a state might not even be regarded as human. By the way, Master, have you delved into the mysteries of the emotionless absolute heart? It seems you have also grasped this profound secret. Luo Qinghuang smiled faintly. This mystery is exceedingly intricate, conceived by a predecessor of the path of emotionlessness. I have merely attained a modest level of understanding. I wonder how far you have progressed in mastering this mystery? To perfection. Perfection? What? Perfection? Surely you jest, Master? Luo Qinghuang exclaimed, astonished. He was well aware of the immense power contained within the emotionless absolute heart. To attain great mastery is no easy feat, let alone reaching the pinnacle of perfection. He estimated that even for himself, it would require several decades of contemplation and research to achieve such completeness. Has Chen Yi truly reached this level? How could the other have accomplished it? Observing Chen Yi's expression, which bore no semblance of deceit, Luo Qinghuang ultimately placed her trust in him and said, indeed, you are worthy of being your master's disciple. It seems that it won't be long before you surpass your teacher entirely. The future of Yuhua Sect will depend on your strength. Chen Yi nodded slightly, affirming his understanding. I have already attained a level of enlightenment. However, I must ask my master to accompany me to a certain place to attend to a matter. Where are we going? What is this matter? To the sacred land of Qingyun, to eradicate it completely, once and for all. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Luo Qinghuang was momentarily taken aback. Just the two of us? Initially, one person would suffice, but having my master along would provide extra assurance. Should any danger arise, the Beast Atlas could be utilized. Luo Qinghuang pondered for a moment and then nodded slightly. Very well. Chapter 117, the final trump card of the Qingyun Sacred Land. Breaking the array with blood. Annihilating the Qingyun Sacred Land would be a decisive victory for the Yuhua Sect, especially since they had completely severed ties with Qingyun. At this juncture, leaving any potential for future retaliation was not an option. The adversary had to be completely eradicated for a lasting resolution. Moreover, the vast wealth of Qingyun should not be squandered, as it would significantly bolster the development of the Yuhua Sect. The realm of cultivation operates under a law of survival of the fittest. Excessive mercy would not serve the interests of the Yuhua Sect's advancement. Soon, Chen Yi and Luo Qinghuang set forth towards the Qingyun Sacred Land. Meanwhile, within the confines of Qingyun, the elders stationed there received urgent news about the demise of the Sacred Lord and the Ancestor. Their expressions shifted dramatically, disbelief etched on their faces. How could the Sacred Lord and the Ancestor fall to a mere sect like Yuhua? What transpired? How did Yuhua accomplish this? I refuse to believe it. Given the circumstances, preparation was paramount. Yet with both the Ancestor and the Sacred Lord fallen, what could they possibly do? How could they contend with the Yuhua Sect? The elders gathered, engaging in fervent discussion. One elder suddenly had a revelation, stating, we possess one last trump card, the jade slip left to us by the Ancestor before his departure. A jade slip? Yes, this slip contains a karmic connection established by the Ancestor. In the past, he aided a young prodigy in overcoming adversity, who subsequently ascended to become a supreme being, one of the top 10 supremes of the Tianlu Sacred Land. He once vowed that should Qingyun face calamity, he would certainly lend his support. Now is the time for him to fulfill that promise. The elder produced a jade slip and crushed it. In an instant, a graceful figure emerged from within, adorned in a golden robe, exuding an air of nobility. It was a beautiful woman. What is it? She inquired with a detached tone. Esteemed one, our Qingyun Sacred Land is in peril. Both the Sacred Lord and the Ancestor have perished, and the enemy approaches. We implore you to extend your assistance in our time of need. The elder responded, bowing deeply. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged beauty's gaze sharpened. Your Ancestor is a supreme being. Who could possibly slay a supreme? It was the people of Yuhua Sect. He recounted the events in detail. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged beauty replied, in the past, when I was pursued by enemies, it was the Ancestor of Qingyun who came to my aid. Now that Qingyun faces such a crisis, I cannot stand idly by. Within 2 days, my true self shall arrive. Thank you, esteemed one. The elder's expressions brightened with hope. With the assistance of a supreme from the Tianlu Sacred Land, Qingyun would be saved. The Tianlu Sacred Land is a top-tier sanctuary, and the Yuhua Sect would surely refrain from recklessness. There exists a hierarchy among sacred lands. Any place that has once birthed a saint can be deemed a sacred land. but its future development depends on the endeavors of subsequent generations. Like the sacred land of Qingyun, although its ancestors were once saints, the descendants have gradually diminished in strength following the fall of the saints. The most formidable figure within this land is merely the venerable ancestor of Qingyun, rendering it an ordinary sacred land. In contrast, the Tianluo sacred land is exceptional, a pinnacle among sacred lands. It boasts 10 supreme beings safeguarding it. Just this fact alone surpasses Qingyun's sacred land by countless measures. Furthermore, it is rumored that within Tianluo's sacred land, there exists a living saint. As the light and shadows from the jade tablet dissipated, an elder promptly declared, "Relay the orders to activate the protective array of the sacred land. Until our Lord arrives, no one is permitted to venture outside." Soon, the protective array of Qingyun's sacred land was activated, enveloping the entire sacred land in a cerulean barrier. Instantly, the atmosphere turned oppressive and foreboding. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days elapsed. On this day, Chen Yi and Luo Qinghuang soared above Qingyun's sacred land. Gazing at the shimmering barrier before them, a glint flashed in Chen Yi's eyes. Ah, it seems they were well prepared. But do they truly believe this can thwart us? With that, Chen Yi unsheathed the Qingming sword and struck the barrier with a powerful slash. The sword energy surged forth, fierce and commanding. Akin to a mountain range, this was the divine sword slash. Upon impact with the barrier, a thunderous roar echoed, yet the barrier remained unbroken. Instead, the sword energy dissipated harmlessly. Chen Yi was not surprised. After all, this was the defensive barrier of a sacred land, not easily shattered. Its defensive capabilities were commendable, capable of withstanding most supreme attacks, unless faced with those of a higher caliber. Chen Yi remarked, "Supremes vary in strength, much like other realms, divided into 9 tiers and perfection. The lower 3 tiers constitute ordinary supremes. The middle 3 are the great supremes, while the upper 3 are the supreme kings. The pinnacle of perfection is known as the unmatched supreme. Based on Chen Yi's assessment, only a great supreme could breach this barrier. However, Chen Yi had yet to ascend to the rank of supreme. Luo Qinghuang had only recently attained this level as a mere ordinary supreme. Although his combat prowess was exceptional, he still fell short of the great supreme status. Breaking this barrier would indeed be a formidable challenge. As Chen Yi pondered how to dismantle the barrier, the elders within the Qingyun sacred land exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with amusement. It appears they are powerless against us. Indeed, the protective array of Qingyun sacred land is not merely a name. To breach it, they may as well wait for the next millennium. Now, we simply await the arrival of our Lord." Luo Qinghuang contemplated whether to employ the beast diagram. Chen Yi shook his head. "We cannot resort to the beast diagram every time we face a challenge. This artifact is an imperial weapon, and utilizing it even once demands substantial energy. It is akin to a game of cards. Who would reveal their trump card at the outset?" Gazing at the barrier, Chen Yi mused that there were still methods to break this seal. "Master, let us combine our might for a formidable attack. Focus our energies." Luo Qinghuang nodded in agreement and drew forth a sword. That is, the supreme artifact, the Azure Dragon Sword. It is also the sword of the revered Elder Qingyun. With the demise of Elder Qingyun, this sword naturally fell into the hands of Luo Qinghuang. Taking a deep breath, Luo Qinghuang channeled all his strength into the Azure Dragon Sword, causing the blade to tremble ever so slightly, radiating unmatched brilliance. The luminescence flowed, exuding an imposing aura that struck terror into the hearts of all. "The heavens are devoid of sentiment. All things are but a sword," Luo Qinghuang uttered coldly, his fingers weaving through the air, transforming all into a piercing sword chi. At that moment, Chen Yi also made his move. He uttered a detached incantation, slicing open his wrist. An abundance of fresh blood gushed forth incessantly. The blood coalesced into a colossal sword. "With my very lifeblood, I shall shatter this protective array of Qingyun," Chen Yi stated calmly. He nearly drained every drop of blood from his body. The terrifying force embedded within the blood emanated waves that caused the void to ripple with concentric circles. Even Luo Qinghuang felt his heart race. "Disciple, are you not afraid of bleeding to death?" "I know my limits," Chen Yi replied, producing a supreme blood-replenishing pill to consume. Chapter 118, The Supreme Yuhua, the saint-level battle puppet. Chen Yi consumed a remarkable super-healing pill. The efficacy of this elixir was extraordinary, swiftly rejuvenating the blood within him. He deliberately bled once more, amplifying the size of the blood-red giant sword. The latent power it contained sent shivers down Luo Qinghuang's spine. It was utterly terrifying. Should this force unleash its full potential, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon a supreme being. It is worth noting that Chen Yi was merely at the Void Realm. His ability to achieve such a feat was enough to astound the world. The blood explosion magic technique, in the hands of his disciple, was executed to perfection. Luo Qinghuang couldn't help but exclaim. He believed that even the creator of the blood explosion magic technique could never harness its power to such an extent. Master, let us strike, Chen Yi shouted, and the gigantic sword plummeted directly towards the Qingyan Guardian array, its terrifying might eliciting dread in all who beheld it. Luo Qinghuang moved in tandem. The sword of all things sliced through the air, landing almost simultaneously with the blood-red giant sword upon the Qingyan barrier. Erupting in a thunderous roar. Boom. Scarlet flames surged skyward. The heavens and earth trembled. The entire Qingyan barrier quaked violently. Soon, a fissure appeared in the barrier, resembling a domino effect, with cracks multiplying and spreading uncontrollably. Ultimately, the barrier shattered with a resounding crash. Witnessing this spectacle, the disciples of Qingyan were engulfed in disbelief. The barrier, it has been breached. How could this be possible? How could it happen? These two individuals have dismantled the unparalleled array that has protected our holy land for centuries. Who on earth are they? The Yuhua sect possesses such formidable warriors. With the formation breached, the members of the Qingyan Holy Land were plunged into boundless terror. Stay calm. Everyone, remain composed. An elder exclaimed loudly. Hold them off while we await rescue. As long as a supreme being from the Tianluo Holy Land arrives, we shall be saved. At these words, the crowd felt a slight sense of relief. Yes, they still had allies from the Tianluo Holy Land. As long as help arrived, hope remained. Let us strike together and halt their advance. The crowd swiftly launched their attacks, unleashing a myriad of techniques. Yet, to a supreme being like Luo Qinghuang, their efforts were nearly futile, easily neutralized. Without the protection of the Qingyan ancestor and the ancestral spirits of the Holy Land, these remaining individuals pose no threat. Luo Qinghuang remarked coolly. With a flourish of his sword energy surged forth. His sword energy transcended all, inscrutable and formless, boundless and immeasurable. It was a challenge even for most supreme beings to withstand, let alone those who were not even in their ranks. In the blink of an eye, the people of the Qingyan Holy Land suffered heavy casualties. Chen Yi followed closely behind Luo Qinghuang, hardly needing to lift a finger. These individuals couldn't even surpass Luo Qinghuang's sword energy. But at that moment, Luo Qinghuang sensed something and turned his gaze toward the distance. There, he spotted a figure swiftly approaching their direction. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before the two of them. A surge of overwhelming energy erupted suddenly. This is the might of the Supreme. The person before them was a resplendent and regal woman. Her gaze towards Luo Qinghuang was frigid. As a Supreme, how could you slaughter a group of cultivators who are not even worthy of that title? Do you still possess the pride of a Supreme? Luo Qinghuang replied with a smile. Indeed, it is precisely because my cultivation surpasses theirs that I allowed them to come at me together. Is that not fair play? Is it the same? The beautiful woman scoffed. Regardless of the circumstances, you are still a Supreme. Are you suggesting that if they invade my Yuhua sect, I should let them go? Luo Qinghuang's tone turned icy. In any case, I will safeguard the Qingyan Holy Land. Who do you think you are? A detached voice interjected. Not from Luo Qinghuang, but from Chen Yi, who stood behind him. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. But when she laid eyes on Chen Yi, her demeanor brightened. Ah, what a strikingly handsome young man. And to think he is a pure yang sacred body. Luo Qinghuang noticed the change in her expression, stepped forward, and shielded Chen Yi with his body, whispering, Disciple, be cautious. This woman seems rather taken with you. That old hag? I think not, Chen Yi retorted with a sneer. For the Supremes, even the most whispered exchanges were audible. Their conversation was fully captured by the beautiful woman. Old hag? Very well, she replied coldly. Although she may be considered somewhat older by most among the Supremes, she was still relatively youthful. Furthermore, her beauty was preserved, rendering the term old hag wholly inappropriate. Fixing a cold gaze upon Chen Yi, she declared, You little brat. Are you courting death? However, since you possess some charm, if you willingly submit to me and become my disciple, I may spare you. Not only that, but I can bestow upon you unimaginable benefits, treasures, cultivation techniques, and elixirs are all within reach. Taken aback by her words, Chen Yi responded, Wait a moment, some charm? You want me to be your disciple? Are you seeking a disciple or merely a pretty face? You are clearly lusting after my body, you shameless wretch. Luo Qinghuang nodded slightly. Well said. Furthermore, to attempt to poach my disciple in front of me. How utterly disrespectful. With that, a powerful aura of supremacy erupted from him. clearly indicating his intent to confront the beautiful woman. She chuckled coldly. Do you even know my identity? I am Yuhua, one of the top 10 supremes of the Tianluo Holy Land. Water like Yuhua? What an apt title, Luo Qinghuang remarked, though a flicker of seriousness crossed his eyes. After all, he had heard of the Tianluo Holy Land, a force far more formidable than the Qingyan Holy Land, not to be trifled with. He had not anticipated that the Qingyan Holy Land could summon such formidable reinforcements. Hmph, your verbal sparring is futile, Yuhua Supreme sneered. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and struck towards Luo Qinghuang. The force of the blow was immense, accompanied by an icy, merciless intent to kill. Luo Qinghuang remained unyielding, drawing his long sword to counter. The clash of sword energy and palm force erupted. Bang! Both combatants were jolted back. The Supreme Yuhua looked at Luo Qinghuang with astonishment, exclaiming, I did not expect that despite your cultivation being merely at the first level of the Supreme Realm, you could unleash such formidable combat prowess. Luo Qinghuang responded coolly. You are unaware of many things, and continued to engage in battle. The two exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch. Meanwhile, Chen Yi heard the sound of a system notification. Ding! The host has firmly rejected the patronage of a supreme from the Holy Land, displaying no temptation in the face of a tempting shortcut. Resolutely refusing to allow himself to be ensnared in the quagmire of romantic entanglement, a rare and commendable decision. As a reward, the host receives a holy-level battle puppet. Chen Yi's eyes brightened at this news. Wait a moment. A holy-level battle puppet? Is it the kind he imagines? If so, then this time he has struck gold. A glimmer of eager anticipation shone in Chen Yi's eyes. Chapter 119. The Domain of Blossoms. The Power of a Mighty Body. Chen Yi has acquired a sacred-level war puppet and is filled with eager anticipation. However, he refrains from utilizing it just yet. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Qingyan sacred land surround him, their eyes ablaze with intense hatred. It is all this man's fault. Had it not been for him, our esteemed Qingyan sacred land would not have fallen to such depths. He must perish. Indeed. Annihilate him. Kill. The crowd gazes at Chen Yi, their desire to devour him alive palpable. Once, they were a revered sacred land, protected by the spirits of their ancestors and presided over by great sovereigns. But all of that has been lost because of Chen Yi. Now, they are left with nothing. Were it not for his slaughter of their talented individuals and elders, and his acquisition of the sovereign's treasures, would they seek vengeance against him? Would the Qingyan sacred land have descended to such a state? No. All of this is Chen Yi's fault. As these thoughts consumed them, they could no longer contain their rage and charged towards Chen Yi. Various techniques were unleashed, surging forth like a torrential flood. Observing this, Chen Yi merely smirked, disdainfully declaring, a bunch of incompetent fools, seeking their own demise, while shifting the blame onto others. Unfazed by the onslaught, he stood his ground. A violent wave of true essence erupted from him, akin to an all-consuming inferno engulfing the arena. Following this, a series of extraordinary phenomena manifested. The sun blazed overhead. A fire phoenix scorched the skies. A sea of flames sprouted golden lotuses. The azure lotus with 9 leaves propped up the heavens. Purple energy surged from the east. Coupled with a towering spiritual manifestation, Chen Yi appeared as an unparalleled celestial king, exuding a terrifying aura. With a mere flick of his hand, he obliterated all in his path. The disciples and elders of the sacred land charging towards him were reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. Nearby, Luo Qinghuang and the Supreme Yuhua, engaged in battle, were taken aback by this spectacle, utterly astonished by Chen Yi's extraordinary phenomena. Luo Qinghuang, having just emerged from seclusion, had yet to witness Chen Yi's display. Observing such a multitude of manifestations, he could not help but exclaim in admiration, impressive, truly worthy of being my disciple. What manner of prodigy is this? The Supreme Yuhua couldn't restrain her astonishment, even amidst the multitude of prodigies in the Tianluo sacred land. She had never encountered a talent like Chen Yi. To have advanced to the void realm at such a young age, and to possess 5 extraordinary manifestations. If she were to discover that Chen Yi had only been cultivating for a few months, she would likely be even more astounded. Chen Yi, meet your end. At that moment, a pinnacle void realm expert suddenly surged forth, traversing the waves of fire, and stood before Chen Yi. Clenching his fist tightly, he unleashed a strike. This punch transformed into a colossal dragon, lunging forward. This blow contained the full might of a pinnacle void realm's true essence, along with the seething fury that longed to tear Chen Yi to shreds. This punch also embodied the hopes of many disciples of Qingyan. Explode him. Destroy him. As all present beheld this scene, they could not help but roar inwardly. Yet, Chen Yi remained as calm as a still pond. in response to the impending strike. He clenched his fist tightly and unleashed a powerful blow towards his opponent, devoid of any true essence. It was merely the raw strength of his physical form. However, the force of this punch erupted with a cataclysmic intensity. Boom! The two fists collided with a thunderous impact. In the next moment, the peak Void Realm Master let out a horrific scream. His fist shattered upon impact, and soon after, his entire arm was reduced to fragments. Like a kite severed from its string, he was flung backward, bloodied and terrified, gazing at Chen Yi in horror, muttering, "Monster, monster, you are a monster. How could a mere mortal unleash such power without employing true essence? What else could he be but a monster? Unbeknownst to me, my obedient disciple not only excels in true essence but also harbors such a formidable trump card, with such overwhelming physical strength. It is no wonder he could drink 1,000 cups without inebriation just a few days prior. Even a century's worth of liquor could not incapacitate him," Luo Qinghuang remarked with a hint of admiration. Meanwhile, Yuhua, the Supreme, felt a jolt of surprise. By heavens, his prowess surpassed her wildest imaginings. True essence, physical might, and myriad other phenomena. This individual possessed virtually no weaknesses. Truly impeccable. As she summoned her doppelganger, Luo Qinghuang lunged at her with a sword. Yuhua raised her hand to defend, yet was still forced back, her countenance darkening as she said, "Do you truly disregard the dignity of the heavenly Luo sacred land? You stand against us in the annihilation of the Qingyan sacred land, showing no respect to anyone." Luo Qinghuang replied coldly and continued her assault on Yuhua. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, neither yielding an inch. On another front, the disciples of the Qingyan sacred land lay in disarray. Having suffered grievous losses under Chen Yi's assault, their bodies strewn haphazardly across the ground, the entire sacred land awash in blood. With Yuhua unable to swiftly subdue Luo Qinghuang and unable to halt Chen Yi's slaughter of the Qingyan sacred land, she realized that the Qingyan sacred land was beyond saving. Gritting her teeth, she declared, well, the Yuhua sect, I shall remember this debt, and you may await my retribution." As the supreme of the heavenly Luo sacred land, she wielded considerable influence within her domain. Once she returned and rallied her forces, she had no doubt she could deal with a mere Yuhua sect. With this thought, her figure flickered as she prepared to depart. Yet, Luo Qinghuang moved swiftly to intercept her. "Do you not think it a tad late to attempt your escape now?" Luo Qinghuang said with indifference. He had entered a state of unyielding resolve, vastly enhancing his combat prowess. Though Yuhua's cultivation surpassed his own, she found herself suppressed. "Curse it, 100 Flowers map!" Yuhua exclaimed, and in the next moment, a scroll flew from her being, unfurling gracefully in the air, a fragrant floral aroma enveloping the surroundings. As blossoms erupted in the void, an invisible force field radiated outward, and Luo Qinghuang surprisingly felt a slight suppression of his true essence. Is this the power of a domain? Indeed, my 100 Flowers diagram is a premier supreme artifact, capable of temporarily manifesting a domain of 100 flowers. Within this realm, the strength of all martial artists, save for myself, is diminished. You are no exception. The Supreme Yuhua spoke coldly. Following this, her sleeves fluttered, and her true essence intertwined, conjuring a flurry of petals that surged toward Luo Qinghuang, each petal sharp as a blade. The chilling aura prompted a serious expression from Luo Qinghuang. Meanwhile, Chen Yi observed Luo Qinghuang ensnared within the 100 Flowers domain, and without hesitation, he stepped forward and soared into the air, charging toward the Supreme Yuhua. Yet, he found himself obstructed by an invisible barrier. The Supreme Yuhua scoffed, "Boy, once I have dealt with your master, I shall savor our encounter." Having deployed the 100 Flowers diagram, she had no intentions of sparing the two. "Disciple, you may leave. She is utilizing a supreme artifact against me and will not be able to divert her attention to you for the time being," Luo Qinghuang stated. Chen Yi replied with indifference, "A mere supreme is hardly enough to distract me from escaping. Defeating her is my sole objective." He clenched his fist tightly and struck the barrier of the domain. Boom! The power of 10 dragons erupted in full force. Chapter 120. It's merely the destruction of a sacred ground. Defeating her is all that matters. Chen Yi spoke indifferently, his fingers curling into a tight fist as an overwhelming force surged forth from within him, manifesting as a torrent of vitality. The ferocious power roared like a mountain wave. The strength of 10 dragons erupted. With a single punch, boom, his fist struck the barrier of the 100 Flowers domain, causing the entire realm to tremble. Ripples spreading across the barrier. Yuhua Supreme's pupils constricted slightly, such a domineering physical power. She realized she had underestimated Chen Yi. However, despite the ferocity of his punch, It was still insufficient to shatter the 100 Flowers domain, and Yuhua Supreme felt no immediate concern regarding him. Her foremost priority was to defeat Luo Qinghuang. Once she dealt with this Supreme, dealing with this Void Realm brat would be a mere trifle. Moreover, this Void Realm lad possessed a pure Yang sacred body. Bringing him back for proper training would yield a top-tier furnace. Yuhua Supreme mused inwardly as she continued to engage Luo Qinghuang. The battle between the two raged fiercely. As time passed, Luo Qinghuang gradually found himself at a disadvantage within the 100 Flowers domain, while Chen Yi outside the realm unleashed several punches. Yet, all were thwarted by the power of the 100 Flowers domain. Observing this, Chen Yi contemplated for a moment. It appeared he would need to utilize his trump card. Without hesitation, he summoned a bronze war puppet. The war puppet exuded an unparalleled and resounding might. In an instant, the heavens and earth trembled. Upon closer inspection, intricate and profound runes were interwoven across the bronze war puppet, emanating an ancient and vast aura. Chen Yi coldly commanded, "Kill." The war puppet obeyed, delivering a punch toward the 100 Flowers domain. Boom! The 100 Flowers domain shattered like glass. Cracks spread out like a spider's web. The 100 Flowers domain erupted in response. Witnessing this scene, Yuhua Supreme's pupils dilated in disbelief. How is this possible? How could such a thing happen? Her 100 Flowers domain was utterly reduced to fragments by a single punch. This war puppet is simply terrifying. Even Luo Qinghuang was taken aback. Just days prior, Chen Yi had produced an imperial weapon, and now he unleashed a sacred-level war puppet. How many concealed means does this disciple possess? He marveled in astonishment. As Chen Yi commanded the sacred-level war puppet to annihilate the barrier, his gaze, icy as frost, turned toward Yuhua Supreme. "War puppet, eliminate her." The war puppet obeyed, stepping forward as if summoned by thunder, arriving before Yuhua Supreme. She screamed, "I am the Supreme of the Tianluo sacred ground. We have sacred beings guarding us. How dare you attempt to kill me?" But before she could finish her words, the fist of the sacred-level war puppet had already descended upon her. This punch was earth-shattering, its might unparalleled. With a single strike, half of Yuhua Supreme's body was brutally obliterated. However, the Supreme Being's vitality was remarkably resilient. Even though one side of her body had been shattered, she had not yet completely perished. She gazed at Chen Yi, her eyes filled with profound terror. A stark contrast to her earlier arrogance. "No, please don't kill me. I can give you anything you desire." Unfortunately for her, Chen Yi held no interest whatsoever. With another powerful punch, the head of the Yuhua Supreme was utterly obliterated. The Yuhua Supreme had fallen completely. Ding! The host disregarded the pleas of the beautiful Supreme and annihilated her. Such ruthlessness was truly merciless. The reward for the host is the space slash. The system's notification echoed in his mind. Chen Yi's gaze flickered, and an enigmatic martial art materialized in his consciousness. Space slash? As the name suggests, it is a martial art intimately connected to the attributes of space. Warriors in the Void Realm can already grasp the power of space, albeit in a rather rudimentary manner. They merely augment their martial arts with spatial force. This space slash, however, is a genuine spatial martial art, exceedingly rare even for the supreme beings, let alone the warriors of the Void Realm. In the most prestigious sacred places, there might not be many tomes on spatial martial arts. Indeed, this space slash would serve as a formidable trump card for other Void Realm warriors, and even for me, it holds considerable utility. A faint smile graced Chen Yi's lips, reflecting his immense satisfaction with this martial art. Alas, it was all over. The remaining warriors of the Qingyun's sacred land, witnessing the downfall of the Yuhua Supreme, succumbed to despair, their spirit of resistance extinguished. Chen Yi cast a glance at the remaining Qingyun disciples and addressed the saint-level battle puppet with indifference. Dispose of the rest of these individuals as well. The saint-level battle puppet remained silent, merely executing the command with an impassive demeanor. With a single strike, the void nearly shattered. The force of the blow reduced much of the Qingyun's sacred land to rubble, leaving nearly no survivors among the remaining disciples. Luo Qinghuang, watching from the side, marveled. Compared to me, you truly embody the essence of ruthlessness. Chen Yi replied coolly, to cut grass without uprooting it allows it to grow back with the spring breeze. Such a simple truth, master, you must surely grasp. Indeed, I understand, but in reality, few possess the ability to execute it in this world. Luo Qinghuang shook her head in response. Well then, let us first collect the treasures of the sacred land. Agreed. The two began to scour the wealth of the sacred land. Along the way, Luo Qinghuang, intrigued, inquired, by the way, my disciple, Where did you acquire this saint-level battle puppet? It was a treasure obtained by chance, Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, similar to that 100 beasts diagram. Was it also a stroke of fortune? Luo Qinghuang teased. Chen Yi nodded slightly. Indeed, master, you are quite perceptive. Luo Qinghuang observed him, pondering. Does this lad truly believe anyone would find his words credible? To consecutively acquire imperial weapons and a saint-level battle puppet, how could an ordinary person achieve such feats? She sensed that Chen Yi must be harboring some significant secret. Yet, as he remained reticent, she refrained from pressing further. According to his conjecture, Chen Yi must have discovered an extraordinary treasure, one that includes imperial weapons and holy-level war puppets, potentially a relic left behind by an ancient emperor. Such an opportunity is exceedingly rare throughout the ages. It is entirely understandable that Chen Yi chose not to disclose this information. Were he in a similar position, he too might opt for discretion. Before long, Chen Yi and Luo Qinghuang had nearly stripped the Qingyan Holy Land of its treasures, after which the two promptly returned to the Yuhua Sect. The members of the Yuhua Sect soon realized their absence, and understandably, they were quite anxious. How could they not be? These two were the prized gems of the Yuhua Sect. One was the supreme leader of the sect, while the other was an unparalleled prodigy of the ages. It was certain that these individuals would lead the Yuhua Sect to greater heights, transforming it into a holy land, or even a top-tier sacred domain. Their disappearance was a cause for great concern. Upon seeing Chen Yi and Luo Qinghuang return, everyone exhaled a sigh of relief. You two rascals have finally returned. Where have you been? Inquired the sect leader of Yuhua. Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, we visited the Qingyan Holy Land, eliminated them, and conveniently dealt with the supreme being from the Tianluo Holy Land as well. Was there really any need for such urgency? Chapter 121. The Space of Cultivation and the Remarkable Battle Puppet. Are you all truly this anxious? Upon hearing that Chen Yi had annihilated a sacred land alongside a supreme being, the crowd momentarily froze in disbelief. When they beheld his exceedingly calm demeanor, confusion washed over them. Was it necessary to feign such indifference? After all, he had obliterated a sacred land and a supreme being. How could he speak of it as if he had merely crushed an insignificant ant? Wait, did you just mention the annihilation of a supreme being? From which location? The leader of the Yuhua sect, the three ancestors, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, their eyes widening with shock as they swallowed hard and inquired with a tremor in their voices. The Tianluo sacred land, Chen Yi replied nonchalantly. Indeed. Is it the Tianluo sacred land, which is guarded by 10 supreme beings? Yes, it should be. The leader of the Yuhua sect nearly fainted at the revelation. Having just dealt with a Qingyan sacred land, and now faced with an even more formidable opponent, his gaze toward Chen Yi was tinged with complexity. This young prodigy's strength and talent were undoubtedly extraordinary. Yet, equally remarkable was his capacity for inciting trouble. It was nothing short of invincible. Chen Yi remarked with indifference, what is a sacred land anyway? If I can obliterate the Qingyan sacred land, then extinguishing the Tianluo sacred land is hardly a challenge. The leader of the Yuhua sect found himself at a loss for words. He was uncertain whether to label Chen Yi as confident or arrogant. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he had little to say. After all, he was their own sacred child. Could they truly expel him? Furthermore, he believed that Chen Yi must have his own considerations or reasons for slaying the supreme being of the Tianluo sacred land, and could not be blamed for it. What exactly transpired? The leader of the Yuhua sect inquired. Chen Yi recounted the events in detail. As the crowd listened, enlightenment dawned upon them. So it was. It appeared that this Yuhua supreme being indeed walked the path to his own demise. However, regardless of the circumstances, he was still a member of the Tianluo sacred land. Killing him might provoke unforeseen repercussions from that realm. The most critical concern is that I have heard there are saints stationed within the Tianluo sacred land. Should a saint take action, it would be difficult for our Yuhua sect to withstand. The leader of the Yuhua sect spoke with a grave tone. The three ancestors concurred, stating, indeed, if they were to employ an imperial weapon, once revealed, our Yuhua sect would become a target for all. At that point, it would be even harder for us to survive. In simple terms, the Yuhua sect currently lacks sufficient foundation, with no top-tier powerhouse to safeguard them. If the Yuhua sect had a saint, why would they fear the Tianluo sacred land? Rest assured, if the Tianluo sacred land dares to mobilize saint-level power, I too possess means to contend with it. Chen Yi replied with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing his words, the leader of the Yuhua sect and the three ancestors exchanged glances, both astonished. Could it be that he relied solely on an imperial weapon to harbor such confidence? Although imperial weapons are formidable, even if they combine their strengths, the power they could wield would be limited. What precisely was the source of his assurance? Luo Qinghuang smiled faintly and said, "Trust me, my disciple." The leader of Yuhua nodded slightly, acknowledging that the future of Yuhua sect would indeed rely on the guardianship and support of the younger generation. "Since you, the Holy Son, have said so, I shall naturally place my unconditional trust in you." They refrained from further inquiries. Chen Yi and Luo Qinghuang brought forth some of their acquisitions from the sacred land of Qing'an. With these treasures, the foundation of Yuhua sect was significantly enhanced. A few days later, while cultivating on Witching Peak, Chen Yi suddenly opened his eyes, his figure soaring into the sky. With a piercing gaze, he directed his attention towards a certain peak, his sword finger coalescing into a singular strike aimed directly at it. As the sword energy surged forth, an imperceptible crack materialized in the void. The peak was cleaved into two halves, the break smooth and even. A shiver of unsettling energy rippled through the air. Chen Yi's eyes flickered. The power of this spatial strike was indeed formidable. The destruction it wrought may have seemed minimal, merely severing a mountain. Yet anyone at the Void Realm present would undoubtedly recognize the sheer terror of this sword strike. The spatial force embodied within this blow was unparalleled. It condensed spatial energy into sword chi, cleaving through the very fabric of existence, rendering all obstacles insignificant. Even a supreme being could potentially face demise from such an assault. Chen Yi's spatial cut had transcended the realm of supreme techniques, entering the domain of saintly laws, surpassing even the typical manifestations of such power. Luo Qinghuang, sensing the impact of the spatial strike within his cave dwelling, couldn't help but marvel at the extraordinary sword chi that sliced through space. He believed it would not be long before Chen Yi surpassed him. No, it was possible that he had already eclipsed his master. This realization stirred a complex mix of emotions within him. His disciple was remarkably gifted. How could it be that it had only been a short while since he began his journey, and he had already comprehensively outshone his master? As a teacher, Luo Qinghuang felt a tinge of embarrassment. Having mastered the spatial cut, Chen Yi returned to his cultivation. Before long, he had refined the power of the spatial cut to an exceptional level, and his own cultivation had significantly progressed, elevating him to the fourth layer of the Void Realm. In addition to mastering the spatial cut and advancing his realm, Chen Yi also familiarized himself with the newly acquired saint-level battle puppet. He discovered that this puppet was indeed remarkable. Aside from its inability to speak, it functioned almost identically to a living being. No matter the command Chen Yi issued, it executed flawlessly. "Battle puppet, peel an orange," Chen Yi instructed. The puppet picked up an orange and effortlessly removed its peel. Chen Yi took the orange, savoring it as he said, "Prepare me a pot of tea." The puppet retrieved the tea set and began to brew, its demeanor graceful and poised, reminiscent of a master of the tea ceremony. Chen Yi watched in astonishment, impressed by the remarkable human-like qualities of the puppet. Such an exceptional battle puppet. "Henceforth, I shall name you Ada." Upon hearing this, Ada paused momentarily in its tea-pouring action, seemingly at a loss for words regarding its new name. Chen Yi remained unfazed, continuing to assess Ada's various attributes. All were astonishingly formidable. If one were to use a supreme being as a benchmark, Ada's metrics, such as strength and speed, were easily 100-fold greater than those of an ordinary supreme. Is this the power of a sage? Chen Yi could not help but marvel. The combat prowess of a sage is at least 100 times that of a typical supreme. Furthermore, this may not even reflect the might of the most elite sages, whose strength could potentially exceed that of a supreme by several hundred times. Contemplating this, Chen Yi felt a surge of yearning. He was merely at the Void Realm, with much room for improvement ahead. He resolved to exert himself further, silently encouraging his own progress. Were others to learn of his thoughts, they would likely be speechless. "How long have you been cultivating? You've just ascended to the Void Realm in such a short time. What more could you desire?" Meanwhile, within the Tianluo sacred land, 7 of the 10 supreme beings convened, discussing the demise of the supreme Yuhua. A red-haired supreme spoke calmly. "I have comprehended the matter thoroughly." Supreme Yuhua ventured to Qi-Luo Prefecture to assist the Qingyan sacred land in combating the Yuhua sect, but unexpectedly met his end there. There must be some hidden secrets within the Yuhua sect. Chapter 122, The Heavenly Net Formation, an attack across thousands of miles. Upon hearing the words of the red-haired supreme, the several supremes within the Heavenly Net sacred land exchanged glances. How could a seemingly insignificant Jade Blossom sect annihilate the Azure Cloud sacred land? Moreover, they dared to kill Supreme Yuhua. Did they not fear making enemies of our Heavenly Net sacred land? I have heard of this Jade Blossom sect. It is said that recently, the treasure of Supreme Tombao was seized by the sect's holy son, who possesses an extraordinary talent, rare throughout history. Indeed, It is rumored that this individual not only has a pure yang sacred body, but also several extraordinary manifestations. This suggests that the Jade Blossom sect conceals remarkable secrets. The Supremes engaged in fervent discussion. The red-haired Supreme spoke calmly. The secrets within the Jade Blossom sect may be of great significance. I intend to gather our collective strength to investigate the sect and ensure that the death of Supreme Yuhua is avenged. The loss of a Supreme is a considerable setback for any sacred land. We cannot allow such a death to go unanswered. Indeed, Supreme Lehua makes a valid point. However, if we all journey to the Jade Blossom sect together, it may attract too much attention, remarked a Supreme with azure hair. Oh, what is your opinion, Supreme Shueyun? Inquired Supreme Lehua. Let us activate the Heavenly Net Great Formation and directly traverse space-time to suppress the Jade Blossom sect, proposed Supreme Shueyun. The Heavenly Net Great Formation is one of the profound foundations of the Heavenly Net Sacred Land, containing the mysteries of space, allowing Supremes to launch attacks from thousands of miles away, transcending time and space, although such attacks might not equate to the presence of a Supreme. The combined efforts of several Supremes would yield a power nearly comparable to that of a Grand Supreme. Supreme Lehua pondered for a moment, glancing at the others. What do you all think? Agreed. To confront the Jade Blossom sect, our collective appearance would be too conspicuous, and the Heavenly Net Sacred Land cannot be left unguarded. They replied in unison. Very well. Let us proceed with this plan. Activate the Heavenly Net Great Formation. Supreme Lehua nodded slightly, then waved his sleeve. Before them, a gray altar materialized, adorned with 10 lotus thrones. The 7 Supremes took their seats upon the lotus thrones and began to channel their supreme powers. In an instant, their powers infused the lotus thrones, causing the entire altar to vibrate with a resonant hum, and profound runes began to emerge. The runes soared into the sky, forming a colossal magical array, which commenced the task of pinpointing the direction of the Jade Blossom sect. Location confirmed. Within the magical array, a landscape emerged, revealing the Jade Blossom sect's architecture, nestled among mountains or beside waters, appearing both concealed and prominent. Supreme Lehua's gaze sharpened. Everyone, prepare to strike. Hold on. Allow me to test the waters first, Supreme Shueyun replied calmly. Upon finishing his words, a blue radiance emanated from him, soaring into the magical array to create a projection of a Supreme. Within the realm of Yuhua Sect, Chen Yi was engrossed in his cultivation. Suddenly, he sensed an unusual disturbance and glanced skyward. There, a mysterious formation appeared, enveloping a significant portion of the Yuhua Sect sky. Everyone took note of this formation, particularly those adept in formations or possessing higher cultivation levels, their expressions turning grave. What an enigmatic formation! Its power was extraordinary, seemingly imbued with the essence of space. What could have caused such a formation to manifest? A sense of surprise rippled through the crowd. At that moment, a water-blue figure emerged from the formation. It was the Supreme Lord of Shueyun. He gazed down at the Yuhua sect and spoke with an air of indifference. I am the Supreme Lord of the Heavenly Net Holy Land, Shueyun. I have come regarding the death of Supreme Lord Yuhua. I request the presence of the Yuhua sect master. In an instant, the Yuhua sect master flashed into the sky, fixing a cold and piercing gaze upon Shueyun. Uncertain of the Supreme Lord's intentions, I have already stated my purpose. I come for the death of Supreme Lord Yuhua. I hope you will surrender the one responsible for her demise. Thus, the Yuhua sect may avert its impending doom. Shueyun spoke in a calm tone. Yet his words carried an undeniable authority. The Yuhua sect master replied coolly, Oh, Supreme Lord Yuhua aided the Qingyan Holy Land and stood against my Yuhua sect. She has paved her own path to destruction. To demand that we hand over the perpetrator is out of the question. Is that so? It appears you intend to stand against my Heavenly Net Holy Land completely. The Yuhua sect does not desire enmity with anyone, yet we are not afraid of any challenge. With that declaration, the Yuhua sect master raised his hand, unleashing a surge of sword energy. It was a signal. As the sword energy soared forth, beams of light erupted into the sky, forming a protective barrier around the Yuhua sect. Shueyun chuckled lightly. Ridiculous. Do you truly believe such a mere protective formation can withstand the might of my Heavenly Net Holy Land? With that, his projection dissipated, transforming into a tempest of overwhelming force that surged towards the Yuhua sect's protective formation. With a thunderous crash, ripples spread across the Yuhua sect's barrier. This was merely the beginning. What you are about to face is a power tenfold more terrifying. Savor this experience. Shueyun's voice resonated through the void. Within the Heavenly Net Holy Land, Shueyun addressed the other Supreme Lords with a nonchalant tone. The Yuhua sect is obstinate. My esteemed colleagues, you may act now. There is no need for formalities. You may strike directly. Huh. I too believe in courtesy before conflict. Shui Yan chuckled lightly. Immediately, the powers of several supreme lords erupted, targeting the heavenly net formation directly. The formation absorbed the energies of the supreme lords, traversing vast distances through time and space, crashing down upon the Yuhua Sect. Above the Yuhua Sect, the heavenly net formation radiated dazzling light. The Yuhua Sect master attempted to dismantle it, unleashing a blade of sword energy. Yet, the energy struck the heavenly net formation but proved futile. I shall assist you. At this moment, the three ancestors also took action. As supreme beings, their sword energy was significantly more formidable than that of the master of Yuhua. Yet, even their striking sword energy proved futile against the heavenly net formation. It dissipated without leaving a trace, while the formation remained utterly unscathed. This array was profoundly intricate and beyond our capacity to dismantle. However, the purpose of this formation remained a mystery. The master of Yuhua felt a growing sense of unease as he gazed upon the array, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Suddenly, the formation radiated with brilliant light, and torrents of immense supreme power surged forth. Fiery flames, tumultuous waves, sword energy, and raging storms, various forms of supreme might cascaded down towards Yuhua with alarming ferocity. The terrifying force caused the onlookers' pupils to constrict in disbelief. What? This is not good. They now comprehended the true purpose of the formation. The master of Yuhua and the three ancestors exerted all their strength to counter the supreme power. However, they could only mitigate a fraction of it. The remaining force continued its relentless descent upon Yuhua. At that moment, two streams of sword energy emerged, cutting through the air with precision. Chapter 123, A Strikes, shattering the 1,000-foot Dharma image. Confronted with the celestial forces descending from above, Master Yuhua and the three ancestors joined forces to mitigate a portion of the assault. Nevertheless, a considerable amount of this power continued its rapid descent towards Yuhua Sect. Although the protective grand formation of Yuhua Sect was in place, the magnitude of this force was formidable, and its potential eruption posed an uncertain threat to the array's integrity. In a moment of crisis, at the peak of Wuqing, two streams of sword energy surged forth. The sword aura swept through the skies, engulfing the tempest, as it struck at the rapidly descending sovereign power, shattering it above Yuhua Sect. The residual energies that remained fell harmlessly upon the protective array, no longer a threat. Within the heavenly Luo sacred land, the Inferno Sovereign and others observed the thwarted sovereign power with a hint of surprise. Oh, it seems they can indeed withstand our might. Quite intriguing. It appears there are indeed experts within Yuhua Sect. They possess more than one sovereign. How fascinating. I am eager to see just how much power they can endure, the Inferno Sovereign remarked with a cold smirk. Yuhua Sect, no matter how strong, has at most 2 or 3 sovereigns, and they have only recently ascended to that level. In contrast, our heavenly Luo sacred land boasts 9 sovereigns. Even if not all engage, merely 7 of them far surpass Yuhua Sect. Furthermore, our sovereigns are not of ordinary caliber. For instance, the Inferno Sovereign is a grand sovereign, a pinnacle among the 6th-tier sovereigns. With only a step separating him from the sovereign king, he is incomparable to the average sovereign. Even from beyond the heavenly Luo formation, he is confident that with his singular strength, he could suppress the entire Yuhua Sect. Hold your attacks for now. Allow me to meet them, the Inferno Sovereign stated coolly. With that, he unleashed his spiritual power, intertwining it with sovereign might to conjure a majestic and domineering fire dragon. The fire dragon charged into the heavenly Luo formation, swiftly ascending above Yuhua Sect. With a thunderous roar, the fire dragon dove down towards Yuhua Sect once more. At this moment, atop Wuqing Peak, Luo Qinghuang and Chen Yi emerged. Aware of the formidable nature of the fire dragon, Luo Qinghuang responded with his most supreme technique. The heavens and earth are indifferent. All things transform into swords. With a single stroke, everything morphed into sword energy. Facing the strike, the fire dragon did not evade but lunged forward to clash with the sword aura. Boom! Accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion, the void nearly ruptured. Amidst the flames, a slightly smaller fire dragon launched itself at Chen Yi. Although this was merely the residual power of the dragon, it was still the attack of a grand sovereign, carrying extraordinary might. In the heavenly Luo sacred land, the Inferno Sovereign's gaze was piercing as he fixated on Chen Yi. This young man, possessing the cultivation of the void realm, was presumably the holy son of Yuhua Sect. If he were to survive, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. Though my strike was largely mitigated by that sovereign, the remaining power is still sufficient to annihilate any martial artist beneath the sovereign level. No. Even an ordinary supreme being could suffer grave injury from a single strike. This person is doomed. The Supreme of Fiery Flames held unwavering confidence in his attack. Yet, the reality unfolded in a most unexpected manner. There stood Chen Yi, facing the incoming fire dragon, his sword raised high. With a single, decisive stroke, a surge of void energy erupted, and a blade of sword chi cleaved through the air, brutally tearing the fire dragon asunder. This strike was sharp and domineering, seemingly invulnerable. The Supreme of Fiery Flames' pupils constricted slightly. He sensed a chillingly formidable spatial power emanating from Chen Yi's sword. It was a technique of spatial cultivation. Such methods are exceedingly rare. Even in my heavenly Luo sacred ground, there are but a few of this spatial attribute. How could a mere Yuhua sect present such a cultivation technique? Most critically, someone has actually mastered it. The expression of the Supreme of Fiery Flames grew increasingly grave. The rarity of spatial cultivation is not merely a trivial matter. The fundamental requirement to practice such techniques demands extraordinary innate talent or a specific spatial attribute constitution. Otherwise, even a Supreme would find it nearly impossible to cultivate spatial methods. This individual is truly extraordinary. The Supreme of Fiery Flames inhaled deeply and spoke. At this moment, having severed the fire dragon, Chen Yi turned his gaze towards the heavenly Luo array. His eyes, cold and resolute, struck forth once more with his sword, unleashing a spatial slash that forcibly penetrated the array and arrived at the heavenly Luo sacred ground, targeting the Supreme of Fiery Flames. The Supreme of Fiery Flames raised his hand to block. Bang! The sword chi shattered. However, a trace of blood appeared on his palm. His expression darkened slightly. A dignified Great Supreme was injured by a mere Void Realm practitioner. What a remarkable son of the Yuhua sect. Everyone, you must recognize this individual's potential. If he is not eliminated now, the repercussions will be dire. The Supreme of Fiery Flames intoned coolly. Hearing this, the crowd nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, it was so. In light of this, let us take action. With that, the several individuals ceased to hold back. Waves of supreme power were unleashed, penetrating the heavenly Luo array, converging in the skies above the Yuhua sect, ultimately coalescing into a colossal manifestation of 1,000 feet. This manifestation, a blend of several supreme powers, was immensely powerful. Its every movement resonated, shaking mountains and rivers for miles. The manifestation spoke in a detached tone, echoing the voices of several supremes. Today, the Yuhua sect shall be annihilated. The majesty of my heavenly Luo sacred ground must not be offended. The manifestation slowly raised its massive hand, where streams of radiant light swirled, intertwining various attribute powers. Fire, storm, tumult, sword chi. The great hand formed from the convergence of diverse supreme powers, merely lifting it summoned tumultuous winds and clouds, reversing the very yin and yang. An overwhelming sense of dread enveloped every individual within the Yuhua sect. The protective barrier of the Yuhua sect began to show signs of cracking under this tremendous force. The crowd felt a chill run down their spines. Such terrifying power. It is far more potent than the sacred ground of azure clouds. How could we possibly withstand this? A sense of despair subtly enveloped the crowd. The leader of the Yuhua sect and the three ancestors turned their gazes towards Chen Yi, their meaning unmistakable, to confront this formidable force. The use of imperial weapons was imperative. Yet, with an air of calm, Chen Yi declared, "Ada, eliminate him." From behind him emerged a bronze battle automaton. Ada. The automaton gazed steadily at the terrifying manifestation. Meanwhile, the colossal hand of the manifestation descended towards the Yuhua sect. Ada sprang into action. His form darted forward like a flash of lightning, reaching the massive hand in an instant. With a single punch, he unleashed a tremendous explosion, shattering the seemingly insurmountable hand into a chaotic dispersal of spiritual energy. Following this, Ada soared above the manifestation and delivered another devastating blow. The spiritual energy coalesced into a fist reminiscent of a shooting star. Boom. The manifestation exploded into fragments, dissipating into nothingness. Within the confines of the Tianluo sacred land, several sovereigns' pupils constricted in disbelief. How could such a thing be possible? What? How could the manifestation, formed from our collective powers, be obliterated? Who is this individual? Something feels amiss. This is not human. This is an automaton. How could the Yuhua sect possess such a creation? Chapter 124. The Saint takes action. The decision of the Master of Yuhua. Ada struck, delivering a single punch that shattered the towering avatar. The supreme beings within the Tianluo sacred land watched in disbelief, their pupils contracting. Chen Yi glanced at the formation, his tone indifferent as he remarked, "Ada. Show them a thing or two. Let them understand the essence of reciprocity." Ada nodded slightly, turning his gaze towards the Tianluo formation, and without further ado, unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, his fist erupted with boundless might. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy converged, manifesting as a colossal fist imprint that soared directly toward the Tianluo formation, penetrating through it to strike at the Tianluo's sacred land. Inside the sacred ground, several supreme beings felt a profound sense of impending doom from this punch. Their expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. We must defend ourselves together. They mobilized their energies, conjuring layers of barriers, each layer a testament to the full strength of a supreme being. Yet, Ada's punch was overwhelmingly fearsome. As it struck the first barrier, it shattered with a resounding crack, followed by the second, third, and fourth layers. In the blink of an eye, only one layer remained. The force of the punch continued to surge forward with an unstoppable momentum. Seeing this, the supreme beings hastily positioned themselves behind the Fire Supreme, channeling their energies into him to reinforce the final barrier. Boom! As the collision occurred, cracks appeared on the barrier, and the shockwave radiated throughout a significant portion of the Tianluo's sacred land. Countless structures crumbled under the sheer force. Damn it, we must hold this line. If this punch lands, countless lives will be lost. They resolved to give everything they had to stop it. The supreme beings shouted, pushing their energies to the limit. However, despite their efforts, the final barrier could not escape the impending cracks. Ultimately, with a resounding crack, the barrier shattered. A thought emerged in the minds of the supreme beings. It's over. Yet, just as that punch was about to descend in earnest, a white palm force surged forth from deep within the sacred land, crashing against the punch with immense power. With a thunderous explosion, the heavens trembled. The sacred land was left with a network of spiderweb-like fissures. As the dust settled, a white figure materialized before the Tianluo formation, a venerable elder in white, standing in midair, radiating an aura that commanded respect and authority. He was none other than the saint of the Tianluo's sacred land, the pillar of its strength. He cast a glance at the Tianluo formation, his gaze piercing as it settled upon Ada and Chen Yi. What a remarkable Yuhua sect! What a formidable Chen Yi! To possess such depth, I have truly underestimated you. Though separated by the formation, Chen Yi seemed to sense the saint's scrutiny, returning the gaze as their eyes met. One was cold and profound, the other as still as a tranquil ancient well. Clearly, one was a saint while the other merely a void realm practitioner. Yet, the saint sensed a trace of threat emanating from the latter. It seemed as though the other party harbored some unfathomable dread within. After a moment's contemplation, the sage spoke with indifference. Shut down the heavenly net array. For now, let us refrain from provoking the Yuhua sect. What, sage? Must our heavenly net holy land suffer such indignity? The esteemed Yuhua fell at their hands, exclaimed one of the esteemed ones. The sage replied coldly, if we are outmatched, there is little to say. Moreover, the Yuhua sect possesses a battle puppet of sage caliber, even if I intervened. The outcome would not be favorable. Additionally, this Xianyuan realm is not solely inhabited by our holy land. Should anything happen to me, other holy lands would not hesitate to turn against us. Thus, we shall let this matter rest for the time being. In due course, we can settle the score. Though the esteemed ones felt a sense of discontent, they had no choice but to acquiesce. They proceeded to deactivate the heavenly net array. This attempt to strike at the Yuhua sect not only failed to inflict any damage upon them, but rather left the attackers in disarray. This was particularly irksome for those who were accustomed to their lofty positions. They silently etched the name Chen Yi into their memories, vowing to seek retribution when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, within the Yuhua sect, Chen Yi pondered, is it truly over? The heavenly net holy land is merely mediocre. Yet it remains a holy land after all, with a sage in residence. Ignoring them could lead to potential troubles. I yearn to confront that holy land directly and exact vengeance. Alas, my current strength falls short, even with Ada by my side. Who knows what other hidden cards the heavenly net holy land possesses? No matter, it is but a holy land. At my rate of growth, in a few years, I shall be capable of obliterating them with a mere swipe. Chen Yi mused, brimming with confidence in his innate potential. The leaders of the Yuhua sect approached, marveling at Ada. This battle puppet is of sage level, correct? Indeed, Chen Yi nodded. Goodness, your methods are indeed impressive, the sect leader remarked, his gaze towards Chen Yi imbued with complexity. Although he was nominally just a holy son, Chen Yi's prowess, skills, and even his stature within the Yuhua sect had surpassed that of the sect leader himself. In fact, it was Chen Yi who had resolved several life and death crises for the sect. With this in mind, the sect leader resolved to make a significant decision. What? Sect leader? You intend to abdicate? Within the Grand Hall, the masters of Tianhua Peak and Shenzhen Peak, along with other elders, gasped in disbelief at the sect leader's proclamation. Sect leader, you are still so young. Why would you consider retirement? Indeed, sect leader, you cannot possibly be seeking to shirk responsibilities. Exactly. Sect leader, everything is going well. Why retire? You are still in your prime, the very age of ambition. You have only held the position for a few years. Is it already time for you to rest? We may not agree to this. The elders implored fervently. The esteemed leader of the Yuhua sect continued, esteemed colleagues. Allow me to elucidate. The Yuhua sect of today bears little resemblance to its former self. In the future, we shall face formidable challenges from various sacred lands. And as a mere void realm practitioner, I cannot possibly compare myself to those revered sovereigns. The leader serves as the visage of the sect. And a leader of my caliber may inadvertently cause our sect to be regarded with disdain by these holy domains. Thus, I must step down from my position. Furthermore, I must confess that my cultivation is insufficient for the responsibilities of the sect leader. I must retreat into seclusion for rigorous training. Before my seclusion, however, the Yuhua sect cannot remain leaderless. At present, Chen Yi holds the highest esteem and possesses exceptional talent within our ranks. Although he is still in the void realm, it is anticipated that within a few years, he shall ascend directly to the supreme realm. Therefore, it is only fitting that he be appointed as the sect leader. Most importantly, esteemed friends, you have all witnessed Chen Yi's prodigious talents and prowess. Any faction would desire to recruit such a genius. We must forge a profound bond between him and the Yuhua sect. Hence, I intend to appoint him as the leader of the Yuhua sect. Chapter 125. Chen Yi becomes the sect leader. Upon hearing the words of the sect leader of Yuhua, several elders fell into contemplation. They found the sect leader's assertion to be quite valid. Chen Yi, in terms of both strength and prestige, was more than capable of assuming the position of sect leader. The most crucial factor was that appointing him as the leader would forge a profound bond between him and Yuhua sect, ensuring that their fortunes would be intertwined henceforth. However, would Chen Yi agree to such a proposition? Indeed, at his young age, managing the entire Yuhua sect might impose considerable pressure upon him. It seemed hasty, perhaps too premature. Let us first seek the opinion of the Holy Sun, one suggested. Upon hearing this, the assembly swiftly summoned Chen Yi. The sect leader of Yuhua conveyed his thoughts to Chen Yi. After listening, Chen Yi nodded slightly, expressing his willingness to take on the role of sect leader. This declaration momentarily stunned the crowd. Is it true? You were so resolute? They wondered, taken aback by his lack of hesitation. If it were anyone else, they might suspect a lust for power, but before them stood Chen Yi. Hence, such notions did not arise. After all, he practiced the path of emotional detachment, viewing power with indifference. Holy Son, what are your thoughts? Elder Yunxiao inquired. As the Holy Son of Yuhua sect, it is inevitable that I will one day occupy the position of sect leader. This is merely an advancement of that timeline. Chen Yi replied calmly. Moreover, ascending to the leadership would grant me the opportunity to develop Yuhua sect, transforming it into the foremost power in the Xianyuan realm. When that time comes, my command will be heeded across the land. This way, I can better uphold the righteous path and safeguard the well-being of all beings, he continued thoughtfully. Upon hearing his words, the elders exchanged glances, admiration flickering in their eyes. To uphold the righteous path and protect all beings. Such grand aspirations. One elder exclaimed. Indeed. You are worthy of being the Holy Son of Yuhua sect. Ordinary individuals might perceive such ambitions as overly idealistic or unrealistic, often due to their own limitations. Yet, the Holy Son was different. His words carried weight, and they chose to believe in him. Indeed, to uphold the righteous path and protect all beings. These 8 words embody a significance beyond imagination, something most would scarcely dare to conceive, let alone act upon. Holy Son, you have not disappointed us. The position of sect leader is rightfully yours. Very well, since the Holy Son has consented, let us choose a day for the inauguration ceremony, inviting heroes from all corners to witness the occasion. The sect leader of Yuhua declared with a smile. At that moment, a notification echoed in Chen Yi's mind. Ding! The host's aspirations are grand, to uphold the righteous path and protect all beings. This reflects the true essence of the path of emotional detachment. Selfless love surpasses personal attachments by countless magnitudes. This system is profoundly moved. Reward: the host is now bound to the fortune of Yuhua sect. Note: after this binding, every advancement of Yuhua sect will reciprocally enhance the host's cultivation efficiency and elevate the host's strength. Note: the fortune binding will take effect once the host becomes the leader of Yuhua sect. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was lost in thought. The binding of fortunes. Does it imply that the better the Yuhua sect develops, the stronger my own abilities will become? This indeed presents a commendable reward. He had already resolved to nurture the Yuhua sect diligently, and now, with their fortunes intertwined, his determination was further solidified. Although I could assume the position of sect leader, I may not directly manage the sect's affairs, as my primary focus must remain on cultivation, Chen Yi declared. The elders nodded slightly in understanding. Indeed, only when your cultivation advances can you lead the Yuhua sect more effectively. This is not difficult. Let us appoint a proxy leader. The master of Tianhua turned to the sect leader and suggested, perhaps you should continue to assume the role of proxy leader. The sect leader of Yuhua was momentarily taken aback. No, I wish to retire. Why must I still oversee matters? You should appoint someone else. I intend to enter seclusion. The sect leader resolutely declined. The others were somewhat at a loss. If the sect leader does not take on the role of proxy leader, who shall fill that position? At that moment, a flash of sword light entered the grand hall. The newcomer was Luo Qinghuang. He smiled faintly and said, I heard that you were seeking my disciple for a discussion. May I inquire about the matter and perhaps listen in? Upon seeing him, the others brightened. Great Elder, your arrival is most timely. Great Elder, you have just emerged from seclusion and have even broken through to the Supreme Realm. Congratulations. You shouldn't need to enter seclusion again. Should you? The master of Tianhua inquired with a smile. Luo Qinghuang found the expressions of these individuals somewhat peculiar. Nonetheless, he replied truthfully, I should not need to. Haha, that is splendid news. We happen to have a matter that requires your assistance, Great Elder. The master of Tianhua beamed. No, to be precise. It is the Holy Sun who has a matter needing your help. Elder Shenjian remarked with a serene smile. Luo Qinghuang looked at Chen Yi, puzzled. What is it you need? Chen Yi replied casually. I am to become the sect leader. What? Luo Qinghuang was momentarily stunned. You are becoming the sect leader? How should I address you now, sect leader or disciple? Moreover, you have only recently joined the Yuhua sect, and you are already becoming the sect leader? Is such a thing even possible? Luo Qinghuang struggled to comprehend. The master of Tianhua continued. Indeed, the Holy Sun is to be the sect leader. And we intend to find a proxy leader for him. That person cannot possibly be. Luo Qinghuang had an inkling. Precisely, that person is you. Luo Qinghuang, what is this? My own disciple has become the sect leader. And I am to be the proxy leader. What a euphemistic way to say that I am merely working for my own disciple. As a mentor. Do I not deserve some dignity? Am I allowed to refuse? Luo Qinghuang inquired. Meanwhile, Elder Tianhua, Elder Shenjian, and even the sect leader of Yuhua had begun to surround him, attempting to persuade him. Great Elder, this is indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Indeed. Consider this. You are the acting sect leader, and your disciple is the sect master. Henceforth, the entire Yuhua sect shall be governed by the two of you. How impressive. I must admit, I am envious. Great Elder, within the entirety of the Yuhua sect, there exists no one but you capable of bearing this heavy responsibility. You must not decline. Great Elder, you are the pillar of the Yuhua sect and one of its two esteemed masters. Who else could possibly assume the role of acting sect leader? The crowd engaged in a spirited exchange of words. Luo Qinghuang felt overwhelmed by the discourse. Ultimately, he could only acquiesce, stating, I shall accept. This acceptance was not solely for the sake of the Yuhua sect, but also for the benefit of his disciple. After all, while it is indeed a blessing for his disciple to ascend to the position of sect master, the youth is still inexperienced and requires ample support. As for concerns regarding his own status as merely the acting sect leader while his disciple holds the title of master, he paid little mind to such trivialities. Thus, the position of sect master was settled and would soon be announced to the entire Yuhua sect. Chapter 126. No one opposes. The actions of the Supreme Fire Lord. Within the Yuhua sect, the sudden tolling of a bell reverberated through the air. This bell, known to signal significant announcements, elicited puzzled glances among the congregation. What monumental event could warrant such a call? Was another enemy approaching? It seemed improbable, for the Yuhua sect had faced numerous adversaries recently, and it had barely been a few days since the last respite. With a sense of trepidation, the crowd made their way to the summit of the Yuhua sect. There, the sect master and several elders had already gathered. Upon their arrival, the sect master solemnly proclaimed, Esteemed members, I hereby announce that in 3 days, a grand ceremony will be held for the succession of leadership, with the Holy Sun, Chen Yi, taking on the mantle of Yuhua sect master. At this declaration, the audience momentarily fell silent, only to erupt into a cacophony of disbelief and excitement. What? Surely, I must have misheard. The Holy Sun is set to assume the position of sect master? This is all happening far too swiftly. Everyone recognized that Chen Yi's ascension to sect master was inevitable. Yet none anticipated it would transpire so soon. Remarkably, he had only joined the Yuhua sect less than a year ago, in such a brief span. To ascend to the position of sect master, what sect has witnessed such an occurrence? Strangely, however, there was no hint of resistance. Instead, an overwhelming sense of acceptance permeated the atmosphere. While there might have been skepticism regarding others' qualifications for the role, with Chen Yi, no one dared to voice opposition. The Holy Sun's prodigious talent and strength were more than sufficient to warrant the title of sect master. Indeed, while I might question the capabilities of others, should it be the Holy Sun, I wholeheartedly endorse him. His prowess is evident to all. He has repelled even the most formidable foes and has repeatedly saved the Yuhua sect from peril. If he is not to be the sect master, then who else could possibly fill that role? With laughter and enthusiasm, the likes of Jianshan, Yulingo, Dao Tai, Gui Xuanji, Wang Zhuang, and even the holy maidens, Luo Qinghuang, expressed their unwavering support. They were all in agreement, fully convinced. If even the ranked disciples felt this way, one could only imagine the sentiments of the ordinary disciples. For someone to join the Yuhua sect for less than a year and directly ascend to the position of sect master is indeed astonishing by the standards of other sections. Yet, with the Holy Sun, it seems entirely fitting. I, Jianshan, have seldom been swayed in my life. But the Holy Sun is undoubtedly the one I hold in the highest regard. Reflecting upon Chen Yi beside the sect master, Jianshan could not help but express his admiration. Luo Qinghuang, too, felt a sense of nostalgia, recalling when she admitted him shortly after his arrival at the Yuhua sect. Who could have imagined that he would rise to such heights so swiftly? It is truly evident that he is favored by the heavens. It would not be surprising if he were to achieve the status of a supreme being or even ascend to the throne as a saint in the future. In the depths of her heart, Luo Qinghuang mused upon her growing admiration for Chen Yi. The master of Yuhua observed the multitude of disciples below, noting with a tinge of complexity that not a single dissenting voice emerged. Goodness, the esteem Chen Yi commanded within Yuhua sect surpassed even his own expectations. Having spent numerous years as the sect leader, he realized that even he lacked such reverence. Truly, talents emerge with each generation. Entrusting Yuhua sect to him instilled a sense of reassurance. The master of Yuhua decided against further contemplation. The words had already been spoken, and he could now look forward to a well-deserved retirement. Additionally, considering the youth of the Holy Sun, he appointed the esteemed elder Luo Qinghuang as the acting sect leader, to assist in managing Yuhua sect alongside the other elders. Do any of you have objections? He inquired. The assembly remained in agreement. Although Luo Qinghuang seldom made appearances within the sect and lacked Chen Yi's prominence, his supreme cultivation was sufficient to silence any dissent. Thus, the news of Chen Yi becoming the sect leader and Luo Qinghuang serving as the acting leader spread throughout Yuhua sect. Preparations for the succession ceremony commenced, and invitations were dispatched to the prominent sects within Qi Luo Prefecture to attend the event. In an instant, the entire Qi Luo Prefecture was abuzz with excitement. Various factions were abuzz with discussions. What? A mere lad not yet 20 years old becomes the sect leader? Has Yuhua sect lost its senses? They exclaimed. Wait, hasn't the master of Yuhua just been in power for less than 2 centuries? Is he truly retiring this soon? Here I am, still toiling in the elder position while this young prodigy ascends to sect leader? And to think, it's the leader of such a prestigious sect. Chen Yi. Is he truly that remarkable? Yuhua sect has indeed been making waves lately, and each move has been nothing short of astonishing. They have already annihilated the Qingyan Holy Land. And now a youth is taking the helm. Although it seems somewhat absurd, perhaps Yuhua sect seeks to harness Chen Yi's youthful vigor to elevate the sect further. Yet, the inexperience of youth raises concerns. Can he truly fulfill the role of sect leader? But, with the elder's assistance, and the news that elder Luo Qinghuang would serve as acting leader, it should pose no issue. Chen Yi is sect leader, the youngest sect leader in history. This news reverberated throughout Qi Luo Prefecture, leaving all in awe and wonder. The event became the talk of the town, captivating nearly every martial artist's attention. Naturally, those who received invitations would attend Yuhua sect to offer their congratulations and witness the ceremony, for the current Yuhua sect deserved their respect, especially after having vanquished the Qingyan Holy Land. Undoubtedly, Yuhua sect had nearly ascended to the status of a new Holy Land within Qi Luo Prefecture. It could very well be renamed Yuhua Holy Land. The news of Chen Yi's ascension to sect leader even reached beyond Qi Luo Prefecture. finding its way to the ears of individuals from Tianluo Holy Land. Several esteemed figures from Tianluo Holy Land convened once more for a meeting. The fiery Flame Supreme inquired, "What are your thoughts on Chen Yi becoming the sect leader of Yuhua? Did not the sage proclaim? Let us refrain from provoking the Yuhua sect for the time being and observe the unfolding events." There was no intention to ignite a conflict with them. Yet a gentle admonition should be permissible, should it not? The Flame Sovereign articulated. The other sovereigns exchanged glances, puzzled by his meaning. The Flame Sovereign continued, "I shall also dispatch an envoy from the heavenly Luo Holy Land to attend the ceremony and subtly probe the depths of the Yuhua sect, while also delivering a gentle reprimand to Chen Yi. Who shall we send for this task? I shall undertake the journey myself," the Flame Sovereign declared, a glint of coldness gleaming in his eyes. The assembly did not deter him. "Thus, Flame Sovereign, may fortune favor your endeavors." Indeed, the Flame Sovereign transformed into a streak of fire and swiftly departed. The remaining sovereigns regarded each other, bewildered. Do you not perceive that the Flame Sovereign is rather impetuous in dealing with the Yuhua sect? It seems as though he harbors a profound enmity towards them. Oh, are you unaware? I have heard whispers that the Flame Sovereign had a romantic entanglement with the Yuhua Sovereign. The Yuhua Sovereign perished at the hands of Chen Yi. How could he not yearn for vengeance? Upon hearing this, the other sovereigns finally grasped the situation. Chapter 127, The Entrance of Chen Yi. A grand affair. At the unfeeling peak of the Yuhua sect, Chen Yi was immersed in his cultivation, accompanied by the Red Dragon horse, who was also diligently training. This creature had miraculously acquired a meteorite weighing a staggering 100,000 pounds. He had requested the master of the Heavenly Fire Peak to forge it into 10 arm rings, which he wore to harness their weight for the fortification of his physique, presenting quite a determined demeanor. "Ah, you old horse. It seems you have finally grasped the essence of cultivation," Chen Yi remarked lightly. The Red Dragon horse, somewhat aggrieved, retorted, "Master, you misunderstand me. I have always been diligently training. Moreover, you are about to assume the role of sect master. As your steed, if I am too weak, it would surely invite gossip. Naturally, I must grow stronger." With that, he donned the arm rings and began to jog, circling the entire unfeeling peak again and again. Chen Yi cast a glance but chose to ignore it. His companion's ambition was indeed commendable. As he contemplated his impending role as sect master, he wondered about the efficacy of the bound fortune. Chen Yi's mind began to conjure various plans for the development of the Yuhua sect. However, regardless of the plan, all required resources. Without resources, no sect could hope to thrive. After some contemplation, he affirmed that securing resources, particularly spiritual stones, was paramount. Yet, acquiring a substantial quantity of spiritual stones in a short time was no simple task. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. Ah, the demonic path wreaks havoc upon the world, harming the innocent. I can target them, eliminate them, and seize their resources. This way, I can vanquish demons while simultaneously obtaining spiritual stones, 2 birds with 1 stone. As for whether there were any innocents among those of the demonic path, he could not be bothered to ponder. The practices of the demonic path were notoriously treacherous, primarily serving self-interest at the expense of others. Take the Soul Refinement Mountain, for instance, which devours the souls of mortals to enhance one's power, or the Thousand Poisons sect, which concocts various poisons, even cultivating them using humans. Then there was the Bliss sect, which drained the vitality of countless men. Chen Yi had little inclination to consider if there were any innocent souls within the ranks of the demonic path. To him, once one embraced the demonic way, they were forever tainted. Even if a few innocents existed, so what? Should he meticulously discern each one? The time spent on such trivialities was better utilized in vanquishing a multitude of evil cultivators and saving countless innocent lives. Thus, he resolved that after the succession ceremony, he would set his plans into motion. Before he knew it, 3 days had swiftly passed. The day of the succession ceremony arrived, and the Yuhua sect was teeming with people, a veritable sea of faces, bustling and lively. Familiar acquaintances greeted one another, unable to resist exchanging pleasantries. "Ah, the master of the Iron Sword sect, you have arrived as well. Indeed, this is a significant occasion for Chen Xiaoyu. Oh no. Now he must be addressed as Sect Master Chen. It is only fitting that I attend the succession ceremony of Sect Master Chen." With a hearty chuckle, one might say that Master Chen is the youngest sect leader in history, a moment worthy of being recorded in the annals of time. How could one not bear witness to such a historic occasion? Indeed, indeed. The attendees exchanged pleasantries as they made their way to the peak of Yuhua sect. At the summit, Master Yuhua and Luo Qinghuang were graciously receiving numerous guests. However, the central figure of this grand succession ceremony, Chen Yi, had yet to make his appearance. Piquing the curiosity of the crowd, someone inquired, "I wonder when Master Chen will reveal himself?" "Ah, Master Chen has stated that, as the protagonist, he should be the last to appear," Master Yuhua replied with a smile. "Indeed, Master Chen is quite humorous." The crowd chuckled, shaking their heads. Many among those gathered at Yuhua Sect were eager to catch a glimpse of Chen Yi. With his absence, they had no intention of departing. On Witching Peak, Chen Yi glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time for him to make his entrance. "Old Ma, don't embarrass me," he admonished, casting a sidelong glance at his steed, the red dragon horse. The horse nodded in reassurance. "Rest assured, Master. I will display my utmost grandeur and will not bring you shame." Chen Yi nodded slightly, adding, "If you falter, I shall have you for dinner." The red dragon horse shivered at the thought, responding, "Master, just watch me." With a swift motion, Chen Yi mounted the horse. The red dragon horse soared into the air, exuding an overwhelming dragon might. As winds and thunder surged beneath its hooves, a torrent of vitality swirling around it, manifesting an imposing presence. Wherever the dragon's might traversed, the clouds roiled tumultuously. Chen Yi rode the red dragon horse towards the peak of Yuhua Sect. As the succession ceremony was about to commence, anticipation hung thick in the air, and the spectators grew impatient. "Where is Chen Yi? At this rate, the flowers will wither," they murmured among themselves. "What charm does he possess that warrants such a lengthy wait?" Suddenly, one among them sensed something amiss, looking skyward with a glimmer of excitement in their eyes. "He is coming." Then, a powerful dragon might surge forth. The clouds parted dramatically, creating a pathway in the sky. A figure clad in white, astride a fiery red dragon horse, ascended gracefully, captivating all with his presence. The dragon horse, with winds and thunder beneath its feet, radiated vitality, its dragon might resembling a torrential flood, instilling awe and trepidation among many martial artists. "What an extraordinary dragon horse!" they gasped. "Its might must be at least at the divine soul level. To ride such a beast, Chen Yi is truly exceptional." The red dragon horse, noticing the astonished crowd below, wore a proud smile and remarked to Chen Yi, "Master, see, I have not let you down." Yet, Chen Yi responded nonchalantly, "This is still insufficient." With that, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from within him, as various extraordinary phenomena began to manifest around him. A great sun soared into the sky, illuminating all directions. A sea of flames expanded, igniting the clouds in a crimson blaze, and amidst the inferno, a golden lotus began to bloom. A fire phoenix let out a resounding cry. Soaring and dancing above Chen Yi's head, beneath the sea of clouds, a magnificent azure lotus blooms, drawing down the celestial vapors from the heavens. Entwined with the lotus itself, its 9 leaves resemble a grand hand cradling the sky. Moreover, a purple aura emerges from the east, tinting the clouds in shades of violet, harmonizing beautifully with the fiery crimson below, creating a breathtaking tapestry of vivid colors. These extraordinary phenomena reverberate throughout the universe, leaving the world in awe. Amidst such wonders, Chen Yi appears like a celestial king descending on a dragon steed, his formidable presence overshadowing the realms above and below. The onlookers are left utterly speechless. What an abundance of marvels! My goodness, must such a spectacle accompany his entrance? Indeed, Chen Yi is truly formidable. This aura is so potent that I would believe him to be the supreme being. Yet, even the supreme does not command such an array of wonders. The crowd is filled with astonishment. Many female cultivators gaze at the ethereal, charming, and extraordinary Chen Yi, their eyes brimming with admiration. The leaders of the Yuhua sect, including the sect master and the elders, regard the newly arrived Chen Yi with a sense of pride. This is their sect's prodigy, nay, their master. Is it necessary for this young man to make such a grand entrance upon assuming the role of sect master? Luo Qinghuang shakes his head with a smile, his eyes reflecting a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 128, Binding the Yuhua Sect, Achieving Supremacy. As Chen Yi made his entrance, a peculiar light flickered in the eyes of all present, particularly among the female cultivators. Their gazes sparkled with admiration. What a striking figure! It was their first encounter with such a handsome man. His beauty was remarkable, but it was his aura and charisma that rendered him utterly captivating. Furthermore, his extraordinary prowess and talent were evident. He had assumed the role of sect leader at such a young age, achieving the Void Realm so early in life. What potential lay ahead of him? I have heard that sect leader Chen possesses a pure young body. If one were to practice the dual cultivation method with him, would not one's cultivation soar to unprecedented heights? My heavens, not only is he extraordinarily handsome, but he is also a pure young body. Is it truly possible for such a paragon to exist in this world? Indeed, he stands before you now. Oh, how formidable! How extraordinary! Why must such an exceptional man cross my path? Ah, is it not a blessing to encounter him? Yet, to meet him and remain unattainable, surely that is more painful than death itself. Sister, hearing you say this stirs an impulse to weep within me. Luo Qinghuang and Yu Lingo glanced at the enraptured female cultivators, unable to suppress a disdainful smirk, internally scoffing at the sight of such infatuation. Turning their gaze back to Chen Yi, they too could not help but reveal a hint of fascination. Undeniably, Chen Yi was extraordinarily handsome today. Of course, he had always been quite appealing, stirring emotions within others. It is said that a man's status enhances his allure, and indeed, as my junior brother ascends to the position of sect leader, he seems even more captivating than before, Luo Qinghuang mused. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chen Yi leisurely dismounted from the red dragon, traversing through the throng until he reached the grand hall, with everyone's gaze fixed upon him. The Yuhua Sect leader smiled at Chen Yi, proclaiming, "Holy Son, today, in the presence of all within the Yuhua Sect and the esteemed cultivators of the Qingshi Prefecture, I bestow upon you the position of Yuhua Sect leader. I hope you will lead the Yuhua Sect to greater heights. Now, prepare to receive the sect leader's golden seal." The Yuhua Sect leader produced a seal crafted from gold and jade. Chen Yi nodded slightly and accepted the seal, which was substantial and represented a formidable artifact of martial prowess. However, its symbolic significance far outweighed its combat abilities. After receiving the seal, Chen Yi turned to the disciples of the Yuhua Sect and declared solemnly, "I, Chen Yi, vow that as long as I draw breath, the Yuhua Sect shall surely flourish. With every member thriving like dragons, we shall not permit evil to encroach upon us, and we shall uphold the righteous path of the world. We will protect the people and safeguard the Yuhua Sect. This vow shall be witnessed by the celestial beings, the earth, the sun, and the moon." At the moment he finished speaking, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth trembled. From the Yuhua Sect, beams of white light surged skyward, merging with the spiritual energy and flowing into Chen Yi's body. Moreover, the sect leader's golden seal trembled lightly, rising into the air, absorbing the streams of white light and gradually emanating an overwhelming power. The onlookers were left in awe at the sight. What is this situation? What an extraordinary phenomenon! Even the esteemed leader of the Yuhua Sect finds himself somewhat bewildered. The sect master's golden seal, held in his grasp, exhibits no peculiarities. Yet in the hands of Chen Yi, it suddenly emanates an overwhelming aura of power. Could it be that Chen Yi is indeed the destined master of our Yuhua Sect? Only Chen Yi knows. Just moments ago, he had bound his fate to that of the Yuhua Sect. The sect master's golden seal, a token of leadership, has also been infused with this potent fortune, transforming it into a treasure of destiny. From this day forth, as the Yuhua Sect flourishes, its fortune will grow stronger, and Chen Yi's strength will rise correspondingly, amplifying the power of the golden seal. Most crucially, upon feeling the influx of fortune within him, Chen Yi perceives a continual enhancement of his true essence. Layers of the void realm's barriers are being shattered one by one. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth. The thresholds of the void realm are being breached. Although he appears outwardly composed, profound upheavals are occurring within him. Congratulations to the newly appointed leader of the Yuhua Sect. I, the Supreme of Blazing Fire, have come to offer my felicitations." A figure soared into the sky, engulfed in an inferno that painted the heavens a fiery red. The searing heat permeated the atmosphere, causing beads of sweat to form on the backs of some individuals. They gazed in astonishment at the newcomer. What an imposing presence! This individual is no ordinary being. Might he be a supreme? It is highly likely. Arriving at the Yuhua Sect with such formidable energy, it seems he does not come with good intentions. Wait a moment, the Supreme of Blazing Fire. I have heard that name before. He is one of the top 10 Supremes of the heavenly Luo sacred land, possessing an exalted cultivation level that has reached the Great Supreme Realm. Has he truly come to the Yuhua Sect in person? What could his purpose be? To provoke us? The crowd erupted in whispers. Meanwhile, the expression of Luo Qinghuang, the leader of Yuhua Sect, turned grave, and the three ancestors appeared as well. Glancing at Chen Yi, his face remained serene. Although surprised by the arrival of the Supreme of Blazing Fire, he maintained his composure. This unflappable demeanor, akin to a mountain standing firm amidst a tempest, garnered quiet admiration from many. This young man possesses not only exceptional talent, but also remarkable composure. The expressions of several elders beside him shifted, recognizing his calmness in such a daunting presence, whether or not he has some backing. His steadiness in the face of change is impressive. No wonder he has been chosen as the sect master. In the skies above, the supreme of blazing fire descended, his aura magnificent, flames raging around him, scorching the spiritual energy of the world. The entire Yuhua sect seemed to be engulfed in a drought. Luo Qinghuang remarked coolly, "Today marks a momentous occasion for our Yuhua sect. You were not invited. What is the meaning of your unannounced arrival?" "Nothing of significance. I have come to present my congratulations to the new sect master. Is that not acceptable?" answered the supreme of blazing fire indifferently. With a grand gesture, a mountain suddenly materialized in the sky, a volcano ablaze with unquenchable fire. The volcano descended towards the Yuhua sect. "I present this volcano as a gift for the new sect master. I hope you accept it graciously." The supreme of blazing fire laughed heartily. If this volcano were to crash upon the Jade Blossom sect, one could only imagine the devastation it would wreak. Clearly, they were not here to present gifts, but rather to sow chaos. As Luo Qinghuang and the three ancestors contemplated intervening, Chen Yi stepped forward, calmly asserting, "Allow me to handle this." At that moment, a surge of energy radiated from him, ascending through the realms of the void, reaching the 8th layer, then the 9th layer. And finally, achieving the pinnacle of great perfection, Chen Yi had ascended to the supreme realm. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he reached out towards the descending volcano, channeling boundless spiritual energy that transformed into a colossal hand, catching the falling mountain. "This gift is too extravagant for our Jade Blossom sect. It would be more fitting to return it to you," Chen Yi remarked coolly. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the volcano back with ease. The supreme of blazing fire's pupils constricted supreme. Was he this fellow merely at the void realm? How could he have suddenly attained the supreme level? This was utterly beyond reason. Chapter 129, Effortlessly Subduing the Supreme of Blazing Fire. Observing Chen Yi, who had unexpectedly ascended to the rank of supreme, the blazing fire supreme found it utterly astonishing. How could it be that just a few days ago he was merely at the void realm, and now he has attained such a lofty position? What manner of cultivation speed is this? It is as if he has taken a ride on a rocket. Not only the blazing fire supreme, but also Luo Qinghuang and the three ancestors shared the same incredulity. Chen Yi had remained at Yuhua sect during this time, diligently practicing his cultivation. While his rapid progress had been remarkable, it had still been within the realm of their comprehension. Yet, how could he have transformed into a supreme in the blink of an eye? The other guests collectively inhaled sharply, finally grasping why the sect master of Yuhua had entrusted the sect to Chen Yi. It turned out that he had already become a supreme, a young supreme. They had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. As the blazing fire supreme faced the volcano that had just re-erupted, his expression shifted slightly. Without hesitation, he unleashed a powerful palm strike upon the volcano. Boom! The volcano shattered, dispersing into countless fragments that resembled fiery meteors, hurtling towards Yuhua sect. Seeing this, Chen Yi waved his sleeve. A surge of profound true essence erupted forth like a tempest, sending the meteoric debris flying in all directions. Yuhua sect remained unscathed. Then, with piercing intensity, he gazed at the blazing fire supreme and coldly declared, "On the joyous day of Yuhua sect, you dare to seek trouble here? I perceive you are courting death." With words spoken, the blazing fire supreme ceased his pretense and sneered. "Chen Yi, do you dare to face me in a one-on-one battle? Why would I hesitate?" Chen Yi replied nonchalantly. He stepped forward, positioning himself before the blazing fire supreme, his Qingming sword already drawn. The sword energy was sharp and imposing, embodying the essence of the divine sword slash. With a single strike, Chen Yi unleashed an unprecedented aura of death that enveloped the blazing fire supreme. What a formidable sword! The blazing fire supreme's pupils constricted slightly. He promptly formed a hand seal. Boom! His body erupted into a blaze, transforming into a myriad of fiery lights that coalesced into multiple avatars of the blazing fire supreme. This was a technique of splitting one's essence. Chen Yi, allow me to demonstrate the might of my divine fire avatar technique. Dozens of blazing fire supremes charged towards Chen Yi simultaneously. Though these avatars lacked the power of a true supreme, their sheer numbers rendered them a formidable challenge, particularly as the real blazing fire supreme was concealed among them. In response, Chen Yi activated the merciless and resolute intricacies of his mind. Just a few avatars, he could obliterate them all. With his right hand wielding the sword, he slashed forth, the divine sword slash manifesting as a colossal mountain range, while his left hand morphed into a blade, igniting a vast expanse of raging flames. The convergence of sword energy and fiery blade aura enveloped the surroundings. One by one, the avatars shattered beneath this overwhelming force. However, amidst this display of power, a small flaw appeared in Chen Yi's defense. This flaw was minuscule, imperceptible to the average observer. Yet, the true blazing fire supreme, hidden among the countless avatars, discerned it. His gaze flickered momentarily. Chen Yi, though you are formidable, facing dozens of clones renders you somewhat overwhelmed, inevitably exposing a flaw. He discerned the weakness and swiftly acted. Whoosh. The main body struck, delivering a powerful blow aimed at Chen Yi's back. When the strike landed, it felt as though it had hit nothing but air. His expression shifted slightly. Something was amiss. Was this merely an illusion? Chen Yi had employed the Shadow Phantom technique to evade the attack, positioning himself behind his opponent, and coldly remarked, "You've taken the bait." With his flawless sword in hand, he unleashed a barrage of sword energy that intertwined into a deadly web. The Supreme Fire Monarch, caught off guard, attempted to defend, but was unable to completely evade the onslaught of sword energy, suffering numerous cuts even upon his supreme physique. He was sent flying, his countenance darkening as he glared at Chen Yi. "You deliberately feigned a flaw. Without such a ruse, how could you have taken the bait?" Chen Yi replied nonchalantly. "Despicable. Fool. In battle, there exists no concept of despicability. This is merely the wisdom of combat. Hmph. Alas, I am the great sovereign, and you, a mere novice who has just ascended to supremacy, cannot possibly match me." The Supreme Fire Monarch pressed on, again conjuring dozens of divine fire clones. Chen Yi wielded his long sword, shattering each clone with precision. Yet, amidst his strikes, fresh vulnerabilities emerged. The Supreme Fire Monarch paused, momentarily stunned, then seethed with rage. Did this fool believe that the same tactics would ensnare me again? Infuriating. Does he think me a simpleton? This time, he proceeded with caution, refraining from recklessness. Yet, Chen Yi's flaws multiplied as if to tempt him further. The Supreme Fire Monarch felt a flicker of temptation, but restrained himself. How could this adversary possess so many weaknesses? Surely, it was a ploy to provoke me into action. I shall not fall for it. First, I shall use the divine fire clones to gradually wear down his stamina. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation gripped the Supreme Fire Monarch's heart. Unbeknownst to him, an ominous crimson light had materialized around him. Drops of blood began to coalesce in the void. This was Chen Yi's blood explosion technique. Boom, boom, boom. Blood erupted into an inferno, obliterating the divine fire clones into mere fragments. As the blood flames obscured his vision, a radiant beam of sword light appeared above him. Chen Yi descended with a sword aimed at his true form. The strike sent him soaring like a meteor, crashing into the ground and creating a vast crater. Coughing up blood, the Supreme Fire Monarch questioned, "What just transpired? How did he identify my true form? And when did he set blood bombs with the blood explosion technique?" Hovering in the air, Chen Yi gazed down upon the Supreme Fire Monarch and declared, "I must thank you for granting me time. Your clones are utterly incapable of matching me. Even while multitasking, dealing with your clones and setting blood bombs, I can manage quite comfortably. Meanwhile, you simply stood there, foolishly watching. It seems that I startled you. You noticed the flaw in my defense, yet refrained from taking action. In truth, that was indeed a flaw." Chen Yi remarked. "So how did you discern my true self?" "It was quite simple. I observed you." Chen Yi replied with indifference. "Regardless of how closely a doppelganger may resemble its original, there will invariably be subtle differences, be it in aura, techniques, behavior, or even an inconspicuous expression." In the eyes of Chen Yi, enveloped in the state of ruthless clarity, none of these could escape detection. How infuriating! The Flame Sovereign was taken aback. This technique of the divine fire avatar, which he had mastered over many years, had always been invincible, nearly flawless. With this move, most sovereigns were no match for him. Yet now, it seemed utterly ineffective against Chen Yi. Was the opponent truly just a newly ascended sovereign? He appeared more seasoned than those battle-hardened top-tier sovereigns. Luo Qinghuang and his companions watched the duel from a distance, unable to suppress their astonishment. What a tragic sovereign. Every move he made was completely anticipated. The battle wisdom of the Holy Sun is truly remarkable. Chapter 130, Slaying the Supreme. The marvelous use of the sect master's golden seal. In the fierce confrontation between the Supreme of Fiery Flames and Chen Yi, the rhythm of battle was entirely dictated by Chen Yi, although he had just ascended to the rank of Supreme. His profound mastery of ruthless and relentless techniques allowed him to completely dominate the Supreme of Fiery Flames. An array of combat methods emerged in rapid succession: Divine Sword Slash, Phantom Movement Technique, Blood Explosion Sorcery, and Fiery Blade. Each supreme technique he unleashed was exquisite and unparalleled, forcing the supreme of fiery flames into a retreat. Crying out in despair, "Cursed be this fate. If this continues, I shall be beaten to death by him. Originally, I intended to come here to extinguish this man's arrogance. But at this rate, I shall become a stepping stone to bolster his pride." The supreme of fiery flames thought bitterly. Jealousy flickered in his eyes as he gazed at Chen Yi. He never anticipated that a mere Chen Yi could not only attain the status of supreme but also possess such terrifying combat prowess. This is utterly monstrous. What kind of cultivation aberration is this opponent? I must employ my ultimate technique. The supreme of fiery flames took a deep breath, letting out a fierce roar as a terrifying wave of aura erupted from him, with boundless flames radiating outward, forming a domain of raging fire. Within this realm, a formidable avatar materialized in the air. Chen Yi witnessed the power of a supreme's domain. The domain is a unique technique of the supreme, akin to an avatar and the power of space, exclusive to the realms of the primordial spirit and void. Moreover, it can be considered a sophisticated application of spatial power, which most supremes cannot wield. Even a grand figure like the supreme of fiery flames finds it challenging to maintain such a domain for long. This is his trump card. He only resorts to it when confronting other grand figures. Yet now, in the face of Chen Yi, he has unleashed it, pushing his domain to its utmost strength. Kill him. The avatar behind the supreme of fiery flames charged towards Chen Yi. Within the domain, the avatar's power was significantly enhanced, each movement capable of scorching mountains and rivers. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yi remained unfazed. "You wish to kill me with your domain? Alas, its power is insufficient." An array of extraordinary phenomena surrounded him, and behind him, an avatar appeared, wielding a long sword with an overwhelming aura. An incredibly sharp essence emanated forth, as if it could tear apart the very fabric of space. It was the space cultivation technique. Chen Yi activated his avatar, empowered by the phenomena, and executed the space slash. With a single swing, the razor-sharp sword energy cleaved through the void, severing the avatar of the supreme of fiery flames, and struck the fiery domain, creating a fissure. The supreme of fiery flames widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this be possible? My domain was cleaved open by Chen Yi with a single sword. The domain, in essence, is a high-level application of spatial power, a form of spatial force. And my space slash can cut through space. Thus, it can also sever your domain, Chen Yi stated calmly. Once again, the long sword in his hand slashed forth, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that cleaved through the air, creating yet another spatial strike. The realm of blazing fire shattered in response. As the domain was breached, the supreme flame was caught in a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood and being sent flying. He produced a jade talisman, emanating waves of spatial energy. It was a teleportation rune, his ultimate safeguard for survival. It was precisely because of this talisman that he dared to venture into the Jade Blossom sect, believing that if the sect employed their sacred-level battle puppets, he could escape using this rune. However, he never anticipated that the Jade Blossom sect would not need those sacred-level puppets, for Chen Yi alone could subdue him. "Chen Yi, we shall meet again." The supreme flame glared resentfully at Chen Yi as he crushed the talisman. A surge of spatial power enveloped him, yet he found himself inexplicably rooted in place, utterly unable to teleport away. What was happening? Confusion gripped the supreme flame. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked to the sky. There, a golden seal floated majestically, radiating beams of light that descended, imprisoning the surrounding space. It was the Jade Blossom sect's master seal. What kind of treasure could possibly bind the void? The supreme flame was engulfed in bewilderment. Why hadn't they used this artifact when they confronted the Jade Blossom sect with the celestial net formation last time? Not only was he perplexed, but the members of the Jade Blossom sect were equally astonished. The master of Heaven Fire Peak and Elder Yunxiao turned to the sect leader with curiosity, asking, "Sect leader, or rather, former sect leader, could you enlighten us on how this golden seal can seal the space?" The sect leader shook his head. "Don't ask me. I have no idea. I have controlled the master seal for so many years and never discovered that it possessed such a wondrous function." "Ancestor, do you know?" He turned to the third ancestor, who had also once led the Jade Blossom sect. The third ancestor shook his head. "Don't look at me. I have no idea either. You should ask Chen Yi. This little fellow is quite peculiar. How did the master seal become so powerful in his hands?" As Chen Yi utilized the master seal to confine the void, he addressed the supreme flame indifferently. "Those who offend the Jade Blossom sect shall face death without mercy. I shall not spare the celestial net holy land. And you are the first." He charged forth, unleashing a fierce sword energy. After a barrage of spatial strikes, The supreme flame ultimately could not withstand the onslaught and was slain without mercy. I am unwilling. The supreme flame roared in his final moments. Chen Yi, the celestial net holy land will not let you go. Chen Yi smirked. You want to let me go? I want to let you go either. He then stowed away the master seal, gazing at it with a glimmer of intrigue. This artifact, infused with the fortunes of the Jade Blossom sect, had undergone a transformation into a remarkable treasure of destiny. The confinement of the void was merely one of its many extraordinary capabilities. Chen Yi carefully put it away, then returned to the crowd and said calmly, Esteemed guests, the troublemakers have been dealt with. After the ceremonial observance, our Yuhua sect has prepared a banquet for all of you to enjoy. The crowd promptly clasped their hands in gratitude, exclaiming, Sect Master Chen, you are too kind. Truly, your elegance is unparalleled. At such a young age, not only have you ascended to the position of sect master, but you have also become a supreme figure, which is indeed enviable. Throughout the entire Qi Luo prefecture, or even the entire Xingyuan realm, there seems to be no one who can rival you. Indeed, Sect Master Chen, you are a paragon for our generation. Flattering remarks flowed incessantly. Chen Yi maintained a serene demeanor, graciously accepting the accolades. When the guests took their seats, the Yuhua sect's leader approached Chen Yi, taking the sect master's golden seal to discuss it with the three ancestors for a moment. It had indeed transformed remarkably. By the way, how could such a dramatic change occur so suddenly? Sect master, what have you done? The crowd looked at Chen Yi with curiosity. Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, I am unsure. Upon receiving this golden seal, it felt as if I instinctively formed a connection with it. In my hands, it has become as it is now. Chapter 131, The Inheritance Card of the Pill Emperor. Destruction of the Soul Refining Mountain. The three ancestors gazed at the sect leader's golden seal for a while before returning it to Chen Yi. One of them remarked, This artifact was crafted by the founding ancestor of our Yuhua sect. It must harbor some profound secrets. Perhaps this is its true essence. However, we are not its destined masters, which is why we cannot unleash its full potential. Indeed, it seems that Chen Yi is the chosen one of our Yuhua sect. Otherwise, why would he be the only one able to wield the sect leader's golden seal? Another added, I firmly believe that under Chen Yi's guidance, our Yuhua sect shall ascend to greater heights. The crowd regarded Chen Yi with glimmers of anticipation in their eyes, increasingly convinced that he was the leader destined to lead Yuhua sect to glory. As Chen Yi accepted the golden seal, he felt the weight of their expectations pressing down upon him. Yet, he did not perceive this as a burden. Like everyone else, he too believed that with him at the helm, conquering the sacred lands, or even dominating the Xingyuan realm, would not pose a challenge. A fervent passion surged within him. To personally forge a sacred land that commands the Xingyuan realm, while it may be daunting, it is a challenge worth embracing. Soon, the banquet concluded, and representatives from various sects began to take their leave. Just before departing, a young woman approached Chen Yi with a smile, inquiring, Sect Leader Chen, might I ask if you have a romantic interest? Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, pondering the implications of her inquiry. Luo Qinghuang, Hua, and Yulinger, who stood nearby, were equally astonished by the audacity of the woman's question. Such boldness, they thought. The sect leader of Yuhua sect chuckled and remarked, Mistress of the Hundred Flowers Valley, your intentions are rather transparent. The Hundred Flowers Valley, a sect within the Qi Luo prefecture, was renowned for its female disciples, with its leader celebrated as one of the 10 most beautiful women in the region. I have no intention of concealing my thoughts. The mistress of the Hundred Flowers Valley continued. Our valley's saintess remains unmarried, and I intend to pass on the sect leader position to her in due time. If you are interested, you may take your time to get to know her. The mistress spoke with enthusiasm, recognizing that securing someone as exceptional as Chen Yi would undoubtedly be advantageous. What better way to forge a bond than through a direct union? Traditionally, the Hundred Flowers Valley was dismissive of men, yet in Chen Yi's presence, exceptions were made. Chen Yi responded with a polite smile, I appreciate your kind offer, but my focus lies solely on managing Yuhua sect, with no interest in romantic entanglements. Alas, what a pity, the mistress sighed, refraining from pressing further. It would be unwise to pursue the matter any further, as doing so could lead to displeasure. Ding. The host, adhering to his principles, declined the mistress of the Hundred Flowers Valley's proposal, upholding the philosophy of no romance, no worries. As a reward, the host received a Pill Emperor inheritance card. Chen Yi was momentarily stunned. What is this? A Pill Emperor inheritance card? Is that the meaning he understands? This is rather generous. System, I have fallen in love with you. Ding. Please, Host, continue to maintain your true intentions and refrain from harboring any improper thoughts towards the system. The system prompted. Chen Yi curled his lips, merely expressing his sentiments. You insufferable system, do not be so conceited. The system remained silent. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Chen Yi returned to the Heartless Peak and took out the Dan Emperor inheritance card he had just acquired, shattering it. In an instant, a torrent of information flooded his mind. Various insights regarding the art of alchemy illuminated his eyes with excitement. The Dan Emperor inheritance card, as the name suggests, would elevate his alchemical prowess to that of a Dan Emperor. Of course, the art of alchemy is not directly tied to cultivation. However, the level of alchemical refinement is indeed connected to one's cultivation. One may possess the skills in alchemy, but lack the corresponding cultivation to forge true imperial-grade elixirs. Moreover, a variety of medicinal materials is required. Chen Yi estimated that with his current cultivation and alchemical skills, he could, at best, concoct saint-grade elixirs, provided he had sufficient materials. Although merely saint-grade, it is still remarkably impressive. After all, saint-grade elixirs are exceedingly rare treasures, with not a single one to be found throughout the entirety of Qingluo Prefecture. With this mastery of alchemy, should I acquire adequate medicinal materials, I could ceaselessly produce a plethora of elixirs, which are vital resources for the development of a sect. Chen Yi mused inwardly. Speaking of resources, he recalled his previous plan, to eliminate the demonic sects and directly seize their resources. When he decides to act, he does so with unwavering resolve. Thus, the following day, he entrusted the affairs of the Yuhua Sect to Luo Qinghuang and descended the mountain himself. At the main peak of Yuhua Sect, within the Grand Hall, Luo Qinghuang gazed at the mountain of sect documents before her, momentarily blinking in disbelief. Did she just get pulled in to do the labor? Who leaves on the second day after becoming the sect master? Luo Qinghuang felt somewhat speechless. Meanwhile, upon descending the mountain, Chen Yi's mind was flooded with the names of various demonic sections. In Qingluo Prefecture, among the 3 mountains and 4 sects, aside from the Black Wind Mountain he had already annihilated, there remained the Soul Refining Mountain, Skeleton Mountain, Blood Origin Sect, Bliss Sect, Azura Sect, and Thousand Poisons Sect. These are all plump targets. He pulled out a map of Qingluo Prefecture, scrutinizing it closely, and discovered that he was nearest to the Soul Refining Mountain. All right, it's you. With a flash of his figure, Chen Yi vanished from his location, transforming into a streak of light as he sped towards the Soul Refining Mountain. Inside the Soul Refining Mountain, the current master was extracting the souls of ordinary people to forge a powerful soul refining banner. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from above him. This presence shook the very foundations of Soul Refining Mountain. The master could not help but swallow hard. He immediately stepped outside to investigate, only to see a young man hovering in mid-air above him, with a cold gaze surveying the Soul Refining Mountain, as if looking upon refuse with disdain. The master of Soul Refining Mountain felt a chill run down his spine upon sensing the other's overwhelming aura. What a fearsome presence. The opponent is at least a complete void circle, or perhaps a half-step supreme being. What brings them to my Soul Refining Mountain, and what are their intentions? The master of Soul Refining Mountain felt perplexed, but still respectfully inquired. May I ask what brings you to my Soul Refining Mountain? Nothing much, merely your lives. Chen Yi replied, raising his hand to grasp at the master of Soul Refining Mountain. The master's expression shifted dramatically as he produced the Soul Refining banner, summoning the spirits within to fend off the attack. Yet, it proved futile. Chen Yi summoned the celestial energies of the universe, manifesting an immense hand that obliterated countless souls, shattering the Soul Refining banner with ease. A look of horror flashed in the master's eyes, but before he could utter a complete sentence, his body was disintegrated into fragments. Subsequently, Chen Yi descended upon the Soul Refining Mountain, confronting the disciples therein, and without uttering a single word, he unleashed a wave of slaughter. Chapter 132, Supreme Second Level, Poison King Gu. Within the confines of the Soul Refinement Mountain, Chen Yi unleashed his wrath without a hint of mercy, ruthlessly eliminating every disciple of the Soul Refinement sect. As his sword sliced through the air, those who had reveled in the torment of other souls were swiftly transformed into specters beneath his blade. In a matter of moments, the once vibrant Soul Refinement Mountain had morphed into a desolate graveyard. Corpses lay strewn haphazardly across the ground, blood gushing forth, the acrid scent of iron permeating the atmosphere. Should any onlooker witness such a scene, they would surely be gripped by terror. Amidst this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, Chen Yi, clad in pristine white, stood untainted, exuding an air of incongruity. After vanquishing numerous disciples of the Soul Refinement sect, he began to gather the spirit stones scattered throughout the mountain. Subsequently, he took the soul banners and systematically shattered them. Countless souls were released from their confines, expressing a profound sense of liberation as they bowed respectfully to Chen Yi before dissipating into luminous specks. It was uncertain whether they had embarked on a journey of reincarnation. Having obliterated the soul refinement mountain, Chen Yi cast a glance at his storage ring, which contained several million spirit stones. He scoffed at the meager sum, pondering how such a formidable demonic sect could possess only that amount. One could only hope that the other demonic sects would prove more fruitful. Thus commenced the most nightmarish day in the annals of the demonic path across the entirety of Qi Luo Prefecture. Wherever Chen Yi traversed, the demonic path was engulfed in wails and bloodshed. Following the destruction of the Soul Refinement Mountain, the next target was Skull Mountain, followed by Blood Origin Sect, and then Azura Sect. Having ascended to the rank of Supreme, even the mightiest of the demonic sects could not withstand his onslaught, being effortlessly annihilated by his prowess. The most alarming aspect was his utter lack of compassion. When demonic warriors attempted to justify their allegiance to the dark arts, claiming it was a matter of survival, he would swiftly retort with a resounding slap, proclaiming his disinterest in their explanations, uttering phrases like once a demon, forever a demon. The entire demonic faction was left in disarray. In the span of a mere 2 days, 5 or 6 sects had been eradicated. All demonic warriors felt as if the very heavens had darkened. The Thousand Poisons sect, nestled within a treacherous mountain range rife with miasma, was notorious for its lethal toxins. Knowing of Chen Yi's recent rampage against demonic warriors, the Thousand Poisons sect dared not let their guard down and activated a formidable formation known as the Thousand Poisons Grand Array. Within this array, even a blade of grass or a mere insect could harbor deadly venom. The sect's members were confident that even a supreme would find themselves incapacitated within this treacherous domain. Within the main hall of the Thousand Poisons sect, an elder gazed intently at a crystal stone, which displayed the unfolding events within the Grand Array. This formation was the culmination of generations of their sect's efforts, and the elder was resolute in his belief that even a supreme would be powerless against it. Chen Yi, I do not believe you can break through, he murmured. The honor of our demonic path shall be safeguarded by the Thousand Poisons sect. Before long, he beheld a figure stepping into the Thousand Poisons Grand Array. It was none other than Chen Yi. The elder's gaze sharpened. He has finally arrived. He deftly manipulated a profound incantation, channeling it into the crystal stone. In an instant, the entire Thousand Poisons Grand Array was set into motion. An endless stream of toxic miasma surging toward Chen Yi, teeming with 1,800 varieties of venom. Let us see how you will defend against this, sneered the elder of the Thousand Poisons sect. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Yi boldly stepped into the miasma without even activating his protective essence, entering unguarded. The elder's pupils constricted slightly. Did this fool seek death? How dare he? Entering the miasma unprotected, even a supreme being would be nearly certain to perish. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Chen Yi not only walked through the miasma as if it were nothing, but he also opened his mouth wide and inhaled deeply. Like a whale consuming water, he drew in vast quantities of the poisonous miasma. In mere moments, the miasma surrounding the Thousand Poisons sect had diminished by a full 30%. What on earth? What manner of being is this? How can he absorb the miasma and remain unscathed? This cannot stand. Send forth the corrosive venomous insects. The elder once again activated the formation. Within the array, a swarm of venomous insects surged toward Chen Yi, intent on devouring him. Observing this, Chen Yi raised his hand and unleashed a torrent of pure yang fire, incinerating the insects completely. However, this was not the end. The corpses of the burned insects suddenly erupted with a vast amount of toxic gas, merging with the miasma. This was the elder's ultimate strategy. The combined toxins of the insects and the miasma would amplify the lethality exponentially. I do not believe you can withstand this, the elder exclaimed with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. But Chen Yi, upon witnessing this, felt a spark of excitement. Such a boon. He hastened to absorb the miasma, the myriad poisons within him operating at full capacity. His essence surged upward, first level supreme, second level supreme. Under the elder's horrified gaze, the miasma within the entire Thousand Poisons Grand Array was entirely consumed by Chen Yi. His cultivation ascended from first level to second level supreme. He shook his head, reflecting on how, despite the vast amounts of miasma, he had only managed to elevate his level by 1. Indeed, the path of cultivation became increasingly arduous. With an air of invincibility, he traversed the Thousand Poisons Grand Array and arrived at the Thousand Poisons sect. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand. The energies of heaven and earth surged wildly, coalescing into a colossal hand that descended upon the Thousand Poisons sect with tremendous force. Boom. The sect erupted in a cacophony of destruction. The very ground of the Thousand Poisons sect caved in, buildings shattered, and many disciples, unprepared, perished without ever having laid eyes on Chen Yi. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from the ruins. Fixing a fierce glare upon Chen Yi, he exclaimed, "Chen Yi, you scoundrel! You wreak such havoc upon the innocent. Are you even human? You call yourself righteous, yet you slaughter so many without a second thought. Do you not find this excessive?" Chen Yi replied coolly, "Innocent? You claim you are innocent? What of the ordinary people you captured to serve as test subjects for your poisons? Enough. I tire of this dialogue. Such malevolent sorcery ought to be eradicated entirely." As he spoke, he extended his hand toward the elder with a fierce grasp. Realizing his fate was sealed, the elder suddenly formed an intricate hand gesture, proclaiming loudly, "I offer this body as a sacrifice. Awaken, venomous King Gu." With a thunderous explosion, his body disintegrated into a mist of crimson. The blood mist descended upon the ground, and in an instant, the earth trembled violently, as if something formidable was striving to break free from beneath the surface. Ultimately, a blood-red goo worm erupted from the ground. This creature resembled an elongated serpent, radiating a sanguine glow, its body slick with a viscous fluid akin to blood, corroding the earth into liquid wherever it slithered. Numerous disciples of the Thousand Poisons sect, still clinging to life, were instantly transformed into mere blood upon contact with this goo worm. It is the venomous King Gu. My heavens, the fabled venomous King Gu truly exists. According to legends, every drop of its blood is the deadliest of poisons. Moreover, its body is said to be as impervious as divine steel, unbreakable. Even the most exalted can fall victim to its lethal venom. Chapter 133, Great Master, go to your death for me. As Chen Yi gazed upon the poison King Gu before him, a glimmer of excitement sparked in his eyes. What a remarkable gift, even in death. I had misjudged you. You were truly a benevolent soul. He had initially perceived the toxins of the Thousand Poisons sect as insufficiently potent, merely elevating him to the second level of the Supreme. Yet now, to his astonishment, the adversary had summoned a poison King Gu directly. The power of this insect was undoubtedly formidable, and the toxic energy it emanated invigorated his myriad poison's body. The poison King Gu, sensing something, turned its gaze towards Chen Yi, seemingly recognizing him as the greatest threat among all present. Having slumbered for many years, it was now ravenous. Upon spotting Chen Yi, a figure brimming with vitality, its eyes gleamed with hunger as it lunged at him with fervor. In response, Chen Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. He did not dodge or evade, allowing the Poison King Gu to open its maw wide and engulf him whole. The remaining disciples of the Thousand Poisons sect exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Chen Yi's actions. What on earth? Why isn't he even attempting to evade? Has he lost his senses? This should not be the behavior of a supreme. At that moment, an elder stepped forward, reassuring the crowd. Fear not, everyone. I possess a method to put the Poison King Gu back to sleep. He produced a vial and stated calmly, since our Thousand Poisons sect dares to nurture this Poison King Gu, we naturally have means to counter it. The powder contained within this vial is the result of generations of research by our sect. If sprinkled upon the Poison King Gu, it shall induce a slumber once more. Wonderful. I knew the elder would not abandon us. The elder sighed, acknowledging the sacrifice of the second elder who had awakened the Poison King Gu. Such valor must be remembered. Elder, let us first deal with this Poison King Gu before we pay tribute to the second elder, another suggested. Very well. The elder nodded slightly, then, in a flash, he ascended above the Poison King Gu and poured the powder from the vial upon it. As the powder settled on the Poison King Gu, it indeed began to quiet, gradually collapsing onto the ground in slumber. The crowd's expressions brightened with relief. Success. Yet suddenly, the Poison King Gu emitted a chilling roar, as if provoked, thrashing violently on the ground. The crowd's faces paled in horror. Some were unable to escape, crushed beneath the creature's weight, their bodies dissolving into pools of blood. What is happening? Wasn't it said that this powder would induce sleep in the Poison King Gu? The elder, now bewildered, questioned the efficacy of the powder. No. The Poison King Gu appeared to be in agony. The powder should not have harmed it. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. It's Chen Yi. As the onlookers watched in confusion, they beheld the Poison King Gu's form beginning to diminish, its massive body transforming into blood, rapidly contracting until it became a blood sphere. From within the crimson liquid, Chen Yi emerged slowly. A flicker of delight graced his countenance as he raised his hand to absorb the last remnants of the Poison King Gu's blood. The gathered crowd inhaled sharply, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Had he truly absorbed the Poison King Gu? How could such a phenomenon exist? Was he even human? The onlookers found him utterly terrifying, capable of directly devouring and refining the Poison King Gu, the myriad of poisons within him. An erudite elder, having grasped the implications, wore a grim expression as he bellowed, "Run! You cannot escape," Chen Yi remarked with a serene smile. With a casual sweep of his sword, a wave of sword energy surged forth, cleaving through the ranks of the 1,000 Poison Sect disciples. Seemingly dissatisfied with the pace of his swordplay, he stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of pure yang flames that engulfed the entirety of the 1,000 Poison Sect. Within the inferno, the disciples' wails echoed incessantly, each one reduced to ashes. Neither the ordinary disciples nor the somewhat formidable celestial or void practitioners were spared. All met their demise. Chen Yi reveled in the magnitude of his newfound power, supreme. 4th level. He could now be referred to as a Grand Master. Just days prior, he had ascended to the rank of Supreme. And now he had evolved into a Grand Master. Such rapid advancement could only be described with 2 words. Truly monstrous. Ah, what a splendid Poison King Gu. If only a few more could come my way, Chen Yi mused with a sense of lingering desire. However, such poisons are birthed from the essence of the heavens and earth, exceedingly rare. Encountering one was already a stroke of good fortune. He did not wish to be overly ambitious. Before long, he meticulously scavenged the various spirit stones and treasures within the 1,000 Poison Sect. Setting his sights on the next malevolent sect, the demonic forces in Qi Luo Prefecture had been nearly eradicated, leaving but one remaining, the Blissful Sect. This faction specialized in siphoning yang energy to replenish their yin, having ensnared countless men and led many righteous youths astray into the depths of darkness. Upon his arrival, he was greeted not by armed conflict, but by an enchanting haven. Hundreds of strikingly beautiful women stood before him, bowing gracefully as they proclaimed, "We pay our respects to sect leader Chen." At the forefront, a captivating woman stepped forward, her demeanor exuding warmth and charm. "Sect leader Chen, we have come to a realization. We wish to abandon the darkness and embrace the light by joining the Jade Blossom Sect, contributing to the righteous path. Please grant us an opportunity." Her every gesture possessed an extraordinary allure that stirred the hearts of those present. Yet, Chen Yi regarded her with an expression of indifference. "Are you truly repentant?" "Indeed," the woman replied, slowly approaching him. "We are willing to forsake everything for sect leader Chen." "Is that so? Then why employ charms upon me?" Chen Yi countered. The woman's movements grew somewhat rigid. "If you are genuinely repentant, why resort to enchantments? It appears you do not sincerely wish to atone. Rather, you are simply frightened. You claim you are willing to forsake everything for me. Then let me implore you to perish for my sake. Go to hell and atone for the lives of those you have harmed." Chen Yi spoke with a calm demeanor. He then raised his hand, and spiritual energy surged forth. The expression of the leading woman instantly transformed into one of fierce intensity. "You wretched fiend, how heartless can you be? Are you even a man?" she exclaimed, as a long sword materialized in her grasp, aimed directly at Chen Yi's heart. However, the strike did not inflict any harm upon him. With a resonant clang, the blade met his body, producing a sound akin to metal striking metal, and it was the sword that shattered under the force of her assault. Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, "You must have never encountered a man as unyielding as I." Indeed, in the most literal sense of the word, with the indomitable strength of the diamond body technique, combined with the power of 10 dragons, his physique was as resilient as divine iron. This was the very reason he could remain unscathed even after being consumed by the Poison King Gu, not merely due to his body being immune to toxins. The woman's countenance shifted dramatically as she swiftly retreated, shouting, "Sisters, let us confront him head-on." With that, she hastily withdrew. Chapter 134. The Mysteries of the Cultivation Gate. With a fierce shout, the woman rallied her sisters to fight alongside her. Yet, in a swift turn, she retreated. Witnessing this, Chen Yi could not help but smirk. Oh, indeed, a rather superficial sisterhood. Confronted by the onslaught of the joyful sect's female disciples, Chen Yi felt no pity. To him, these individuals were merely wicked temptresses. And with each one that fell, the world became a fraction more serene. "Slay," Chen Yi uttered indifferently, raising his sword. The divine sword slash was unleashed. With a single stroke, the sword's energy surged forth like a mountain range, unleashing a tempest of blood and carnage upon impact. The front line of dozens of demonesses was cleaved in twain, and the entire joyful sect bore the brunt of the sword's force, leaving deep gashes upon its structures. Reducing them to rubble. Form the array. At this moment, a demoness cried out. Hundreds of them united to weave an intricate formation, encircling Chen Yi. The array exuded a fragrant allure, while ethereal images of enchanting, celestial maidens materialized around him, dancing gracefully. The air was thick with an intoxicating aroma, captivating the senses. This was the joyful sect's most formidable array. It could ensnare the heart and spirit, luring one into a state of bliss, allowing the demonesses to strike at their leisure. The gentle embrace of heroes tomb. This array had undoubtedly entombed countless valiant souls. Alas, today they faced Chen Yi as a paragon of the unfeeling path. He remained unperturbed by the sudden emergence of these heavenly beauties, his resolve unwavering. Calmly, he lifted his sword. With a single slash, he shattered the illusions of loveliness before him into fragments, obliterating the entire formation. The demonesses were thrown back by the force of the array's collapse, their eyes wide with terror. Could it be that this man possessed a heart of stone? Their proud array had failed to sway his spirit in the slightest. How infuriating! How could there exist a being unmoved by beauty? Was he truly a man? They had never encountered such a man before. His heart must be forged of iron. Previously, the joyful sect had triumphed almost effortlessly through their allure. Now, their most cherished weapon was rendered utterly ineffective before Chen Yi. Flame blade. Divine sword slash. Chen Yi unleashed his martial prowess with effortless grace, projecting sharp, sword energy intertwined with blazing flames that howled forth. In the blink of an eye, the joyful sect lay in ruins, decimated beyond recognition. Meanwhile, the sect leader sought to flee. Yet, suddenly, a barrier obstructed her path. Upon closer inspection, a golden seal had appeared above the joyful sect, casting brilliant rays of light that sealed them within. Damn it! This fellow truly left no avenue for escape. With all her might, the sect leader struck the barrier, but alas, it was futile. It is essential to understand that even the Supreme cannot escape the binding seal of the sect master's golden stamp. How could she possibly find a way out? Shortly thereafter, Chen Yi approached calmly. The leader of the Extreme Bliss sect cast a glance at him, then shifted his gaze to the rear, where every single disciple of the sect lay extinguished. The leader was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "Chen Yi, to bully a mere woman. What kind of man are you?" Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that, even at such a moment, one would still utter such words amongst fellow cultivators? He curled his lip and, without further ado, raised his hand. Spiritual energy surged, transforming into a colossal palm that descended. The supreme strike rendered the leader of the Extreme Bliss sect utterly incapable of resistance. With a thunderous explosion, the leader's body disintegrated into a mist of blood. Ding! The host has eradicated the Extreme Bliss sect. Unmoved by beauty, steadfast in the belief of purging the demonic path, the host is rewarded with the cultivation gate. The cultivation gate? What is that? Note, the cultivation gate, as the name suggests, is a treasure specifically designed for cultivation, concealing another realm within. In that space, practitioners are impervious to death and can freely experiment with various martial arts. Chen Yi's eyes brightened. This sounded like quite a remarkable item. Intrigued, he proceeded to thoroughly scour the Extreme Bliss sect for spirit stones. Thus, the demonic sects of Qi Luo Prefecture had been nearly eradicated. Chen Yi returned to Yuhua Sect. Yet the ripples of this event had yet to subside. In fact, they were still brewing. Upon learning that the demonic sects had been nearly annihilated by Chen Yi alone, the entire Qi Luo Prefecture erupted with excitement. Everyone was overwhelmed by his formidable prowess. Good heavens, within just a few days, the demonic forces of Qi Luo Prefecture had been almost entirely obliterated. Is this even human? My, it feels as though the air has become considerably fresher. He had only just ascended to the position of sect master, yet had already accomplished such a monumental feat. It appears his declaration to uphold the righteous path is not merely empty rhetoric. For the first time in many years, a figure of such caliber has emerged within the righteous path of Qi Luo Prefecture. Is it possible that the slaughter has been excessive? Not all of the demonic path's practitioners are inherently malevolent, are they? Excessive bloodshed can disturb the balance of heaven and earth. Indeed, even within the demonic path, there are millions of living souls. Have they all been eradicated so easily? This bloodthirst is alarmingly potent. Such sentiments, however, should be directed toward those innocent citizens who have suffered at the hands of the demonic path. Let us see if they would drown you in a tide of their disdain. Regardless, the righteous and the demonic are two sides of the same coin. If we eliminate the demonic entirely, who will stand to reflect our righteousness? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Some voiced dissatisfaction, while others offered praise. Yet all were left in awe of Chen Yi's thunderous methods. Upon returning to Yuhua Sect, Chen Yi was immediately surrounded by elders and peak masters, inquiring about his actions. Chen Yi replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, that group of demonic practitioners was slain by me. Do the elders have any objections?" "Of course not." The master of Tianhua Peak chuckled heartily, proclaiming that as long as it was the sect leader's decision, they would offer unwavering support. After all, what did it matter if a group of demonic cultivators perished? Would other sects dare to cast aspersions upon them for such an act? The backing of the elders filled Chen Yi with a profound sense of satisfaction. He then returned to Wuqing Peak and summoned the portal to the realm of cultivation. In an instant, a grand bronze door materialized atop the mountain. Chen Yi pushed it open and stepped inside. Before him lay an expansive plain, basking in a scene of serene beauty under a gentle sun. Chen Yi felt a twinge of confusion. Was this truly the interior of the cultivation portal? It appeared rather unremarkable. He mused aloud, drawing his sword and striking the ground. The plain was instantly cleaved in two by the force of his blade. Yet, astonishingly, the earth seemed to come alive. The terrain began to writhe and, in a matter of moments, the plain healed itself, returning to its original state. Oh, so this environment possesses the ability to regenerate? Chen Yi contemplated silently. Coupled with the realization that one could not perish here, he struck his own head with his sword. In the blink of an eye, he found himself outside the cultivation portal. A sudden epiphany dawned upon him. Should one meet their demise within the portal, they would be flawlessly transported back outside. His eyes sparkled with excitement as a plan began to form in his mind. Chapter 135. I shall not show leniency. The gateway to cultivation is truly an extraordinary treasure. Within its confines, one can engage in unabashed combat. Furthermore, he discovered that the spiritual energy within this portal is remarkably abundant, allowing warriors to swiftly replenish their true essence. Contemplating this, he summoned Luo Qinghuang, Jianshan, and others. The numerous disciples of the Yuhua sect were gathered, puzzled by this unexpected assembly. Why had they been called together? What could the sect master possibly intend? Observing Chen Yi, the crowd was enveloped in confusion, and Chen Yi continued, "You are all exceedingly weak. When I joined the Yuhua sect, your cultivation levels were nearly identical to what they are now. Now, I have ascended to the position of sect master. Yet you remain stagnant. Even the red dragon horse cultivates at a faster pace than you." The crowd fell silent at his words. Had he summoned them merely to deride them? That didn't seem right. The sect master should not be that type of person. Sect master, if you have plans, please do not hesitate to share them directly with us, Jianshan suggested after a moment of contemplation. Chen Yi looked at them, perplexed. Is it not the least bit infuriating to receive such criticism? Not really, Jianshan replied nonchalantly. What you said is merely the truth. We have no reason to be angry. Primarily, Chen Yi's esteemed position within the Yuhua sect was so elevated that even when he scolded them directly, they felt little impact. Chen Yi continued, "What if I were to call you all worthless?" "Well, that might sting a bit," Jianshan admitted. A twitch of annoyance crossed Chen Yi's lips. His intention was to incite their fighting spirit through sarcasm and reproach, yet these individuals seemed impervious to his words. Indeed, what the master says is correct. You lot are utterly worthless, even inferior to a mere finger of the master. At that moment, the red dragon horse chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Boom. The crowd's collective spirit ignited, each member glaring furiously at the red dragon horse. While Chen Yi could scold them, others were not afforded the same privilege. Not even a creature that served as his steed. Seeing this, Chen Yi's eyes sparkled with realization. There was indeed a reaction. Excellent, he declared. I believe the red dragon horse speaks the truth. You are all indeed a bunch of worthless individuals. The disciples gazed at Chen Yi in disbelief. Sect master, how can you speak to us in such a manner? They lamented, their spirits visibly deflating. Chen Yi was taken aback. What is happening? Just moments ago, you were filled with rage, yet now, my words have rendered you like this? With Chen Yi's support, the red dragon horse grew emboldened and taunted. A bunch of worthless fools, come at me if you dare. Boom. The disciples glared at the red dragon horse, their anger surging. Chen Yi hesitated, sensing that it might be wiser to refrain from further commentary. Meanwhile, the red dragon horse continued to provoke. Your skills are utterly lacking. Unable to compare even to the mere finger of your master. At your current level, the master could vanquish celestial beings. And yet, here you are. Struggling even against mere primordial spirits, despite having practiced far longer than the master. Do you not feel ashamed? If I were in your position, I would likely seek a brick to end my own misery. The crowd clenched their fists in response. Old horse, you're asking for it. Unable to bear it any longer, Yulingo was the first to strike at the red dragon horse. The red dragon horse dodged, attempting to retreat behind Chen Yi, hoping to leverage Chen Yi's authority for his own protection. However, he soon realized that, unbeknownst to him, Chen Yi had already distanced himself. The red dragon horse froze momentarily. Perplexed, "Master, why are you so far away?" Meanwhile, the crowd had completely encircled the red dragon horse. The red dragon horse gulped nervously and said, "Everyone, let us discuss this civilly, shall we? Resorting to violence is hardly the mark of a gentleman. We are no gentlemen. We are but useless fools. Is that not what you said?" Indeed, the crowd narrowed their eyes and began to take action. Their fists and feet began to rain down upon the red dragon horse. Though he attempted to fend off a few blows, it was futile. His two fists were no match for their combined might, and soon he was left bruised and battered. The crowd, however, was somewhat restrained, aware that the red dragon horse was Chen Yi's mount, and thus they did not go overboard. After releasing their pent-up frustrations, Chen Yi slowly approached, stating calmly, "Now that you have vented your anger, it is time I reveal the purpose of my visit today." With a sweeping gesture, a portal to the training grounds appeared. "You are all sequential disciples of the Yuhua Sect, the most talented among us, aside from myself. However, under my leadership, the Yuhua Sect will develop rapidly, and if you cannot keep pace, I will revoke your status as sequential disciples. Therefore, to ensure you are worthy of this title, I intend to conduct a special training for you." Chen Yi pointed towards the portal, declaring, "Behind this door lies your training grounds." With that, he pushed open the portal and stepped inside. The crowd pondered this revelation. No wonder the sect leader spoke those words earlier. It was to ignite our fighting spirit. How thoughtful of him. Could he not have just told us directly? Surely, if he had, we would have complied without hesitation. With smiles and nods, they followed him through the portal. Meanwhile, the bruised red dragon horse lay on the ground, neglected. He was momentarily stunned, realizing, "Wait, did I just endure a beating for nothing?" Quickly, he sprang to his feet and followed them into the training grounds. Inside, the group found themselves in a lush forest. Chen Yi contemplated, noting that they had transitioned from a plain to a valley. It appeared the environment within was constantly shifting. What an abundance of spiritual energy. The aura here is at least 10 times that of the outside world. Training here will yield remarkable results. As they entered the training grounds and felt the rich energy, their eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Chen Yi proclaimed, "I have permitted your entry here not merely for the sake of cultivation. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempest. Solely engaging in seclusion and arduous training will not forge true warriors. If you aspire to genuinely strengthen yourselves, the most effective method is to hone your skills through combat. Strength lies in the crucible of battle." With that, he unsheathed the Qingming sword and calmly declared, "From this moment forth, I shall be your adversary. Defeating me shall be your objective." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? How could we possibly contend with our sect leader? They felt utterly incapable of overcoming Chen Yi, deeming it an impossibility. Yet, Chen Yi coolly responded, "Do not resign yourselves to despair. It is precisely because you lack faith in your own potential to triumph over an opponent that you remain stagnant. Now, strike at me, and I assure you, I shall not hold back. Should you perish, you shall have no one to blame but yourselves. Now, receive my sword." As he spoke, he unleashed a wave of sword chi, the divine sword slash. The force surged forth, and several disciples at the forefront were cleaved in two. Completely devoid of any capacity for resistance, Jianshun, Luo Qinghuang, and a few fortunate disciples who narrowly evaded the onslaught watched in horror as the scene unfolded before their eyes, their pupils constricting in shock. Chapter 136, Troubles of the 100-Flower Valley. As they beheld their slain disciples, Jianshun and Luo Qinghuang's pupils constricted in disbelief as they stared at Chen Yi. "No, Master, are you truly serious?" Yet, Chen Yi continued his assault, unleashing an extraordinarily potent sword aura aimed at Jianshun and Luo Qinghuang. Jianshun summoned the full extent of his sword body, while Luo Qinghuang's mysterious yin body radiated a brilliant light. The forces of the mysterious yin intertwined, manifesting an ice phoenix that soared forth. However, their techniques proved utterly ineffectual against Chen Yi, who effortlessly shattered them in an instant, leaving Jianshun obliterated by the residual sword energy. Luo Qinghuang, too, was sent reeling, blood spewing from her mouth as she was thrown backward. She gazed at Chen Yi, her eyes a tumult of emotions, and with a soft sigh, she thought, "To perish at your hands, junior brother, is a fate I can accept." Chen Yi cast a peculiar glance at her. At this moment, rather than contemplating survival, "Why are you expressing such sentiments?" Strangely, he found himself somewhat moved by her words. Yet, it was swiftly followed by an unrelenting strike. Luo Qinghuang was hurled away by a single sword blow, meeting her demise. Ding! The host's ruthless actions in slaying his own comrades, despite knowing they would not truly die, astonished this system with his audacity. Reward: 10 eternal vermilion fruits. The eternal vermilion fruit, it is a highly valuable herb capable of enhancing a martial artist's cultivation. For Chen Yi, who has inherited the legacy of the Pill Emperor. This fruit serves as a principal ingredient for supreme elixirs. With such a treasure, he could concoct a supreme elixir and rapidly elevate his own prowess. The thought made his eyes gleam with anticipation. However, it was not the time to dwell on such matters. He swiftly departed from the training gate. Outside, Jianchen, Dao Tai, Goei Xuanzi, Yulinger, and the others were still dazedly feeling their bodies. Wait, weren't we just slain by the master? How come we are perfectly fine now? Luo Qinghuang smiled slightly and said, "Do you truly believe the master would harm his own disciples?" Saintus, what do you mean? It is evident that this training gate harbors profound mysteries. Our deaths within do not equate to true demise, but rather a seamless transportation back to the outside. Ah, the master is aware of this, which is why he acted so decisively against us. Luo Qinghuang remarked with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, the others experienced a moment of enlightenment. So that's how it is. I thought the master could never be so heartless. Indeed. That was quite the loudest scream you let out earlier. Cough, your cries were no less than mine. The group engaged in lively discussion. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuang gazed at the training gate, feeling a sense of nostalgia. The gate's connection to the mysteries of life and death was of profound significance. One could only wonder where the master had acquired such knowledge. Ding. Your confession before death stirred a flicker of emotion within Chen Yi. Reward: the Ice Phoenix Legacy. Please continue your efforts, host. At that moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao resonated in Luo Qinghuang's mind, illuminating her thoughts. A cascade of thoughts flooded my mind. The Ice Phoenix Legacy, as its name suggests, embodies the inheritance of an Ice Phoenix, one of the most formidable beings in existence, rendering its legacy exceedingly precious. The various powers bestowed by the Ice Phoenix would undoubtedly elevate her combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Meanwhile, as Luo Qinghuang's excitement bubbled forth, Chen Yi emerged slowly from the cultivation portal. Observing the elated Luo Qinghuang, a flicker of peculiarity crossed his gaze. How could one be so thrilled after enduring such torment? Surely, this individual harbors some eccentricity. He shook his head. The onlookers turned their attention toward him as he continued. You must have surmised some of the mysteries of the cultivation portal. Indeed, within this realm, death in battle does not equate to true demise. Rather, one is merely transported out. Thus, you may unleash your full potential in combat without restraint, showcasing everything you have learned. During this upcoming period, I shall conduct specialized training for you all. My training has but one objective, to push you to your limits. Only through such rigorous practice can you achieve rapid advancement. Do you comprehend? Jianchen and the others nodded slightly, understanding that there was no real risk of death. They felt reassured. They re-entered the cultivation portal and, with abandon, launched themselves at Chen Yi, unleashing a myriad of formidable martial techniques. Alas, for Chen Yi, they were still woefully inadequate. Within mere moments, he dispatched them one by one. Chen Yi mused that engaging these individuals in combat was rather unfair, given the vast disparity in their abilities. With a single strike, they would fall. What was the point of that? They could not possibly progress. Thus, he instructed them to pursue their own cultivation. Departing the cultivation portal, he sought out the master of Tianhua Peak, renowned for his alchemical expertise, hoping to acquire some medicinal herbs. After all, he possessed the legacy of the alchemy emperor, and it would be a shame not to utilize it fully. However, despite the abundance of herbs at Tianhua Peak, they were insufficient for the supreme elixirs he intended to concoct. Contemplating, he inquired, where in Qingluo Prefecture can one find the most medicinal herbs? The master of Tianhua Peak pondered for a moment before responding. The most abundant location for medicinal herbs is undoubtedly Baiwagu. Not only is it populated entirely by female disciples, but they are also renowned for their expertise in cultivating various herbs. Many sects procure their herbs directly from them. Chen Yi's eyes brightened at this revelation. It seemed a visit to Baiwagu was in order. He recalled that when he had just ascended to the position of sect leader, the mistress of Baiwagu had sought to arrange a marriage alliance with him. He had declined her overtures, which had been part of the rewards he received for his alchemy emperor legacy. Now, he found himself on the verge of returning to Baiwagu to procure herbs. How delightful! Was this a continuous cycle of rewards? Chen Yi departed from Yuhua Sect with haste, making his way swiftly toward Baihuagu, a sect of considerable renown within Luo Prefecture. Similar to the Blissful Sect, this faction is predominantly composed of women. However, the women of the Blissful Sect are known as enchantresses, engaging in the practice of absorbing yang to replenish yin. In contrast, the women of the 100 Flowers Valley are largely uncontentious, devoted to the study of medicine and alchemy. It is not uncommon for disciples of the 100 Flowers Valley to venture out to save lives and offer aid to those in need, embodying a spirit of benevolence that starkly contrasts with the reputation of the Blissful Sect. Rumor has it that the 100 Flowers Valley is a realm where blossoms bloom in abundance, presenting the most picturesque scenery in Luo Prefecture. This visit would be an opportune moment to behold its beauty, Chen Yi mused. Upon his arrival at the 100 Flowers Valley, before even stepping inside, he noticed from a distance a thick shroud of dark clouds enveloping the valley, an oppressive atmosphere hanging heavily in the air. The anticipated beauty of the landscape eluded him. Instead, he sensed an impending storm. What could be amiss? Was the 100 Flowers Valley facing some form of calamity? Filled with curiosity, Chen Yi moved closer, only to discover that a vast army had completely surrounded the 100 Flowers Valley. At the forefront stood a man clad in a resplendent golden robe, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur. Chapter 137. The third prince of the Panlong dynasty. Observing the situation at the 100 Flowers Valley, Chen Yi pondered thoughtfully. Had the valley encountered some trouble? He chose not to intervene immediately, opting instead to stand aside and ascertain the details of the matter. Before long, a dignified young man stood at the entrance of the valley, proclaiming loudly, "Fairy Peony, I have arrived. Please come forth and accompany me to wed." Fairy Peony? Chen Yi recalled having heard that name before. In the past, the Luo Prefecture occasionally ranked various fairy lists, with Fairy Peony often reigning as the number one. After a moment's contemplation, he scrutinized the young man before him. His cultivation was impressive, having reached the pinnacle of the Dongxi realm, verging on the level of a half-step supreme. Such remarkable prowess at a young age indicated exceptional talent, likely attributed to some formidable innate constitution. However, Chen Yi had never heard of this individual during his time in Luo. He must hail from another province. As the young man called out, several figures soared from within the 100 Flowers Valley. Leading them was the valley's matriarch. She regarded the young man with furrowed brows and said, "Your Highness the Third Prince, Fairy Peony has expressed her desire to remain in the 100 Flowers Valley for the time being. She appreciates your kind intentions, but we must ask you to leave." The Third Prince replied nonchalantly, "That is not for her to decide. The woman I desire has never eluded my grasp." Chen Yi understood the gravity of the situation. This was an outright abduction. Such occurrences were common in the mortal realm, but he had not anticipated their prevalence in the cultivation world as well. The young man appeared to be a prince from a certain cultivation dynasty of noble lineage. In the realm of cultivation, there existed not only sects but also dynasties, some of which wielded power far surpassing that of ordinary sanctuaries, making them formidable entities. The matriarch of the 100 Flowers Valley frowned and said, "Your Highness, this is rather excessive, is it not?" She was aware of the third prince's reputation, hailing from the Panlong dynasty, known for his noble status and remarkable cultivation talents. Logically, an alliance through marriage could yield benefits for the 100 Flowers Valley. However, the issue lay in the fact that this third prince was notorious for his infidelity. Each time he encountered a woman he fancied, he would employ unscrupulous methods to bring her into his harem, only to disregard her once his interest waned. He was, without a doubt, a scoundrel. This time, during his cultivation journey in Luo, he fortuitously encountered Fairy Peony, who was tending to the sick, and was smitten at first sight. Thus, he had come to claim her. Were Fairy Peony to wed him, the 100 Flowers Valley might enjoy some temporary advantages, but once her favor faded, those benefits would likely dissipate. Most importantly, such an act would sacrifice Fairy Peony's lifelong happiness, which the matriarch could not condone. Excessive? I can be even more so. I demand that Fairy Peony come forth and accompany me, or else today, the 100 Flowers Valley shall run red with blood," the third prince declared, his words dripping with unyielding tyranny. A mere disagreement leads to the annihilation of the 100 Flowers Valley, a fate no different from that of the demonic path. In truth, the adversary held the 100 Flowers Valley in utter disdain. To him, it was merely a minor sect, its master merely a trifling figure in the realm of the void. Even he was no match for the likes of him. Such practitioners were plentiful within the Panlong dynasty. The destruction of the 100 Flowers Valley was but a flick of his wrist. At that moment, a graceful silhouette emerged from within the valley. The newcomer possessed skin as smooth as jade and eyes like spring water, exuding an aura that seamlessly blended gentility with nobility. Her long, flowing hair cascaded like a waterfall. Silky and supple, tall and curvaceous, she was none other than the peony fairy. Chen Yi, with just a glance, noted that her beauty rivaled that of Luo Qinghuang. They were each captivating in their own right. Third prince, I am willing to accompany you, but I implore you not to impose any difficulties upon the 100 Flowers Valley. The peony fairy spoke softly, a hint of sorrow glimmering in her eyes. Her cultivation was limited to the Yuanshan stage, rendering her powerless against the third prince. Rather than endangering the entire valley, she chose to sacrifice herself for the sake of her people. The master of the 100 Flowers Valley, witnessing this, changed countenance. Peony fairy. No, master, my mind is made up. The peony fairy replied with a faint smile that belied her inner turmoil. The third prince gazed at her, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. Excellent. You have made a wise choice. Let us see today who dares to take her away. At that moment, a voice resounded from within the valley. An elder soared into the air, emanating an overwhelming aura of supremacy. Both Chen Yi and the third prince were taken aback. Was there truly a supreme being within the 100 Flowers Valley? The elder's aura was astonishingly powerful, pressing forcefully against the third prince and his entourage. However, a cold huff echoed from the ranks of the third princess army. A general clad in black armor stepped forth, icy determination lacing his voice. Is being a supreme so remarkable? No supreme has dared to oppose the Panlong dynasty until now. The general unleashed his own aura of supremacy, clashing with that of the elder. Boom. The two supremes exchanged blows from a distance, with the elder stumbling back several steps, his face paling slightly. The general sneered, "Ah, a wounded supreme, truly unaware of the peril you invite. Senior." The peony fairy rushed to the elder's side, examining his injuries. "Senior, your wounds have yet to heal. You must not engage in combat. Child, step aside. Even if it costs me my life today, I shall not allow them to take you," the elder declared, forcibly channeling his supreme power. The general drew his long sword, the blade radiating a fierce energy. The auras of the two supremes collided once more, creating ripples in the void, shaking the very fabric of reality. Hidden in the shadows, Chen Yi felt the repercussions of this clash. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly stepped forward. His appearance immediately captivated the attention of all present. Who is that? Both supremes were taken aback. To think that there are those lurking in the shadows, completely oblivious to their surroundings. The prowess of the adversary is indeed not to be underestimated. Chen Yi remarked nonchalantly. I am Chen Yi, here to pay a visit to the 100 Flowers Valley. Master Chen, you have graced us with your presence? The Lord of 100 Flowers was taken aback, his eyes lighting up. Meanwhile, Chen Yi's entrance caused the third prince to furrow his brow slightly. This fellow is undeniably striking in appearance. Moreover, his cultivation appears to be quite formidable. Standing beside him, the pampered prince felt rather diminished in comparison. He could not abide anyone overshadowing him. With a dismissive tone, he declared, to hide in the shadows and spy. It seems we have a rat among us. Guards, seize him at once. Hundreds of soldiers surged forth, encircling Chen Yi. With a flick of his sleeve, the might of the Grand Master erupted forth. Boom. The soldiers were sent sprawling in all directions, collapsing helplessly to the ground under the force of that power. To strike without discernment. Your Highness truly exudes an air of authority. Chen Yi remarked coolly, his gaze steely as he rested his hand upon the hilt of his longsword. In an instant, a chilling aura swept through, enveloping the entirety of the 100 Flowers Valley. Chapter 138. I detest being threatened. Kill the third prince. Chen Yi placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword at his waist, and an intense aura of swordsmanship instantly enveloped the entire 100 Flowers Valley. Everyone felt as though an invisible hand was gripping their hearts, inducing a sensation of suffocation. What a terrifying sword intent. This individual must be at least a supreme. He appears so youthful. How could he possibly be a supreme? My heavens, such a prodigy has emerged from Qi Luo Prefecture. Who exactly is he? Even the third prince could not help but narrow his eyes. He was aware that he was a rare talent himself. With few in the Panlong dynasty able to compare with him, yet he was merely a half-step supreme. Chen Yi looked significantly younger than him. Yet he had already attained the status of a supreme, his talent far surpassing his own. How had he cultivated to such heights? After a moment of shock, the third prince surveyed the surrounding army, feeling somewhat reassured. Although his cultivation fell short of Chen Yi's, he still commanded a formidable force. General Wang, take him down. he commanded coldly. At that moment, a general clad in black armor stepped forward, his supreme might reaching its zenith as he fixed his gaze firmly upon Chen Yi. You young rascal, after traversing the battlefield for so many years, this is the first time I have encountered such a prodigy. However, having offended the third prince, you shall have no choice but to meet your demise, General Wang declared icily. He then drew his long blade, and in an instant, a torrent of malevolent energy surged forth, transforming into myriad vengeful spirits swirling through the air. The wails of the damned echoed incessantly, as if the entire 100 Flowers Valley had been drawn into a hellish inferno. All present turned pale, save for Chen Yi, who stood calmly in his white attire, his demeanor unruffled. His composure in the face of impending doom was enough to elicit admiration from General Wang. Suddenly, General Wang struck. A flash of darkness emanated from his blade, as if it sought to consume the very sunlight, embodying the essence of hell itself as it hurtled towards Chen Yi with breathtaking speed. In response to this oncoming blade, Chen Yi leisurely unsheathed his sword, summoning forth his divine sword strike. The clash of blades reverberated through the air, causing the void to tremble. Cracks spread like spider webs, and the aftermath forced General Wang to retreat several paces. In stark contrast, Chen Yi remained unmoved, standing firm in his place. In that single exchange, the disparity was evident. General Wang gazed at Chen Yi in astonishment. You are no ordinary supreme. You are a great supreme. A collective gasp arose from the crowd. To ascend to the rank of supreme at such a young age was already remarkable, but to be a great supreme was astonishing. The master of 100 Flowers Valley gaped in disbelief. While others were unaware, she was acutely aware of the truth. She had attended Chen Yi's ascension ceremony, knowing he had just recently broken through to supreme. Yet, how much time had passed since then? He had transformed from a newly ascended supreme to a great supreme. It was as if he had taken a rocket to the heights of power. While others progressed in their cultivation, had Chen Yi's journey been one of evolution? The third prince possesses an overwhelming strength, and even if we were to unite our efforts, we may not stand a chance against him. It would be wiser for us to retreat first, remarked General Wang. The most alarming aspect is that Chen Yi has ascended to the Grand Master realm at such a young age. One cannot dismiss the possibility of a formidable force backing him. If we were to provoke a being we should not, such as a top-tier saint, it could spell disaster for the entire Panlong dynasty. The third prince gazed at Chen Yi, a flicker of unwillingness in his eyes. He was acutely aware of his inferiority. Coldly, he proclaimed, I shall not let this matter rest. With that, he turned to leave. However, upon hearing his words, Chen Yi furrowed his brow and commanded, Halt. The third prince paused, frowning as he regarded Chen Yi. What more do you desire? Do you dare to kill me and oppose the Panlong dynasty? Oh, why not? Chen Yi replied nonchalantly. How audacious. The third prince scoffed. Regardless of your background, the Panlong dynasty is not to be trifled with. If you dare to take my life, can you bear the consequences? I loathe nothing more than being threatened, Chen Yi stated, unleashing his Grand Master aura to its fullest extent. Behind him, a series of extraordinary phenomena erupted. A blazing sun traversed the heavens, a sea of flames birthed golden lotuses, fiery phoenixes scorched the sky, purple chi surged from the east, and the 9-leaved blue lotus reached for the heavens. Various wonders manifested, culminating in the emergence of a supreme avatar, reminiscent of a celestial king descending, overshadowing all beneath the heavens. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. General Wang hastily interjected, Please, calm your wrath. I implore you to retract your divine powers. The Panlong dynasty is guarded by numerous saints. Waging war against us would yield no benefits for you. Why offend the Panlong dynasty for a fleeting moment of pride? We can coexist harmoniously. He first elucidated the formidable foundation of the Panlong dynasty, emphasizing the presence of several saints, and then appealed to reason, suggesting a peaceful coexistence. Alas, Chen Yi remained unmoved. The supreme avatar behind him, as if eclipsing the sky, slowly raised a colossal hand, pressing down upon the third prince with an overwhelming might akin to mountains collapsing. General Wang dashed forward, attempting to intervene. He too manifested a supreme avatar. But it was futile. The disparity in their powers was insurmountable. With but a mere clash, his avatar shattered, and he was sent reeling, blood spewing from his lips. The third prince, overwhelmed by the sheer force, turned pale with terror. He struggled to harness his innate abilities, yet the gap in their cultivation was too vast. He could not withstand even a fleeting moment, and his body was obliterated into a mist of blood, meeting his demise on the spot. It is over. General Wang stared in horror at this scene, turning to Chen Yi with righteous fury. You madman. by slaying the third prince. The Panlong dynasty will never let this matter rest. Prepare for our forces to come for you. Chen Yi, unfazed, regarded General Wang and swiftly drew his sword. A spatial slash ensued. With a swift and incisive strike, he completely annihilated his adversary. The remaining forces were reduced to ashes in the aftermath of the sword's energy. The onlookers from the 100-Flower Valley witnessed this scene with profound astonishment. A military force capable of obliterating the 100-Flower Valley 10 times over was rendered utterly impotent before Chen Yi, akin to mere chickens and tiles. The supreme being within the 100-Flower Valley trembled slightly, recognizing the formidable prowess of this individual. Such a monster had emerged in Qingluo Prefecture. Chen Yi sheathed his sword and approached the gathered crowd of the 100-Flower Valley, offering a slight bow. I have heard that the 100-Flower Valley excels in cultivating various medicinal herbs. I have come with the intention of procuring a batch of these herbs. Might the Valley Master be so kind as to guide me in selecting some? Only then did the Valley Master regain her composure, promptly responding, of course. I would be delighted to assist. Internally, she could not help but scoff at the absurdity of the situation. How could a person so unflinching, having just slaughtered so many, now be so calmly discussing the procurement of herbs? It was as if nothing had transpired at all. Was he truly so composed? Or did he perceive the third prince and his entourage as mere ants, allowing him to maintain such an unsettling tranquility? Chapter 139. The Inheritance of the Array Master. 3 Manifestations. As they journeyed towards the medicinal herb cultivation base of the 100-Flower Valley, the Valley Master inquired with a smile. What type of herbs does Master Chen wish to procure? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi replied, I require earth spirit roots, snow lotuses, snow spirit fruits, azure vine fruits, 7-leafed grasses, and fire spirit mushrooms. He enumerated several hundred types of herbs in one breath. Each individual herb was not particularly precious. Yet collectively, they constituted a considerable sum. The Valley Master expressed astonishment, pondering if Master Chen intended to concoct some elixir with such a vast array of herbs. Indeed. Chen Yi nodded slightly. I did not expect you to possess alchemical skills, Master Chen. This is quite surprising, remarked the Valley Master and added, however, the quantity of these herbs is rather extensive. While we do have them in the 100-Flower Valley, preparing them will take some time. Would you be willing to stay with us for a few days? Of course, that poses no issue, Chen Yi acquiesced, not expecting the Valley Master to gather all the herbs immediately. Thus, he temporarily resided in the 100-Flower Valley. The disciples of the 100-Flower Valley were aware of the arrival of an unfamiliar man, particularly since he had saved the Peony Fairy, sparing the valley from disaster. They were immensely curious about Chen Yi, having heard tales that he was the youngest sect master not just of Qingluo, but indeed of the entire Xianyuan realm. Indeed, his cultivation and talents are remarkable. He has achieved the Grand Master realm at such a tender age. They exclaimed, it is astonishing. How did he accomplish this? Furthermore, whispers circulated that Master Chen was strikingly handsome and possessed an extraordinary demeanor, making him the most attractive man in Qingluo. The disciples were thoroughly intrigued by Chen Yi, often sneaking glances at him, and upon seeing him, they found all previous notions of beauty utterly diminished. Chen Yi, unable to bear the incessant attention, erected a barrier around his dwelling to prevent any disturbances. Once the barrier was established, several female disciples attempted to observe him but were repelled by the barrier's force, landing on the ground with grimaces. Ding! The host has established a barrier to prevent the female cultivators of the 100-Flower Valley from distracting him during his cultivation. Too ruthless. Rewarding the host with an Imperial-level Array Master Inheritance card. Wait a moment. What is this? Another Imperial Inheritance? System, is this Imperial level not too cheap? Chen Yi's lips twitched slightly. Just recently, he had acquired an Imperial-level Alchemist Inheritance, and now he was bestowed with an Imperial-level Array Master Inheritance. Was his supreme cultivation truly the least remarkable aspect of him? Suddenly, a plethora of array techniques surged into Chen Yi's mind. Countless formations emerged vividly before him. His eyes sparkled with excitement. What a splendid inheritance of an array master. He felt that, given sufficient preparation time, he could even establish a formation formidable enough to contend with a saint. At that moment, a voice resonated from beyond the barrier. I am Budong, accompanied by the esteemed Qin Xian, here to pay a visit to Master Chen. Fairy Butong? Chen Yi pondered for a moment before waving his hand to dissolve the barrier. Fairy Butong entered, leading an elderly man, who was none other than the supreme being that had recently engaged in a fierce battle with the Panlong dynasty on her behalf. However, he bore significant injuries and appeared not yet fully recovered. Chen Yi cast a glance at him. I did not expect a supreme being to be present. Master Chen misunderstood. Elder Qin Xian is not one of my 100 Flower Valleys people. I encountered him by chance outside and, seeing him wounded, brought him back to my valley for recuperation, Fairy Butong explained. The elderly Qin Xian smiled faintly. Indeed, I was pursued by enemies and fortuitously arrived near the 100 Flower Valley, where I met Fairy Butong. I see, it is commendable that you would stand against the Panlong dynasty to repay a debt of gratitude, which speaks volumes of your character. Chen Yi nodded slightly. The elderly Qin Chuan's eyes revealed a hint of concern. Regrettably, my strength is insufficient, and I am no match for the Panlong dynasty, which possesses substantial power. Sooner or later, they will learn of the third prince's demise here. When that time comes, they will certainly send troops to King Luozu. The Panlong dynasty has several sages stationed, and opposing them is no simple task. I wonder, Master Chen, do you have any assurance in this matter? Chen Yi replied calmly. Not at present. Indeed, it is merely a matter of time. With the inheritance of a formation master, given a little more time, he could set up formations capable of contending with sages. When that time comes, he would naturally be able to face the Panlong dynasty. Not to mention, he possesses an imperial weapon. The elderly Qin Xian regarded Chen Yi, a flicker of intrigue in his eyes as he discerned the implications of Chen Yi's words. Though he could not fathom the source of the young man's confidence, especially since he had learned from the Valley Master that the Yuhua sect had no sages among them, how could they possibly contend with the Panlong dynasty? A mysterious young fellow. The elderly Qin Xian chose not to elaborate further and smiled. I shall remain in the 100 Flower Valley for the time being. Should Master Chen require any assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Chen Yi nodded slightly. Very well. He then departed, leaving the space for Fairy Butong and himself. Fairy Butong, do you have any further matters to discuss? Chen Yi inquired. Observing the still present Fairy Butong with curiosity, Fairy Butong paused for a moment. I should have nothing pressing, I suppose. Throughout her life, whenever she found herself alone with a man, even in the absence of any particular topic, the other party would invariably be eager to engage in conversation. Yet today, if there's nothing else, Fairy Butong, you may take your leave. I still have training to attend to, Chen Yi stated indifferently. The corner of Fairy Butong's mouth twitched. Goodness, am I being dismissed? This sensation is rather novel. How intriguing. Faced with the enchanting and universally adored fairy, the foremost among the celestial beings of King Luozu, the host astonishingly remained unperturbed, even managing to bid her farewell. Such indifference to beauty is truly commendable, prompting the system to reward the host with 3 extraordinary manifestations. 3 extraordinary manifestations? What might they be? Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the manifestation of the moon rising over the sea. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the manifestation of the solitary smoke rising straight in the vast desert. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the manifestation of the yin-yang diagram. Hiss. These 3 manifestations sound exceptionally impressive. Chen Yi's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Meanwhile, the peony fairy regarded him and remarked, as it happens, I have yet to properly express my gratitude to Master Chen. This time, I owe much to your noble assistance. Otherwise, I shudder to think what might have befallen the 100 Flowers Valley. No need for thanks, it was merely a matter of standing up against injustice. If the peony fairy's intent is solely to express gratitude, then it is unnecessary. Please do not trouble yourself, Chen Yi replied coolly. The peony fairy pondered, am I truly so unlikable? Why does he seem so eager for me to take my leave? Chapter 140, The Extraterrestrial Demons. Commencing Alchemy. The peony fairy cast a lingering glance at Chen Yi before departing. She had long heard that this Master Chen practiced the emotionless path, and upon meeting him, she found it to be true. Such a lack of romantic sensibility indeed confirmed his adherence to the emotionless path, she mused. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress furthermore, Chen Yi's prowess, status, and innate talent far surpassed that of ordinary warriors. With the pure young holy body as an added advantage, his demeanor and appearance were unrivaled, making him the most extraordinary individual the peony fairy had ever encountered. Given such an array of virtues, it was only natural, even for someone like the peony fairy, who prided herself on her disinterest in men, to be moved by him. She had heard of the Blossom Valley Lord's previous proposal for an alliance through marriage with the Yuhua sect, and at that time, she felt a reluctance. Yet now, upon meeting Chen Yi, she found herself unexpectedly anticipating such a union. Alas, Chen Yi seemed entirely oblivious. Or perhaps he simply held no interest in her. Sigh. What kind of woman in this world could truly be worthy of someone like Master Chen? The peony fairy couldn't help but reflect. After her departure, Chen Yi began to familiarize himself with the powers of his 3 remarkable manifestations, which were indeed formidable. He already possessed 5 manifestations, and with the addition of these 3, his strength ascended to new heights. He could now regard ordinary sovereigns with complete disdain. Even those sovereign kings whose cultivation surpassed his own would find themselves defeated in combat. Only the supreme sovereigns, or perhaps a saint, could hope to suppress him. Days passed, and within the opulent palace of the Panlong dynasty, a man adorned in a dragon robe was diligently attending to state affairs. An elderly man approached him, his voice trembling slightly as he reported, "Your Majesty, not long ago, the life flame of the 3rd prince has vanished." At these words, the man's body quivered slightly. He abruptly raised his head, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surging forth. He fixed his gaze on the elder, demanding, "What is the meaning of this? Who has slain my son?" "Your Majesty, we do not know. All we are aware of is that the 3rd princess life flame disappeared in Qi Luo Prefecture," the elder replied. The ruler of the Panlong Kingdom's gaze turned increasingly frigid. "Qi Luo Prefecture, is it? Immediately dispatch someone to investigate who is responsible." "Understood." Within the Blossom Valley, after several days of effort, Chen Yi had fully mastered the powers of the 3 manifestations, and the Blossom Valley Lord had prepared all the medicinal materials. As Chen Yi reached for the materials, intending to offer spirit stones in return, the Blossom Valley Lord declined, stating, "There is no need. Master Chen has assisted our Blossom Valley. How could we dare to accept spirit stones? Business is business. The spirit stones must be compensated." Chen Yi insisted, producing a substantial pile of spirit stones. His affluent demeanor suggested that he was not lacking in such resources. After all, he had swept through the entire Qingluo Prefecture's demonic forces, amassing an immeasurable quantity of spirit stones. He truly had no shortage of them. The master of Baihua Valley reluctantly accepted the spirit stones. At this moment, several streaks of black light streaked across the distant sky, and an eerie aura suddenly erupted from a certain location within the Xianyuan realm. The master of Baihua Valley, along with Chen Yi and others, soared into the air, gazing in astonishment at the direction from which this ominous energy emanated. That direction seemed to correspond to the location of the Panlong dynasty. What could be happening? What were those streaks of black light? They appeared to be intertwined with demonic energy. Could it be the extraterrestrial demons? The master of Baihua Valley said with a grave expression. Extraterrestrial demons, as the name suggests, are malevolent beings from beyond the Xianyuan realm, who have long coveted its abundant resources. They periodically assault the barriers of the Xianyuan realm in an attempt to breach its defenses. Fortunately, there are guardians outside the realm, preventing these demons from succeeding. However, there are still occasional breaches, allowing demons to infiltrate the Xianyuan realm. That direction, being the location of the Panlong dynasty, indicated that they would be preoccupied with their own troubles, unable to address the matter concerning the 3rd prince. The master of Baihua Valley remarked, feeling a subtle sense of relief. Although the arrival of extraterrestrial demons was certainly not a favorable development, it inadvertently spared Baihua Valley, Yuhua Sect, and even the entirety of Qi Luo Prefecture from the ravages of war, which could be seen as a silver lining. Chen Yi, gazing towards the Panlong dynasty, pondered deeply. While the 3rd prince was not a virtuous individual, the descent of extraterrestrial demons would undoubtedly spell disaster for the common folk. He hoped that the Panlong dynasty would manage the situation. The direction in which the extraterrestrial demons fell was indeed towards the Panlong dynasty. Even if he wished to intervene, it would require the consent of the Panlong dynasty. Moreover, given the dynasty's substantial foundations, he trusted in their capacity to handle such matters. With that thought, he vanished from Baihua Valley and returned to Yuhua Sect. At Yuhua Sect, within the Ruthless Peak, Luo Qinghuang and others were still diligently cultivating within the training grounds. Chen Yi glanced over and noticed that during his absence, their progress had been remarkable, with evident advancements in their cultivation. Clearly, they had not been idle during this time. He nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, he took out the medicinal herbs, intending to concoct some elixirs. However, he suddenly realized that he was missing an alchemy furnace. He sought out the master of Tianhua Peak, only to discover that while there was an alchemy furnace available, its quality was inadequate to accommodate the elixirs he intended to create. This presented a rather awkward predicament. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Suddenly, a unique alchemical technique surfaced in his consciousness. The alchemy method of the heaven and earth cauldron. This profound technique was remarkable, Most importantly, it did not require a furnace. It utilized the very essence of heaven and earth as a cauldron. To employ the alchemy method of the heaven and earth cauldron, one must first find an exceptional spiritual location. Chen Yi contemplated. After deep reflection, he set about his task. After searching extensively within Luo Prefecture, he finally discovered a suitable site, a volcanic crater. Surrounding the volcano was an abundance of fire attribute spiritual energy, making it an exceptional location for alchemy. It is precisely the moment to demonstrate the alchemical technique of the heavenly furnace. To prevent any disturbances, he meticulously set up numerous restrictions around the volcano's crater and summoned the Elder of Heavenly Fire for protection. Observing Chen Yi, the Elder of Heavenly Fire found himself perplexed. Utilizing a volcano as a furnace for alchemy, this method was an unprecedented sight for him. Could it truly yield success? Furthermore, when had the sect master acquired such alchemical skills? The Elder was beset by myriad questions. Nevertheless, he did not defy the command and concentrated on safeguarding Chen Yi. Before long, Chen Yi commenced his alchemical process. He laid out various medicinal herbs upon the ground, then, with a deft hand, performed a mysterious incantation that instantaneously summoned all the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. Particularly, the fire attribute spiritual energy within the volcano erupted forth, swirling in the air and coalescing into a crimson flame furnace. The Elder of Heavenly Fire gazed in astonishment. Was this truly possible? Remarkable. After years of refining elixirs and forging, he was witnessing such a technique for the very first time. Subsequently, Chen Yi began to cast the medicinal herbs into the furnace. Chapter 141. The Formation of the Pill. The Power of the Array. At the volcanic crater, Chen Yi summoned the spirit energy of the volcano, forming a blazing alchemical furnace. Subsequently, he meticulously added the medicinal herbs into the furnace, skillfully employing profound techniques, adapting his methods according to the properties and attributes of each herb. The 5 Elements Pill Refining Technique. The 9 Dragons Pill Refining Technique. The Yin-Yang Pill Refining Technique. With the aid of pure yang fire, the herbs within the furnace rapidly melted, their medicinal properties exquisitely extracted. Elder Tianhua, observing nearby, was left utterly astounded. Some of the techniques Chen Yi executed were familiar to him, yet others were entirely unknown. Such marvelous and profound alchemical methods. How could the sect master achieve this? It is simply astonishing. The prowess of the sect master is nothing short of divine, he exclaimed in wonder. As the flames coalesced within the alchemical furnace, the properties of the various herbs began to merge, giving rise to the nascent form of a certain elixir. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Elder Tianhua inhaled deeply. Feeling a wave of comfort envelop him, his inner vital energy stirring as if on the verge of a breakthrough. His astonishment deepened. What level of elixir is this? Merely inhaling the scent makes me feel as though I am about to transcend. If this elixir were to fully materialize, what would that entail? Could it possibly be a supreme-level elixir? Elder Tianhua gasped in awe. Supreme-level elixirs have not been unheard of in Qingluo Prefecture. However, supreme-level alchemists have not graced the land for several millennia. Such a master would be revered as a guest of honor even in the most esteemed sacred grounds. The fact that Chen Yi, at such a tender age, possesses such extraordinary capabilities is already astonishing. His mastery in alchemy, coupled with such remarkable skill. It is truly remarkable. Is he even human? Elder Tianhua swallowed hard, gazing at Chen Yi, admiration shining in his eyes. Previously, he harbored doubts about Chen Yi's alchemical abilities. But now he wished nothing more than to kneel and respectfully seek guidance. Time passed. Several days went by. The elixir within Chen Yi's furnace gradually took shape. The fragrance growing increasingly potent, wafting outward. Some of the elixir's essence even eluded the restraints, dispersing over 1,000 miles. The aroma spread across the land. Such a level of elixir is exceedingly rare. Elder Tianhua felt overwhelmed. It dawned on him that his prior estimations were far too conservative. Chen Yi is undeniably more than an ordinary supreme alchemist. This technique must rival even the legendary Pill Saints. 1,000 miles away from the volcanic crater, an elder glided through the clouds, en route to the Panlong dynasty. Suddenly, his nostrils twitched, and his eyes sparkled with intrigue. What a peculiar fragrance of elixir! Who could be concocting such a marvel? He inhaled deeply, allowing his consciousness to expand, reaching 1,000 miles away. Upon locking onto the barrier, he gasped in astonishment. To think that even in the presence of such a restrictive barrier, the aroma of the elixir could waft from such a distance. This is undoubtedly a supreme treasure pill. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he hastened towards the source of the potion. Although the barriers surrounding the volcano's mouth were intricate, they posed little challenge for him. and he swiftly dismantled them one by one. He caught sight of Chen Yi, who was in the midst of alchemy. A flicker of recognition crossed his gaze. He had not expected such a young alchemist. Wait a moment, is that not Chen Yi? He recognized him. Having conducted a thorough investigation into the individual over the past few days, he was indeed the envoy sent by the Panlong dynasty to probe into the death of the third prince. After a series of discreet inquiries, he had uncovered that the perpetrator was none other than the master of Yuhua Sect, Chen Yi, and had relayed this intelligence back to the Panlong dynasty. However, the dynasty was currently entangled in other affairs and could not act against the Yuhua Sect at that moment. Just as he was preparing to return to the dynasty, he unexpectedly encountered Chen Yi engaged in alchemy here. Remarkable. This individual, though so young, not only possessed formidable cultivation but also exhibited extraordinary alchemical skills, which was truly astonishing. How had he cultivated to such heights? He was taken aback. Meanwhile, Chen Yi, engrossed in his alchemical process, sensed something amiss and cast a glance into the void. Ah, someone capable of dismantling my barriers. It seems they are a supreme. He refrained from taking any action, instead focusing intently on his alchemy. With one hand dedicated to the refining process, the other began to weave intricate hand seals, seemingly setting up something in the void. The Supreme Elder observed with growing curiosity, pondering what he was doing. Could this be a unique alchemical technique? Lacking understanding of the craft, he mistakenly assumed Chen Yi's actions were part of some alchemical method. He continued to watch, his internal essence already mobilized, ready to strike and seize the elixir upon its completion. Indeed, in his eyes, Chen Yi had killed the third prince, making him an irreconcilable enemy of the Panlong dynasty. Thus, it seemed entirely reasonable for him to seize the elixir at this juncture. Moreover, encountering Chen Yi here presented an opportunity. Perhaps he could even capture him and bring him back to the Panlong dynasty, which would be a significant achievement. Initially, he had hesitated to take action upon hearing that a saintly war puppet guarded the Yuhua sect, but now, with Chen Yi away from the sect, it was merely a stroke of ill fortune for him. The Supreme Elder murmured. Boom. At that moment, the fiery alchemical furnace erupted. 12 resplendent golden pills emerged, and a terrifying surge of elixir essence erupted forth. The potency of this essence was so overwhelming that even the barriers could not contain it, spreading 1,000 miles away. In an instant, within that expanse, countless beasts and creatures were influenced by the elixir's aura, erupting into jubilant cries. The Supreme Elder's gaze sharpened. This elixir was even more formidable than he had anticipated. This elixir is mine. He darted forward, lunging towards the pills. The Elder of Heavenly Fire, upon noticing him, turned pale with alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. He struck fiercely towards the Elder with a single palm. Yet, it merely momentarily hindered the Elder's advance. Bang! The palm energy of the Heavenly Fire Elder was effortlessly shattered. The Supreme Elder had already approached the elixirs, reaching out his hand to collect them one by one. At this moment, a multitude of runes intertwined in the void, forming countless strands of golden sword energy. The sword energy surged towards the Supreme Elder, forcing him to retreat. His expression shifted slightly as he gazed at Chen Yi, unable to believe where these sword energies originated from. He glanced at their source, which stemmed from the runes in the void. Was this a formation? When did you set up this formation? No. It must have been those runes you conjured while refining the elixirs. You, this fellow, actually possess knowledge of formations? The Supreme Elder was taken aback. Refining elixirs. Formations, his opponent was proficient in such a myriad of techniques. Chen Yi smiled faintly, waving his hand to collect the elixirs he had crafted. As he did so, the surrounding runic formation dissipated. This formation was merely a one-time use. After all, it was solely composed of his condensed true essence. Yet, his mastery of formations was sufficient to withstand the Supreme Elder for a fleeting moment, and that moment was more than enough. Chapter 142. Slaying the Supreme King. The breaking of the Supreme Elixir. At the volcanic crater, Chen Yi wielded the power of formations to momentarily withstand the Supreme's onslaught. As the Supreme gazed at Chen Yi, his initial shock gradually gave way to a cold composure. He addressed Chen Yi with a chilling tone. Your mastery of elixirs and formations is indeed impressive. But there is one insurmountable truth, the absolute disparity in realms. You are but a great sovereign, whereas I am a supreme king. With a thunderous shout, the Supreme King unleashed his aura, no longer concealing his formidable presence. The sheer force of his cultivation caused the entire volcanic crater to cave in by several dozen feet, exuding a chilling murderous intent that rendered the sweltering heat of the volcano eerily frigid. Even the Elder of the Heavenly Fire sect felt as though his heart was being constricted. He swallowed hard, his pupils trembling slightly. The Supreme King. This adversary would not be easy to confront. In the realm of supremacy, the gap between each minor level is nearly impossible to bridge. A Supreme King possesses the strength to obliterate several great sovereigns with ease. Chen Yi remained unfazed, his expression serene as he regarded the elder before him, declaring indifferently, "A mere Supreme King poses no threat." Upon hearing this, the elder momentarily faltered, then erupted into a furious laugh. "What audacity! Let me witness the capabilities of a great sovereign." With that, he stepped forward, hovering above Chen Yi. He spread his 5 fingers and forcefully pressed downward. This strike gathered the surrounding spiritual energy, manifesting as a colossal white hand, seemingly enveloping the entire volcano. Chen Yi's demeanor remained unperturbed as he drew his sword and executed a decisive slash. The space slash tore through the void, colliding with the giant hand. Bang! The gigantic hand was severed with ease. The elder was pushed back several steps, his eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. "Remarkable. Your combat prowess indeed surpasses that of an ordinary great sovereign. But I have yet to unleash my full power," radiating a shimmering brilliance. The elder's body transformed into a crystalline form. This was a unique physique, the heavenly crystal body. Upon activating this physique, the elder's strength surged dramatically. The elder of the heavenly fire sect's expression darkened further. This elder was already a supreme king, yet he possessed such a physique. He was even more formidable than the average supreme king. He exclaimed, as a supreme king, "Do you not find it shameful to resort to activating your physique against a mere junior? Hmph. So long as it eliminates a great enemy from my Panlong dynasty. What does a little shame matter?" The elder scoffed coldly. Chen Yi replied coolly, "You are mistaken. Activating your physique against me is not an embarrassment. What you stand to lose is your life." He stepped forward, his aura no longer concealed. The full force of the great sovereign erupted. In addition to the power of the great sovereign, various extraordinary manifestations erupted from him. A sea of flames, golden lotuses, soaring fire phoenixes, purple aura rising from the east, and 9-leaved azure lotuses supporting the heavens, alongside the radiant sun traversing the sky. Beyond these 5 manifestations known to the elder of the heavenly fire sect, 3 brand new phenomena have emerged. Before one's eyes, a radiant full moon materializes in the sky, emanating a silvery glow. Beneath this moonlight lies a vast ocean. The phenomenon, a bright moon rising over the sea. In the midst of a great desert, smoke ascends straight to the clouds. The phenomenon, solitary smoke in the vast desert. Beneath Chen Yi's feet, a flow of yin and yang energy circulates, transforming into a profound Taiji symbol, intricately evolving all things. The phenomenon, the Taiji diagram of yin and yang. These 3 phenomena, each formidable in its own right, significantly enhance Chen Yi's strength. 8 phenomena. The elder of heavenly fire stands in bewilderment. Is this still human? Even the supreme king cannot help but narrow his pupils in disbelief. How could such a thing be possible? Yet the truth is undeniable. He can no longer afford to disbelieve. From Chen Yi at this moment, he senses an overwhelmingly intense threat of death, sending chills throughout his being. As the supreme king, he now entertains thoughts of fleeing. However, just as he attempts to escape, a golden seal appears above him, completely obstructing his path. It is the golden seal of the Yuhua Sect's leader. This artifact seals space. Subsequently, Chen Yi steps forward, drawing his long sword in a sweeping arc. This strike merges the powers of several phenomena. Unmatched, the esteemed Supreme King, putting forth his utmost effort to block, discovers his defense futile. He is forcefully sent flying by this strike. A massive gash is carved into his chest by the sword. With just one strike, he has already suffered grievous injury. Cursed, the Supreme King bellows in fury, forming an intricate hand gesture, as surrounding spiritual energy converges, forming a golden handprint. The Heavenly King Palm, a strike that exhausts his entire life as cultivation surges toward Chen Yi. Behind Chen Yi, a manifestation appears, surrounded by the power of the phenomena, and then strikes out with the sword. The sword energy tears through the void. It effortlessly rends apart his hand. Bang! A blood mark appears on the Supreme King's body. He is cleaved in 2 by this sword. Chen Yi slowly sheathes his long sword, dispersing the surrounding phenomena. As the Supreme King gazes upon Chen Yi, a thought suddenly surfaces in his mind before death. The Panlong dynasty has provoked a monster. A flicker of regret crosses his mind. But it is too late. Blood mist erupts from his body, and he perishes on the spot. Elder of heavenly fire, witnessing all of this, is engulfed in unprecedented shock. Just days ago, Chen Yi had ascended to the position of sect leader, achieving supremacy. And now, he is capable of slaying a supreme king. The speed of his cultivation can only be described in 4 words: a monster. No, he even suspects this is not merely due to cultivation. Could he possibly be a reincarnated emperor? The Elder of Heavenly Fire gazes at Chen Yi with growing reverence. Increasingly convinced of this possibility, for he has never encountered a martial artist so extraordinary. Throughout history, none have existed. If Chen Yi is indeed a reincarnated being, then it would certainly make sense. Upon this realization, he regarded Chen Yi with a gaze imbued with reverence. It was not solely due to the latter's status as the sect leader, but rather the unsettling possibility that he might be the reincarnation of a formidable entity. Let us depart. Chen Yi raised his hand to seize the storage ring of the venerable elder, then, without a backward glance, made his way back to the Yuhua sect. The Elder of Heavenly Fire respectfully trailing behind him. In due course, the two returned to the Yuhua sect. Chen Yi addressed the Elder of Heavenly Fire. Please summon the esteemed ancestors and the elders. Understood. Shortly thereafter, the elders and ancestors assembled, their expressions tinged with curiosity. Sect leader, what commands do you have for us? Chen Yi produced the meticulously crafted elixirs. In an instant, a rich fragrance of the pills wafted through the air, captivating all who inhaled it. The onlookers' eyes sparkled with anticipation as they beheld the elixirs, an undeniable fervor igniting within them, their inner energy stirring restlessly. What extraordinary elixirs these are! This is no ordinary concoction. What kind of elixir is this? They turned their eyes toward Chen Yi, awaiting his elucidation. With a calm demeanor, Chen Yi declared, "This elixir is known as the Breaking Sovereign Pill, aptly named for its ability to facilitate your rapid ascent to the sovereign realm." Chapter 143, The Forging of the Hearts of the Strong. Upon hearing the effects of the breakthrough pill, a moment of silence enveloped the crowd, followed by a collective gasp of astonishment. What? Did I hear correctly? This elixir can propel us swiftly to the supreme realm. Is there truly such a miraculous pill in existence? If this is genuine, then I could potentially extend my life by several centuries, especially for those elders among us, who, with advancing years, face the imminent risk of entering the phase of decline, known as the 5 weaknesses of heaven and man, making it increasingly difficult to attain the supreme level. Yet now, Chen Yi has presented us with a means to rapidly transcend into the supreme. His intention in gathering us and revealing this breakthrough pill is abundantly clear. Elder San spoke up. Sect Master, you do not intend to bestow these pills upon us, do you? To them, Elder San, Chen Yi replied, you have already ascended to the supreme, while the pill may hold some utility for you. It is not of paramount importance. The other's expressions brightened with intrigue. Elder Yunxiao hesitated before asking, Sect Master, where did you acquire these pills? I crafted them myself. Chen Yi stated calmly, yet his revelation struck like thunder, leaving the crowd in a daze. This breakthrough pill must be at least a supreme treasure pill. Furthermore, it is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Even a pill saint might struggle to concoct such a potion. Yet Chen Yi asserts that he himself has created it. Is this truly credible? Sect Master, you cannot be jesting. Should you harbor doubts, inquire with Elder Tianhua. As the collective gaze turned towards Elder Tianhua, he nodded with a smile, saying, I understand this may be difficult for you to believe, but I can vouch for my life that this pill was indeed crafted by the sect master himself. I witnessed the entire process. During its creation, a supreme king attempted to seize it, only to be vanquished by the sect master with a single strike. What? The sect master slayed a supreme king with one blow? The revelation from Elder Tianhua sent ripples of shock through the assembly. He recounted the series of events, and as they absorbed the tale, a profound stillness settled within them. Then Elder San erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Wonderful, wonderful. Truly, the heavens have favored our Yuhua sect. Who would have thought our sect master possessed such formidable prowess? A pill alchemist capable of crafting supreme treasure pills is worth more than 10 supremes. With such an alchemist in our midst, our sect could swiftly ascend to prominence and dominate the Xin Yuan realm. Take 1 pill each, and may you all succeed in your ascension to the supreme. Chen Yi declared softly. Now that he had assumed the role of sect master, his ambition was to ensure the rapid growth of the Yuhua sect. A formidable upper echelon was indispensable. Currently, the sect's high-level combat strength was severely lacking, with only himself and Luo Qinghuang remaining. As the crowd accepted the pills, their expressions turned solemn. We shall not disappoint the sect master, they vowed, departing to enter seclusion. Chen Yi returned to the roofless peak, observing Luo Qinghuang and the others diligently cultivating within the training chamber, nodding in satisfaction. It is essential to cultivate the higher echelons of power while also nurturing the disciples below. Otherwise, a disconnection between generations may arise. Chen Yi murmured to himself. Once back in his chamber, he retrieved the storage ring of the Supreme King and examined it meticulously. Inside, he discovered a substantial amount of spirit stones, along with a high-quality alchemy furnace, one that instantly captivated Chen Yi's attention. This furnace was indeed sufficient for concocting some top-tier elixirs, as well as ordinary supreme elixirs. Although it could not yet withstand the potency of saint-level elixirs, there were few within the Yuhua sect capable of utilizing them for cultivation, and materials were scarce. Subsequently, Chen Yi continued to refine elixirs, producing a batch of exceptional spirit pills, which he entrusted to Luo Qinghuang and her companions. With these superior spirit pills to aid their cultivation, the progress of Luo Qinghuang and the others accelerated significantly. Jian Shun, Dao Tai, Wang Zhuang, Hong Hua, and the others successively broke through to the celestial realm, their hearts filled with astonishment. Based on their estimates, they believed that attaining the celestial realm would require at least a century. Yet, it had barely been a short while since their advancement. The rapidity of their progression felt surreal. The elixirs crafted by the sect master were indeed remarkably potent. If we consistently had access to such elixirs, I feel that within a few years, we could elevate ourselves to the void realm, or even the supreme realm. The sect master's prowess is truly astonishing. The group became increasingly devoted to Chen Yi. After completing a batch of elixirs, Chen Yi approached the training chamber, observing Jianshan and the others resting. He spoke in a calm tone. "Come, let me witness your strength. Be careful, sect master." Jianshan and the others replied with a smile. With their newfound confidence after advancing to the celestial realm, they understood, however, that Chen Yi's strength was formidable, thus they all launched their attacks in unison. Sword energy, formations, spear lights, and various forces surged toward Chen Yi. Luo Qinghuang also joined in, unleashing an icy crystalline sword energy, accompanied by a faintly discernible phantom of an ice phoenix. The might of her sword energy rivaled that of the void realm. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Chen Yi's eyes. This sword technique was not from the Yuhua sect, suggesting that she had encountered some unique opportunity. However, he chose not to inquire further as everyone has their own destiny. With a flick of his sleeve, he effortlessly dismantled their combined assaults. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura of supremacy erupted from his being. Boom. As the aura surged, ripples spread through the void. The onlookers felt as though Chen Yi had transformed into an exalted immortal king, inspiring within them a profound reverence that rendered any thought of resistance utterly inconceivable. Chen Yi regarded them with a calm demeanor and declared, "Continue your assault. If you cannot withstand my might, then you are truly weak." He aimed to temper the hearts of these aspiring warriors, for the strong must rise to challenge the stronger. If these individuals could muster the courage to strike under his formidable presence, it would indeed attest to their potential to become true powerhouses. The crowd, enduring the oppressive aura emanating from Chen Yi, gritted their teeth, their bodies quaking with trepidation. Chen Yi remarked indifferently, "What is this? Are you incapable of even attempting to engage me? A bunch of useless fools. Master, do not underestimate them." Jian Chen exclaimed, brandishing his sword towards Chen Yi. "While our cultivation may not match yours, we are far from worthless." Hong Hua and Yuling joined forces, launching a powerful strike. Dao Tai, Gue Shuzi, and several others followed suit, unleashing their attacks. Ultimately, it was Luo Qinghuang who raised her sword high, accompanied by the melodious sound of her blade. As a magnificent ice phoenix soared towards Chen Yi with a piercing cry. In the face of these onslaughts, Chen Yi neither retreated nor evaded. With a mere wave of his hand, he shattered their various spiritual energy attacks effortlessly. The residual waves of spiritual force swept over the assailants, causing their bodies to explode one by one, banished beyond the threshold of the cultivation chamber. Outside, the group panted heavily, gazing in awe at Chen Yi as he emerged from the cultivation door, unable to suppress their admiration. "Master, you truly are a monster." Chapter 144, The Ascendance of Yuhua Sect's Fortune. "Master, you truly are an enigma." Upon hearing Jian Chen's remark, Chen Yi cast a sidelong glance at him. "Oh, daring to slander the sect leader, you are simply asking for a beating." Jian Fa's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily interjected, "Master, this is no longer the realm of cultivation. Here, should we engage in combat, there will be no resurrection." Chen Yi let out a light snort, choosing not to respond, though a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. These individuals were commendable. Under his imposing presence, they still dared to act, displaying a semblance of the spirit of a true warrior. Meanwhile, Hong Hua, Yulinger, and the others stared at Chen Yi in a daze. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yi inquired, "Why do you all gaze at me so? Is there something amiss with my face?" As they regained their composure, Yulinger replied, "Master, It seemed like you smiled just now. It was truly a beautiful sight. Chen Yi's brow furrowed slightly as he turned to the side. Addressing the Qi Long horse with indifference, did I truly smile? The Qi Long horse nodded subtly. Yes, it appears you did smile. A mere illusion. Chen Yi replied coolly before turning to leave. Jianchen and the others exchanged glances, bewildered. Clearly, he smiled yet refuses to admit it? TSK. Perhaps our master is simply shy. This is the first time I've witnessed him smile. It is indeed quite enchanting. Indeed, they murmured among themselves. Days later. Above Yuhua Sect, an overwhelming aura erupted. A beam of light shot into the heavens, within which stood the previous sect leader, Yuhua Qinghuang. He laughed heartily. I have finally broken through to the supreme realm. His face was alight with joy. Ever since he stepped down from the position of sect leader, he had devoted himself entirely to cultivation. At last, he had crossed the threshold of the void realm and ascended to the supreme level. It appears I do possess some talent, Yuhua Qinghuang mused with a slight smile. He flickered and appeared in the grand hall, where he found Luo Qinghuang attending to some sect affairs on Chen Yi's behalf. Casting a glance around, he noticed only Luo Qinghuang and the three ancestors, which left him somewhat puzzled. Where is everyone? They have all entered seclusion to prepare for breakthroughs to the supreme realm, Luo Qinghuang replied helplessly. Yuhua Qinghuang paused for a moment, then scoffed. Each of them seeks to imitate my seclusion. Do they truly believe they possess my level of talent? Do they think that merely entering seclusion will guarantee a breakthrough to the supreme realm? If they were capable of such a feat, they would have achieved it long ago. Just as he finished speaking, a tremendous aura suddenly erupted from Tianhua Peak. Elder Tianhua laughed joyously. I have finally broken through to the supreme realm. And he was not alone. On Shenzhen Peak, Yunshao Peak, and Jinglei Peak, waves of supreme auras erupted simultaneously. Yuhua Qinghuang stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. What is happening? When did their talents become so exceptional that they could break through to the supreme realm merely by entering seclusion? They never possessed such capability before. After arduous efforts, Yuhua Qinghuang finally broke through to the supreme level and anticipated a moment of pride before the elders. However, upon witnessing the current scene, he felt akin to a jester. He had painstakingly secluded himself to achieve this breakthrough, yet these individuals seemed to ascend one after another with the ease of eating or drinking. Could it be that he was the least gifted among the disciples of the Yuhua sect? Was this truly justifiable? Luo Qinghuang patted his shoulder and remarked, "This is all the work of the sect master. He provided them with a special elixir." What kind of elixir? Yuhua Qinghuang inquired. The breaking through elixir. As its name suggests, allows one to transcend to the supreme level, Luo Qinghuang explained. Yuhua Qinghuang gasped in astonishment. Such an elixir exists? I am unaware of its specifics. My knowledge of alchemy is limited. It was concocted by the sect master himself, Luo Qinghuang shrugged. Yuhua Qinghuang was further perplexed. It was indeed crafted by Chen Yi himself? He looked earnestly at Luo Qinghuang and said, no matter how exceptional a person's talent may be, it is inconceivable for one to advance at such a rapid pace. I seriously suspect that the sect master is a reincarnated emperor. Luo Qinghuang nodded slightly. I share this suspicion. However, it matters little. Regardless, he is now the sect master of Yuhua, and under his leadership, the sect is flourishing, is it not? After a moment's contemplation, Yuhua Qinghuang chuckled softly. Indeed. Suddenly, figures began to appear in the grand hall. They were the newly ascended supremes. Elder Tianhua gazed at Yuhua Qinghuang with a smile. Ah, is this not the former sect master? What a coincidence that you have also broken through to the supreme level. Yes, what a coincidence, Yuhua Qinghuang replied, his lips twitching. It was evident that they were flaunting their achievements before him. Yet, what could he do? He could only lament his misfortune. Having just entered seclusion when Chen Yi concocted such a miraculous elixir. Meanwhile, atop Wuqing Peak, Chen Yi was engrossed in his cultivation. At that moment, he sensed a surge of fortune emanating from the Yuhua sect, which skyrocketed dramatically. As he was intertwined with the fortune of the sect, his own cultivation soared as well. Rapidly advancing through the ranks. Supreme Level 5, Supreme Level 6, Supreme Level 7. He astonishingly broke through to Supreme Level 9, reaching the realm of Supreme King. Just one step away from the unparalleled Supreme. His aura uncontrollably radiated outward, and in an instant, the entire Yuhua sect felt the presence of this Supreme King energy. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as crowds flocked to Wuqing Peak. What an overwhelming presence! It seems the sect master has broken through again. Goodness! How does the sect master cultivate? How could he have advanced so soon after his last breakthrough? The disciples, though somewhat accustomed to Chen Yi's extraordinary prowess, were nonetheless left in awe upon witnessing his sudden ascent to the realm of Supreme King. It was truly remarkable, while others progressed one step at a time. The sect master's breakthroughs were distinctly different, leaping several levels all at once. Indeed, it is utterly terrifying. He must undoubtedly be the reincarnation of a great emperor. The onlookers' expressions grew solemn. At that moment, Chen Yi emerged from his chamber and remarked nonchalantly, "What a coincidence that you all have also made breakthroughs." The others scratched their heads, initially feeling a sense of pride in their ascension to the supreme realm. However, now it seemed, their accomplishments paled in comparison to Chen Yi's prowess. "You all have arrived at an opportune time. I am contemplating setting up a grand formation for the Yuhua sect, and I may require your cooperation," Chen Yi stated calmly. He suddenly recalled his inheritance as a formation master. This legacy was too valuable to waste. In his view, the formations of the Yuhua sect were rather rudimentary. The group exchanged glances, entirely unprepared for the revelation that Chen Yi could indeed arrange formations. "Sect Master, may I inquire what kind of formation you intend to establish?" "The Qian Kuan Bagua formation." It sounded remarkably impressive. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Their unwavering loyalty to Chen Yi meant they had no objections upon hearing his intention to create a formation. "Sect Master, please proceed without hesitation." "Yes, we wholeheartedly support you." Chen Yi nodded slightly. "Very well. Let us first relocate the peak where you reside." Chapter 145, The Universe and the 8 Trigrams Formation. Half-Step Saint. "Very well. Let us first relocate the mountain you are residing upon." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They had never heard of a mountain being moved. With that, Chen Yi ascended into the air, extending his hand as a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted, transforming into an invisible hand that directly grasped a mountain peak. Remarkably, he forcefully uprooted it from the ground. The onlookers were left speechless. The Supreme King truly was extraordinary. The average Supreme King might not possess such capabilities. This was a feat only achievable by the sect leader. Even in his previous state as a great Supreme, he could effortlessly slay a Supreme King. Now that he had ascended to the rank of Supreme King, it was likely that even the unparalleled Supremes would not warrant his regard. Indeed, the crowd shook their heads in disbelief. Meanwhile, Chen Yi was busy reshaping the geographical layout of the Yuhua sect. He then produced a multitude of spiritual stones and began to arrange the formation. What he was setting up was no ordinary formation, but rather a saint-level grand formation. The consumption of spiritual stones was naturally substantial. Days passed before Chen Yi finally completed the grand formation. As it was activated, the surrounding area of 1,000 miles began to swell with spiritual energy, an endless stream converging upon the Yuhua sect. Above the sect, an 8 trigrams pattern faintly materialized, subsequently vanishing into the void. Boom, boom. A massive influx of spiritual energy surged towards the Yuhua sect, even triggering a violent tide of spiritual energy, astonishing everyone present. They emerged one by one to investigate, discovering that the concentration of spiritual energy within the Yuhua sect had increased by more than tenfold compared to before. Moreover, it continued to rise. It felt as though it was about to coalesce into a tangible form. The concentration of spiritual energy was astonishing. Everyone was flabbergasted. Good heavens, this was utterly outrageous. What kind of formation had the sect leader set up? They were all in awe. Luo Qinghuang and others meticulously observed the formation and realized that it gathered the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, creating an unparalleled cultivation paradise. Now, the disciples within the Yuhua sect experienced an enhancement in their cultivation efficiency by no less than tenfold. This was akin to seizing the very fortune of the universe. Such a method could hardly be achieved even by saints. This was undoubtedly a saint-level formation, the ability to easily concoct supreme-grade elixirs and establish a saint-level formation. The sect leader must surely be a reincarnated great emperor. The conviction regarding this thought grew stronger among the crowd. At that moment, Chen Yi also sensed a further elevation in his own cultivation. After all, once the universe and 8 trigrams grand formation was established, it brought immense benefits to the Yuhua sect, thereby naturally enhancing its fortune. It was only fitting that his cultivation would rise accordingly. Unparalleled supreme? No. Was this cultivation now at the half-step saint level? Chen Yi mused as he felt his own progress. He sensed that his advancement seemed to be accelerating. Yet he was thoroughly satisfied. After all, who would complain about their cultivation progressing too slowly? The grand formation of the Qian Kuan 8 trigrams has been successfully established, however. Maintaining its operation requires a substantial consumption of spiritual stones. Given the current resources of the Yuhua sect, it is estimated that it can only be sustained for a few years. Nevertheless, during this period, the Yuhua sect is bound to grow stronger. With enhanced power, an abundance of spiritual stones will naturally follow. After Chen Yi set up the formation, he returned to acclimate to his newly attained half-step saint realm. On this day, Luo Qinghuang came to visit. Chen Yi regarded Luo Qinghuang with a hint of surprise. Master, is there something you need? Luo Qinghuang nodded slightly. Indeed, just now, the Panlong dynasty has issued a heroic invitation, summoning various heroes to join forces against the foreign demonic beings. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi pondered thoughtfully. I have enmity with the Panlong dynasty. How dare they invite us to combat the foreign demons? Luo Qinghuang continued. The foreign demons pose a grave threat to the Xianyuan realm. There exists an unwritten rule that, regardless of past grievances, all must set aside their differences in the face of these demons. Everyone is required to unite against them. Chen Yi nodded slightly. Rest assured, Master, I am not one to lack perspective. I too do not wish to stand idly by while the foreign demons ravage the innocent in the Xianyuan realm. I shall go to the Panlong dynasty. Shall I require companions? Let Jian Chun and Luo Qinghuang accompany me. This time, confronting the foreign demons will serve as valuable training for them. That sounds agreeable, Luo Qinghuang acknowledged with a slight nod. Subsequently, Chen Yi sought out Jian Chun and Luo Qinghuang, briefing them on the situation concerning the Panlong dynasty. The group expressed no objections to the journey. After making the necessary preparations, they set forth with Chen Yi. In the present-day Panlong dynasty, the atmosphere was tumultuous. Various factions congregated to confront the foreign demons, as calamities erupted across the dynasty. Disciples from numerous influential sects were making every effort to eradicate the demons. The area most saturated with demonic energy was a fortified city in the Panlong dynasty. As they approached, Chen Yi and his companions encountered a wave of demons mercilessly slaughtering the populace in a town, siphoning off human essence and devouring flesh. Jian Chun and the others could not simply stand by. They immediately entered the town to confront the threat. Despicable demons! How dare you harm the innocent before us? You seek death. One of the demons, sporting a horn and leading the charge, grinned at Chen Yi and his companions. Ah, more fools have come to seek their demise. Who will perish is still uncertain. Jian Chun responded coldly, unleashing the aura of the celestial realm. In an instant, the air was filled with his sword energy. The demon, seeing this, sneered. No wonder you dare to be arrogant. He too unleashed his celestial realm might. With a whoosh, the two combatants vanished from sight, igniting a ferocious battle. The clash of sword energy and demonic energy reverberated, creating powerful shockwaves. Meanwhile, Luo Qinghuang and the others busied themselves eliminating other demons around the town. Before long, the demon presence within the town was nearly eradicated. Luo Qinghuang observed as Jian Chun continued to engage in fierce combat, and with a slight curl of her lips, she inquired, Jian Chun, do you require assistance? Not necessary, Jian Chun replied. He then unleashed the power of his physique, causing a massive phantom sword to materialize above his head, a manifestation of his extraordinary physical prowess. Yet, this was not the end. A formidable Dharma form coalesced behind him. With the convergence of the Dharma form and the extraordinary manifestation, Jian Chun unleashed his full might. Boom, boom, boom. The demon was torn asunder by the sword energy, leaving it battered and bruised. With resentment, it glared at Jian Chun and spat. Just wait. My demon clan's leader will not let you go unpunished. Upon finishing, a surge of pitch-black demonic energy erupted from its being. The dark energy ascended, exploding in the air and creating an invisible wave that radiated outward. As if signaling for aid, Jian Chun furrowed his brow at the sight and remarked, calling for reinforcements. He then propelled his sword energy, annihilating the demon into mere fragments. Luo Qinghuang shook her head beside him, saying, Jian Chun, you seem incapable, allowing them to summon help. Had I intervened, they would have had no such opportunity. What is there to fear? Our sect master is present, came the confident response. Indeed, echoed Yulinger and Hong Hua, who expressed no concern regarding the demon's reinforcements. They believed that with Chen Yi around, any reinforcements that arrived would be as insignificant as mere chickens and dogs, utterly lacking in threat. Chapter 146, Entering the Demon City. Preparing to annihilate the demonic lair. The townsfolk approached Chen Yi and his companions, clasping their hands in gratitude. Thank you for your assistance, they said earnestly. The group, however, waved their hands dismissively. It is merely our duty. There is no need for such formalities. In these times of rampant demonic disaster, it would be wise for you to find a safe place to hide. Alas, with the demonic calamity spreading over a vast area of thousands of miles, where can we possibly take refuge? An elderly man lamented. Has the Panlong dynasty taken no measures? Luo Qinghuang inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. The elder scoffed in response. Speaking of that only stirs our anger further. The Panlong dynasty prioritizes the lives of the elite over ours. They evacuated the nobles first, leaving us here to await our doom. Or perhaps they intend for us to serve as bait to buy time for the escape of the privileged. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi furrowed his brows. These individuals were, after all, subjects of the Panlong dynasty. Could it truly be that the dynasty displayed such heartlessness? Just as Jianshan and the others seethed with indignation, a formidable wave of demonic energy surged forth from the distance, accompanied by a streak of black lightning. It was a demon clad in scales, with a tail and surrounded by crackling lightning, emanating an aura of power that had reached the pinnacle of the void realm. Verging on the supreme level, in a cold voice, he demanded, "Who has slain my subordinate?" Was this the demon leader they had mentioned earlier? His piercing gaze swiftly fixated on Jianshan and his companions, and he coldly declared, "It appears to be you. You seek death." With that, he lunged toward them. He perceived that Jianshan and his companions were no match for him in strength. Boom! He transformed into a bolt of lightning, hurtling toward Jianshan with incredible speed. But before he could make contact, a flash of sword light sliced through the air. He had no time to react before he felt a chill at his neck. And then his head was severed from his body. Chen Yi stated with indifference, "A mere demon of insufficient supreme level dares to boast in my presence. How foolish." After dispatching the so-called demon leader with a single stroke, he turned his gaze toward the horizon, where a multitude of demons were rapidly approaching, their numbers staggering, amounting to hundreds of thousands. With a mere gesture, Chen Yi summoned a sphere of pure solar fire into his palm. He then hurled the flames toward a demon, which was instantly reduced to ashes. This was merely the beginning. The pure solar fire mingled with the demonic energy, spreading like gasoline igniting, engulfing the approaching horde of over 100,000 demons. In an instant, the air was filled with the wails of the demons. The sky blazed with golden red flames as one after another, the demons, now emitting black smoke, were reduced to charred remains, plummeting from the sky. Not a single one of the hundreds of thousands of demons escaped unscathed. This display left the onlookers utterly astonished. They had initially thought that Jianshan, Luo Qinghuang, and their companions were already formidable. Unexpectedly, the young man, who was not much older than a few others and perhaps even younger, could unleash a power that was utterly terrifying. With a mere gesture, hundreds of thousands of demonic beings were incinerated. How fearsome! After vanquishing these countless fiends, Chen Yi turned his gaze towards the distant heavy city, the very epicenter of demonic energy. "Let us proceed to eradicate the source of this calamity," Chen Yi stated calmly. Indeed, Jianshan, Luo Qinghuang, and the others nodded slightly before swiftly making their way towards the city gates, where a considerable number of warriors had already gathered, including dozens of supreme masters, a true congregation of the elite. Chen Yi surveyed the scene and said with a composed demeanor, "Jianshan, Luo Qinghuang, you shall lead the other disciples to address the demonic disturbances in different areas. I will handle matters here." He discerned that the battlefield had escalated beyond what Jianshan and his companions could intervene in, and they understood the necessity of departing promptly. Upon Chen Yi's arrival, numerous gazes turned towards him, noting his youth. Such a young individual possessing supreme cultivation was indeed a rarity. He has arrived. In the skies above, an elder with white hair observed Chen Yi, his eyes glinting with intrigue. This elder was none other than the ancestor of the heavenly Luo sacred land, a venerable saint. Beside him stood a man clad in a golden robe, who glanced at Chen Yi and inquired, "Do you know him, Taoist of heavenly Luo?" "Ah, you should be familiar with the lord of the Panlong kingdom. I have heard that your third son met his demise at this man's hands." The ancestor of heavenly Luo replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the lord of Panlong's eyes darkened momentarily. He then spoke with measured composure, "Indeed. But I had not anticipated that he would come to the Panlong dynasty to assist in addressing the demonic calamity. In the face of the extraterrestrial fiends, all grievances must be set aside to unite against the common foe. This is a rule established by the emperor. He too must adhere to this principle, which poses no issue," the ancestor of heavenly Luo asserted. "Agreed." The lord of Panlong nodded slightly, then addressed the assembled supremes. "I am deeply grateful for your long journey to aid the Panlong dynasty against the fiends. Allow me to outline the information I have gathered in conjunction with Taoist of heavenly Luo. Firstly, this city has been overtaken by the fiends. It serves as their lair. Only by destroying their stronghold can we truly put an end to this calamity. However, formidable fiends guard that lair, including a fiend saint." The mention of a saint-level extraterrestrial fiend struck astonishment among the crowd. The Lord of Panlong continued, "Rest assured, my companions. The fiend saint shall be dealt with by myself and Taoist of heavenly Luo. Your task will be to confront the other fiends and dismantle their lair. With our combined strength, this should not pose a significant challenge. The assembly nodded in agreement, confident that as long as the two could hold the fiend saint at bay, they could manage the remaining foes. Indeed, we are also supremes. Dealing with a few fiends should be within our capabilities. The Lord of Panlong nodded slightly. Then let us proceed. Having spoken, he led the way, entering the city ahead of Tianluo Ancestor, with the others closely following behind. In an instant, a terrifying surge of demonic energy enveloped them, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. How domineering and potent is this demonic aura? Truly, this is the lair of demons. The group cast a glance at the city, now transformed into a land of malevolence, devoid of any vitality. At the center of the city, a colossal blood-red crystal, as towering as a mountain, floated in midair, from which legions of demons surged forth. This was indeed the demon lair. It seemed to sense the intrusion of the group, as powerful waves of demonic energy erupted around the lair, locking onto them. Have the human warriors finally arrived? It appears this will be a formidable battle. If you wish to annihilate this demon lair, I shall witness the extent of your might. Shadows of varied forms swiftly encircled the group, surrounding them completely. Meanwhile, Tianluo Ancestor and the Dragon Sovereign stepped forward, emanating an extraordinarily potent aura of sanctity, sweeping away the surrounding demonic energy like a tempest. Chapter 147, The Siege of the Demon Half-Saints. Confronted with the formidable auras of two mighty saints, the eyes of numerous demons revealed unmistakable trepidation. At this moment, in the heart of the demon lair, a blood-red beam of light surged skyward, and a figure ascended into the air. Upon closer inspection, it was a demon clad in crimson battle armor. An overwhelming aura of malevolence emanated from him, and behind him, a vast expanse of blood-red mist coalesced ominously. His presence rivaled that of the two saints, perhaps even surpassing them. This individual was none other than the strongest being within the demon lair. The Blood Sea Demon Saint. Splendid. I never expected two human saints to deliver themselves to my doorstep for slaughter. Then come forth. The Blood Sea Demon Saint bellowed with laughter and charged towards the two saints. A formidable force erupted from him. The sovereign of the Dragon Kingdom and the Heavenly Net Saint met him head-on. In an instant, a fierce battle ensued, shaking the very heavens and earth, intertwining with profound Tao rhythms, creating a terrifying spectacle. The light of the saints illuminated the world. Golden dragons soared majestically, shaking the universe. Furthermore, a tide of blood-colored demonic energy threatened to engulf all living beings. Chen Yi glanced at the battlefield, recognizing that the clash of saints was indeed remarkable. As the saints engaged in combat, the supreme beings among them prepared to intervene. Eliminate them. A towering demon sovereign snorted. In an instant, the demon horde sprang into action. The confrontation between the humans and demons was equally terrifying. A human sovereign wielded a long staff, striking forth and shattering mountains and rivers. A Buddha emanated a radiant light, manifesting a divine form. A swordsman in white unleashed a sweeping sword aura, his blade as massive as a mountain, sending demons flying. These individuals were renowned sovereigns from various regions within the Xianyuan realm, with some even being sovereign kings and unparalleled sovereigns. They possessed a variety of extraordinary physiques, each impressive in their own right. However, the demons were no easy adversaries either. Among them was a winged demon, adorned with a single horn and enveloped in the power of wind and thunder, a frenzied sword demon wielding a demonic blade, and a water demon capable of summoning boundless floods with a mere gesture. The battle raged fiercely, with neither side yielding an inch. At that moment, a sword demon wielding a massive dual-bladed sword took notice of Chen Yi, a human child, to achieve sovereignty at such a young age. He must be an exceptional talent among humans. Slaying such a sovereign would deal a far greater blow to humanity than vanquishing others. The sword demon's eyes gleamed with malice as he instantly appeared before Chen Yi, his great sword slashing down as if to cleave the heavens. Seeing this, Chen Yi drew his long sword, executing the divine sword slash. The sword aura effortlessly rent the cosmos and struck the descending blade. With a resounding clash, the sword was severed cleanly in two. The sword light swept through the sword demon's neck, and with a fountain of blood, the sword demon fell instantaneously. This scene captured the attention of many warriors and demons on the battlefield. What an impressive sword strike. This individual's cultivation is truly unfathomable. How did he manage to slay a sword demon so close to a sovereign king with a single stroke? How formidable. This individual's cultivation is far from ordinary. The crowd began to sense something amiss, and Chen Yi chose to no longer conceal his aura. Instantly, the formidable presence of a half-step saint radiated from him, overwhelming the cosmos with its might. The demons were taken aback, realizing that another half-step saint existed among them. Moreover, this individual was remarkably youthful. None could fathom the heights he might attain in the future. This young man must not be allowed to remain. Indeed, should he be spared, he would undoubtedly become a significant threat to our demon clan in the future. After the initial shock, the demons turned their icy gazes towards Chen Yi, filled with murderous intent, while the venerable Tian Luo and the Lord of Panlong were equally astonished. Particularly, Tian Luo felt his mind wavering. How could this fellow have ascended to a half-step saint? Just previously, he was but a newly advanced supreme. The elder's pupils trembled slightly. He had never witnessed such a staggering rate of cultivation. This was beyond reason. If given more time, would he not effortlessly surpass me? A chill crept into Tian Luo's heart. No, it is imperative to stifle his growth. Alternatively, he must be eliminated. Contrasting with Tian Luo's sentiments were the other human supremes, who, upon seeing Chen Yi, brightened with joy and even erupted into laughter. Our human race has produced such a prodigious talent. Truly, this is a momentous fortune for us. Excellent. Demons, do you see? Our lineage continues to thrive. And your ambitions to extinguish us are nothing but the ravings of dreamers. Indeed, you shall never succeed. Who is this young man? Why have I never heard of him before? In the ongoing conflict between demons and humans, any appearance of an extraordinary talent brings a glimmer of hope, eliciting elation among the onlookers, especially those who bore no grievances against Chen Yi. Protect this young friend, declared one supreme, intervening to shield Chen Yi from a demon's attack. The other supremes joined forces, successfully fending off the advancing demons. It was remarkable that, among all present, other than Chen Yi, who possessed the strongest saintly cultivation, few demons dared to challenge him. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, if that is the case, then let the task of destroying the demon lair fall to me. He stepped forward towards the lair, unleashing a powerful surge of half-saint energy. His gaze sharpened, locking onto the demon's stronghold. Simultaneously, the Qingming sword in his hand emanated a formidable sword energy, enveloped in pure yang flames, making it nearly impossible for the surrounding demonic energy to approach him. However, as he neared the lair, a formidable and concentrated force suddenly erupted, striking towards him and surprisingly penetrating the pure yang flames. Chen Yi's eyes flickered with realization. Oh, so there were ambushes prepared? With a swift gesture, he transformed the pure yang flames into a blazing sword, shattering the demonic energy in his path. From within the crimson crystal, several figures emerged, each radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence. Astonishingly, they were 4 semi-saints of the demon clan. You seek your own demise, one of them declared. We were merely lying in wait to guard the demon lair, but encountering a prodigy like you is indeed an unexpected fortune. A single semi-saint against 4. Your death is inevitable. Regardless of who witnessed this, it was clear that Chen Yi stood in an undeniably precarious position. Yet, as he surveyed the demon semi-saints, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Shall you 4 engage me together? Are you afraid? No, I merely believe it would be somewhat unfair. You ought to summon a few more semi-saints. His words caused the onlookers to stiffen in disbelief. This man was exceedingly arrogant. Who cannot boast? Let us witness your true abilities. One of the demon semi-saints, wielding a long sword, charged towards Chen Yi. Unmoved, Chen Yi remained steadfast. As the lethal assault bore down upon him, an even more terrifying aura erupted from his being. A powerful and fearsome phenomenon surged forth from within him. Chapter 148. The Pure Yang 10,000 Sword Technique. In the face of the devastating attacks unleashed by the semi-saints of the demon clan, Chen Yi maintained a serene demeanor. In the next moment, a series of terrifying phenomena erupted around him. The great sun ascends. The fire phoenix incinerates the sky. The sea of fire grows the golden lotus. The 9 leaves of the azure lotus support the heavens. The purple chi emerges from the east. The bright moon rises over the sea. The lone smoke in the desert stands tall. The diagram of yin and yang. These extraordinary manifestations surge forth, creating an unfathomable ocean of chaotic energy. Witnessing such an array of phenomena, the demon clan warriors were left utterly stunned. Is this a human? Damn it. Chen Yi's cultivation was already on par with theirs. And now, with the enhancement of these myriad manifestations, the power he could unleash was beyond comprehension. Despite having 4 semi-saints, They felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Could they defeat him? Kill, roared one of the demon semi-saints, determined to prevent him from breaking the demon lair, for failure would render all their efforts in vain. The other semi-saints of the demon clan also emanated a murderous intent. They had painstakingly brought the demon lair into this world. If it were to be destroyed now, their journey would be for naught. Eliminate him. Such a monstrous talent among the human race is bound to bring disaster. The 4 demon semi-saints charged towards Chen Yi in unison, unleashing a barrage of demon clan techniques. The onslaught was akin to a tidal wave, shaking the very cosmos. In response, a colossal Dharma form materialized behind Chen Yi. The Dharma form soared into the air, its might causing the very heavens and earth to tremble. The assaults of the 4 demon semi-saints collided with Chen Yi's Dharma form, erupting in a force that shattered the surrounding space. Cracks in the void appeared. A supreme being gasped in astonishment. Shattered space. This level of power is comparable to that of a saint, is it not? Truly a terrifying force. What a remarkable prodigy of the human race. The onlookers gazed at Chen Yi with excitement swelling within them. The more extraordinary he appeared, the greater their chances of destroying the demon lair. As a cloud of dust settled, a figure emerged. Chen Yi, clad in white, stood suspended in midair, surrounded by phenomena, his Dharma form towering majestically. Remarkably, he remained completely unscathed. Chen Yi spoke calmly. I have already stated, you are merely 4 semi-saints of the demon clan. This is somewhat unfair to you. With that, he swung his sword towards one of the demon semi-saints. The sharp strike, combined with the divine sword technique, transformed into a white sword shadow stretching for thousands of miles. The demon semi-saint's pupils constricted as he drew forth a black shield to defend himself. The sword she struck the shield with a thunderous roar, causing it to shatter. What? The demon semi-saint's face turned pale with fear. Incredible! This shield is a semi-saint artifact. How could it be cleaved in 2 by a single strike? No, it's nearly destroyed. What a terrifying sword strike. Your shield seems rather fragile, Chen Yi remarked nonchalantly. Behold my technique, the demon blade slash. In an instant, a blade-wielding demon charged towards Chen Yi, his long knife whistling through the air, imbued with a fierce and domineering aura. This strike is indeed astonishing, yet it fails to pose any threat to Chen Yi. Space slash. Chen Yi retaliated with a sword of his own. The sword energy shattered the blade's radiance, while the remaining force, like a raging torrent, crashed onto the demon's body, sending him flying. At this moment, a succubus half-saint approached Chen Yi, emanating an intoxicating allure, attempting to disturb his focus. But how unwavering is Chen Yi's resolve? Could she possibly sway him? He remained utterly still, unleashing another sword strike. The succubus half-saint's expression shifted, as she was sent sprawling by the blow. How could this man be so indifferent to feminine charms? The succubus half-saint was baffled, astonished that he remained completely unfazed. It was her first encounter with such a man. Ding. The host remains impervious to the temptations of the succubus half-saint. Such composure is deserving of the title of the benchmark of the unfeeling path. As a reward, the host receives the supreme sage technique, Pure Yang 10,000 Sword Art. Note, the Pure Yang 10,000 Sword Art is a fusion of the power of Pure Yang, making it the most suitable supreme sage technique for the host. Chen Yi's eyes brightened. A sage technique? Such treasures are rare. Only a sage can fully unleash its potency. Once he masters it, combined with his cultivation and various manifestations, his power will undoubtedly reach extraordinary heights. He might even ascend to the level of a sage. With this thought, a smile graced Chen Yi's lips. Meanwhile, the 4 demon half-saints continued their assault on Chen Yi, unleashing a barrage of techniques. Demon Blade Slash, Succubus Dance of Chaos, Demon Mountain Crash, Dragon Demon Fury. Various demonic martial arts surged toward Chen Yi, intent on tearing him apart. Yet, at that moment, an unparalleled sword intent erupted from Chen Yi, a surge of pure yang energy emanating from him, melding with the sword intent, creating a sword energy that struck fear into the hearts of the demons and even the saints present. You are among the first demons to witness this technique. You should consider yourselves fortunate, Chen Yi remarked coolly, channeling his essence to its zenith. Above his head, streams of sword energy coalesced. The sword energy glimmered with a golden hue, radiating the overwhelming and scorching essence of pure yang fire. What sort of sword technique is this? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Such a sword art was beyond their imagination. The key was that this technique contained the pure and vigorous essence of pure yang fire, which posed a far greater threat to them than ordinary energy. Pure yang 10,000 sword art, Chen Yi stated with indifference. Countless streams of sword energy hovered in the skies above, radiating intense heat and light, resembling countless miniature suns, completely locking onto the four demon saints. Even the demon lair behind them was ensnared. "This is bad. We must defend against this attack with all our might," a demon shouted. The four half-saints positioned themselves at the entrance of the demon lair, summoning their powers to the utmost, forming a protective barrier to safeguard the lair. Meanwhile, Chen Yi's sword had already been unleashed. Tens of thousands of sword energies cascaded from the sky, infused with unparalleled pure yang power, relentlessly striking against the shields of the four great demon clan semi-saints. Accompanied by resounding booms, the first shield shattered. The second shield crumbled. The third shield broke apart. Just as the fourth shield was on the verge of collapse, the Blood Sea Demon Saint engaged in combat with Ancestor Tian Luo and the Sovereign of the Panlong Kingdom, could no longer remain passive. "You two, step aside," the Blood Sea Demon Saint bellowed, forcing the two mighty saints to retreat. Subsequently, he soared toward the demon lair at breakneck speed, while the two saints, glancing at one another as they pursued, found themselves perpetually lagging behind the Blood Sea Demon Saint. Their eyes flickered, as if they were calculating something. Boom! The fourth shield shattered. Yet, more than half of the pure yang sword energy remained. The four semi-saints bore the brunt, their bodies raked with deep sword scars, with the blade demon at the forefront, receiving the most impact, ultimately exploding under the onslaught of sword energy. Damn it! Just as the sword energy was about to obliterate the demon lair, the Blood Sea Demon God arrived. With a mere gesture, he summoned a surging tide of demonic energy, transforming it into a vast and tumultuous sea of blood. Chapter 149, The War Demon Saint. The Demonic Abyss. The Seed of Darkness. The tumultuous sea of blood withstood the might of the pure yang sword energy. However, upon sensing the power of this sword strike, the Blood Sea Demon Saint was filled with an overwhelming intent to kill. At such a young age, possessing such formidable combat prowess, he could not be spared. As he gazed at Chen Yi, he envisioned a formidable adversary for the future of the demon race. With a swift motion of his fingers in the void, a spear of crimson energy coalesced, completely locking onto Chen Yi. A chilling aura surged toward Chen Yi. "Oh, is this the might of a saint?" His gaze turned frigid. In the next moment, an extraordinary wave of energy emanated from his being, plunging him into the depths of the unfeeling and resolute heart's profundity. At that instant, his essence, chi, and spirit harmonized to their utmost perfection. Various divine abilities and martial arts flashed through his mind, transforming and intertwining, and in a mere moment, he conceived 7 or 8 strategies to confront the Blood Sea Demon Saint. "Kill!" the Blood Sea Demon Saint growled. Launching a powerful assault, his figure morphed into a ghostly silhouette, appearing before Chen Yi, brandishing a spear that lunged at him. Yet, Chen Yi effortlessly evaded, as if he had anticipated the Demon Saint's attack. The latter, momentarily taken aback, let out a cold snort as a swirling mass of blood mist erupted around him, revealing countless phantoms of the Blood Sea Demon Saint. These apparitions were as tangible as reality, rendering evasion nearly impossible. "Let us see where you can hide now." The Blood Sea Demon Saint spoke icily. He thrust his spear toward Chen Yi, and simultaneously, hundreds of Blood Sea Demon Saints moved in unison. Chen Yi dodged several times but still sustained injuries, blood gushing forth. Observing this, a human supreme being grew anxious and addressed the 2 other saints present. "The Tian Luo ancestor and the Panlong Kingdom Lord, why do you not intervene to rescue this young friend? We cannot allow him to perish." "Indeed. Such a prodigy must not fall to the demon race," they urged. The Tian Luo ancestor appeared troubled, stating, "This young friend is currently entangled in a fierce battle with the Blood Sea Demon Saint. Should we intervene recklessly, we might inadvertently harm him." "Precisely, we cannot act carelessly," affirmed the Panlong Kingdom Lord. "But if you do not intervene, this young friend is surely doomed. After all, he is merely a half-saint." Another voice chimed in. A half-saint facing a saint is an inevitably fatal scenario. Yet, the Tian Luo ancestor and the Panlong Kingdom Lord remained unmoved. "It all depends on this young friend's own fortune now," declared the Panlong Kingdom Lord. He secretly wished for his demise, for the young man had slain his son. How could he possibly come to his aid? The Tian Luo ancestor felt similarly. He harbored enmity towards Chen Yi and recognized that if given more time to grow, the latter would surely eclipse the Tian Luo Holy Land. He could not bear to witness such a fate. Should Chen Yi perish here, he would be tempted to celebrate with fireworks. As Chen Yi found himself increasingly ensnared in perilous combat, both the Lord of the Panlong Kingdom and the Elder of Tianlu silently urged the Blood Sea Demon Saint on. Yet at that moment, the Blood Sea Demon Saint sensed something amiss. The blood mist he had conjured suddenly erupted, giving way to an unparalleled explosion of pure yang flames, imbued with terrifying power. Blood explosion technique? The Blood Sea Demon Saint recognized the method employed by Chen Yi. He was thrown into disarray, singed and battered by the overwhelming flames. This technique was known among our demon clan, yet its potency paled in comparison to this manifestation. Are you not of the righteous path? Why then do you practice such a peculiar technique? Unfazed, Chen Yi replied with calm indifference, there exists no distinction of righteousness or wickedness in techniques. I shall practice whatever method I choose. If I wield it against your demon kin, then this technique is righteous. The Blood Sea Demon Saint had no retort. Only a derisive snort. How can such an aberration emerge from the righteous path of humankind? You must not be allowed to live. Die. He summoned all his strength, charging towards Chen Yi once more. In response, Chen Yi unleashed his full potential. A torrent of true essence surged from him, and with it, blood erupted, coalescing in the air into a multitude of blood swords, each ablaze with flames. He had seamlessly fused the pure yang sword technique with the blood explosion technique. This remarkable feat was achievable only under the profound insight of his resolute heart. In this state, his comprehension reached its zenith, allowing him to wield various martial arts with unparalleled finesse. The fusion of martial techniques was effortless for Chen Yi in this condition, rendering it no challenge at all. A flurry of blood swords ascended into the sky, enveloping the Blood Sea Demon Saint in an overwhelming aura of sword intent. He could not suppress a gulp. Do you not fear the consequences of bloodshed? It seemed to him that Chen Yi was more befitting of the title Blood Sea than he. Chen Yi coldly responded, to slay you and obliterate the demon lair, even at the cost of my own life. What of it? Upon hearing his words, many felt a deep respect. Truly, he was a prodigy of humankind. How commendable, indeed. The elder of Tianlu and the lord of the Panlong Kingdom exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with realization that Chen Yi was seizing this opportunity to rally the hearts of the people, prompting a disdainful snort from within. They now wished fervently for the Blood Sea Demon Saint to eliminate Chen Yi. However, as the blood-red swords infused with pure yang energy took form, they could not remain composed. The power within was sufficient to slay a saint. Fall. Chen Yi commanded with icy detachment. Thousands of blood-red swords shot forth, their might shattering the very heavens and earth. The Blood Sea Demon Saint roared, unleashing his ultimate technique, summoning a titanic blood-red demon god to clash with the multitude of blood swords. The collision of their two ultimate techniques caused the very cosmos to tremble. Before their eyes, the blood-red demon god was shattered inch by inch. The Blood Sea Demon Saint was struck by an unprecedented blow, spewing blood as he was propelled backward. Meanwhile, the myriad swords descended upon the demon lair, erupting with a thunderous sound, causing the lair to explode, releasing a torrent of demonic energy. At that moment, amidst the unexpected turmoil, a blood-red demonic aura surged forth from the shattered lair, piercing into Chen Yi's body, leaving the onlookers aghast. The Blood Sea Demon Saint could not restrain his laughter, exclaiming, "Did you not anticipate that our demon clan possesses such a secret? Within this lair lies a demonic seed. Whoever is implanted with this seed will descend into the path of darkness, becoming one of my kind. You are a paragon of the human race. Yet now you belong to my demon clan." The crowd gasped in horror. "What a despicable demon clan!" they exclaimed, as Chen Yi felt the presence of the demonic seed. A peculiar force began to influence his mind, attempting to tempt him into the abyss of darkness. However, who was he? A paragon of the unfeeling path. He diligently practiced the Ice Heart Sutra, his resolve unwavering and nearly unbreakable. Could a mere demonic seed hope to lead him astray? A mere illusion. Chen Yi spoke with indifference. Chapter 150, The Reappearance of the Beast Diagram. A mere demonic seed dares to lead me astray into the path of darkness? What a fool's dream. Chen Yi uttered a low growl, displaying no fear towards this so-called demonic seed. He turned his gaze towards the Blood Sea Demon Saint, who was already on the brink of collapse from the combined assault of his pure yang 10,000 sword technique and the exploding blood demon art. At this moment, two formidable forces of saints erupted, launching an attack against the Blood Sea Demon Saint. It was the Dragon Sovereign and the heavenly Luo Ancestor, both saints in action. Caught off guard by their assault, the severely wounded Blood Sea Demon Saint was struck directly and coughed up blood. Despicable! The Blood Sea Demon Saint glared at the two, his eyes filled with rage. Yet, the Dragon Sovereign and the heavenly Luo Ancestor remained unfazed. Hmph. There is no need to speak of righteousness when dealing with a demon like you. Kill. The two swiftly moved to encircle the Blood Sea Demon Saint. Before long, under the relentless siege, the already severely injured Blood Sea Demon Saint was utterly overwhelmed and annihilated. Chen Yi watched from the sidelines, frowning slightly. What a spectacle! Then, The heavenly Luo ancestor and the dragon sovereign exchanged glances, and together, they charged towards Chen Yi. The power of the saints was unleashed without reservation. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding supremes could not help but be astonished. What is happening here? The heavenly Luo ancestor proclaimed loudly, "Everyone, Chen Yi has been afflicted by a demonic seed. It won't be long before he descends into the path of darkness. He is no longer of the human race, for the sake of the righteous path of the world. We must act for the greater good." Upon hearing his words, the crowd hesitated. Chen Yi let out a cold laugh. What a noble cause for the sake of the world. He wielded his sword, unleashing the power of anomalies in the law avatar, clashing with the powers of the two saints. In an instant, both sides were forced back. The dragon sovereign coldly declared, "Chen Yi, if there remains a shred of humanity within you, surrender obediently. Otherwise, you will become a great calamity for the human race, leaving a stench that will linger for millennia. No, even your Yuhua sect will be implicated. Indeed, Chen Yi, for the sake of humanity, you should offer your neck for slaughter in the annals of history. You might still leave behind a commendable name." The heavenly Luo ancestor added. Chen Yi replied indifferently, "Which of your eyes saw me being controlled by a demonic seed? My resolve is steadfast. That demonic seed cannot affect me in the slightest." Nonsense. Since ancient times, few have escaped the influence of a demonic seed. And you are no exception, the heavenly Luo ancestor retorted. "Esteemed saints, please remain calm. Although the power of the demonic seed is formidable, history has shown that there are those who have been afflicted yet managed to break free. Such as the ninth son emperor of the human race from 100,000 years ago. He too was once under a demonic seed. Yet now he stands as one of the most powerful emperors on the battlefield beyond, having achieved remarkable feats for our race. This matter should not be decided hastily." One of the supremes interjected. Other supremes also stepped forth, seeking to temporarily protect Chen Yi. After all, individuals of his caliber were exceedingly rare. To execute him so readily would be a significant loss for the entire human race. Indeed, I must seek the decree of the emperor. I implore both sages to cease their actions. However, the venerable ancestor of Tianlu appeared resolute, coldly asserting, "The emperor is preoccupied with the myriad affairs of state and the struggle against the extraterrestrial demons. He cannot concern himself with trivial matters such as this. This issue requires no imperial consultation. We sages shall handle it ourselves. This individual must be eliminated. Otherwise, the repercussions will be endless. You must not impede me. It is precisely because of this person's extraordinary potential that, should he betray us and side with the demonic race, it would spell unprecedented disaster for our human race. We must strike him down before he fully descends into the path of darkness." The two sages exuded overwhelming might, forcing the surrounding sovereigns to retreat in succession. Then, with icy gazes, they turned their attention to Chen Yi, their murderous intent palpable. Their offensive was poised to unleash. Chen Yi discerned their intentions. These two were adamant about his demise, not out of any noble cause for humanity, but driven purely by selfish vengeance. Having slain the prince of the Panlong dynasty and an elder of the Tianlu sacred land, they sought to seize this opportunity for retribution against him and the Yuhua sect. Chen Yi's eyes turned cold. "You dare to call yourselves sages of the human race? You are nothing but parasites. If that is the case, I shall not hold back. If you wish to kill me, you must be prepared to forfeit your lives." The two, upon hearing this, could not help but sneer. "Arrogant, Chen Yi, no matter how many wonders you possess, you remain merely a half-saint, incapable of standing against us. Indeed, come and meet your end." They appeared utterly confident in their ability to vanquish Chen Yi. Their cultivation levels far surpassed his, and having just battled the Blood Sea Demon Saint, Chen Yi was undoubtedly fatigued and vulnerable. Yet, just as they prepared to strike, Chen Yi produced a pill and consumed it. It was the everlasting creation pill. Upon ingesting the pill, a surge of vibrant life force erupted from Chen Yi, swiftly mending his injuries and restoring his aura to its zenith. Furthermore, he unfurled an ancient scroll, which gradually opened, releasing a primal aura. It depicted a vast, primeval wilderness, teeming with fearsome beasts, dragons soaring high above the heavens, the monstrous Qiongqi lurking in the forests, and the golden-winged rock casting shadows over the land. These creatures appeared vividly alive. As Chen Yi infused his true essence into the scroll, the beasts surged forth from its confines, enveloping the two sages in an overwhelming and terrifying presence. This was the imperial weapon, the 100 Beasts diagram. It was Chen Yi's greatest trump card. In the past, he had relied on the powers of Luo Qinghuang and the two sovereigns to activate this weapon, but now, as a half-saint, he needed no external assistance. He could invoke its might on his own. As the imperial weapon was unleashed, the two great saints could not help but feel their pupils constrict. As if an unprecedented sense of oppression swept over them, they experienced a sensation akin to suffocation. An imperial weapon. He possesses an imperial weapon in his grasp. How could this be possible? My heavens, he actually wields such a treasure? This is dire. A multitude of thoughts flashed through the minds of the two saints. Yet, only one notion remained, and that was, flee. An imperial weapon activated by a semi-saint possesses enough power to annihilate saints like themselves. How could they dare linger? They hastily fled into the distance. However, it was futile. The 100 Beasts map unfolded, and the surroundings seemed to transform into a painted realm, resembling a desolate wilderness. The two great saints were ensnared within it. There was simply no path to escape, no avenue for retreat. The beasts lunged forth, attacking the two saints with ferocity. In mere moments, the two saints were reduced to fragments beneath the onslaught of the savage beasts. A chill swept through the onlookers. It was utterly horrifying. Were two saints truly slain in such a manner?